Chapter 1. The Foster Daughter. The protagonist's lineage is the central theme of this narrative, with early questions such as why not conduct a paternity test in this interstellar age? And is the protagonist truly an illegitimate child? Partially unveiled in chapters 67 and 68. The protagonist's primary mission is not to overthrow her foster mother or brother. The Xu family storyline is only briefly touched upon in the early chapters. If you have not yet perused the synopsis, now would be an opportune moment to discern the principal narrative arc. Thank you for your patience in reading this passage, and may you enjoy the story that follows. The interstellar train glided smoothly along the astral route. The journey from the Xu frontier back to the capital star required 2 full days aboard the interstellar train. The pallid young girl gazed listlessly out at the cosmic panorama, her long, dark hair cascading at her side, as a service robot approached her with the medication she was to take that day. Xu Lingqu furrowed her brow and refrained from taking it, suppressing a couple of coughs. 3 days prior, on an utterly ordinary day, Xu Lingqu had departed the human sanctuary of Lake Yadin to procure supplies, as mandated by the post-apocalyptic task of the 11th year. In the blink of an eye, she was transported from the cataclysm to this so-called interstellar era, becoming a frail girl who shared her name Lingqu. Your health is paramount. You should take your medication first, a middle-aged woman in a deep green uniform said. Her name was Gina, having served alongside General Xu Qingbi for many years, and she had been specifically dispatched to escort this foster daughter from the Xu frontier back home. Though referred to as a foster daughter, whispers circulated within the aristocratic circles of the capital star, asserting that General Xu Qingbi had fathered this illegitimate child during his escapades in the Xu frontier. Despite the lack of any evidence, the rumors seemed orchestrated by unseen hands, especially since the Xu family had yet to produce a paternity test to clarify Xu Lingqu's relationship with Xu Qingbi, allowing the gossip to proliferate unchecked. Xu Lingqu was reluctant to take the medication. Observing her hesitation, Gina took a dose from the service robot and consumed it herself, instructing the robot to bring forth another dose. If Miss Lingqu requires me to try it, I shall do so until you are willing to take it, Gina stated without a hint of discomfort. Upon her initial encounter with the ailing Lingqu, Gina noted her pallid visage, which conveyed an impression of impending demise. Without hesitation, she summoned the finest physician from the Xu frontier to concoct the necessary medication and promptly reported to General Xu Qingbi. She was taken aback to discover that the greatest obstacle to treatment was Xu Lingqu's own refusal to ingest the medicine. Then you take it, Xu Lingqu remarked, casting a glance at Gina. Unfazed, Gina consumed a second dose. As she was about to take a fourth, Xu Lingqu finally instructed her to cease. Give it to me. Having tested the waters, she deemed it sufficient. The interstellar medication was far superior, tasting unexpectedly of strawberry milk. Xu Lingqu, not particularly fond of the flavor, forced herself to swallow it down. Seeing that she had finally taken the medication, Gina signaled the service robot to deliver dinner before excusing herself. Xu Lingqu tentatively sampled her meal, but halfway through, her stomach began to churn uncomfortably, prompting her to stop eating and dismiss the robot. This body was excessively frail, overeating induced discomfort, while eating too little was equally unpleasant. She frequently coughed and occasionally coughed up blood, rendering her a prime target for mutated beasts in the apocalypse. The original inhabitant had perished due to her frail constitution just 3 days prior, allowing Xu Lingqu, from the apocalypse, to inhabit this body and inherit its memories and language. The original Lingqu had lived a remarkably simple life in the Xu frontier, which comprised 4 planets, with her residence being the most remote. She had been weak and sickly, devoid of any memories of family since childhood. Her daily existence revolved around staying at home, consuming nutrient solutions to sustain her life signs. Only 3 days after Xu Lingqu's arrival, the aforementioned Gina had suddenly appeared to escort her back to the capital star as General Xu Qingbi's rightful foster daughter. Throughout these 3 days, Xu Lingqu had been independently exploring this interstellar era through her intellect. This world appeared to be divided into 2 major factions, the Interstellar Federation and the Interstellar Empire. The Empire had split from the Federation 95 years prior, and the tension between the two sides had remained palpable, with minor conflicts occurring frequently, though the situation had slightly eased in recent years. Xu Lingqu found it difficult to comprehend why both the Federation and Empire persisted in this interstellar age, as she had envisioned a highly socialized system where the state nurtured and raised newborns, with most labor replaced by robots and artificial intelligence. Yet this interstellar reality was quite different. The star in this universe was named Xianluo, comprising a multi-planetary system. The planets here were predominantly smaller asteroids, significantly less substantial than Earth, amounting to several dozen in total, with the Empire and Federation roughly dividing these celestial bodies. The technological advancements of this interstellar world focused on environmental transformation, as many asteroids were either too close or too far from the star, rendering them inhospitable to humanity. However, through the application of advanced technology, some areas have been modified to support human life. The Interstellar Empire and Federation's latest 8 planets formed the Zuyun Frontier and the Milan Frontier, both of which had sparse populations, with each planet housing between 300 million and 500 million inhabitants, a significant portion of whom were military personnel. Moreover, the Empire had delineated 4 distinct star systems within itself, with a capital star occupying its own system as the first, while the remaining 3 systems exhibited a stark decline in wealth, with the 4th system resembling a veritable slum. It bore the same flaws as a feudal society, characterized by centralization and an outrageous disparity in the distribution of wealth. Clearly, this was not an ideal place. The identity of the original inhabitant remained shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, Xu Lingqu accepted this interstellar reality. After all, it was undoubtedly a preferable existence compared to the blood-soaked apocalypse. Xu Lingqu cherished this rare peace and tranquility. She instinctively traced the white serpentine ring on her right index finger, a keepsake from the original inhabitant, which had adorned her hand since her arrival. The lifelike scales of the serpent suggested it was no mere trinket. This world, along with the original inhabitant, held many secrets awaiting her discovery. The interstellar train, resembling a silver dragon, glided into the expansive station of the capital star. Despite her mental preparations, Xu Lingqu was still taken aback by the splendor and beauty of the capital star, reminiscent of humanity's cinematic dreams of a future world come to life. Countless diverse flying vessels traversed the skies, while modern and technologically advanced skyscrapers towered above, and a myriad of service robots populated the streets. Upon boarding the spacecraft heading to the Xu Mansion in the capital's central district, the towering edifices and throngs of people faded away, giving way to a massive mech statue surrounded by flowers and fountains. In contrast to the outer sci-fi world, this area was crafted to resemble an idyllic paradise, a residential enclave reserved for the interstellar aristocracy. An ecological simulator regulated the temperature and humidity, creating a perpetual spring, with the landscape modified to allow flowers to flourish. Snowy plums and vibrant spring blossoms coexisted in a single garden, evoking the image of a divine Eden. They then transferred to a transport vehicle to reach their destination, the Xu Mansion. As the vehicle came to a halt, Gina carefully assisted her alighting. The architectural style of the Xu Mansion was an eclectic blend, reminiscent of the warlords of the Republic era, adorned with a sign in interstellar script that read Xu Mansion, which bore a striking resemblance to cursive script. "The lady wishes to meet you first. The general is still in a meeting," Gina whispered in her ear. The latter's manner of speaking and acting is quite forthright. This served as a subtle reminder, and Xu Lingqu lightly coughed twice to acknowledge her understanding before pushing open the grand doors of the Xu Mansion. Chapter 2. Sent to military school for torment, the heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing the floor of the Xu residence, which appeared to be crafted from special material, shimmering like the surface of a lake. Xu Lingqu raised her eyes and beheld a golden-haired woman standing beside an obsidian desk, clad in a beautifully tailored aquamarine qipao that accentuated her figure. This striking woman, possessing a Western visage yet adorned with eyes reminiscent of ancient Eastern beauty, was none other than General Su Qingbi's wife, Catherine. Xu Lingqu bowed respectfully, greeting her, "Good day, madam." Catherine cast a fleeting glance at her and replied, "Hello, come closer." The young girl before her wore a simple brown dress and shawl. her complexion unusually pale, betraying signs of recent illness. Her lustrous black hair and deep, dark eyes resembled fine charcoal sketches of a frail little white flower. Catherine thought disdainfully. The memory of Xu Lingqu's lofty proclamation about adopting a daughter stirred her ire. Catherine and Xu Lingqu's marriage was one of political convenience, devoid of emotional foundation, as he spent most of his time away with his troops, although they had a son and a daughter. Meaningful communication was scarce in recent years. They had tacitly maintained a facade of harmony for the sake of appearances, but that fragile peace shattered with the introduction of this adopted daughter. The gossip surrounding it troubled Catherine greatly, and Xu Lingqu's lack of response only fueled her frustration. A pampered noblewoman, she had never suffered much after marrying Xu Lingqu, but this situation enraged her, making it difficult not to take her frustration out on the girl before her. Xu Lingqu sensed the barely concealed anger radiating from Catherine, likely directed at her. It was entirely understandable for Catherine to be displeased about unexpectedly acquiring a ward, especially since this decision was likely made solely by Xu Lingqu. Yet the original owner's memories revealed that her only recollection of Xu Lingqu was his monthly remittances for living expenses since her early childhood. She believed that neither her inexplicable arrival in this world nor her upbringing as a largely neglected child had much to do with Xu Lingqu. Catherine scrutinized the girl before her, formulating a plan that would allow her to ignore the adopted daughter while also subjecting her to a bit of torment. As for Xu Lingqu, she intended to confront him fiercely upon his return, demanding accountability. "You will also meet your brother, Xu Yuan," Catherine announced. Just then, a tall young man emerged from the other side of the hall. He wore frameless glasses and shared a striking resemblance with Catherine. Dressed in military uniform, but he nodded dismissively at Xu Lingqu, introducing himself. "Xu Yuan," he then turned to his mother and said, "Qin has gone out, that I arranged for her to receive special training with military personnel at this hour." With the enrollment period for military academies drawing to a close, it was indeed a crucial time. Catherine seemed to recall something and nodded. She must be enrolling in the MOCM military academy. "Correct?" Xu Yuan nodded, his expression tinged with resignation. "But I've told her several times that MOCM is no longer what it used to be. The last few academy competitions have been dominated by Dornston and the Federation. But she refuses to listen." His tone reflected a hint of indulgence toward his sister. The mother and son continued their conversation, seemingly oblivious to Xu Lingqu's presence, until Catherine suddenly turned her head and asked, "Do you wish to attend military school?" Before Xu Lingqu could respond, Catherine continued, "The younger generation of the Xu family has primarily attended one of the 6 major military academies over the years. Although you have only just returned, you should contribute to the family. Yuan, is the MOCM military academy still accepting new students? Add your sister Lingqu to the list." Both Xu Lingqu and Xu Yuan were taken aback. "Mother," Xu Yuan frowned slightly, understanding his mother's intentions. This so-called sister appeared frail. Sending her to military school would likely subject her to undue hardship, and she could conveniently ignore her suffering. However, with the enrollment deadline looming, adding Xu Lingqu at this point would prove troublesome in Xu Yuan's eyes. Xu Lingqu was hardly worth the investment of his time, especially considering the implications for the Xu family name and their father's reputation as a general. Furthermore, having Xu Lingqu and his sister Xu Shichen in the same school could lead to complications, given Xu Shichen's temperament. He cleared his throat gently, hoping to prompt his mother to reconsider, but Catherine remained unwavering, her smile firm as she insisted on sending Xu Lingqu to military school. Xu Yuan conceded, "I will contact the admissions office. Enrollment in the 6 major military academies require registration for military student status at local military academies. Xu Lingqu would surely be ineligible for combat-oriented programs, so she could only aim for non-combat roles in command and analysis. However, even in those fields, most candidates were military students by background, and non-military students typically had received education or training elsewhere. Xu Lingqu's situation would require him to pull some strings on her behalf." Seeing Catherine and her son plotting her enrollment, Xu Lingqu sighed in relief. For her, attending military school was far preferable to languishing at home as a quiet maiden. Her experiences in a post-apocalyptic world would enable her to adapt swiftly to military life, marking it as her best opportunity in this interstellar era. Although it was likely that Catherine intended to send her to military school out of malice towards her frail state. This serendipitous turn of events proved advantageous for the transmigrated Xu Lingqu. To Catherine's surprise, the girl did not react as anticipated. She neither collapsed in despair nor begged for Xu Lingqu's intervention. Instead, she stood composed, acquiescing to Catherine's plans, seemingly unaware of the implications of military school and the challenges that awaited her. "I have prepared a gathering to welcome you. You must attend," Catherine stated with an air of finality. "As a newcomer to Capital Star, it is essential for you to make acquaintances." Xu Lingqu did not particularly crave friendships, but recognizing Catherine's resolute demeanor, she deemed it futile to argue. Attending a meet and greet would not be overly burdensome. Very well, Xu Lingqu acquiesced, as long as it did not impede her military school aspirations. Chapter 3. The first appearance having resided in the Xu residence for 2 days, Xu Lingqu had hardly ventured beyond her quarters. She had initially hoped to meet General Xu Lingqu, but rumors of interstellar pirates in the Mulan frontier claimed his attention, and he had departed to quell the threat. Xu Lingqu suspected he was deliberately evading familial matters. During this time, Lady Gina had summoned a physician from Capital Star to assess Xu Lingqu's health. Her congenital deficiencies, coupled with the harsh conditions of the Aegean frontier, had compounded her ailments. The physician examined her with a furrowed brow, ultimately advising, "You must utilize therapeutic equipment for your recovery. Engage in moderate exercise. The remedies prescribed by the Aegean doctors are harmless, but largely ineffective. Once consumed, they need not be renewed," as Xu Lingqu had surmised. Her health would not improve overnight. Patience was required. Sitting before a dressing mirror, Xu Lingqu observed Lady Gina standing behind her, meticulously tending to her long hair. The beauty industry in the interstellar age had not progressed markedly compared to that of Earth. Lady Gina applied lipstick, bringing a hint of color to Xu Lingqu's pallid visage, making her appear less enfeebled. Today marked the gathering that Catherine had insisted upon, with the general away at the frontier. Lady Gina remained close at hand to provide care, as Catherine would not concern herself with Xu Lingqu's appearance. "If you feel tired, you may discreetly slip away," Lady Gina advised. Xu Lingqu nodded slightly, rising to attend the evening's festivities. Upon entering the Xu residence's rear courtyard, she found the space bustling with guests, primarily noble families residing nearby in the political heart of the interstellar empire. The gathering would thrive even without Xu Lingqu, the supposed focus of attention, as guests mingled jovially. At the center of the crowd stood Catherine and her daughter Xu Lingqu, who appeared indifferent to Xu Lingqu's arrival. As Xu Lingqu contemplated retreating to her chambers for a much-needed rest, Catherine's gaze pierced through the throng, locking onto her. "Our Lingqu has arrived," she announced with a gracious smile, beckoning Xu Lingqu to join her. At that moment, all eyes in a room turned toward Xu Lingqu, whispers swirling about her presence. "Is this truly the adopted daughter of General Xu Lingqu? How naive. Do you truly believe she is his legitimate daughter? I never imagined General Xu to be this kind of person. Lady Catherine is remarkably magnanimous. She pales in comparison to Xu Lingqu. As Lady Catherine, I would feel reassured." Ignoring the murmurs, Xu Lingqu approached Catherine's side. Casting a glance at her nominal sister, the young girl inherited her mother's golden hair, yet bore a closer resemblance to her father. Her features embodied the essence of an Eastern maiden, cool and proud. Dressed in a resplendent custom gown, she appeared ethereal, as if untouched by the mundane world. Catherine surveyed the two standing together, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, having successfully achieved her objective. Xu Lingqu served as an excellent compliment to Xu Lingqu. She patted Xu Lingqu's shoulder with satisfaction, signaling her intention to chat with the countess nearby, leaving the two staring at each other in bewilderment. Xu Lingqu broke the silence first, inquiring, "I heard you also enrolled in the Mo-Siem Military Academy." "Yes, my brother signed me up," Xu Lingqu replied with a nod. A look of profound confusion crossed Xu Lingqu's face, as if she had discovered one of the great unsolved mysteries in Xu Lingqu. "I chose to enroll because I greatly admire General Galaxy." "What about you, General Galaxy? The Milky Way?" Xu Lingqu felt a spark of inspiration and followed her lead. "I also admire General Galaxy." Xu Lingqu tilted her head, wearing a skeptical expression as she scrutinized Xu Lingqu for a long moment. Unfazed, Xu Lingqu lied with poise that it was only natural to admire General Galaxy. Xu Lingqu soon convinced herself and leaned in closer, saying, "I heard you signed up for the command department. We could participate in the Mo-Siem Military Academy's training together." She refrained from detailing information about General Galaxy, and Xu Lingqu felt a twinge of regret. However, since she knew nothing about the Mo-Siem Military Academy either, and Xu Lingqu seemed well informed, she continued. I still don't know the specifics of the training. As soon as she expressed her confusion, Xu Lingqu eagerly began introducing the details, like a helpful golden retriever. The training at CM Military Academy would last approximately a month and a half. And according to her brother, it would be held on a small planet in the Samsung system, resembling a wilderness training ground. There would surely be some off-road training involved, and I am prepared to be a sharpshooter in the jungle. The more Xu Lingqu spoke, the more her eyes sparkled, as if she were discussing a grand cake sale rather than a grueling training regimen. Xu Lingqu braced herself for the challenges ahead, fearing that Xu Lingqu might dash ahead, leaving her body to collapse on the ground. I've also heard from my mother that your health isn't great. Xu Lingqu suddenly wrapped her arms around Xu Lingqu, reassuring her, don't worry, the training intensity in the command department shouldn't be too high. And with me around, if you encounter any difficulties, just let me know. She truly resembled an enthusiastic golden retriever, eager to approach even someone she had only met once. It was hard to imagine that such a warm-hearted person could be behind Xu Lingqu's cool and beautiful exterior. Thank you. Xu Lingqu gently pushed her away, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the embrace. It's just a small matter, Xu Lingqu smiled, about to inch closer to Xu Lingqu when, from a distance, Lady Catherine called her name with a stern face, though she had stepped aside to chat with the Countess. Her peripheral vision remained fixed on Xu Lingqu and Xu Lingqu. Observing her foolish daughter engaging in merry conversation with Xu Lingqu, Lady Catherine felt an urge to summon a medical robot for a boost of energy. After being called away, Xu Lingqu sheepishly stuck out her tongue at Xu Lingqu before obediently walking over. Xu Lingqu noticed the comical expression on Lady Catherine's face and found it quite amusing, though she refrained from laughing out loud. Maintaining a neutral expression, she nodded at Xu Lingqu and instinctively moved away from the crowd towards the garden. The sight of Lady Catherine's greenish face was truly entertaining, and Xu Lingqu's guilty demeanor was even more amusing. The garden was tranquil and sparsely populated, with only the rustling of flower clusters in the breeze and the gentle sound of water from the central fountain. Xu Lingqu strolled leisurely in this serene setting, appreciating the solitude, as moving around would serve as good exercise for her body. Chapter, For You Thirsty? I told you not to get too close to her. Lady Catherine, exasperated, pulled her daughter's arm and whispered. Xu Lingqu pouted in protest, but you left us alone there. Lady Catherine was momentarily speechless, glaring at her oblivious daughter before shifting the topic. Today, Xu from the Xun family is also here. I heard he enrolled in the CM Military Academy as well. Did you see him? Xu was someone she had invited with great effort. Xu Qingbi had once been an aide to the old master of the Xun family, who was now 60 years old and firmly seated in the position of general. Also the principal of the Longyuan Military Academy. Xun's father held a significant position in the political arena. And the Xun family was someone even the current Duke Norton sought to curry favor with. If individuals in the central area of the capital were born in Rome, then Xu was born at the pinnacle of the Roman palace. Even aside from his family background, his psychic ability tested at S level, destined to be a prodigy in the military. If Xu Lingqu could become better acquainted with him, it would greatly benefit their future in military. Regardless of romantic entanglements, Lady Catherine was strategic in her thinking, but her daughter was carefree. How would I know where he is? I don't have a surveillance device on him, Xu Lingqu replied. Perplexed, Lady Catherine glanced around to ensure no one was watching, discreetly gave her daughter a light smack on the head, and urged her to continue socializing if she could restrain her sneaky demeanor before doing something wrong. Perhaps her success rate would increase. Xu Lingqu stood by a small fountain in the garden, her gaze resting on the two ice blue ornamental fish in the pool, yet her awareness was acutely tuned to the two individuals conspiring behind her. She had never seen these two before, but being invited by Lady Catherine indicated they were either wealthy or influential at that moment. The two young gentlemen seemed to be plotting something against Xu Lingqu. Oblivious to her awareness, just as they were about to act, she subtly shifted away, perfectly avoiding the push aimed at her back. The force of the push, combined with the irresistible pull of gravity, sent one of them tumbling headfirst into the fountain. Splash! The sound was loud, and water splashed up, drenching Xu Lingqu's skirt. The other conspirator, who had not anticipated this turn of events, hurried over to check the situation. Xu Lingqu gracefully turned around, observing the other man trying to rescue his companion from the fountain. She lifted a foot, playfully sending him in as well, allowing the two of them to reunite. The second young man landed in the fountain with an amusing thud. Oh. Xu Lingqu calmly turned to look at the two drenched individuals. Are you two thirsty? Their splashy antics drew the attention of the household robots stationed in the garden, triggering an alarm and attracting the guests from the backyard party. Lady Catherine, along with the crowd, hurriedly arrived, skirts lifted, just as the two emerged from the fountain, awkwardly wringing out their clothes. What is going on? Su Shijin, eager to join the commotion, pointed out their identities. Lawrence and Jones, what are you two doing? Stealing our fish. Lawrence and Jones, cousins known as the notorious wastrels of the Whaleye family, often engaged in reckless behavior, flying their vehicles on the main roads of the capital, brazenly visiting the red light district, and had once inexplicably assaulted the son of a wealthy businessman simply because they found him displeasing. Su Shijin quickly moved to Xu Lingqu's side. Concerned, are you okay? The scene suggested that Xu Lingqu had been alone with these two rascals. Who knew if they had bullied her? I'm fine. I just assumed the gentlemen were thirsty and was surprised by their unique method of hydration. Xu Lingqu replied with a hint of sarcasm. Jones, with his green-dyed hair, shot her a fierce glare. Initially, he and Lawrence had intended to bully the adopted daughter of the general, who clearly lacked favor, thinking that even if they pushed her into the fountain, Lady Catherine would not come to her aid. However, they had not anticipated Xu Lingqu's sharp perception that allowed her to dodge Lawrence's antics, causing him to plunge into the fountain instead, while she unceremoniously kicked Jones in as well. Miss Sue, it's not right to distance yourself like that. After all, you did kick me in. Jones's expression darkened, unable to swallow this humiliation. Did I kick you? Xu Lingqu laughed. Do you have any evidence? Su Shijin, infuriated, pointed at Jones. Scolding, you're causing trouble in our home and trying to smear my sister's name. Her casual use of the term sister rolled off her tongue effortlessly, lacking any semblance of ladylike decorum, sending a jolt of concern through Lady Catherine's heart. The Sue family garden was devoid of surveillance cameras, making it impossible to corroborate any claims. The troublemaking Jones, thwarted in his first attempt at mischief, and now being scolded, felt his anger boiling over, while Lawrence, standing beside him, remained silent, leaving him to fend for himself. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from the shaded path beside the fountain. The man, clad in a light brown trench coat, was tall and upright, with dark hair and strikingly bright light brown eyes. His features were stunningly handsome, creating an immediate and powerful visual impact. Upon seeing him, Jones instinctively shrank back before exclaiming like he had found a savior. Shensholi, you must have seen it. Your psychic ability is S. You can surely see that this woman kicked me. Shensholi? Xu Lingqu felt a sense of confusion as she glanced at Su Shijin beside her, who wore an expression of astonishment, pursing her lips and muttering under her breath. Every time he appears, it's as if a celebrity has arrived. It's utterly exasperating. Noticing Xu Lingqu's puzzled face, Su Shijin briefly introduced the impressive background of this young master shun. Xu Lingqu nodded thoughtfully. With his enhanced mental prowess, it was indeed possible for him to perceive her kicking motion. But so what? She wasn't the one who initiated the confrontation. There was no way he could have seen only her kick while ignoring Lawrence's earlier shove. Though Shensholi's name suggested a man of propriety, his lineage and appearance were undeniably assets for boasting, making it impossible for him to fulfill his grandfather's wish of being a refined young gentleman. However, being raised by General Shan, he had neither turned into a spoiled rich kid nor engaged in any outrageous behavior. He was merely a bit arrogant. He often disregarded those he deemed uninteresting, particularly disdaining the rowdy debauchery of the wealthy. Consequently, people like Jones would typically scurry away upon encountering him, but this time they regarded him as a savior. You must have seen it, right? Jones asked expectantly. Shensholi cast a glance at him, then shifted his gaze to Xu Lingqu, who met his gaze with calmness. Their eyes locked in the air before Shensholi averted his gaze, letting out a cold scoff. I saw nothing. After that, he nodded in acknowledgement to Lady Catherine and departed. Jones exhibited disbelief, trembling as he raised his still damp sleeve to point at Shensholi in accusation, but lacking the courage. He ultimately lowered his hand in silence. Lawrence was nearly reduced to cowering on the ground, hands clutched over his head. The farce had reached its conclusion. The incident was clear, and witnesses were present. Lady Catherine furrowed her brow and addressed Mrs. Whaleye. If you and Mr. Whaleye have failed to educate your young kin, I have no qualms about assisting you in discipline. With a subtle wave of her hand, two guards swiftly restrained the still damp Jones and Lawrence, Her words struck hard, directly implicating the entire Weilai family. Mrs. Weilai's complexion turned ashen as she repeatedly apologized to Lady Catherine. Lady Catherine, it is our laxity in discipline. Please, transfer them to the police station. I have heard that Captain One has been seeking them recently. Lady Catherine's icy demeanor was that of an undeniable ice queen, instilling fear in all present. Rendering them breathless, Xu Shizhen leaned closer to Xu Lingqu, relishing the drama. Mother has always despised these two ruffians. They dared to bully you in our home. They will surely face severe consequences. Xu Lingqu silently pondered how much Lady Catherine must truly detest these individuals. Ultimately, the soiree, marking Xu Lingqu's debut, concluded with the guards escorting the two interstellar ruffians to the police station for interrogation. Upon returning to her quarters, Xu Lingqu found Lady Gina assembling a large apparatus alongside a service robot. Miss Lingqu, Lady Gina explained to the puzzled Xu Lingqu, this is the device provided by young Master Yuan's military friend for activating and testing mental prowess. Chapter 5. No third party shall know the activation and testing of mental prowess are essential conditions for selection into the Interstellar Military Academy. In the current climate of tension between the Empire and the Federation, where every citizen is a potential soldier, nearly everyone undergoes mental activation and testing. However, only a select few possess the qualifications to become military academy students and mecha pilots, making them exceedingly rare throughout the galaxy. Since the emergence of mecha research 2 centuries ago, its requisite driving conditions have placed human mental prowess into the public EYE.to pilot a mecha. One must possess a mental prowess level of at least B. For basic mecha operation, an A level is required, while higher-tier mechas necessitate an S level. 50 years ago, the Empire mandated the activation and testing of mental prowess for all 16-year-olds nationwide, most of whom fell within the C and D categories, with B being the entry threshold for non-mecha-related academy programs. To enter the mecha program, a minimum mental prowess level of A is required. The original owner did not undergo activation and testing. At 16, she lived alone at the border of the cloud, appearing frail, leading the staff to forego testing her, and one held expectations for the results of a sickly orphan. Historically, those with high mental prowess also exhibited robust physical health and consistently excelled in various areas. It is noteworthy that many capable individuals have been found with low mental prowess levels. However, due to stringent requirements for primary combat weapons, starships, and mechas, many were rejected by military academies. Thus, Xu Lingqu was to undergo testing and activation first. This situation infuriated Xu Yuan, who had received orders from his mother. While internally cursing Xu Lingqu for her lack of initiative in mental activation and testing, he reached out to a friend to borrow a device specifically for her assessment that he anticipated a result of C or D, and worried about how to maneuver her into Mo Siem Military Academy, which he found to be a hassle. Upon returning, he handed the device over to Gina and retreated to his study to work. Once fully assembled, the device resembled a telephone booth, its silvery metal shimmering with a flowing light, embedded with a glass-like transparent material. After instructing the two service robots to leave, Lady Gina turned to Xu Lingqu. Miss Lingqu, please proceed. Without hesitation, Xu Lingqu grasped the door handle and stepped inside. The moment the door closed, her vision was abruptly snatched away as the artificial intelligence's voice announced, initiating mental activation and testing. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure enveloped her, tightening around her body and nearly suffocating her. In that moment, her soul felt as if it were being torn by invisible hands, while a tempest raged within her mind. The scorched earth of an apocalyptic world began to materialize before her eyes, accompanied by the haunting cries of humans devoured by mutated beasts, the air thick with the scent of death and despair. The end-of-days scenario replayed vividly in her mind as she stood on a ravaged street, wielding a long sword while clad in the enforcer uniform. Not far off, a small mutated beast approached a sobbing little girl, who yearned to reach her mother, who remained indifferent to her daughter's pleas. Without hesitation, Xu Lingqu raised her gun and fired 4 shots at the beast, preventing it from advancing towards the girl. As her bullets depleted, she positioned herself protectively in front of the child. Just as she was about to swing her sword, the girl's mother lunged at her, seizing the long sword from her grasp. The little girl screamed, and without the sword to defend her, the beast's spikes pierced her body, the corrosive acid that coated them burning Xu Lingqu. Yet, she remained silent, instinctively drawing a dagger from her waist and plunging it into the beast's vulnerable head. Listening to its shrill cries as it struggled and quickly succumbed. Having dispatched the beast, Xu Lingqu wasted no time in hurling her dagger at the girl's mother, pinning her down in the girl's eyes. The infected human remained her most trusted figure. The infected possessed an ability to induce hallucinations, making those closest to them perceive them as normal. However, to Xu Lingqu, they appeared grotesque, indistinguishable from zombies that don't kill my mother. The girl pleaded, attempting to cling to Xu Lingqu's leg, but she was unceremoniously kicked aside. Retrieving her long sword, Xu Lingqu swiftly beheaded the infected woman. The little girl collapsed, cursing her, "You inhuman enforcers, killing so many innocent lives. You'll soon descend into the depths of hell." Enforcers held the power to combat mutated beasts, venturing from the base daily to gather supplies. Yet, at times, the resources they returned with were tainted by the beasts. And consuming or using them would transform individuals into the infected, a grim inevitability that, in a sense, the infected emerged from the enforcers' intentions to save lives, even when that was not their goal. Even more tragically, the infected would signal the beasts, drawing them near, necessitating their execution. Within the base, only enforcers were granted the authority to kill. Thus the families of the infected harbored deep resentment towards them. Xu Lingqu had grown weary of hearing such sentiments. Her composure unshaken as she attempted to retrieve her tools to report to the central tower, only to find her hands empty. The scene around her warped and collapsed once again, plunging her into darkness. A glimmer of light illuminated her mind, first transforming into a soaring dragon, before morphing into a colossal mecha radiating a soft, moonlit glow. The giant mecha knelt before Xu Lingqu, extending a hand as if a subject humbly bowing to their new monarch. Upon touching it, the world darkened once more, and when she reopened her eyes, she remained within the testing device. All that transpired was a manifestation of the awakening and testing of her mental prowess. Sweat beaded on Xu Lingqu's forehead, her body trembling uncontrollably. The apocalyptic scene felt hauntingly real, while the vision of the mecha appeared dreamlike, leaving her momentarily disoriented in the realm of reality. Once her body ceased trembling, Xu Lingqu pushed open the door to the testing apparatus, eager to discover her final level, only to find Ms. Gina operating the intelligent brain with a grave expression. It was evident that a matter of great importance was at hand. So Xu Lingqu remained silent, completing the disassembly of the device as Ms. Gina turned to face her. Ms. Gina's expression grew even more somber. Xu Lingqu instinctively feared she had damaged the equipment. But before she could check, Ms. Gina transmitted a report to her intelligent brain. Your mental power apparatus conducted 2 automated tests. The first yielded no results, but the second, her brow furrowed, is SS level. This was an unprecedented classification of mental power, previously only reaching S level. With the apparatus having been upgraded to detect S and S, the absence of results the first time likely indicated the device was confounded that a dual SS rating was unheard of in the entire interstellar era. Recalling the colossal mecha that had invaded her mind, Xu Lingqu pursed her lips. Such a level of power was hardly a boon for her, as her body remained frail, should the military learn of this rating. An extensive investigation would undoubtedly ensue if any anomalies were discovered. She risked becoming a subject of experimentation in this era. She was, after all, a soul from a world on the brink of extinction. Even if she were not confined to a laboratory, the SS level of mental power was not universally welcomed. While all aspired to genius, a talent that could not be harnessed for one's own ends swiftly turns into an adversary. Xu Lingqu was unwilling to submit to anyone that I just infiltrated the military's mental power statistics system and deleted your report. Ms. Gina stated calmly. You infiltrated the military system? Xu Lingqu was taken aback. She had assumed Ms. Gina was merely an efficient aide to General Su Qingbi, but now she realized her capabilities were far more extensive. Ms. Gina regarded Xu Lingqu with a complex expression. Will you report this to General Su Qingbi? Xu Lingqu inquired softly, but Ms. Gina remained silent. Observing her reaction, Xu Lingqu began to form a hypothesis. You could easily keep this from me, informed General Su Qingbi after taking care of the necessary tasks, thus avoiding a multitude of troubles. Yet she chose to confide in Xu Lingqu, indicating there was still room for negotiation regarding whether to disclose this matter to a third party. Xu Lingqu could not ascertain Ms. Gina's true thoughts. She was gambling with uncertainty, If General Xu Qingbi were to discover this information, she would find herself entirely at a disadvantage. The fleeting thought of eliminating Ms. Gina crossed her mind, but was quickly dismissed. Without Ms. Gina, the military would likely be on their way to find Xu Lingqu by now. Moreover, the complications following an act of murder were far too burdensome. Finding an alternative resolution would undoubtedly be preferable. Gina stood still, observing the young woman before her, her pinky finger involuntarily twitching. Xu Lingqu sensed the hesitation within her. Ms. Gina truly did not wish to report this to General Qingbi. She understood his character well. Once General Qingbi became aware, Xu Lingqu would likely never escape the confines of the Xu mansion. However, her compassion for this sickly girl, whom she had only known for a few days, was insufficient to justify her hesitation. More significantly, over the years, she had observed that General Xu's actions diverged increasingly from her expectations of him. This led her to question whether her loyalty to General Qingbi was indeed justified. Were her actions in service to him truly aligned with her original intentions? I do not comprehend why you have tested at SS level that, but I am acutely aware of what will transpire should this information leak. Gina began slowly that if silence can spare someone harm, I shall remain silent. Upon uttering this, she felt an unexpected relief. This was, after all, an act of betrayal against General Qingbi, yet she felt liberated from the burden of acting against her conscience. When I possess the ability to ascend to a position of sufficient power, I shall do my utmost to repay. Xu Lingqu could only offer Ms. Gina this promise for the time being. From Ms. Gina's response, she sensed the internal conflict within her. She was a woman of thought and capability, not merely a mechanical diehard serving General Xu Qingbi. Let's hope for that day, Ms. Gina smiled, understanding that Xu Lingqu's words were but a hopeful aspiration. The reality she wished to witness could only be enacted by an Imperial general or someone even more powerful. Could Xu Lingqu truly become an Imperial general? Her health seemed so frail that merely attending the military academy would be a challenge. Yet, it was difficult to say. The SS-level mental power result was witnessed by Ms. Gina herself, and perhaps Xu Lingqu could indeed rise to that position, though that would likely be decades away. Regardless of what the future held, Ms. Gina was resolute. She did not regret her actions today. Chapter 6. The legendary SS-level mecha. After reaching an understanding with Ms. Gina, Xu Lingqu felt a sense of reassurance. The military and Xu Yuan still required a report, and Ms. Gina promptly forged a document indicating a mental power level of B, once again infiltrating the military system to submit this report. Watching her navigate the military system with such ease, Xu Lingqu felt as if the system were Ms. Gina's domain. A B level of mental power was just sufficient to meet the requirements of the military academy's command department, allowing her to enroll without raising the suspicions of Catherine and Xu Yuan. Once the counterfeit report was successfully prepared, Ms. Gina needed to return the testing apparatus to Xu Yuan and took her leave. At last, Xu Lingqu could genuinely relax, the exhaustion from activating her mental power cascading through her body. She sat by the bed, silently gazing at the sunset's glow streaming through the window. That it was already evening. Suddenly, the apocalyptic imagery from her recent test flashed through her mind. The sensation of piercing and burning was so vivid. The screams of a little girl and the howls of mutated beasts still echoed in her ears. She shook her head, struggling to free herself from the haunting visions that had once again invaded her consciousness, only to find that the burning sensation was indeed real, emanating from her fingers. The serpent-patterned ring was searing her, akin to a heated branding iron. Before Xu Lingqu could remove it, a flash of light occurred. The ring remained on her finger, while a cotton ball-like entity emerged on the floor. The cotton ball sprouted 2 ears and a pair of grape-like eyes, revealing a Samiyed puppy, which promptly addressed Xu Lingqu. You are the second master that the galaxy has found for me. It was uncertain which of the 2 occurrences, an enchanted ring materializing a talking dog, was more absurd, but both transpired simultaneously. This was beyond the realm of the interstellar. It was fantastical that Xu Lingqu crouched down, grasping the dog by the scruff of its neck, and said, I do not have a penchant for cruelty towards animals, but if you're a talking dog, I implore you to clarify your origins. As she spoke, she coldly extended the dog out of the window, causing it to curl into a cotton ball in fright. How despicable! It seems the galaxy has entrusted me to a woman as wicked as he. It cried. Its lamentations fell on deaf ears. Xu Lingqu remained unmoved. Seeing no other option, the Samiyed resigned itself to introduce itself. I am Lu Ming, the most handsome and beautiful mecha in the entire galaxy. My previous master was the galaxy, who seemed to be doing rather well. At least he was a general. Now, can you please release me? Xu Lingqu's resolve was as unyielding as stone. Then why do you appear in the guise of a dog now? This is the result of that villain galaxy's machinations. My true form, I have no idea where it has gone. I was previously that ring on your finger. Only after you awakened your mental power could I barely summon this life form. Xu Lingqu withdrew her hand, primarily due to her arm growing weary. Observing the creature claiming to be Lu Ming seemed relieved. She continued her interrogation. How can you substantiate your claims? Lu Ming's canine visage fell into a daze as it pondered for a moment. Tilting its head, perhaps you might be interested in some embarrassing tales of Galaxy? General Galaxy was the idol of Su Shichen, who had mentioned him the other day. Xu Lingqu recalled having echoed her sentiments. She activated her intelligent brain to search for General Galaxy's biography. The foremost marshal of the Empire, a close friend of the founding Emperor Caesar Euripus, and the founder of the Moe Military Academy. Piloting one of the 3 S mechas in existence at the time, Lu Ming. Casting a glance at the Samyed puppy, Xu Lingqu then regarded the simulated projection of Lu Ming's mecha form. A pure white mecha that perfectly embodied the aesthetics of mecha design. Lu Ming, the Samyed, lay at her feet, indignantly declaring, "To be honest, this simulated projection pales in comparison to my actual form. Such a legendary figure, whose final traces of existence faded when he mysteriously disappeared at the age of 35 while piloting Lu Ming. Now, tell me where Galaxy took you in the end." Xu Lingqu prompted. The Samyed, Lu Ming, displayed a sorrowful expression. He said he was going to commit suicide. Xu Lingqu was taken aback. That day, it seemed he initially intended to take me somewhere for an experiment. He shut me down. Most of the time, he operated manually and piloted, but the last time I saw him, I do not know where we were. He told me he had failed and was going to take his own life, wishing to see me one last time. The Samyed's face seemed on the verge of tears, no matter how I tried to console him. He would not listen. He forcefully shut me out, and I awakened once more because it recalled that my essence was hidden away by him, rendering me unable to react. If I were to describe the current look of Lu Ming, it would undoubtedly resemble that of a forsaken puppy, filled with injustice. Should all he said be true, then this life form created by the galaxy is indeed perfectly suited for him. Enough, Xu Lingqu rubbed her weary brow. Observing the sobbing Lu Ming, "Oh, now you, are my new master, and you must take care of me." Lu Ming interrupted her, emphasizing, "Since the galaxy has left me with you, you must treat me well. After all, I am an SSS-class mecha, the strongest in the galaxy. There are none as formidable as I in wielding a blade." Xu Lingqu recalled the serpent-patterned ring. It did seem somewhat out of place on the original owner, Xu Lingqu, at that time. It was not the sort of ornament she would typically choose to purchase. Likely a family heirloom, it could indeed be connected to the founding galaxy general if one were to trace the timeline. Its authenticity remains to be verified. However, keeping a dog by her side is hardly an arduous task. After some contemplation, Xu Lingqu spoke. "I can take care of you." Lu Ming longed to leap into Xu Lingqu's lap. Yet his SSS-class pride kept him in check. However, the intelligence system indicated that your level is merely S. Perhaps I could momentarily utilize this dog as a repository of knowledge. Lu Ming disdainfully lifted one side of his mouth. "That is merely the minimum level required to pilot us, a facade we present to the outside world. Just like a mental prowess, from my observations, it should be at the SS stage," recalling the colossal white mecha that had appeared in her mind. Lu Ming's words became increasingly credible. He truly possessed knowledge, and there would be much to learn from him in the days to come. Satisfied, Xu Lingqu patted his head. "Very well. What do you need to eat? Or is there another way for you to gain energy?" After all the tumult, she was hungry and in need of sustenance. "Roast chicken." Lu Ming, feeling a bit bashful, lowered his ears as he watched Xu Lingqu walk away. Reminiscing about the sensation of her hand on his head, it seemed the galaxy had chosen quite a decent new master for him. Chapter 7. Moe Military Academy within a few days. The admission notices for Xu Lingqu and Su Shichen arrived. The recruitment for Moe Military Academy was nearing its end, and Xu Lingqu had managed to cut in line under the guidance of Su Yuan. Her B-level mental power slightly exceeded Su Yuan's expectations, landing her right at the threshold for enrollment in the Moe command system. It rendered Su Yuan's previous assumptions, where he anticipated her results to be C or D, null and void. He never considered that she might attain an A or higher. Had she done so, he could have used it as an excuse to persuade their mother against sending her to military school. Fearing the potential dangers it might pose, being stuck at the B level left Xu Yuan without justification. The non-combat system at Moya Military Academy is rather lenient. While assisting with operations, Xu Yuan overheard colleagues grumbling that this year's combat direction enrollments were riddled with discrepancies. The 6 major military academies select the most outstanding candidates from local military schools within various star systems before enrolling. So if there were indeed discrepancies, it seems even the star system powers were beginning to meddle in Moya Military Academy's affairs. Xu Yuan regretted allowing his sister to enroll in Moya Military Academy, but it was too late. The die was cast. 3 days later marked the beginning of Moya Military Academy's trial training period, lasting a month and a half. During these days, Xu Lingqu remained active at the Xu Mansion, while Xu Shichen, aiming to become a mecha soldier, practiced daily at the military base with Xu Yuan's friends. Lady Catherine, watching her stepping stone plan come to fruition, wore an increasingly smug smile, which softened her attitude towards Xu Lingqu. Thus, Xu Lingqu boldly brought Lu Ming's Samyed form through the mansion's front door, gaining Lady Catherine's approval to keep a dog. Over the past few days, Lu Ming had been persistently urging Xu Lingqu to take him for walks in the garden. After all, following Xu Lingqu to Moya Military Academy meant at least a month and a half of close training, during which he could not transfer his consciousness to the ring that Xu Lingqu wore, as jewelry was prohibited during training. Staying in this puppy life form at the Xu Mansion, playing with and being cared for by Ms. Gina seemed like a better option. Reluctantly walking Lu Ming, Xu Lingqu sat on a bench in the garden, puzzled as to why Lu Ming insisted on accompanying her to military school. Lu Ming, returning with a frisbee in his mouth, mumbled, "You just don't understand. If I stay at the Xu Mansion, who will protect you at Moya Military Academy?" The frisbee, once dropped, shot away again automatically. In this interstellar era, dog walking could even be fully automated. Xu Lingqu watched Lu Ming eagerly chase after the frisbee, beginning to question whether he was truly an SSS-class mecha or just an ordinary dog. Moya Military Academy. Wasn't that established by the galaxy? It must be dangerous, she mused. When Lu Ming returned, panting and resting at her feet, he sighed. "How could you be so weak? How did you awaken me?" Xu Lingqu, at a loss for words, had been attempting to strengthen her body over the past few days. The condition was dire. Even a little exertion left her feeling nauseous. Yet, she discovered an unexpected strength in controlling her body, as if it were truly her own, albeit significantly weakened. "You are so weak. If I weren't here, you'd be doomed," Lu Ming remarked, gazing up at his unfortunate host, when a sudden voice interrupted. "Who are you talking to?" A girl with golden hair appeared in the garden. Xu Shichen, dressed casually with her hair in a high ponytail, approached Xu Lingqu curiously. Xu Lingqu cast a glance at Lu Ming, who was feigning death at her feet, and replied, "I was talking to myself." "Why are you talking to yourself?" "If you want to chat, just come to me." Xu Shichen maintained her enthusiastic demeanor, reminiscent of a golden retriever meeting someone new. She glanced at Lu Ming and unabashedly exclaimed, "I heard you got a puppy." "I just saw him. He is quite adorable." Indeed, like a golden retriever, she saw only the good in everyone, while Lu Ming, feeling aggrieved, nipped at Xu Lingqu's pant leg, unable to voice his protest. "I think he is quite cute," Xu Lingqu reassured Lu Ming gently, turning her attention back to Xu Shichen. "What brings you here today?" As the most promising candidate among the younger generation of the Xu family to enter the mecha soldiers, Lady Catherine and Xu Yuan were eager to keep her tied to the training grounds. "Weary heading out the day after tomorrow. My brother said I could have 2 days off to relieve some pressure," Xu Shichen said as she sat back down on the bench, swinging her legs. "Only those who rank in the top 20 during this trial period will officially enter the mecha division and have a chance to become a formal mecha soldier. Lately, I've been dreaming that I ranked 21 SD. The brutal selection of military students based on mental prowess was merely the threshold. Those who truly fought in the mecha field were all exceptionally gifted individuals." Xu Shichen's mental power was assessed at a sufficient level to meet the entrance requirements. However, whether she could genuinely become a mecha soldier remained uncertain. "If only I could be like that freak." Shun Sholi, who scored S, no one questions his potential to become a mecha soldier, and even those in the military are eagerly awaiting him. Xu Shichen lamented. "He actually enrolled in Moya Military Academy this time, which means one fewer spot in the top 20. Psi. I envy him." Xu Lingqu, who had been assessed as SS level, remained unperturbed, with an SSS-class mecha lounging at her feet, appearing more like a disgruntled cotton candy. His grandfather, General Shinruashe, is the principal of Longyuan Military Academy. Why would he come to Moya instead of attending Longyuan, which is among the top in military academy competitions? Xu Shichen pondered, perplexed. Military academy competition? Xu Lingqu expressed interest. Yes, the military academies from the Federation also send representatives. This is organized by the Tianwang Group, so the entire thing takes place in a simulated space on the Tianwang network. Xu Shichen explained that it seems this military academy competition is no trivial matter. It essentially represents a clash of the new forces from the two major interstellar factions. Currently, we rely on Longyuan and Duolancidin to contend against the Federation. Where the strongest contenders are the United Academy and the Qing Army. As Xu Shichen spoke, an inexplicable optimism began to surface. So, with Shen Sholi joining Moya's new cohort, our ranking in this military academy competition might improve. We might not be at the bottom. Is Moya Military Academy really at risk of finishing last? Xu Lingqu inquired, while Luming, who remained feigning death at her feet, looked up in disbelief. Luckily, Xu Shichen did not notice him. Continuing, yes, Sai, Moya was established by Galaxy General. It once dominated the military academy competition for over a decade. However, since the passing of the second principal, General Sheng Shushang, the decline of the MOC Academy has been palpable, deteriorating to the point of being at the very bottom. The descent from greatness to mediocrity is indeed stark, that I have heard that the Academy's downfall is closely tied to General Sheng's staunch pro-war stance, which irked the veteran advocates of peace. That Xu Shichen leaned in to whisper to Xu Lingqu. General Sheng was a former subordinate of the Galactic General, unwavering in his pro-war beliefs. Those he trained at the MOCM Military Academy share the same convictions. The old guard of the peace faction could not shake General Sheng's influence, and after his passing, they have sought to undermine MOC at every turn. Even the sturdiest bamboo can be bent by the winds and snow. Those resilient souls at MOC have endured years of pressure, their spines unyielded but ultimately broken. Last year, they finished in last place in the Military Academy League, a position they had never occupied before. I find their treatment intolerable. It feels like a slap in the face to General Sheng and the Galactic General. Xu Shichen's indignation was genuine. In the upcoming league, I must ensure that MOC rises to prominence once again. Agreed, Xu Lingqu responded quietly. Offering her silent applause, Xu Shichen wished to say more, but an unexpected guest appeared in the garden. Xu Yuan approached, hands clasped behind his back, directing his gaze towards Xu Shichen. Brother, aren't I on break today? What brings you here? Xu Shichen observed him warily. Mother wishes to speak with you. She departs the day after tomorrow, and thus I was sent to find you, Xu Yuan replied. Unhurried. With a mention of Lady Catherine, Xu Shichen reluctantly stepped away from Xu Lingqu, feeling their conversation was abruptly cut short. Xu Yuan stood there. Xu Lingqu plucked a green leaf, sensing that he had come with intent directed at her. Since Zhenjin has left, I shall speak plainly, Xu Yuan stated, addressing her directly. The rankings during this trial period are crucial. If there is a team formation segment, I hope you will steer clear of my sister and not hinder her progress. So that's your concern, Xu Lingqu remarked, regarding Xu Yuan with a challenging gaze. How can you ascertain that I would be a hindrance? Anyone with eyes can see that, he retorted, scoffing. Xu Lingqu swiftly picked up Lu Ming and stood, asserting whether we form teams is entirely within my control, correct? Xu Yuan frowned. Xu Lingqu brushed past him, a light laugh escaping her lips. It depends on my mood. Chapter 8. Enrollment. The journey to MOCM Military Academy still commenced aboard the Star Trek train, though the distance this time was relatively short. Nestled between the third and second star systems, MOCM Military Academy occupies a planet of moderate size, strategically positioned outside the jurisdiction of any one system. As determined by the Galactic General in years past, he even bestowed upon this celestial body the name Yuan. Upon seeing the name, Xu Lingqu recalled that it belonged to one of the 5 stars of the Northern Dipper. Further realizing that the names of both MOC and Long Yuan stemmed from the renowned swords of ancient China, instinctively, she felt a connection to her fellow countrymen, yet her inquiries revealed that MOC, Long Yuan, and Yuheng bore no significant meaning in the interstellar linguistic system. Was this mere coincidence or something more? Xu Yuan resolved to escort Xu Shichen to the gates of MOCM Military Academy. In the VIP compartment of the Star Trek train, the three sat in silence, exchanging glances. Xu Shichen, hesitant to speak with Xu Lingqu in the presence of her brother, could only gaze at her yearningly. While Su Yuan remained mired in resentment from the previous day's encounter with Xu Lingqu, wishing to express his disdain through his stare, the two gazes met, but Xu Lingqu remained unfazed. Her recently cut black hair framed her face neatly, lending her an air of vitality. Having boarded the Star Trek train for a second time, she finally found a moment of tranquility to gaze out at the cosmic scenery. Celestial bodies twinkled in a vast expanse of the universe, where human ingenuity had transformed once inhospitable planets into environments suitable for life. The Star Trek train glided between various star systems, leaving shimmering silver arcs in its wake. This interstellar era boasted an abundance of planets capable of sustaining life. And through human efforts, many previously uninhabitable worlds had undergone environmental modifications. This was far more bustling than the lone Earth in the Milky Way. 3 hours later, they arrived at Mo-Siem Military Academy's entrance. Greeted by a friend of Su Yuan stationed at the Yuheng base, who piloted their vessel, they navigated smoothly to the Academy's gates, where the architectural design was inspired by the Galactic General's Mecca. Lu Ming, characterized by silver and white hues, adorned with reliefs resembling clouds and winds. The entrance exuded an ethereal quality, crafted from innovative materials that made it resemble a bridge of clouds, with celestial motifs flowing beside it. At the center stood two colossal sword sculptures, which Xu Lingqu recognized as the legendary swords, Ganjiang and Emosia. They crossed elegantly at the base, one a deep green and the other a cool blue, exuding an imposing presence that compelled passersby to look up in awe. She began to believe the boastful claims of Lu Ming being the most magnificent Mecca. Su Yuan then pulled Su Shizhen aside to impart several instructions, finally concluding his lengthy discourse before approaching Xu Lingqu. You had best not make me receive news of you crying and begging to withdraw during the trial period. He delivered this with a biting sarcasm, wishing to regain his pride from the previous day's defeat. Xu Lingqu responded coolly, I thought your greatest concern would be my teaming up with Su Shizhen and dragging her out of the top 20. Su Yuan was caught off guard once more, struggling to formulate a retort as she gracefully stepped through the gates of Mo-Siem Military Academy, with his sister trailing eagerly behind her. Their earlier conversation seemed to have vanished into thin air. Before arriving at Mo-Siem Military Academy, they had already installed the Academy's dedicated auxiliary system on their personal intelligence devices, pre-selecting their double dormitory where they would reside together. They were instructed to organize their belongings. Xu Lingqu, with her minimal luggage, completed her packing in 20 minutes. Her suitcase primarily contained Lu Ming's life form as she retrieved the lifeless Samoyed. Her serpent-patterned ring glimmered, and the little dog sprang back to life. That I'm utterly exhausted. Exhausted, you say? Xu Lingqu had ultimately decided to bring it along, though no one would oversee it during the trial period, leaving it to remain in her room. This place has changed so much. It bears no resemblance to the one the Galactic General brought me 2 years ago. Lu Ming flopped onto Xu Lingqu's bed, declaring, I will wait here for your return. You must ensure you come back alive, understood? One could easily mistake her for embarking on a perilous space anti-terror mission. During the trial period, wearing rings was prohibited, so Xu Lingqu removed hers the moment she did. Her intelligence device pinged with a notification. All new students please gather at the central square of the campus immediately. Without delay, Xu Lingqu called for the still organizing Su Shizhen, and they swiftly departed. Following the guidance of their intelligence devices, they arrived at the central square, where a man clad in deep purple military garb stood atop a platform, surveying the assembled recruits. Behind him loomed a massive spacecraft, resembling a military vessel, akin to an aircraft carrier in size, nearly the height of half a building. It appeared that the trial period would not occur on Yuan. They would need to board the spaceship. The moment they disembarked the Star Trek train, news of embarking on the spaceship surged through the crowd, igniting excitement in Su Shizhen's eyes. This new batch of recruits numbered 300, broadly categorized into combat and non-combat roles, with non-combatants further divided into mecha specialists, commanders, analysts, and so forth, while combatants would receive specific classifications after the trial period concluded. As the students gradually gathered, the instructor adjusted his cap and addressed them. Greetings. New recruits. I am your chief instructor for this trial period, Kion Chris. With his golden hair and blue eyes, he epitomized the classic Earth-European appearance. Beside him stood an individual of East Asian descent, who took the microphone to introduce himself. That my surname is Chun. and I will serve as your deputy instructor during this trial period. Kion waved his baton with a smile. Nice to meet you all. I will be lenient at first. Therefore, the last 2 students to arrive, please step forward. The instructor's pointed request was well understood by the recruits, who realized this was a punitive measure to establish authority. Moments later, 2 tardy individuals rose to their feet, hoping their slight delay would not warrant severe repercussions. Yet Kion approached without hesitation, delivering 2 blows without uttering a single word, leaving the duo visibly shaken and crying out in pain. This was the instructor's way of asserting dominance. During your first assembly, you all took 6 minutes. Is this the level expected of military academy students? Unbelievable. After administering his punishment, Kion returned to the platform, stating, for any emergency assemblies during the trial period, those who take longer than 2 minutes to arrive will face the same treatment. This is your first lesson today. The murmurs that had filled the crowd quickly fell silent. Despite their preparations, the strictness of MOCM Military Academy exceeded their expectations, as they had presumed that a school known for its last-place finishes would be relatively relaxed, satisfied with their apprehensive demeanor. Kion smiled and continued. Do you see the stealth? R3 behind me? We will board it and head to our trial location. His attention shifted back to the magnificent spacecraft. The previously subdued crowd erupted with excitement. This is the latest model of the Stealth, R3, a military spaceship. I have a model of it at home. He was extraordinarily handsome. Witnessing him from this distance was simply breathtaking. Can we really sit down? I wish to take more photos. Is it possible to return to the dorm for a moment? I should have worn that dazzling outfit. Excitement and anticipation radiated among the students, with many discussing what to bring aboard the spacecraft. Meanwhile, Kion chuckled coldly as the spacecraft's door swung open. Come aboard, he commanded. To their surprise, the instructor had orchestrated such a sudden assembly, and most of the students had arrived wearing nothing but their uniforms. How could they board like this? I haven't prepared anything. My luggage is still in the dormitory. What shall I do once we arrive? I haven't even washed my face. A dozen instructors clad in deep purple military uniforms disregarded the students' complaints, herding them onto the spacecraft like sheep. Their goal was to create an element of surprise, catching the students off guard. The students, in a flurry of panic yet exhilaration, surged into the spacecraft. The crowd was so dense that Xu Lingqu and Xu Shizhen, who had been walking together, were separated when a shove sent Xu Shizhen out of sight. Once everyone was inside the crew cabin, they looked around in bewilderment at one another, when suddenly, the gentle voice of Vice Instructor Chen broke through the confusion. Dear freshmen, we are about to commence our second lesson. Please prepare yourselves for an interstellar leap. Chapter 9. The first leap experience. As soon as Chun's words fell, the students began to stir restlessly, an undercurrent of anxiety rippling through them. Some, overwhelmed, attempted to communicate with the instructor. You brought a military ship just for us to experience a leap? Help. I feel nauseous even before it starts. What is this? A form of hazing for newcomers? Xu Lingqu was confused about the current situation. Everyone around her was agitated, and she had lost sight of Xu Shizhen. Turning, she encountered a pale face before her. In an era where corrective surgery was often simpler than a blood test, the girl still wore round glasses, her small face laden with fear and unease. Xu Lingqu's gaze lingered on her for a moment before she prepared to turn away, only to have the girl grasp her sleeve tightly. Your mental strength must be quite high, right? Is it S-grade? The girl anxiously inquired. Xu Lingqu pondered for a moment, ultimately not shaking her off. No, I'm only B-grade. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Then why are you so calm? Before Xu Lingqu could respond, a loud noise erupted as the ship indeed activated, launching from the central plaza of MOCM Military Academy, carrying a group of bewildered freshmen into the depths of space. Outside the academy gates, Su Yuan looked incredulously at his friend from the Yuheng base. Those lunatics at MOCM borrowed the Stealth. R3 from your base, just for a trial training. His friend lit a cigarette and patted his shoulder. We just found out today. They said it was a leap training. Don't worry. No one is going to die. Leap training? Su Yuan felt a jolt of apprehension. He recalled his first leap experience in his senior year after 4 years of studying related knowledge and mastering the use of mental power. Even under those circumstances, he had felt unprecedented discomfort, needing to lean on his roommate to avoid collapsing on the floor. How could I not worry about this group of maniacs? Frustrated, Su Yuan removed his hat, his eyes already unable to trace the Stealth. R3. His friend couldn't help but tease. You hopeless sister complex. You know your sister S level, don't you? She is only a grade for mental strength. Why are you so worried? Let us go. I am off for drinks. With some effort, he pulled Su Yuan away from the gates of MOCM Military Academy. At that moment, Stealth, R3 had already entered space, as most students were still adjusting to the situation. Vice Instructor Chun S voice rang out once more, simply stating, "Prepare for the leap." Those who had been naively imagining the instructor's threats now felt a complete sense of dread. The instructor was serious about this. No sooner had he spoken than the cabin erupted in flashes of yellow and green light, the entire vessel beginning to tremble, a precursor to the leap. The girl beside, Xu Lingqu, tightened her grip on her sleeve. In an instant, the spacecraft seemed to plunge into an unknown realm. The cabin was entirely enclosed, with no screens provided by the instructors to offer a view of the outside, intensifying their fear of the unknown. Xu Lingqu felt a slight ear ringing, while around her, students began retching and collapsing to the ground. The girl next to her struggled to remain upright, leaning heavily on Xu Lingqu for support. The air within the cabin thickened, and many students clearly struggled to breathe. Confused, Xu Lingqu scanned her surroundings, trying to comprehend the cause of the distress when her gaze unexpectedly met that of Shinsholi, who stood directly in front of her. "Xu Lingqu," he said, his expression revealing surprise at that moment. She recalled the girl's earlier inquiry about her mental strength and why she appeared so composed. Xu Lingqu suddenly realized that those with high mental strength were unaffected by the negative effects of interstellar leaps. That explained why, while many had collapsed, Shinsholi remained standing. Although her visible mental strength grade was B. It was astonishing that she was standing so steadily amid the chaos. In an instant, Xu Lingqu made a decision. Meeting Shinsholi's probing gaze, she pretended to faint, carefully choosing a spot on the floor that avoided the mess from others retching. Meanwhile, the instructors in the cockpit were intently monitoring the situation, evaluating the outcome of their first lesson. Kion pointed at Shinsholi on the monitor, noting an S-grade mental strength. Quite impressive indeed. The best news for MOCM Military Academy this year was Shinsholi's enrollment. Other military academies' recruitment officers had nearly camped at the Shin residence. All eyes across the empire fixated on this S-grade mental prodigy to see where he would end up. Most assumed that the grandson of General Shun would surely enroll in his grandfather's own Longyuan Academy, competing for a slim chance elsewhere. However, Shinsholi chose the only academy that had not pursued him, MOCM. This decision left everyone astonished, puzzled as to why he would attend a seemingly declining institution. Kion himself was unsure why he had whimsically chosen MOCM. Yet now that he was here, there was no need to dwell on it. MOCM was the only military academy this year with an S-grade mental strength recruit, marking it the strongest cohort in a decade. Kion reflected. And then there was Liu Zheng, also from the 4-star system, with S-grade mental power. Vice Instructor Chun pointed to another girl with long black hair. Kion nodded, noting she stood as firmly as a mountain. Her family background was uncomplicated, akin to growing up in a harsh frontier environment, a child from a struggling household. This distinction set her apart from other pampered youths, as she had no powerful connections to back her. Though she possessed S-grade mental strength, it was only a matter of time before she became a mech pilot. However, gaining entry into the military would eventually require support. The recruitment officers at MOCM had done their homework on her, ensuring many future prospects were secured to bring her aboard. Kion believed these two would emerge as leaders of MOCM's new generation. The cohort also included several outstanding new students with grade mental powers. And Vice Instructor Chun pointed to a golden-haired girl with a high ponytail, Su Shijin. She is the daughter of General Su. Indeed, a case of like father, like daughter. Kion nodded appreciatively, then recalled something, inquiring whether General Su's other adopted daughter had also enrolled. Aiming for a command specialization with B-grade mental power, having previously reviewed all student files, Vice Instructor Chen S. Keen caught a glimpse of the girl next to Shinsholi. She has collapsed. Kion raised an eyebrow. How can there be such a disparity among the Su family? She, too, aimed for command specialization with only B-grade mental power. Vice Instructor Chan explained that she had spent years living in the Ziyun frontier region, having just returned in the last couple of days, and there were persistent rumors of her poor health, making her fainting not surprising. Kion found it somewhat amusing. Poor health and attending a military academy? Vice Instructor Chun chuckled, shaking his head. The eldest son of the Su family, who is well established in the military, personally sought connections to get her in, leveraging General Su's reputation. Their little choice in the matter. Every year, generals and colonels would attempt to place their less capable offspring into the major military academies that, in the past, MOCA would have been exempt from this practice, but given the current circumstances, they needed General Su's backing. Kion fell silent, ultimately diverting his gaze. A mechanical voice announced, "Leap completed." The leap had finally concluded, though it had only lasted a mere 30 seconds. For the students, however, the agony felt prolonged, as if it had stretched into an hour. Although Xu Shizhen remained standing, she, too, suffered from severe dizziness, which eased somewhat after the leap ended. Hearing murmurs nearby about someone fainting, an uneasy thought crossed her mind. It couldn't be Xu Lingqu, could it? Xu Shizhen moved towards the group gathered in the corner, parting the crowd to take a look. Indeed, Xu Lingqu fainted. She hurriedly rushed forward to support her. Lifting her gaze to the still-standing Shun Sholi and inquired, "What caused my sister to lose consciousness?" Shun Sholi remained silent. Xu Lingqu quickly interjected before he could articulate the facts to Xu Shizhen. Softly assuring, "I am fine." She patted Xu Shizhen's shoulder and stood up, locking eyes with Shun Sholi once again, maintaining her composure. There is no rule stating that one cannot faint with a delay. Is there? Chapter 10. The initial assessment. The doors of the starship swung open, revealing Instructor Kion standing outside, flanked by other instructors forming two lines. He surveyed the majority of the students, who were experiencing their first transition and were still in a state of panic. And a disdainful smile crept across his face. "This stealth ship, thanks to you all, will require domestic robots for cleaning," he remarked, pointing at the remnants of their nausea. "Come out now, or do you still hope it will take you home?" With a scoff and a gesture, the instructors entered the vessel and ushered the students out. Xu Lingqu stepped outside, where the stealth ship had come to rest on an open expanse of shallow grass. Bordered by woods to the north and a river to the south, the azure sky, fluffy clouds, and gently flowing river, coupled with dense foliage, made it appear as though they had arrived on a pristine little planet. Xu Lingqu gazed at the scenery, feeling a sense of disorientation wash over her, as if she had returned to Earth before the apocalypse. Birdsong, dappled sunlight, and the caress of spring breezes could instantly soothe the soul. Xu Shizhen lingered nearby, still concerned about any potential aftereffect from Xu Lingqu's fainting spell. Once all had disembarked, the instructors led them along the riverbank. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, with the massive silhouette of the stealth ship no longer in sight, they halted. This area was flatter and more spacious than upstream. Once everyone had come to a stop, Instructor Kion leaped onto a nearby boulder, continuing to survey the crowd from an elevated position. "Congratulations on passing the initial, albeit trivial, test. The interstellar transition. That, I must admit, some of your performances have truly opened my eyes." Xu Lingqu felt the weight of gazes upon her, but remained unfazed by the veiled remarks. "Those of you enrolled in mecha manufacturing and maintenance may now step forward. The supervising instructor will guide you to another location for your preliminary training," with a wave of his hand. One of the instructors stepped forward to lead the students away. Graduates of mecha manufacturing and maintenance are nominally referred to as mecha engineers. In many respects, a proficient mecha engineer is far more valuable than a mecha soldier. But only under the condition of excellence. The threshold for becoming a mecha engineer differs from that of a mecha soldier, which is directly measured by mental prowess. Instead, they must seek out a mecha master to become their disciple, akin to ancient guilds in Blue Star, in order to carve out their own path. Entering school is, in fact, the least significant aspect of their career. The most critical factor is whether they can find their master during this period. 20 students who had enrolled in mecha engineering stepped forward, following the instructor deeper into the woods. Xu Lingqu glanced around and spotted the girl from the starship who had questioned whether she possessed high mental energy. Noticing Xu Lingqu's gaze, the girl turned back, nodding in thanks for Xu Lingqu's earlier assistance. This cohort of aspiring mecha engineers departed. Whispers began anew among the remaining students. Being a mecha engineer is the way to go. I should have chosen that path. They have entrance exams. Do you have the brains for that? Mecha engineers are fragile and need careful protection. Who will sympathize with us in the command track? What have we analysts done to deserve this? Among the remaining students, most had opted for combat roles, tall and muscular figures indicative of their capabilities that a group of 60 individuals, noticeably slender, clearly represented the command and analysis track. Originally part of the same category, they had been meticulously divided later on. One focused on strategy and decision-making, the other solely on data analysis. They are essential on the battlefield, yet they comprise the physically weakest cohort. Typically, other military academies would segregate such individuals for different training. However, it was evident that MOE Military Academy and Instructor Kion had other plans, having bid farewell to the future mecha engineers. Instructor Kion addressed the remaining students from his elevated position. You were informed prior to your arrival that this training period has an elimination system, correct? Vice Instructor Chun promptly sent out information to all their cerebral interfaces. The students hurriedly opened the files, revealing a grouping list. Among the remaining 280 students, 7 were assigned to each team, seemingly at random. Upon reviewing the list, Xu Lingqu discovered that within her team of 7, only 1 was from the combat track. The other 6 comprised 4 analysts and 2 from the command track. Observing the students' visibly disheartened expressions, Kion smiled contentedly, announcing the content of the first assessment during the training period. The first assessment will involve one-on-one duels between teams. With a random grouping, the number of students from the combat track was nearly 3 to 4 times that of the non-combatants, leaving Xu Lingqu bewildered by her assigned team. The grim expression on Xu Shizhen's face mirrored the dismay. How are we supposed to manage this? For Xu Lingqu's team, it was an evidently hopeless situation. Xu Shizhen vocally inquired, "Can we switch teams?" Despite being repeatedly admonished by Su Yuan to refrain from meddling. Particularly in Xu Lingqu's affairs, she could not help herself. Standing atop the stone, Vice Instructor Chun had likely anticipated this reaction and quickly addressed the students' concerns with a cheerful demeanor, stating, "Team switching is not permitted." He exchanged a glance with Instructor Kion and added, "This selection process is not only for the mecha program, but also pertains to your formal admission. This assessment will be scored throughout, and we will clearly outline the rules for each test. At the end of the training period, the top 20 will enter the mecha program, while the bottom 80 will be eliminated." Vice Instructor Chun explained. In this assessment, each group will compete against one another. The victorious team will earn 5 points per member, while the losing team will receive no points and will incur deductions, due to Shun Sholi's unexpected inclusion. The admissions process for MOE Military Academy underwent significant alterations. There were those eager to test the waters, others attempting to ride the coattails of the Shun family, and some merely looking to disrupt the proceedings. Ultimately, due to the complexities of various relationships, 300 students were admitted, leading to the urgent implementation of an elimination system during this training period. Instructor Kion elaborated, "Every point from here on out will be crucial for you. Today is merely the beginning." Upon concluding his explanation, the students began to disperse and gather with their respective teams. Before departing, Xu Shizhen patted Xu Lingqu on the shoulder, saying, "Let us aim to team up for the next assessment." When Xu Lingqu's team convened, not a single member wore a pleasant expression. The one combat student, with a scowl that suggested the world owed him a debt, added fuel to the awkward silence. Meanwhile, other teams engaged in fervent discussions about strategies. The order of combatants and tactical maneuvers were equally vital. Yet, her team stood in uncomfortable silence, with the lone combat student scoffing, "What difference does it make if I'm the only combatant in our group?" Chapter 11. The Focused Battle. Xu Lingqu glanced at his profile within her cerebral interface. Sun Liao, hailing from the second star system, with a mental energy level of his physique, certainly bore the marks of professional training. But beyond that, he appeared unremarkable. Upon his remark, the other non-combat team members felt even more awkward. An analyst girl mustered her courage to ask, "Is there anything we can do to assist you? I learned some basic fighting skills before enrolling." Her name was Lin Xiao, and she exuded a gentle demeanor, speaking with grace. Unfortunately, Sun Liao was not particularly grateful. "Enough already. What can you all contribute?" "It is still going to be me against 7. Are you certain you can handle 7? Xu Lingqu interjected. Rather than being upset over the uneven grouping, Sun Liao seemed to revel in asserting himself as the sole combatant among them. Seeking to elevate his status at the expense of his teammates, for him, winning or losing was inconsequential. What mattered was seizing the moment to boast and establish dominance, instilling guilt in the others. His fragile pride was akin to a bubble in the air, easily shattered by a mere word. As anticipated, Sun Liao bristled, his face reddening with rage as he lunged towards Xu Lingqu, intent on seizing her collar. However, she deftly sidestepped, evading his grasp. The speed of her movement left him momentarily stunned, granting the other team members the opportunity to separate the two. Enough of this. We must first decide the order of combatants. The girl, Lin Xiao, who had initially attempted to mediate, hesitated as she glanced at Sun Liao before finally saying, "If you feel wrong, son, you may choose the order in which you wish to engage." Sun Liao desired precisely this. He let out a cold snort. "I shall be the sixth to participate. Allow the first 5 inept individuals to deplete the adversary's stamina before he enters the fray. It would be most advantageous for him. The pressure on the final participant is the greatest, and the blame will inevitably fall upon her." Pointing a finger at Xu Lingqu, he declared, "I have a request. She shall go last." Sun Liao calculated astutely in his mind. Lin Xiao furrowed her brow. Ew. She resolved to grant him the autonomy to choose, intending merely to placate him superficially, not to indulge his unreasonable antics. "Very well, I shall go last." Xu Lingqu nodded at Lin Xiao. Indifferent to her position in the lineup, in this combat training, she was determined to emerge victorious. Prior to enrollment, she had diligently engaged in fundamental exercises, and her initial frailty had become less pronounced. Moreover, she increasingly felt a sense of mastery over this body at times. While practicing combat movements alone, she discovered an unexpected proficiency, as if muscle memory guided her. However, after executing 30 moves, she would often feel dizzy and breathless, on the verge of collapsing. Nonetheless, facing these students, even if limited to 30 moves, would suffice to take down all opponents. 280 individuals were divided into 40 groups, engaging in head-to-head matches in 2 makeshift arenas, A and B. Xu Lingqu's group was assigned to the 10th match in Group B, position last. The formal assessment commenced, and the crowd surged, suddenly gravitating towards Arena A. In an instant, Arena B was left with only the first 2 competing teams, Supervisor Instructor Chun and the disinterested Xu Lingqu. The inaugural match in Arena A was the spotlight event. By chance, 2 highly anticipated S-class psychic students, Shen Sholi and Lu Zheng, were pitted against each other. New students collectively speculated that the future leaders of the MOCM Military Academy, or even the military, might emerge from these two as they stood on opposite sides. Yet to enter the arena, the tension in the air became palpable. Instructor Khan, supervising Arena A, surveyed the 2 groups with satisfaction before announcing their entry order. Shen Sholi was set to enter as the 5th participant, while Lu Zheng would ascend to the stage 3rd. This meant that for them to face off, Lu Zheng would need to triumph over 2 opponents under conditions of parity in the early stages. Perhaps influenced by their teammates or due to the inherent strength of both groups, the first competitors from each group delivered an exhilarating match. Ultimately, Lu Zheng's teammate, leveraging greater strength, managed to topple their opponent off the platform before moving on to face the second challenger. Xu Lingqu, observing the height and size of the stage, contemplated her most efficient techniques for swiftly eliminating opponents, gradually becoming lost in thought until a voice broke her reverie. "I hear Lu Zheng excels not in combat, but in sniping." A tall young man with jet black hair and fair skin approached her. His almond-shaped, dark eyes sparkled innocently, presenting a rather harmless appearance. Noticing Xu Lingqu's puzzled expression, he quickly introduced himself. "I apologize for the abruptness. I am Tang Muan, a participant in the first match of Group B. I just came down from the stage, and the crowd was too dense for me to get through. I assumed you were observing from afar and wished to exchange a few words." In the B arena, aside from the upcoming duel, only Xu Lingqu remained. However, her distraction, gazing at the distant A arena, might easily give the impression that she preferred to observe from a distance to AT that moment. Lu Zheng was engaged in a match with the 4th participant from Shen Sholi's group. Fortunately for Lu Zheng, her initial teammate had performed admirably, defeating 2 opponents and alleviating much of her pressure before facing Shen Sholi. Yet, on stage, Lu Zheng's performance did not reflect dominance. The expectations surrounding her stemmed from her S-class psychic ability, often mythologized due to its connection to mecha piloting. Many believed that a high psychic level granted omnipotence. But in reality, it merely enhanced sensory agility and responsiveness to changes in the environment. At least, that was Xu Lingqu's experience since awakening her own psychic powers. Nevertheless, the benefits of psychic ability in combat were not negligible. Observing Lu Zheng, she swiftly seized upon an opening, delivering a decisive blow that sent her opponent crashing off the stage, prompting cheers and applause from the onlookers. The next competitor to enter was Shen Sholi. The combat suits had yet to be distributed. Everyone wore their own attire, mostly practical for training. Xu, however, donned a light brown suit, as if preparing for a banquet rather than entering a makeshift arena on a primitive planet. Before stepping onto the stage, he even wiped his hands, embodying the demeanor of a privileged heir, perfectly complementing his appearance. Tang Muin looked on, somewhat astonished. Is Xu truly like this? Xu Lingqu pondered, finding the situation amusing. It seemed that Xu earlier expression of shock upon seeing her was likely due to her nonchalant demeanor while being embraced by a nearby girl who was retching. Xu fighting style mirrored his refined persona, elegant. In this brutal game of combat, his movements were precise and methodical, appearing casual yet revealing an intricate mastery. Lu Zheng faced him like an unyielding wall. As her space diminished, she resolved to take a risk. Attempting to maneuver around him for more room, in that moment, Xu deftly sent her tumbling off the stage. The spotlight match concluded unexpectedly, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned. The intensity of this first round paled in comparison to what had just unfolded. Yet the two participants appeared satisfied with the outcome, nodding in mutual acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in Group B's first match, Tang Muin's team emerged victorious. His group members summoned their counterparts for the second match, while he remained by Xu Lingqu's side. Is Xu always like this? Xu Lingqu remained silent as she observed Xu facing off against another strength-based competitor. His finesse became even more pronounced, moving with the grace of a gentle breeze while effortlessly countering his opponent's attacks. Eventually, without even laying a finger on him, his adversary lost balance and fell from the stage. Disgusting, Xu Lingqu succinctly remarked. Tang Muin chuckled softly. You seem to have quite the opinion of him. His voice and demeanor were endearing, indicating an awareness of his charm, as he subtly probed Xu Lingqu about Xu. Perhaps he only had a vague understanding of their backgrounds, knowing that the Shun and Su families had some connections. Leading him to assume she possessed insight into Xu, Xu Lingqu straightforwardly replied, If you're seeking information about Xu from me, you've come to the wrong person. I am not acquainted with him. She disliked being subjected to such inquiries. Tang Muin's eyes flickered with surprise, as if he had not anticipated her response. He hesitated, wanting to explain, but a commotion erupted in arena, interrupting him, witnessing Xu consecutively defeat 4 opponents. Lu Zhang's remaining teammates began to lose hope, fearing that they would be decisively defeated by Xu's onslaught. However, when the final participant stepped up, the tide began to turn to a boy with striking red hair and a mischievous grin. Showcasing a pair of tiger teeth, exuded an unruly charm. His combat style mirrored his appearance, swift and fierce, combining ample strength with agility, making him no easy target. Lu Zheng had faltered against Xu due to her inability to penetrate his defenses. But this red-haired youth moved with even greater speed and ferocity. Their exchanges were dynamic, each strike and counterstrike leaving only fleeting impressions in the air, captivating the audience in rapt silence as they savored this pinnacle of competition. After a series of over 100 exchanges, the red-haired boy seized an opening, grasping Xu's shoulder. The crowd held their breath, anticipating Xu's counter, only to see him pause momentarily before forcefully swatting the boy's hand away and leaping off the stage. The spectators were left speechless, as Xu disdainfully brushed off the dust from his shoulder, revealing a dark smudge left by the boy's hand on his pristine attire. Hey, thanks for the match, the red-haired boy exclaimed, unabashedly waving his soiled hand at Xu in a blatant act of provocation. Xu Lingqu watched as Xu discarded the soiled jacket, contemplating how to handle this individual in the future. The arrival of the red-haired boy disrupted what had seemed like a certain victory for Xu's group, leaving the remaining 2 contestants as no match for him. Throughout the entire event, Instructor Kion was astonished by the ultimate performance of this much-anticipated battle. Xu and Lu Zheng exceeded his expectations, and then there was the unexpected joy of the red-haired youth. After reviewing the red-haired boy's profile, he discovered that he was an ordinary student named Jean, possessing an impressive A+ mental aptitude. He had recently stood in a dark corner during the transition phase, obscured from view, but his A+ rating promised significant potential. Kion silently surveyed the students, his instincts hinting that this new cohort harbored numerous surprises yet to be unveiled. Chapter 12. 1 against 7. The subsequent group confrontations proceeded in an orderly fashion. Su Shixin's team in Area A performed particularly well. As their opponents seemed to concede defeat, she single-handedly triumphed over 4 adversaries, securing victory. Due to their swift success, a substantial time lag developed between groups A and B. By the time Xu Lingqu's group commenced, only they and their opponents remained on the field. Students who had finished their initial assessments congregated in small clusters, engrossed in conversation, with little interest in the final match. After all, the members of this contest appeared quite unremarkable. It seemed more prudent to socialize than to spectate in future assessments. Should there be a chance for self-selected teams, the ability to forge connections now could prove invaluable in selecting competent teammates. Thus, several standout students attracted considerable attention, with Xu Shijin, stationed by Group B, receiving particular admiration, though no one dared approach her for conversation. Her icy demeanor and the prestige of being a Xu family heiress rendered her somewhat intimidating. Her golden hair shimmering in the evening sun like a precious topaz, prompting only distant admiration. As the match commenced, facing an entirely combat-oriented team, the analysts and commanders among her teammates had already exerted their utmost efforts. Particularly, the young girl Lin Xiao seemed intent on exhausting her opponents, stalling for time, yet the disparity in strength was too great. Although the combat students varied in capability, they were all elite graduates from prestigious military academies in their respective star systems. Notably, the first competitor sent forth by their opponents was their strongest, leaving Xu Lingqu's top 5 with little hope of retaliation. As the 5 were systematically eliminated, it was at last Sun Liao's turn to confront him. With a pallid expression, he stepped onto the stage to face Wang Qihu, whom he recognized. The selection process for the 6 major military academies in the second star system differed from others. To ensure a high graduation rate, they centralized the training of all military students before allowing them to apply to the 6 major academies. Wang Qihu belonged to the finest batch of military students from this system, having been rejected by Longyuan Military Academy before arriving at Moxie. In stark contrast, Sun Liao's admission to Moxie was solely due to familial connections that had influenced the school administration. In essence, the disparity in strength between them was immense. Wang Qihu's placement as the first competitor shattered Sun Liao's prior calculations. The exhaustion of the preceding 5 was inconsequential against such overwhelming power. As the match officially began, Sun Liao raised his hand, casting a cold glance at Xu Lingqu, the last remaining member of his team. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Instructor, I surrendered." He was the only contestant throughout the day to propose an outright surrender. Instructor Chun paused, pressing his lips together. "Are you certain?" While there was no rule prohibiting students from surrendering during assessments, the act of desertion was frowned upon among military students. Yet Sun Liao dismissed such concerns, reasoning that although surrendering might be humiliating, it would preserve his strength for future challenges. The point was already lost, and he risked further penalties. If future training assessments were to occur, possessing an advantage in stamina would be paramount. "Yes, I am certain," he replied, recalling the earlier competitors who had fought valiantly only to be defeated like jesters, that he felt no remorse. Instead, he found it amusing, convinced that his teammates deserved their fate, had they not burdened him. He would not have been in this predicament. With that, Sun Liao descended the stage with ease, his disdainful gaze directed at Xu Lingqu as she ascended. He thought to himself that if she were wise, she would follow his lead and surrender to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, should she overestimate her capabilities, he hoped Wang Qihu would show no mercy. Initially intimidated by the prospect of facing the daughter of the Xu family, his fear dissipated upon learning she was merely a foster child, leaving him with nothing but contempt for Xu Lingqu. As Xu Lingqu stood on stage, Wang Qihu, visibly displeased with Sun Liao's surrender, presumed it was a collective decision from their team. He bluntly suggested to the frail girl, "Why don't you surrender as well? I'm not accustomed to fighting women." Wang Qihu had already found Lin Xiao to be a considerable nuisance. Unfazed, Xu Lingqu merely nodded at Instructor Chun, signaling her readiness for the match to commence. With a smirk, Wang Qihu dismissed her as he prepared to lift the seemingly fragile girl before him, mindful to be gentle lest he cause her harm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xu Lingqu's leg struck his face with astonishing speed. Caught completely off guard, he was swiftly knocked to the ground. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, she delivered a second, merciless kick, effortlessly sending him off the stage. Remarkably, she had not even laid a finger on him. Wang Qihu lay stunned on the ground, his senses dulling for several seconds before he felt a searing pain in his neck and abdomen. Xu Lingqu had shown him no mercy. Her strikes had been delivered with unrelenting force. Astonished, he scrambled to his feet, cradling his aching body, gazing incredulously at Xu Lingqu, his eyes wide with disbelief. The students who had been chatting in clusters fell into silence, the arena now echoing only with the rustling of leaves in the wind. In any ordinary setting, witnessing a frail girl topple a towering man would evoke awe, let alone in a military academy's duel, where a commanding student faced off against a combat specialist. From an external perspective, they appeared to be worlds apart. Yet Xu Lingqu, embodying the earth, had punctured through the heavens. After a brief pause, Xu Shizhen's enthusiastic applause shattered the stillness, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she leaped in joy. A stark contrast to her usually aloof demeanor. She could hardly contain herself, pride swelling within her as she realized her sister's extraordinary strength. This revelation empowered her to confidently seek Xu Lingqu as a teammate in the future, no longer fearing Su Youwen's disapproval. With Xu Shizhen paving the way, others quickly joined in the applause, a cacophony rising like a symphony in celebration. The previously indifferent audience now flocked to witness the match. And even several instructors approached to observe the spectacle. A buzz of excitement erupted among the crowd. Isn't she from the command division? Who could decipher her movements and techniques? I swear I saw a blur. Is this speed and power for real? This can't be staged. That giant Wang Qihu was defeated in just 2 kicks. Xu Lingqu remained unfazed by the crowd's reaction, nodding as the second member of the opposing team took the stage, signaling her readiness to begin once more. This time, she engaged with even greater speed, landing a punch to her opponent's upper abdomen. Although he was also a combat specialist, he paled in comparison to Wang Qihu. With minimal effort, Xu Lingqu sent him sprawling with a swift trip, and, as the third and fourth members of the opposing team followed suit, it became evident that they were far more cautious than Wang Qihu had been. They were fully prepared to defend, with Wang Qihu himself strategizing alongside them. Yet, they too fell victim to her relentless assault, each managing to withstand no more than 5 strikes. Observing from the sidelines, Wang Qihu reflected on how he too had succumbed to her prowess, feeling a strange sense of relief. Her techniques were executed with such velocity and precision that anticipating her strikes was impossible, and her unyielding offensive approach left no room for defense. Yes, Xu Lingqu systematically dismantled her opponents. Wang Qihu's posture straightened with a newfound sense of pride. The embarrassment was not his alone. Facing someone of Xu Lingqu's terrifying caliber made his defeat seem entirely reasonable. The audience erupted in fervor, their excitement palpable. This contrasted starkly with the earlier high-caliber, evenly matched showdown between Shensholi and Lu Zheng. While their remarkable duel was impressive, Xu Lingqu's singular, heroic feat of overcoming 7 opponents brought an exhilarating thrill that surpassed it. As the final competitor to step onto the stage, she faced the collective might of the opposing combat specialists, a feat that stirred the hearts of all present. How could anyone remain unmoved by such a display? Xu Lingqu's name echoed throughout the crowd as inquiries arose regarding her origins as Xu Shizhen stood among them. Proudly exclaiming, "She is my sister," Jean stood beside Shensholi, the two maintaining their distance as they gazed at Xu Lingqu on stage, with one hand toying with his red hair and the other resting on Shensholi's shoulder. He remarked, "Isn't that the daughter of the Xu family? You're more familiar with her, right? Her moves are quite peculiar. Can you discern any technique?" "I cannot tell," Shensholi replied, brushing Jin's hand away with a frown. "Oh, still upset, are we? Warfare thrives on deception. Why are you so petty?" Jin retorted, shaking his reddened hand in feigned grievance. "Who do you think is stronger, Lu Zheng or her?" He pointed toward Lu Zheng, who was equally captivated by Xu Lingqu's performance. "I haven't fought against her," Shensholi said, his gaze fixed on Xu Lingqu, his eyes darkening that Xu's techniques were indeed strange, eluding clear comprehension. With a swift backhand strike, she sent the 6th opponent tumbling off the stage, igniting a frenzy among the spectators. All the instructors had now gathered, creating an atmosphere even more vibrant than the previous highlight match. Xu Lingqu flexed her somewhat numb hand. It was only natural not to see clearly. These techniques were the result of countless battles against mutated beasts and infected humans, refined into muscle memory and instinct. In contrast, the students were merely products of a sheltered environment, their sensitivity to techniques stemming from textbook encounters. Xu Lingqu had faced life-and-death situations hundreds of times and fought directly for her opponent's vulnerabilities. The Kaiang instructors were acutely aware of this. from the moment Xu Lingqu dispatched Wang Qihu with 2 swift moves. He approached and stood beside Instructor Chen. If she had a sharp object, even a needle, her opponents would struggle to survive, he asserted. Instructor Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging these techniques defy definition. This is pure lethality, both fierce and graceful. Kaion's expression was a blend of concern and admiration as he observed Xu Lingqu effortlessly defeat the 7th opponent, pinching the bridge of his nose. This is entirely reminiscent of the madness exhibited by Ares' faction. He mused, recalling unsettling memories. The wave of nausea washed over him as he vividly recalled witnessing Ares execute a treasonous officer at the military headquarters, the officer's gruesome demise leaving a lasting impression. However, Xu Lingqiu's spiritual power was only at a B level and still in transition, rendering her incapable of meeting the madman's expectations. Ares would never come to our school to select candidates. Would he? Instructor Chen sensed Kaion's underlying anxiety and patted his shoulder, signaling him to refrain from overthinking. But he stepped forward and announced Xu Lingqiu's team's victory. In the audience, Lin Xiao had been ecstatic since Xu Lingqiu's effortless defeat of Wang Qihu, nearly moved to tears by the conclusion. Yet, the thought that the shameless Sun Liao would also reap the rewards dampened her spirits. Congratulations, you have achieved the remarkable feat of overcoming 7 opponents in a single sweep. Instructor Chen beamed at Xu Lingqiu. The crowd erupted in applause for her stunning comeback. Yet Xu Lingqiu herself felt far from triumphant. She had not managed to resolve the match within 30 moves. Many actions were executed while she was dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Her body was now completely overstrained. Every blink felt like a prelude to fainting, and her subconscious urged her to find rest. Nevertheless, Xu Lingqiu mustered her strength to address Instructor Chen. I am truly formidable, so may I make a request? Instructor Chen, accustomed to congratulating numerous students, was taken aback by her directness. What is it? I request that our team surrender does not earn us any points. Xu Lingqiu stated plainly. Known for her iron resolve and penchant for vengeance, she even suspected that this very trait had enabled her to survive as a law enforcer during the apocalypse without crumbling under pressure. Chapter 13. Fainting in the 6th year of the apocalypse, law enforcer Xu Lingqiu embarked on her first assignment. An infected individual emerged in the eastern district of the Lakidon human survivor base. Prompting Xu to accompany the senior law enforcer, Hebian, to handle the situation. Within the infected's home, their relatives resisted fiercely. Hebian opted to incapacitate the man by shooting him in the calf before eliminating the infected individual. 3 days later, on a tranquil day free of mutated beast incursions, Hebian perished in the line of duty, ambushed by a limping human man. The first lesson Xu Lingqiu learned was that no longer being lenient with humanity was the first step towards saving it. If an individual surrenders, there is no reason to award points based on team victory, Xu Lingqiu explained to Instructor Chen, glancing at Sun Liao, whose complexion fluctuated between ashen and crimson. Given that points were crucial for elimination, she could not allow someone like Sun Liao to benefit from their collective effort. It wasn't that she feared him. It was merely a matter of eradicating a cockroach without hesitation. Why should we adhere to the rules? The team that wins should receive 5 points. How can you simply decide not to award them? Sun Liao exclaimed, panic overtaking him as Xu Lingqiu's performance far exceeded his expectations, shattering his plans. Instructor Chen remained silent. Turning to Xu Lingqiu and sensing her weakness, he frowned slightly, prompting Sun Liao to mistakenly believe the instructor might side with him. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Liao attempted to morally manipulate the situation. She can decide who scores and who doesn't. Is this still teamwork? If she can take away my points now, what has to stop her from doing the same to others next time? At that moment, Lin Xiao raised her hand. Instructor, as a team member, I agree that someone who surrenders does not deserve points. Moreover, I voluntarily donate my score to Xu Lingqiu. Xu Lingqiu had essentially single-handedly turned the tide of the match, rescuing them from certain defeat. Lin Xiao believed Xu should have complete discretion over any points awarded, expressing her unconditional support. After Lin Xiao spoke, several other team members raised their hands in solidarity with Xu Lingqiu. Sun Liao's face turned an ashen shade of fury. His fists clenched in a desperate attempt to resist. Suddenly, Xu Lingqiu swayed and collapsed. Anticipating this, Instructor Chen swiftly caught her. While the previously captivated students redirected their focus, Xu Shichen leaped onto the stage, exclaiming, "What happened to my sister? This is the second time Xu Lingqiu has fainted today. Instructor Kaiyong joined Xu Shichen on stage. Assessing Xu Lingqu's condition, he signaled for a female instructor to carry her to the makeshift medical tent in the woods. She's exhausted, he succinctly explained to the anxious Xu Shichen, holding her back while his gaze on Xu Lingqu grew more complex. Despite her remarkably refined combat skills, she possessed poor physical constitution and a low spiritual power level. As the adopted daughter of General Xu, she was enshrouded in mystery, leaving others perplexed about how to unravel her enigma. Watching Xu Lingqu being taken away, Instructor Chen smiled at Sun Liao, saying, "Xu is so fatigued that she's fainted. We shall honor her request." Lin Xiao picked up on this cue and followed suit, turning to Sun Liao. "Indeed, she has fainted. You wouldn't want to press the issue, would you?" Instructor Chen's intentions were unmistakable, leaving Sun Liao with no choice but to accept the consequences of his actions. Frustrated, he retreated to a corner, vowing that this was merely the beginning, and he would have his chance to retaliate against that arrogant woman. As consciousness faded and darkness enveloped her, Xu Lingqu found herself in a stark interrogation room, garbed in her law enforcer uniform, facing Judgment Point 102 Nanjing Street, West District, Task D7 in progress. "Why did you kill that young boy?" His mother was infected and had been executed. He willingly consumed her blood, accepting infection. In my eyes, he had already become an infected and was thus subject to elimination. The interrogator rapped the table. According to the new laws of Lakudon, individuals in the early stages of infection can be handled by laboratories for antibody research. The law clearly stipulates two options: laboratory processing or immediate execution. I simply opted for the latter. A figure in a white coat entered, slamming the table and pointing an accusatory finger at Xu Lingqu. "You disregard human life. You extinguish the flame of antibody research. You wish for the apocalypse to persist, for only then can you law enforcers reign supreme over life." The interrogator dragged him away, yet Xu Lingqu remained impassive. "I have explained myself clearly. May I leave now?" After receiving the approval of the interrogator, she rose and opened the door, revealing an interstellar city filled with towering skyscrapers and advanced technology. Before Xu Lingqu could make any further move, she had already opened her eyes. Awakening from this nightmare, that moment, her legs were ensnared by a transparent substance, which writhed around her like jelly. "Awake? You fainted on the first day. For your sake, I had to bring these here." A woman clad in a white coat gazed at Xu Lingqu, her icy blue hair cascading to one side. The origin of its hue unknown, Xu Lingqu glanced at her name tag, Dr. Li. This was the school doctor assigned to the new students at the Mo.Cm Military Academy. "I heard you fainted twice today. The first time due to the jump?" Dr. Li reached out to gently assess the back of Xu Lingqu's head. "You didn't hit your head. I must commend you for your ability to fall gracefully." Xu Lingqu instinctively tried to evade her touch, but the strange objects on her legs rendered her immobile. "Don't move. This is high-tech, a new product developed in collaboration between Tianwang and the Imperial Medical Institute, known as xylic gel, but it's quite expensive." Dr. Li donned gloves to remove the substances. This innovation was specifically designed for recovery after intense physical training. Currently exclusive to the military and 6 major military academies, the Mo.Cm Military Academy had barely enough to fill the equipment. Dr. Li would have to return them afterward, and losing even a small amount would cause her considerable distress. Xu Lingqu felt the weight on her legs dissipate, leaving them feeling remarkably light, as if they had been replaced. "This device is too heavy. It can only be used locally." Dr. Li placed the xylic gel into a suitcase. "Once you have recovered, you may leave. If I catch you slacking here, I can deduct points on behalf of the instructor." With a flick of her icy blue hair, she efficiently ushered Xu Lingqu out. As Xu Lingqu stepped off the bed, she paused for a moment. Not only had her physical strength been restored, but her entire condition had improved significantly. The xylic gel had unexpectedly proven remarkably effective for the original owner's frail constitution. It seemed she would need to faint a few more times. Chapter 14. A good night's sleep. Stepping out of the makeshift medical tent, dusk had fallen. Outside stood a female instructor who guided Xu Lingqu through the woods. The original 2 competition platforms had been dismantled, and the instructors were distributing training uniforms and tents to the students. During the time Xu Lingqu was unconscious, several instructors supervised the students as they ran back and forth along the riverbank, engaging in basic physical training until the sun nearly set, after which they distributed tents and official training uniforms. Such simple physical training left the students somewhat disoriented, leading some to suspect the instructors had ulterior motives. After all, They had commenced with interstellar jumps and continued with combat trials. Now, the sudden shift to normalcy was perplexing. However, by the time the training concluded and they received their uniforms and tents, the students reluctantly accepted the reality that today's training was indeed over. To their surprise, the MO-CM Military Academy's training grounds were so pristine, Xu Lingqu spotted Xu Lingqu approaching from a distance and quickly made her way over. She had already changed into her official training uniform, which was a pale purple, contrasting with the instructor's deep purple uniforms. Can you believe they actually left us here? I thought they'd send us back into stealth. Xu Lingqu led Xu Lingqu to her already set-up tent, instructing her to change. She draped her outer garment over the right side of the tent to block a gap. I heard from Instructor Chun that this batch of tents is all damaged goods. Are we really that impoverished at MO-CM Military Academy? Xu Lingqu grumbled, observing her sister emerge in her new attire. That pale purple suits you rather well. Are all of them damaged? Xu Lingqu inquired, removing Xu Lingqu's coat to examine the gap. Yes. Xu Lingqu handed her 2 bottles of nutritional liquid for dinner. Instructor Qian just announced that training is over for today, and now we have free time. That I didn't expect it to be this easy. Several campfires were lit on the ground, and students gathered around, shedding the tension from training, engaging in lively conversation amidst the verdant landscape and glowing flames, resembling a youthful documentary. The instructors also camp in tents. Xu Lingqu bit into her nutritional liquid, savoring the coconut flavor, which quickly filled her with a sense of satiety. Xu Lingqu pointed towards the depths of the woods. It seems they've set up wooden cabins in there. They must be staying inside. The two found a place to sit, but as soon as they did, a dozen pairs of eyes turned toward them. After Xu Lingqu had fainted and exited, she had gained a new title, the War God of the Command Department. According to a loquacious instructor, in 10 years at MO-CM Military Academy, he had witnessed a Command Department student defeat 7 Combat Department students in a row during a sparring session. The students from the Command Department straightened their backs, who said they were merely a group of strategists with no fighting capability. The gazes directed at Xu Lingqu sparkled with admiration and curiosity. Yet several bore disdain and malice. That a few boys from the Combat Department gathered around Sun Liao, loudly disparaging her. Just as she encountered a few weaker combat students, if I were to face her hoof. She, the adopted daughter of General Su who returned home recently. Honestly, her enrollment process doesn't even match up. She is probably relying on her family. Who knows, she might have bribed her opponents. A burning stick flew through the air, causing the boys to jump in alarm as one was struck, hastily batting at the flames on his clothing. Sun Liao was about to explode in anger when she pointed forward and shouted, "You!" Upon seeing it was Wang Qihu who had thrown the stick, she fell silent. This amusing. Are you trying to frame her? Wang Qihu was displeased, having been dealt with in 2 moves by Xu Lingqu. He was further annoyed to witness others disparaging her. If Xu Lingqu were to be belittled, what would that make him? Wang Qihu shot a wary glance at the girl sitting not far away. Illuminated by the firelight, her once pale face now bore a hint of color, her short hair tousled by the evening breeze, and her bright, sparkling eyes fixated on the river's surface. How could such a seemingly frail girl have easily bested him? Wang Qihu was filled with regret. A military whistle sounded, and Instructor Chun re-emerged from the woods. Compared to Qian, everyone clearly preferred the gentler demeanor of Chun. It's curfew time. Instructor Chun cheerfully reminded everyone to return to their tents for sleep. Most of the students, being military academy graduates, understood the rules. They extinguished the campfires and retreated to their tents. Watching as the majority entered their tents, he smiled and turned to leave. Sweet dreams. That Xu Lingqu yawned. Weary from the day's exertions, with no instructors around, she intended to convince Xu Lingqu to sleep with her, but Xu Lingqu tugged her away from the tent area. Leaving during curfew will result in point deductions. Xu Lingqu was bewildered, but did not shake off Xu Lingqu's grip. We cannot sleep here. Xu Lingqu pulled her deeper into the woods, and Xu Lingqu grew increasingly anxious. She had believed the instructors were aware of the small cabins within the woods. But the farther they walked, the more she sensed something was amiss. No cabins, no instructors. Where had they all gone? The gap in the tent appeared to be deliberately damaged rather than worn, and the grass on the inner banks of the river differed significantly in length from that in the woods. The soil along the riverbank exhibited unusual stickiness in a secluded area. Xu Lingqu whispered to Xu Lingqu, If my assumptions hold true, we might hear some commotion by the river tonight. If I'm correct, they are likely to flood the tent area. Most importantly, today in the makeshift medical tent, Dr. Li mentioned she had brought items in boxes. This indicated that there was a fixed medical facility some distance away. Coupled with the odd state of the tents, Xu Lingqu could almost conclude that the actual training grounds were not located here, but elsewhere. Tonight's riverside camping was likely a third warning from instructors Qian and Shun. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the trees, landing approximately 2 meters away from Xu Lingqu, in the dim woods. His red hair stood out prominently, and a branch was pressed against Jin's neck. He appeared somewhat irritated as he shouted at Xu Lingqu, who was brandishing the branch. Hey, your temper is truly terrible. Chapter 15. Unleashing the floodgates, you could shout a bit louder. It would be just enough to wake everyone. Xu Lingqu twirled the branch in her hand and swung it back, eliciting a pained yelp. I thought you hadn't noticed that I was tailing you. Jin chuckled, revealing a canine tooth. Finding Xu Lingqu even more intriguing than he had anticipated, Xu Lingqu had not exerted much force. Tang Muwen winced as he touched his thigh, then picked up the branch and stepped out of the shadows, his eyes lowered. Unable to meet Xu Lingqiu's gaze, I'm sorry. I was just curious. Not intentionally following you. Who knows if it was intentional or not? Xu Lingqiu remained silent, while Jin, on the other hand, began to voice his grievances. He tilted his head and shouted towards the heights of a tree. Shunsholi, you sit so high. You must be able to see. Before he could finish, another figure leapt down from the tree. Shunsholi landed effortlessly, brushed off his clothes, and cast a glance at the three individuals, excluding Jin without uttering a word. Jin continued to address Xu Lingqiu. Truly, as a commanding major, your intellect is impressive. Fate has brought us together at this moment. Although we lack your meticulous analysis, Shunsholi insisted on dragging me up here because he found the tent too filthy. His prattle was incessant. Shunsholi corrected him. It was you who insisted on following me. However, the tree trunk was not particularly clean either. There might be bird droppings. Xu Lingqiu interjected directly. Jin paused for a second, then burst into uncontrollable laughter, while Shunsholi's demeanor stiffened. His previously relaxed hands now clenched into fists. After delivering a sharp retort to the two, Xu Lingqiu turned to Tang Muwen. You had better speak honestly. My strength is rather limited. I require a more formidable ally. Tang Muwen's throat felt parched as she looked into Xu Lingqiu's eyes, glistening in the moonlight filtering through the tree shadows, as if she were on the verge of tears. Su Shichen warily observed Tang Muwen, wondering how her sister's burgeoning talents had attracted someone so heedless. Before Xu Lingqiu could respond, Tang Muwen pressed on, you just mentioned that there are issues by the river, and it's quite possible that the instructors intend to control the water flow to inundate the tent area. Is that true? Most others have followed Instructor Chen's instructions and were peacefully asleep. If Xu Lingqiu's suspicions were correct, the instructors would indeed take measures to flood the tents, posing a significant danger while the students remained blissfully unaware. Thus, was the gap in the tent purposely created to facilitate the water's entry? Su Shichen, in disbelief, shook her head and frowned. No, they needed to wake everyone up. Jin blocked her path. You intend to rouse everyone now. Move aside, Su Shichen retorted, baffled by his obstruction. How could one remain idle when lives were at stake? Each one of them is our competitor. We do not know if this will indeed transpire tonight. Furthermore, this is merely a trial, akin to a leap or a duel. Jin stood his ground, quite uncharacteristically serious. If you rashly awaken everyone, the instructors can easily alter their methods. Your actions would only complicate matters. If nothing occurs, the others will resent you for disturbing their rest. Am I to stand by and watch them unknowingly face danger because of your words? Su Shichen narrowed her eyes, the atmosphere between them instantly charged. Tang Muwen interjected, perhaps we could simply inform them, allowing those who trust us to heed our warning, while those who don't may return to sleep. That would only play into the instructor's hands. Shunsholi chimed in, that if we cancel our plan at this juncture, those who believe in us will have wasted their efforts, while those who don't will remain undisturbed. Consequently, our credibility will plummet. Both sides held steadfast to their arguments, and an external force was needed to break the stalemate. 4 pairs of eyes turned expectantly towards Xu Lingqiu, who simply turned and walked deeper into the woods. If tonight was indeed a trial, then their every move would be anticipated by the instructors. Xu Lingqiu identified the path the female instructor had taken, recognizing that if flooding the tents was part of their plan, They would also possess means for rescue. She recalled that several small wooden cabins stood adjacent to the temporary medical tent. Initially believing them to be accommodations for the instructors, she now speculated they might serve as storage for supplies. Xu Lingqu and Tang Muwen promptly followed her lead, and after a moment of hesitation, Jean and Shensholi joined as well. Are you suggesting that our current actions are also within the instructor's expectations? They believe we will fetch supplies to rescue others? Jean took 3 steps to close the distance behind Xu Lingqu, earning a glare from Xu Lingqu. Perhaps, Xu Lingqu replied, her desire to avoid waking everyone becoming more pronounced. Such actions seemed thankless, evoking memories of less pleasant times during apocalyptic scenarios. Fortunately, this body had not deprived Xu Lingqu of her sense of direction. Upon reaching the temporary medical tent, she found it completely dark. Knocking on the door yielded no response. Dr. Li was likely back at the main training site. The group opened several wooden cabins, only to find them empty but filled with emergency life jackets, life buoys, and 2 inflatable boats. Goodness, you are truly astute. Jean rubbed his hands together, gazing at Xu Lingqu. Does this mean we are about to embark on a mission to save the world? It was fortunate to have encountered Xu Lingqu. Otherwise, he might still be perched on a tree branch, potentially covered in bird droppings alongside Shensholi. These supplies could not be transported all at once. They needed to be moved in batches to a nearby grove. Xu Lingqu and Jean brimmed with enthusiasm, one innately imbued with a sense of justice and fervor, while the other reveled in the role of a cool savior. Tang Muwen diligently helped with the transport, resembling a diligent worker bee, while Shensholi maintained his disdainful expression, yet managed to carry the most cumbersome boat. Xu Lingqu stacked the life jackets in a clearing within the woods as they neared completion of their transport. The night had officially deepened. Jean, supporting a life buoy, mused, if tonight turns out to be an ordinary night, wouldn't we appear as complete fools in the eyes of the instructors? You are indeed a fool now. Prior to seeing these rescue supplies, Xu Lingqu had felt some trepidation, but now that they had successfully moved them, her confidence in Xu Lingqu's prescience was unwavering. If our actions are in vain, then how fortunate that would be. Tang Muwen murmured from behind. Xu Lingqu remained silent, moonlight casting a gentle glow upon her face, her expression inscrutable as she gazed at the river from a distance. She had resolved. First, they would move the supplies outside, tossing the life jackets and life buoys at the tent's entrance. Tang Muwen hesitated. What if the commotion awakens everyone? With the supplies laid out, the perceptive among them would quickly grasp the instructor's intentions. Jean quickly realized that gaining their trust was futile if they were not astute. After all, the most feared were those who were foolishly kind. The group began to place the rescue items outside when suddenly a thunderous sound erupted. Xu Lingqu's heart sank. They were a moment too late. The instructors had opened the floodgates. Chapter 16. Commanding the rescue, Lu Zhang had a restless night. An S-class psychic. She was acutely sensitive to changes in her surroundings. She sensed that the red-haired boy named Jean and Shensholi had left the tent camp and ventured deeper into the woods. After a moment of hesitation, she did not follow, but remained lying in the tent. However, she could not close her eyes for a long time, making her the first to hear the thunderous noise and the rushing sound of water. She pulled back the tent and stepped outside, already equipped with a life jacket and life buoy. With 280 students gathered in the tents as per the instructor's directives, distributing rescue supplies was far too slow to match the rising river's ferocity. To address this, Xu Lingqu assigned each of the 4 individuals different responsibilities, designating the vociferous Jean to oversee the 2 boats. The boats would wait until the water fully submerged the area, allowing them to use buoyancy to float, and only then would they proceed with water rescues, avoiding being capsized in the initial waves. As he stood guard, he shouted, "Those who wake up with the life jackets, don the life buoys, and climb the trees." Even in the age of interstellar travel, humanity, despite possessing advanced technologies to defend against natural disasters, remained insignificantly small when faced with nature's wrath. Fortunately, the instructors were somewhat reasonable and did not harbor intentions to endanger their students. While the water surged quickly, it was evident that the flow was being managed, and the rise was not overly rapid. Xu Lingqu waded through water that reached her calves, handing life jackets and life buoys to Lin Xiao. Some individuals inside the tents may have been completely oblivious, and due to improperly secured stakes, their tents began drifting down the current. Such situations would necessitate waiting for the boats to navigate along the shore for rescues. Xu Lingqu swiftly distributed rescue supplies, urging everyone to flee into the woods and climb the trees. Once she had distributed most of the items in her hands, she dashed toward the woods. A towering wave surged forth, and in an instant, the previously vacant tents were engulfed by the tremendous torrent. As if devoured by a monstrous beast, a few dazed students who had just begun to climb trees were abruptly jolted awake. Had they not been provided with those life-saving items, their fates would have likely mirrored that of the tents. Swallowed whole, Xu Lingqu clung tightly to the tree trunk, not yet having the chance to ascend. The colossal wave crashed against her, drenching her hair and obscuring her vision. Nevertheless, she held onto the tree, struggling to climb upward against the onslaught of the water. Meanwhile, the cognitive devices in everyone's hands displayed a map. With each person's real-time coordinates continuously updating, approximately 15 individuals have been swept downstream. Were these instructors intent on our demise? Why had they yet to appear? Why was my life jacket given to me by Shan Sholi? Was it ignorance of the rising tide at night that left us to sleep here? Or was it deliberate? Just because of a lack of funds, the trial training period had devolved into this chaotic state. Why hadn't I resolved to try my hand at Sea Buckthorn? Why did I have to enroll in this dreadful school? Complaints echoed among the students as the water level rapidly rose to Xu Lingqu's neck. Struggling against the buoyancy, she managed to climb higher, her fingers bleeding yet numb to the pain of the that moment. The flow of water began to slow, its force diminishing. However, Xu Lingqu's body temperature continued to plummet. She had to escape the icy river or risk dire consequences. Just then, Jean arrived with his 2 boats, and Xu Shichen, positioned closest to him, steered one of the boats directly towards Xu Lingqu. Eager to rescue her, she pulled her aboard, and Xu Lingqu wiped the water from her face, glancing at the cognitive device. Aside from those swept away by the current, the others remained safe in the trees. Even if someone were to succumb to exhaustion and fall into the water, she ensured that everyone had received their flotation devices. Jean and Xu Shichen managed to rescue a few individuals still wearing life jackets who had not yet made it to the trees. At that moment, the sky aligned with the scene as rain began to pour, large droplets pelting everyone's faces. Xu Lingqu observed the positioning data on the cognitive device. Intriguingly, the coordinates of those swept away had stabilized. Showing no further movement, the instructors would likely arrive shortly. Xu Lingqu swept her wet hair back. The river no longer churned, and the water level had stabilized. The 2 boats and the surrounding trees were filled with students. Still shaken from the ordeal, Xu Lingqu looked down at the cognitive device, needing to confirm the locations of those swept downstream before attempting a rescue. Suddenly, the coordinates of those previously carried away began to shift. Moving upstream toward them, the instructors had intervened. Dawn was breaking, yet the downpour persisted. Jin's red hair clung to his face as the students on his boat lay scattered and motionless. Yet he stood up, eyes gleaming with excitement, addressing Xu Lingqu. If there were to be an apocalypse, this scene would surely embody it. Xu Lingqu remained silent, wiping the rain from her face and gazing at the horizon downstream, where a dozen small aircraft resembling helicopters soon appeared. Each aircraft bore a net resembling a spider's web, containing those who had been swept downstream. Following the small aircraft was the submersible R3, which had transformed from its interstellar ship form seen the previous morning into a colossal aquatic creature. The doors of the submersible opened, and a dozen instructors commenced the rescue with far greater efficiency than Xu Lingqu and her companions. In a short while, nearly all the students had boarded the submersible, which had been impeccably cleaned and exuded a pleasant aroma, the warm air providing much-needed relief to the drenched students. However, 1 or 2 stood like startled deer. Too afraid to move, Xu Lingqu was the last to board the submersible, and Instructor Kion extended his hand to pull her up. Well done on the rescue effort, little commander. She grabbed his sleeve and jumped up. Clapping her hands, remember to give me extra points, Instructor. Chapter 17. The true training grounds. In truth, Xu Lingqu was not in good condition. The intense rescue efforts and being trapped in the water had drained her of all energy. Her fingers, pricked and cut by branches and bark, continued to bleed, and she pressed her hand against her wet clothes to conceal her injury. Instructor Kion walked toward the center, and the students watched him nervously, fearing he might announce something dreadful. The nighttime flood had completely shattered their psychological defenses. It was no longer merely a physical ordeal, but a dual torment of mind and body, plunging most into a state of terror. Are you afraid? Instructor Kion scrutinized the students, When the river swelled, most of you were still dreaming, weren't you? Enjoy your sleep, he chuckled coldly. Yet at this moment, you all seemed to heed military orders quite well. Instructor Chun sat in the cockpit, alongside two other instructors piloting the submersible. They had invested considerable effort in simulating this flash flood, aiming to ensure zero casualties while allowing the students to genuinely experience fear. They had devised numerous contingency plans, all of which had been denied. Nevertheless, they insisted on proceeding with this assessment. These students possessed certain abilities. Their vibrant enthusiasm and mutual trust were commendable traits. Yet in a battlefield, such qualities fell short. During his time in the military, Instructor Chen's primary role had been to recover the bodies of Imperial soldiers. He had witnessed too many young souls perish and faced this group of students, most of whom were about to enter the military. Though he appeared amiable, he held little compassion. His pity was reserved for the deceased. The number of students who recognized the anomalies was fewer than anticipated. However, the students' self-rescue efforts exceeded their expectations in the downstream area. They had prepared extensive rescue measures and gathered numerous tools, initially believing they would need to rescue around 200 individuals. Yet only a handful of aircraft had been deployed, and the nets could accommodate 10 or more individuals each. Their surprise. So few had been rescued that they decided to place each person into separate nets. Following Kion's instructions, Xu Lingqu was to be sent to the medical tent. The two instructors had even made a wager regarding whether she would discover the flotation devices and be able to distribute them to the students. Instructor Chun won the bet. Kion announced the names of the 5 students who had participated in the rescue efforts. Su Shichen wrung out the water from her sleeves, her eyes sparkling as she listened to Kion's praise. She was one of the few students still capable of expressing joy, while Jean, with a grin revealing his sharp teeth, reveled in the astonished and admiring gazes directed at him. And this time, the overall commander of your self-rescue efforts, Xu Lingqu was on the verge of fainting from exhaustion, utterly drained of strength, merely lifting her eyelids to acknowledge she had heard. Without her, most of you would not be in the trees, but rather in the nets we had transported, though the degree of disarray may not differ greatly. The fortunate news is that you have escaped the fate of being penalized. Kion smiled and announced to everyone that in this river assault assessment, the sole recipient of full marks was Xu Lingqu. Only those foolish enough to be swept downstream and wait for us to retrieve them would incur deductions, while everyone else would receive additional points. As he finished speaking, each student's cognitive device displayed a ranking list, with Xu Lingqu firmly in first place with 15 points. You must be brimming with expletives, questioning whether the instructors are treating students' lives as a joke. Surely, the instructors at Imperial Military Academy are lunatics. Kion raised his hands. I can unequivocally inform you that yes, the instructors at Imperial Military Academy are indeed madmen, but I cannot guarantee that you won't encounter such situations in the next month and a half. Therefore, remain vigilant. Vigilance may help you avoid the sudden whims of madmen. Alternatively, if you wish to withdraw, now is still an option. You may reapply next year or return to your local military academy for another year. Kion paused, and the students exchanged hesitant whispers, but ultimately, no one chose to withdraw. After a day of experiencing leap combat and a flood assault, they felt they had weathered it all. What else could be insurmountable? No one desired to retreat and become a deserter. Kion felt satisfied internally, though he maintained a facade of aloofness. The submersible soon reached its destination. Upon landing, the doors opened once more, and the students disembarked, entering the true training grounds. This was a small military base built by the military on this planet, specifically borrowed by Imperial Military Academy for the students' trial training, standing on the proper runway and gazing at several pale green buildings. The students, despite being citizens of the interstellar era, could not help but shed tears at the sight of such simple structures. The contrast with the previously flooded tent camp was stark. Indeed, comparison breeds beauty. This training base instantly garnered the approval of all students, with some eager to rush into the dormitory. The instructors at the base emerged, distributing 2 sets of new combat training uniforms to each student. After the events of the previous night, most students' clothes were torn and tattered, or so filthy they were unwearable. Instructor Chun emerged from the cockpit, sighing as he surveyed the students. Return to your quarters. Today, you are permitted to start training from the afternoon. Get a good night's sleep. Individual dormitory numbers were sent to the students via their cognitive devices. The sky was now nearly fully bright, and after the terror, fatigue set in. Many found their eyelids heavy, nearly dozing off on the spot. yet they still dared not move. What if this was yet another scheme by the instructors? What peculiar assessments might await them? The gaze of the crowd instinctively drifted toward Xu Lingqu, who seemed still entangled in the aftermath of the rushing river, awaiting the commander's proclamation of their next course of action. Xu Lingqu raised her hand, inquiring, "Could you please direct me to the infirmary? Would someone be able to escort me there?" She displayed her injured hand, prompting an instructor to lead her away. Xu Shichen intended to accompany her, but was halted by Xu Lingqu's gentle touch on his shoulder. "You should return to the dormitory and rest well." Upon hearing this, a sense of relief washed over the group. With Xu Lingqu's assurance, it seemed there was truly nothing amiss, and most retreated to rest. Following the instructor to the infirmary, Xu Lingqu found it significantly larger and brighter than the previous medical tent. She gazed at the array of exquisite, gleaming instruments filled with silac materials, the very reason she had pushed herself to come, despite her exhaustion and dirtiness. Yet, she felt compelled to examine these essential materials that would be indispensable in her future. Satisfied with the ample supply, Dr. Li turned to Xu Lingqu. "You again." Before she could finish her sentence, Xu Lingqu slumped to the ground at Li's side. Fainted again, she knelt to assess Xu Lingqu's condition and soon concluded that sheer fatigue was the culprit. Chapter 18. Dormitory. Roommate, are you truly prepared to sacrifice your life and everything for the survival of humanity in this apocalyptic world? Yes, even if it meant fighting mutated beasts with her flesh and blood. Facing the constant risk of death and executing infected humans, incurring the wrath and vengeance of their relatives? Yes. This time, the dream was considerably briefer. Recently, whenever Xu Lingqu faced significant stimuli, she would inevitably dream of fragmented memories from the apocalypse upon fainting or falling asleep. She suspected this was a result of her awakened mental powers, and, as she gradually adapted, the fragments became shorter, eventually ceasing altogether. Awake? Is the infirmary comfortable? A face appeared before the glass enclosure I activated the equipment, signaling Xu Lingqu to hurry out. This time, the sensation of rejuvenation was even more pronounced than before. Xu Lingqu looked down to find her clothes dry and neatly pressed, as if she had been thoroughly cleaned. "Rest assured, I didn't see anything. The domestic robot handled you perfectly throughout. Li seated herself and input information into her smart brain. TSK, did Kine take you to fish? You came back looking like a drowned corpse." Xu Lingqu remained silent, feeling a sense of bewilderment from Dr. Li's remarks. "Come on, fill out this form, and don't forget to complete the previous one at I transmitted the documents to Xu Lingqu, indicating she should detail the events leading to her fainting as a record. Xu Lingqu quietly wrote down her reasons of weakness and exhaustion twice. Li paused before adding, "Please describe the training that caused your fainting as well." Xu Lingqu complied and accurately documented her experience. "You're not on the combat track, are you? Perhaps you should blend in at times. The instructors are under immense pressure, acting as if they lost their minds. Ella muttered while observing Xu Lingqu diligently fill out the information. Nodding in satisfaction, "You may leave now." Xu Lingqu found Dr. Li's words enjoyable. Essential information had previously slipped out during their conversation. As she walked out, she pondered what pressures Instructor Kyan and Instructor Chun might be under, leading to a moment of surprise when someone suddenly appeared beside her, prompting an instinctive slap. Jin's reflexes were quick enough to evade her hand, albeit clumsily, nearly toppling to the ground. "You scared my sister. Serves you right." Xu Shichen scoffed at Jin Xu Lingqu's eyes. Xu Shichen had become a near-divine figure. She was grateful she hadn't heeded her brother and mother's advice to distance herself from Xu Lingqu. With her presence, Xu Shichen felt considerably more confident during this trial period. "This is the second time you've done this to me." Jin glared at Xu Lingqu with a hint of grievance. "I came to check on you." Xu Lingqu remained silent, glancing at the time on her smart brain. There was still about an hour before the official training commenced. Shun Sholi has already taken 3 showers today. No matter how I coax him, he refuses to leave the dormitory or even the bathroom. Jin was exasperated. "So, I'm left with you two to entertain me." "What is so entertaining? Training begins soon." "And you're still thinking about playing?" Xu Shichen retorted. Jin firmly disagreed. "You can think about playing at any time." The two engaged in a childish quarrel. Xu Lingqu stood contemplatively aside. According to the information from the MO CM Military Academy's internal program, Jean was merely an ordinary student from the third star system with an A-level mental power. No further details were available. Why was he so close to Shinsholi? Their familiarity suggested a long-standing acquaintance, especially given Shinsholi's unique status. This implied that Jean's identity was indeed remarkable, perhaps even requiring concealment upon arriving at the MOCM Military Academy. Xu Lingqu observed Jean and Xu Shichen, still entrenched in their immature debate, and interjected, "How's the dormitory situation?" Upon mentioning this, Xu Shichen immediately dropped her combative demeanor, gazing at Xu Lingqu with a feigned pout. "We didn't get assigned to the same dormitory. But it's not far. You're on the first floor and I'm on the sixth. That's not far." Jean chimed in with a sarcastic remark. "There's a 5-floor difference." Xu Shichen shot him a glare. "Is 5 floors that far? It's a breeze to visit each other. Of course, it's not tiring if you take the elevator." They promptly began a new round of childish bickering, with little hope of resolving their dispute. Xu Lingqu glanced at the dormitory number on her smart brain and decided to check her own room before training officially commenced. The dormitory building was well-constructed, clean, and tidy. Upon entering her room, Xu Lingqu immediately encountered a familiar face. Lu Zheng appeared to have just risen from bed, her long hair cascading down as she donned a bear-print pajamas set, her expression cold, starkly contrasting with her attire. This pajama was part of the standard issue for students. Noticing Xu Lingqu's gaze, Lu Zheng explained, "Yours is on your bed. All students have been abruptly abducted during the transition, with most carrying no luggage. Only their smart brains. All daily necessities were provided by the training base." As Xu Lingqu approached her bed, she spotted her own bunny print pajamas at Xu Lingqu. The dormitory door swung open once more, this time revealing another acquaintance. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up upon seeing Xu Lingqu, as if she had spotted a fish, and she quickly approached, stopping just a meter away from Xu Lingqu. "Are you feeling any better?" Lin Zhao inquired cautiously. "I'm fine," Xu Lingqu replied, raising her hand to show Lin Zhao the fully healed wound. Lin Zhao sighed with relief. There had been rampant speculation about Xu Lingqu's condition, particularly from Sun Liao and his companions, who had spread rumors that Xu Lingqu was gravely injured and on the verge of dropping out of the trial training, despite their lack of credibility. Lin Zhao had been worried until she saw Xu Lingqu standing there unharmed. Xu Lingqu pointed to an empty bed. "Who occupies that one?" As the selected dormitory head, Lin Zhao sent Xu Lingqu the roommate's profile via her smart brain. "She seems to be a mecha engineer. They're in a worse situation than us. This planet appears to be a site for rare gold mining, and they say she's been taken to the mines." Lin Zhao's expression reflected sympathy, noting that rare gold was a primary material for mecha construction and was exceedingly rare, with extraction processes being highly complex. Lin Zhao couldn't help but lament how being taken away was not a liberation, but rather a descent into a darker hell. Xu Lingqu studied the profile card, feeling an odd familiarity. After a few seconds, she recalled the girl who had clung to her during the transition. Her name was Natata. Chapter 19. Official training. There was little to arrange in the dormitory. After greeting her two roommates, Xu Lingqu exited the dormitory building. Xu Shichen seemed to be in a standoff with Jean. In the expansive training ground, Xu Lingqu found them engaged in a pull-up competition. "Aren't you too tired? We have training soon." Xu Lingqu found their behavior puzzling. With their vibrant hair colors, did such hues confer any physical advantages? "Not at all. I'm determined to show him what true strength is," Xu Shichen declared as she continued her exercise. "You really think I would lose to you?" Jean retorted, unwilling to back down. The two continued to bicker as they exercised. Xu Lingqu settled down on the spot, observing the banter between the two individuals as if she were watching a comedic performance. The gentle breeze caressed the grass, causing it to sway delicately, and once again, Xu Lingqu found herself lost in thought, reminiscent of her university days just before the apocalypse. "Xu, my fellow student," a soft call interrupted her reverie. She lifted her gaze to find Tang Muwen standing beside her, holding a box. She had seen the real-time leaderboard. This rescue mission had also earned Tang Muwen some points, bringing his total to 10, placing him among the top ranks of the analysts, who were currently at a disadvantage. He opened the box, revealing a meal pack from the cafeteria, with a layer of nutritional supplements for military personnel beneath it. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Tang Muwen asked, his gaze downcast as he offered the box to Xu Lingqu. "Only want to get this after hearing you had come out of the infirmary." Xu Lingqu accepted the box, responding, "How could you possibly know whether I was in the infirmary or not?" Many were watching her, some with admiration, especially the students focused on command, who had already begun to regard Xu Lingqu as the shining star of this year's command department at the MOCM Military Academy. Others, however, looked upon her with disdain, their eyes fixed on her steadily high score, particularly Sun Liao, who seemed most eager to undermine her. The steamed buns from the MOCS school were surprisingly delicious. Xu Lingqu took a bite, finding it comparable to the dishes prepared by chefs specifically hired for the Xu residents, lacking the typical flavor of mass-produced interstellar food. Seeing her eat, Tang Muin let out a sigh of relief and sat down beside her. "I thought you would refuse me," Xu Lingqu chewed her bun and asked. "Why would I? I had thought some of my actions displeased you," Tang Muin explained. "It seems we may have misunderstood each other." Once she finished her bun, Xu Lingqu stood up and brushed off her hands, stating, "There is still a misunderstanding. Eating food offered by one another is a subtle signal of reconciliation among humans." Yet, Xu Lingqu did not think so. She was simply hungry, and someone had conveniently offered her food. In a completely safe situation, refusing food is not wise. Even if Tang Muin had poisoned it, the infirmary was merely a minute away. "What?" Tang Muin stood up, confusion evident in his eyes. "I'm not as strong as you imagine. I cannot guarantee that I can carry you through the trial period without you being eliminated." Xu Lingqu stated directly, "Flattering me is of no use but a waste of effort." Suddenly, an alert from the intelligence system sounded, announcing the commencement of formal training. Everyone gathered at the assembly point. But the outcome of the match between Xu Shichen and Jin was still undecided. Xu Lingqu hurriedly pulled away, resembling a master pulling a small dog home. Instructor Kaian was absent. Instructor Chun had come to oversee the proceedings. The ambush scenario was technically a case of first strike, then report, as Kaian had been summoned back to the academy for a meeting regarding the incident. Instructor Chun wore a smile, yet no one could detect the warmth of spring in his demeanor anymore. Everyone felt a chill from his smile, uncertain of the malevolence hidden behind it. Reminiscent of the day, he cheerfully instructed everyone to rest well. After a brief respite, the students appeared invigorated, observing that everyone had gathered. And having learned from the previous assembly's experience where a student had been singled out, this time the assembly proceeded swiftly, without delays. Chen nodded in satisfaction and instructed the other instructors to bring out the training equipment for the day. Hundreds of ordinary weights were presented, each weighing around 20 kilograms. "We shall commence a 5-kilometer weighted run," Instructor Chen declared. The military academy students specializing in combat were quite familiar with this routine. They promptly donned their weights and began to run, while those from non-combat disciplines groaned in protest. Yet they had no choice but to shoulder their burdens and keep pace. Xu Lingqu dreaded this moment. Her body was already struggling under the weight, and now she had to run with it. This was merely the first training exercise of the day, and she sensed she might have to visit the infirmary again. Each student's backpack contained a sensor to record the distance traveled, relaying data in real time to the intelligence system. The battle between Jin and Xu Shichen continued, both racing ahead and leaving the majority of the group far behind. The lead was taken by Lu Zheng, her long black hair tied in a high ponytail, swaying gracefully as she led the pack with an air of confidence. Xu Lingqu followed at a relaxed pace. Trailing at the back, striving to regulate her breathing and conserve energy, she had chosen to pace herself with those in front who were running slower, thankful if she could merely finish the run. As she continued, a familiar figure appeared beside her, Shen Sholi, running at a similar pace. Xu Lingqu turned to look at him, and he silently met her gaze. "What is wrong? Am I already being lapped?" Xu Lingqu calmly assessed the situation. "Not at all," Shen Sholi frowned. "Running too fast makes me sweat excessively. I've already showered 3 times today. I don't wish to again. Another wash, and I might wear my skin raw." Xu Lingqu found his obsession with cleanliness amusing, realizing just how severe his germophobia was. As Xu Lingqiu's footsteps grew heavier, she gradually fell behind the others, noticing Shen Sholi's pace slowing as well. She turned to him again. Shen Sholi appeared slightly anxious, pursing his lips. "Are you really that afraid of sweating?" Xu Lingqiu could hardly believe he was willing to go this far simply to avoid perspiration. The last time she had seen such a reaction was with the princess and the pea. Shen Sholi fell silent, but Xu Lingqiu could sense the small spark of irritation emanating from him. "Could your fear of sweating merely be an excuse? You wouldn't happen to be as physically weak as I am, would you?" Xu Lingqiu intentionally provoked him, stoking the flame of his indignation. If emotions were visible, Xu Lingqu's frustration would have ignited from a mere matchstick to a spectacular explosion of fireworks. Chapter 20. Physical weakness. Xu Lingqu watched as Xu Lingqu, in a huff, sped away, leaving her as the solitary straggler, and she felt quite satisfied. She could sense that Xu Lingqu's actions were likely an attempt to accompany her, so she wouldn't feel embarrassed, a gesture of goodwill. Unfortunately, Xu Lingqu was adept at misinterpreting others' kindness as malice. The training ground was vast, and they had nearly completed 2 kilometers. The competition between Jean and Xu Shichen had successfully lapped Xu Lingqu. Both surprised to see her still running, Xu Lingqu was now so out of breath that words escaped her. She merely waved her hands, signaling them to move on point one by one. Others began to surpass her, including Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqu. Yes, they passed. Xu Lingqu awkwardly glanced back at her, leaving Xu Lingqu feeling bewildered. Her shoulders ached, and her legs felt heavier, making it increasingly difficult to keep pace. She was even falling short of her own targeted pace, gradually becoming disconnected from the main group point one by one. Students overtook her, and the distance to her goals widened. Even those from non-combat disciplines began to pass her. Though they were not particularly strong in this area, they had at least some foundational military training, making them far more capable than Xu Lingqu, who had gained admission through connections. However, Xu Lingqu remained unperturbed. From the days of running laps in her family's garden to now barely managing high-intensity training, she was content with her progress. Regrettably, others perceived her performance as lacking, and as Sun Liao passed her, he mockingly exclaimed, "Isn't this our first place? It turns out both the first and last can be first." His words were met with laughter from those around him, eagerly anticipating Xu Lingqu's reaction of sorrow or anger. Yet, to their disappointment, she remained unflinching, her face devoid of any emotion. Continuing her "Are you in?" as Tang Wen passed her, he quietly asked, "Perhaps you need to pull me along." Xu Lingqu shot him a glance, her energy spent on conversation, signaling with her eyes that they were being watched by the instructors. If they were caught together, they would both face penalties. Tang Wen understood and chose to slow his pace, running alongside her. The competition for first place concluded swiftly, with Xu Shichen emerging victorious by a half-body length. Excited, she looked for her sister, but amidst the crowd, she struggled to find her. Jean, panting beside her, refused to concede defeat. It wasn't until Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqu arrived that the main group finally caught up. Everyone stopped, and Xu Shichen wanted to assist Xu Lingqu, only to see her still running. "She has one more lap." Tang Wen explained that Xu Lingqu was the last one on the track, her throat parched and her legs heavy, drenched in sweat, her vision blurred. She wiped the sweat from her face, recognizing that foundational physical training cannot be rushed. Completing the task was already an accomplishment in itself. In the previous world, due to her evolved physique, she had never worried about physical fitness. Now, in this interstellar era, there were no shortcuts and everything had to start anew. With such thoughts in mind, she adjusted her breathing and gradually calmed her heart, maintaining her own rhythm. The instructor drove a small vehicle, wielding a military baton, following closely behind her. After approximately 5 minutes, Xu Lingqu had finally completed the remaining distance. Dragging her weary body, she ran down, her steps unsteady, with blood lodged in her throat, making her appearance rather concerning. Xu Shichen was the first to rush forward to support her, helping her remove the burdens she carried. Just as she intended to assist Xu Lingqu in walking slowly to rest, Instructor Chen appeared. The next training session involved a 10-kilometer weighted RU and IT team today was entirely dedicated to physical endurance training, and the students resignedly began to run again. This time, Xu Shichen did not race ahead to compete with Jean. Instead, she held Xu Lingqu's hand, attempting to run alongside her, but Xu Lingqu shook her off. "You go ahead and run," Xu Lingqu stated firmly. "No. What will you do if I leave?" Xu Shichen sensed Xu Lingqu's determination to push herself alone. Just as she had silently designated the most perilous area during the rescue operation. "I'll rest," Xu Lingqu declared, stopping and walking directly toward Instructor Chen. "Huh." Xu Shichen stood frozen, watching as Xu Lingqu approached Instructor Chen, exchanged a few words, and then sat down. Only after confirming that Xu Lingqu had indeed seated herself did she silently return to the track, striving to catch up with Jean, who had already run far ahead. The dialogue between Instructor Chen and Xu Lingqu was rather straightforward. "Missing a run will result in a deduction of 2 points. Are you certain you wish to forfeit?" Xu Lingqu nodded and sat down. Points earned are meant to be spent. The human body has its limits. Particularly with her own physique, the limitations were alarmingly low. There was no need to jeopardize her life. Survival ensured future opportunities. Which was Xu Lingqu's perspective. Instructor Chun was not surprised by Xu Lingqu's choice. It was evident from the rescue incident that she was astute. Her sudden fainting beside him during their confrontation further illustrated that she was a clever individual with a fragile constitution. Are you too exhausted to continue? Instructor Chun initiated the conversation. Yes, Xu Lingqu replied, having taken a seat, the metallic taste of blood still lingering in her throat. Your mental strength level is not high either. Instructor Chun remarked as he joined her on the ground. Though your ranking is quite favorable, it does not qualify you as a mecha pilot. Will you find this regrettable? In truth, if Xu Lingqu set aside her physical frailty and mental strength issues, she was practically destined to be a mecha pilot. Operating a mecha also requires intellect. In fact, it is the most cerebral of endeavors. Many harbor misconceptions, believing that commanders are merely cunning individuals, analysts are human-like intellects, and mecha pilots are brutish fighters, thriving only on high mental strength. This, however, is far from the truth. The stark difference between the adept and the inept in wielding such sophisticated instruments of destruction is monumental. Xu Lingqu bore none of these worries. After all, her true mental strength was classified as SS grade rather than B grade. The selection of mecha pilots is based on genuine capabilities. Her mental strength would not restrict her. Yet, she had no intention of revealing her SS grade mental strength to become a mecha pilot at present. Her understanding of mechas was superficial, and if she wished to learn more, she already had the self-proclaimed 3S mecha luminary at her side. For her, luminary held an 80% credibility rate. Rather than exposing her SS grade mental strength and courting danger, it was wiser to bide her time, conceal her talents, and first absorb mech-related knowledge from luminary. I would mind being a commander. It seems quite agreeable. Xu Lingqu mused sincerely. You have a rather optimistic outlook, Instructor Chen commented. Xu Lingqu nodded. Given the objective circumstances, there is no need to impose hardship upon myself. Instructor Chun chuckled wryly, a stark contrast to his usual sardonic smile. Yet, I have a feeling that once you engage with mechas, you will undoubtedly grow fond of them. Xu Lingqu did not respond immediately. A vivid image surfaced in her mind of the magnificent white mecha that had bowed before her upon the awakening of her mental strength. A beautiful, colossal, and intricate instrument of death, akin to a knight clad in armor and bathed in moonlight. Perhaps, Xu Lingqu replied softly. Chapter 21. Null Forging Null. Null 1 Null. The training debts incurred during rest must be repaid. Today was entirely devoted to fundamental physical training, encompassing a total of 10 kilometers of weighted running and 10 kilometers of steady running. By the time the others finished and dispersed to the cafeteria for meals, Xu Lingqu was still running. She still owed 5 kilometers of weighted running and 8 kilometers of steady running. So she resolved to complete the 8 kilometers of steady running first. Xu Shichen had packed a box of food from the cafeteria for her, but Xu Lingqu lacked the strength to even chew. Fortunately, at that moment, Tang Muwen appeared with nutritional supplements, which she drank, allowing her to recuperate for a few minutes before continuing. That you're quite thoughtful, Xu Shichen murmured. Miss Xu, I'm here to assist you. You can go back to rest and freshen up. Tang Muwen said gently, if you have anything you need, I can help now. And when you have time, I can leave. Xu Shichen, having finished her training, went straight to Xu Lingqu with food, still having not eaten or cleaned up. Uncertain if there would be an emergency assembly that evening, Tang Muwen appeared reliable, so she accepted the offer and left. As Tang Muwen watched Xu Shichen depart, he turned his attention back to Xu Lingqu on the track, who, though her pace was slow, did not cease her movements. Her kilometer count on the smart brain continued to rise, albeit gradually, but it never halted. She kept running, with the wind brushing against her face, sweat soaking her body. Looking even more disheveled than after the early morning rescue. One by one, the students finished their meals, and many gathered to observe Xu Lingqu, some openly mocking her, while others whispered about her. Although commanders and analysts had garnered a reputation for being generally fragile, the students here were all from the 6 major military academies, where fragility was relative to the non-human combatants. At least they had undergone basic physical training to a certain standard. This level of physical training placed them on an equal footing with the combat-oriented individuals, which they could achieve. However, completing the training on time was still a challenge, as combat was truly their weak point. Yet, Xu Lingqu's evident lack of basic physical ability was striking. while her prowess in combat seemed to eclipse 7 combat-oriented individuals, defying logic. Did you really not go easy on her? A friend from the same military academy as Wang Chihu in the second star system curiously inquired. How did she manage to take you down so easily? Did she pay you off? Get lost. I would never throw a match in my life. As the daylight began to fade, Xu Lingqu continued to labor on like a little snail, leaving Wang Chihu puzzled, suddenly questioning how he had lost to her, a thought that would likely haunt him for the next month and a half. Finally, around 10 o'clock that evening, Xu Lingqu completed her training tasks for the day. Tang Muin and Su Shichen approached to support her as she walked slowly to recover. Xu Lingqu looked so ghostly, neither fully alive nor dead. It was rather alarming. The training ground was dimly lit. Yet her striking red hair stood out in the darkness. Jean and the frowning Shinsholi had arrived at some point without uttering a word, waiting for Xu Lingqu and the others to approach before speaking. Commander Xu, you appear to be on the verge of collapse. Jean had already experienced how sharp Xu Lingqiu's words could be, and seizing the moment when she was too exhausted to respond, he seized the opportunity to retort. Xu Lingqiu indeed could not muster a response, but she gestured towards her shoulder. Jean followed her gesture and discovered a large insect perched on his shoulder. Ah, he yelped, jumping up, causing the startled creature to fly towards Shinsholi, who froze in terror. Ultimately, it was Su Shichen who assisted in dispatching the insect, while simultaneously grumbling. What exactly are you two doing here? There were so many bugs in the woods yesterday, yet you didn't seem scared at all. Jean retorted, just because there were many doesn't mean they crawled on my shoulder, and this one is clearly enormous. Coward, Su Shichen bluntly jabbed at Jean that you're the coward. Jean recalled the matter at hand. Shinsholi and I came here to place a bet. All right? We were betting on whether the instructor would call an emergency assembly tonight. So we came await. Unexpectedly, the instructor didn't show, but our commander is still here. Pay up. Shinsholi extended his hand. Clearly the victor in their wagered, I don't have any money right now. ILL settle up later. Jean protested. Why do you need to take money from me when you're not lacking for anything? Feeling somewhat better, Xu Lingqiu withdrew her arm from Tang Muin's support. Now able to walk unaided, she needed to hurry back and freshen up. Tang Muin nodded politely and excused himself to return to the boys' dormitory. Meanwhile, Jean and Su Shichen inexplicably began to compete again. Refusing to sleep at this late hour and deciding to engage in pull-up contests, Xu Lingqiu headed towards the girls' dormitory. She noticed someone trailing behind her like a spirit, matching her every step. Shun, is there something you need? She turned back, slightly exasperated. Shinsholi emanated a refreshing fragrance reminiscent of gardenias, likely having showered after training, and the wind tousled his fluffy hair, occasionally obscuring his light brown eyes. His expression appeared somewhat peculiar. I am aware that your previous remarks were intentional, designed to prevent me from lagging behind you. His mutterings were barely audible, yet the proximity allowed every word to reach Xu Lingqiu's ears. No. The truth is you find my presence bothersome. She silently repeated this in her mind, but refrained from vocalizing it, adhering to the principle that one instance of provocation could be overlooked, but excessive annoyance might provoke an outburst, leading to greater complications. Shinsholi retrieved an item from his pocket and handed it to Xu Lingqiu. Initially, she thought it was something of significance, but upon glancing down, she discovered it was merely a nutritional supplement. She wondered at the purpose of this gift at such a moment, but when she looked up to inquire, he had already walked away. What was Shinsholi being so awkward about? Xu Lingqiu was perplexed by this question, which quickly faded from her mind. Her priorities remained focused on washing up, resting, and contemplating whether the xylate gel could alleviate her muscle soreness. Deciphering the inner thoughts of a young man could wait. Xu Lingqiu returned to her dormitory, weary from exertion. Lin Xiao and Lu Zheng were absent, so she entered the bathroom alone to freshen up. While her body was now clean, the discomfort from overexerted muscles was torturous. After drying her hair, she made her way to the infirmary. This time, Dr. Li merely glanced at her before quickly averting his gaze. Do you think you can treat this place like your home? Yes, Xu Lingqiu replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Is there any remedy for excessive training and muscle soreness? Xu Lingqiu inquired at Li scrutinized her for a few seconds before letting out a sigh. Very well. Come here. He produced a transparent adhesive resembling a plaster, connected by a wire to a machine that resembled a lie detector from an Earth-era film. Can't you use that? Xu Lingqiu pointed towards the xylate gel apparatus. Do you think you're a protected species? Dr. Li instructed Xu Lingqu to lift her shirt and affix the device to the severely sore areas. As the machine activated, Xu Lingqu felt as though thousands of tiny tendrils were massaging her aching muscles. Sitting beside it, her mental defenses and physical fatigue gradually dissipated under the influence of the device. The advanced technology of the interstellar era was indeed remarkable. Leaning against the soft cushion, she began to drift into a light slumber. I observed the relaxed, half-asleep girl and adjusted his glasses. During his initial training period at the Maja Military Academy, the senior school doctor had advised him that students rarely needed assistance, as the training intensity was typically low, and injuries were uncommon. However, he had not anticipated encountering the rigorous training reforms championed by Kai Ong and Instructor Chun, which had introduced a demanding regimen from day one that reflecting on the absurdity of enrolling in a military academy. I reviewed Xu Lingqu's medical data. Her physical condition was alarmingly poor. Upon first examining her in the makeshift medical tent, he had been shocked to discover her state. For an average individual, even taking a few extra steps would leave them breathless. Yet she had persevered despite her frail physique. Rumor had it she could fight 7 opponents at once, whether in rescue or command scenarios. She had succumbed to exhaustion in the infirmary, her injuries extending beyond her hands to numerous bruises and wounds across her body. A sight that tugged at Dr. Li's heartstrings. Realizing she had not fainted, but merely fallen asleep, he decided to administer the xylate gel. Xu Lingqu's extraordinary performance had caused I to doubt the accuracy of his data. But upon reviewing it today, he confirmed that her fundamental physical condition had indeed led to her current state. Alleviating his concerns, he watched her sleep and could not help but stretch, as far as he knew. Instructor Chen's schedule for the upcoming week was entirely devoted to physical training and would remain unchanged until Kai Ong returned. Could Xu Lingqu endure this? Dr. Li raised an eyebrow, guessing many were pondering the same question. However, Xu Lingqu herself was not. Once the machine completed its treatment, she returned to her dormitory to continue sleeping. The next morning, as the military horn sounded, Instructor Chun arrived in an all-terrain vehicle, instructing them to warm up in preparation for a 30-kilometer weight-bearing run with a 10-kilogram load. Each participant was allowed to carry a small bag containing supplies. Xu Shichen, upon hearing this, grew increasingly worried and sought out Xu Lingqu. Given the intensity of the training, she presumed that, based on Xu Lingqu's condition yesterday, completing the run today would be exceedingly challenging, and thus she felt the need to stay by her side. However, at that moment, Instructor Chun announced the result from the previous day's performance. The cross-country run was significantly more perilous than the training grounds, and students would be divided into groups based on their scores, with corresponding instructors trailing behind in vehicles. Naturally, Xu Shichen was placed in the first tier, while Instructor Chun detailed the composition of 5 groups. When the 5th group was revealed on the intelligence screen, the students exchanged glances in disbelief. The 5th group contained only one individual, Xu Lingqu. Had the instructor thus tacitly acknowledged her as the weakest link? With such a meager training capacity, how could she even consider applying to the military academy? There were murmurs of discontent, but none dared voice their thoughts. Questioning her status in the command department, those who held disdain for her seized the opportunity to ridicule her. Lin Xiao, unable to tolerate their taunts, retorted loudly, "What of it? Her score still ranks above yours." Despite having deducted 2 points yesterday, Xu Lingqu remained in first place. Sun Liao scoffed dismissively. If she can't complete today's run, more points will be deducted. Eventually, she'll reach a negative score. Just wait and see. He turned back, eager to witness any sign of embarrassment on Xu Lingqu's face, only to be jostled by Shen Sholi. Sun Liao, ready to retaliate, turned to find that it was Shen Sholi who had bumped into him, immediately retracting into a more subdued demeanor as he tried to step aside. Yet, Shen Sholi remained before him, refusing to budge. Disgusted, he wiped the spot where he had collided with Sun Liao, a mere gesture that caused Sun Liao's face to flush with anger as he clenched his fists. He was well aware that Shen Sholi was indicating his disdain for him that moment. Jean approached with a mocking grin, addressing Sun Liao. "Weren't you quite vocal just now? Why the silence now?" His demeanor was as audacious as his bright red hair. Sun Liao, uncertain of Jin's origins but recognizing his close association with Shen Sholi, chose to remain silent. Jin, finding the situation dull, pulled Shen Sholi along. Stopping near Xu Shichen, "Why don't you go help your sister?" Xu Shichen, typically stoic, pointed expressionlessly at the intelligence map. "I'm assessing where I might kick him into the river." Add me to that plan. Jean exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The cross-country run soon commenced under the instructor's supervision. When it was Xu Lingqu's turn to start, only she and Instructor Chun remained on the training ground. Do you really need to follow me in a vehicle? Xu Lingqu questioned, glancing back at Instructor Chun, but he closed the car door and activated the vehicle with a fingerprint scan. What alternative do you suggest? Should I run alongside you? That would be profoundly unfair to me. Xu Lingqu exited the training area, shouldered her weighted pack, and began her run along the route designated by the intelligence system. This path had been previously scouted by the instructors, and some obstacles had been cleared. Yet it remained challenging, particularly a section that lay within the flood zone from where they had submerged tents, making the ground perilously slippery. Instructor Chen's vehicle glided effortlessly over the terrain, transforming into a hovering craft to navigate the narrow, slick paths before returning to its car form. Isn't that exhausting? Xu Lingqu remarked. Not as exhausting as you, Instructor Chen retorted, observing the tracking system, revealing that they were significantly lagging behind due to her pace. Sometimes, making a choice is more crucial than sheer effort. Xu Lingqu, undeterred by his provocations, slowed her pace even further. Despite her uncertainty about the source of her confidence, she remained resolute that she could complete the training. As sweat dripped down her neck and onto the rocky ground, Xu Lingqu finally reached the first rest stop established by the instructors. Half of the day already elapsed. She opened her supply bag, sat down, and silently consumed a tube of nutritional supplement while assessing the movement of the main group. The first tier was nearing the second rest point, and the initial segment of the course had been the simplest. The third segment would prove the most challenging. Instructor Chun, leisurely observing her from the floating vehicle, commented, "You've fallen significantly behind." The nutritional supplement was unpalatable, overly sweet with a peach flavor that made her nauseous. After a sip of water to wash away the cloying taste, Xu Lingqu stated, "My objective today is completion, not competition. If Kaiyong were here, he would add 5 kilometers to your distance due to your attitude." Instructor Chun raised an eyebrow. Xu Lingqu, maintaining her stoic expression, nodded. "Then I must express my gratitude for your leniency." As the break included, she rose and reshouldered her load. The artificial sun hung overhead, its rays scorching her skin as she navigated the narrow path strewn with gravel. Bracing herself against the heated stone wall, Instructor Chun watched her struggle to pass through the tight space. "If you wish to give up, you can choose to forfeit points that I can take you back." Xu Lingqu remained silent, her strength waning. She had not noticed when her ankles had been cut, blood trickling from the wounds. After traversing the rocky path and reaching the grassland, she paused momentarily to apply some hemostatic powder before resuming her run. Giving up had never crossed her mind. She was resolute in her determination. For 2 relentless hours, she pressed on until she finally reached the second rest point. Xu Lingqu spat a mouthful of blood onto the muddy ground. An Instructor Chun finally descended from his hovercraft, extending a hand toward her, inquiring about her condition. "It's nothing serious," she replied, her voice hoarse as she waved him off. Ahead, several students had already given up and boarded the instructor's flying vehicle to return. Many nursing injuries. The implication in Instructor Chen's gaze was unmistakable. The recent recall of Kaiyong for a reprimand was due to the inherent dangers posed by the sudden river surge, although they feigned indifference toward the students. They were genuinely concerned about potential mishaps. The probability of further incidents on this path was considerable, especially since Xu Lingqu's speed had noticeably diminished. As darkness began to descend, navigating through the rugged terrain would only become more challenging. Xu Lingqu understood Instructor Chen's concerns well. After sitting for a while to recuperate, her throat no longer ached as much, and she spoke. "Instructor Chun, I value my life greatly." During yesterday's training, she had sensed her life hanging by a thread, which prompted her to request a brief respite. Her body required an adjustment period after several days of overexertion. Although today's load-bearing cross-country run sounded daunting after resting yesterday and managing her pace, she was able to push herself to her limits without exceeding her mental expectations. Seeing her determination, Instructor Chen chose not to press further and returned to his hovercraft. As night fell, Xu Lingqu proceeded cautiously through the darkness. The sound of flowing water alerted her to an approaching river. The stones were slippery, but with Instructor Chun's tacit approval, she crossed slowly. The water washed over her wounds, sending icy pain coursing through her mind, making her acutely aware of her situation. After a brief silence, Instructor Chun instructed her to move further downstream. He glanced at the intelligence system, noting that all those capable of completing the day's training had returned to the base, while only Xu Lingqu remained, slowly advancing. This was the final stretch. The staggered departures had been determined by their assessments of the students' physical conditions. Xu Lingqu, in Instructor Chen's estimation, should have given up midway through the first segment, which was why she had been placed in the fifth group alone. Yet here she was, having completed half of the third segment. Instructor Chen recalled a long-standing joke he had encountered long ago. If a determined snail were to pursue a human, its chances of failure would not be absolute. Meanwhile, in the confinement room of the training base, Xu Shichen strained to peer through the only small window, while Jean could not help but remark, "You can't see anything out there. What's so interesting?" Both had been deprived of their intelligent devices and confined for writing self-reflections, leaving them in utter darkness. Xu Shichen, filled with frustration, retorted, "It's all your fault. Your actions were too conspicuous and exposed us. How was I supposed to know the instructor would look our way?" Jean lamented, slumped over the desk, writing his reflection. Their unfortunate target had been Sun Liao, who often sought to trouble Xu Lingqu. Xu Shichen, adhering to her principles, had initially been part of the first group, but had dawdled long enough to join the third group, fulfilling her desire to push Sun Liao into the water. Unbeknownst to her, Jean had learned of her plan and insisted on joining her, resulting in a reckless escapade before the instructor. As Jean diligently wrote, Xu Shichen leaned over to glimpse his handwriting. "Your script is rather beautiful." It was evident he had practiced extensively, and there was an inexplicable familiarity to it. Xu Shichen nodded. "The educational resources in the 3-star system are quite commendable." The empire was divided into 4-star systems, with wealth decreasing as the numbers increased. Jin's origin, as indicated by the intelligence system, was indeed from the 3-star system. As technology progressed, fewer families enrolled their children in calligraphy classes, leading to a decline in talent and a scarcity of professional instructors, relegating the art to a mere affectation among the elite. Jean paused, twirling his pen. "You might as well return to the window and watch for the commander's return." "I could see this." Xu Shichen rushed back to the window, her curiosity piqued. "By the way, how do you know Shan Sholi? You, from a 3-star system, are quite familiar with our empire's future military luminary." She raised an eyebrow, tucking a strand of golden hair behind her ear, aware that everyone had begun to recognize Jin's unusual status. Yet, Xu Shichen could not recall any prominent figures from the 3-star system. "Shan Sholi isn't that hard to know," Jean replied, his pen continuing to glide across the paper. Xu Shichen dismissed the notion, recalling how the nobility adored flaunting their connections to Shan Sholi, and a simple conversation could be wielded as social capital. The memories of their sycophantic behavior sent a chill down her spine. Initially, she had perceived Shan Sholi as pretentious, but after their interactions, she found him to be a meticulous and fastidious individual. As the night drizzled lightly, the final stretch of the cross-country course turned muddy and splattered. Xu Lingqu trudged through as though crossing a swamp, soaked and caked in dirt, her face and hands scratched by branches, blood seeping from the wounds only to be washed away by the rain. She sneezed repeatedly as if a stray dog caught in the elements. Instructor Chan followed closely behind. The curfew at the training base was fast approaching. The intelligence system pinged with inquiries regarding their conditions. "All is well," Instructor Chen replied, "that we're nearly there." He had witnessed Xu Lingqiu's journey, noting several points where she could have easily surrendered, yet she persevered through sheer will. He found it challenging to articulate his feelings toward this student. Xu Lingqiu, meanwhile, was too exhausted to ponder deeply. Her physical limits reached, and the fact that she had not collapsed yet was a testament to her resilience. She mechanically followed the route laid out by the intelligence system, driven solely by her willpower to maintain her pace in the darkness. Suddenly, a light flickered ahead, blinding her temporarily. She halted as 2 figures approached, clad in military-grade waterproof attire, their specialized fabrics shielding them from the rain, illuminating the path like daylight. Yes, she recognized one of them as Shan Sholi. She inquired, "What brings you here?" Instructor Chun switched on the vehicle's lights, having kept them off to ensure fairness during the training. Xu Lingqiu had taken her time, and thus traversing in darkness was her due. The accompanying instructor sighed. This student believes she lost something during her training and has come out to search for it. Given Shan Sholi's unique status, the instructor found it difficult to deny his request. No one wished to offend the grandson of General Shun or the Empire's rising star with enhanced mental capabilities. Understanding the circumstances, Xu Lingqiu wiped the rain from her face and continued running, only to be seized by the wrist by Shan Sholi. If she had the strength, she would have executed a swift throw. "What is it?" she asked. "You're hurt," Shunsholi observed. Noting the crimson droplets mingling with the rain on her face, "You've sustained numerous injuries." "Indeed," she replied, perplexed by a sudden concern. "Could you let go so I can return for treatment?" Shunsholi faltered for a moment before releasing her, and Xu Lingqu swiftly passed him. The remaining distance was short. 10 minutes later, the entrance to the training base loomed ahead. Xu Lingqu successfully arrived. Completing her training for the day, as the gate opened, she looked up to find many heads peering in her direction, as if a significant portion of the crowd awaited her return. The base was enveloped in a transparent shell, preventing the rain from falling directly inside, allowing droplets to cascade down her hair and onto the grass. The girl, pale and bloodless, bore the marks of her ordeal, wounds oozing as the rain continued to wash over her. Despite her disheveled appearance, she stood tall, head held high as she surveyed the crowd, casting aside her burdens and supplies onto the ground. She embodied the very image of a victor. Silence hung in the air before someone began to applaud. Lin Xiao and Tang Muin leading the way. Their enthusiasm sparked a wave of applause from the onlookers. Xu Lingqu's achievements would now be the talk of the day, her solitary fifth group securing her a prominent position in the overall rankings. Capturing the attention of her peers, today's training has sparked much discussion regarding Xu Lingqu's ability to complete the task. Given the considerable difficulty, some students with strategic inclinations chose to withdraw, and initially, many harbored skepticism towards Xu Lingqu. With her frail appearance, it seemed appropriate for her to simply act as a commander. However, she performed admirably during the rescue operation. The incessant mention of her frailty raises questions. What does it mean when someone perceived as weak triumphs against all odds? Even Wang Qihu and others, merely passing by, found themselves implicated, and it must be reiterated that they absolutely did not engage in any form of collusion. Xu Lingqu's combat skills are undeniably formidable. This situation prompted Wang Qihu to ponder whether the correlation between combat proficiency and physical fitness had dissipated, yet he ultimately concluded that not everyone possesses the exceptional qualities of Xu Lingqu. Despite this realization, he remained doubtful about her capacity to complete today's training. However, as Xu Lingqu's name steadily progressed across the map, perceptions began to shift. Was she merely putting on a show for us? What kept her from giving up? Some possessed the tenacity and perseverance to endure. After all, can she truly maintain her resolve? How is it that she has managed to persevere? Our esteemed commander has returned to the training base. Following closely was Instructor Chun, who leapt from his vehicle to announce to everyone, "Today's training has concluded. All who completed the task earned 2 points, with an additional point for those in the top 5. Those who withdrew midway will be penalized 1 point." He removed his gloves and cast a lingering glance at her. "Best head to the infirmary," he advised before turning back to his quarters. As the crowd began to disperse, the door swung open once more, revealing Shunsholi and the accompanying instructor, who had just mentioned searching for something. He removed the raincoat he had been wearing and approached Xu Lingqu. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she queried as she walked towards the infirmary. "No, I didn't find it, and I won't look anymore," he replied softly, hinting at some underlying emotion. Xu Lingqu, preoccupied with her physical and mental state, merely nodded and continued on her way. Tang Muin emerged from the crowd, initially intending to support Xu Lingqu, but discreetly withdrew and instead picked up the weighted objects and supplies. Trailing behind her, Sun Liao, having been punished for his mischief with Jin and Su Shichen, naturally assumed the role of Xu Lingqu's assistant, reporting her status as he awaited release. As Xu Lingqu entered the infirmary, Tang Muin carried the items to the instructor overseeing storage. This was their third encounter, yet this time the infirmary was not devoid of company. Familiar faces filled the room. Sun Liao, limping, glared at Xu Lingqu, who had returned successfully, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. "Tell me, is it possible for someone with a B-level mental capacity to pilot a mech?" In Instructor Chen's quarters, Kyan engaged in a holographic conversation, wore an expression of disbelief. "Chun AI, have you completely lost your wits teaching those kids? How many lives were lost in the South E Accord, in the Dreamforge Master S laboratory, below A-level mental capacity? A mech's entire system collapses. What are you dreaming about?" A fleeting image of a figure traversing the night flitted through Chen's mind, and he shook his head involuntarily to "You're right. I've been pushing those kids a bit too hard lately." Kyan grinned. "If you miss me, just say it. Wait for me. I'll be back in a couple of days to have some fun with those kids." Within the infirmary, Sun Liao's resentful gaze seemed to be glued to Xu Lingqu. Not leaving her for a moment, as she entered a partition, she instructed the housekeeping robot to cleanse her. While he watched, itching to intervene, I turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Your vision also impaired. Sun Liao awkwardly averted his gaze, recalling how he had been kicked by Jean and Su Shichen, filled with resentment and anger that he could not express. That it was all Xu Lingqu's fault. It was her doing. He immediately began treatment for his sprained ankle, keeping a close eye on Xu Lingqu's movements displayed on the smart device, anticipating bad news. Yet, she returned triumphant, causing all his earlier curses to fall flat. Once she emerged from the cleaning, now looking less disheveled, she connected to the treatment device and fell asleep, never once directing her gaze at Sun Liao. Sometimes, being ignored can hurt far more than disdain. Sun Liao, seething with frustration, found himself performing a soliloquy, unnoticed and resigned to the notion that out of sight was out of mind. He turned his head away and also succumbed to sleep. As her physical functions began to recover, Xu Lingqu's dreams were devoid of apocalyptic visions. She found herself standing in darkness, and soon, a rustic house appeared before her. Hesitant, she eventually pushed the door open, discovering a young man seated at a tea table, who smiled warmly at her as the wind chimes tinkled in the breeze. Moments later, the dream warped and blurred, and Xu Lingqu awoke to find the infirmary empty. Leaving her alone, she removed the device and prepared to leave. I called her back. Curfew has arrived. The instructor has mandated everyone return to their dormitories. However, I need you to stay. Your treatment protocol is not yet complete. I will wait for you to awaken. I interlaced her fingers and turned to face Xu Lingqu. With such a statement, it was clear that she had something significant to discuss. Xu Lingqu lowered her gaze. There's something wrong with my health. Dr. Li, intent on addressing her physical condition, prompted a sense of unease within Xu Lingqu, who anticipated the worst. The doctor visualized the data in the air. Here are the statistics from your body over the past 2 days, yesterday and today. Within just 24 hours, your foundational fitness and physiological functions have shown remarkable improvement. Xu Lingqu's expression mingled disbelief with inquiry. Considering the volume of your training, I have discerned that as long as you can consistently push your body to its limits and subsequently receive effective recovery treatment, your fundamental skills and physical capabilities will experience a qualitative leap. Unfortunately, I have not gathered complete data from you over these few days. Otherwise, I would surmise that your initial breakthrough occurred after receiving treatment from the Sirac substance. I stood, fixing her gaze on Xu Lingqu. You have sensed it too. This is why other students are reluctant to approach me, while you, on the other hand, feel a special affinity for my methods. Having realized their unique benefits for you a couple of days ago, correct? Xu Lingqu nodded sincerely. Indeed, I have nothing to conceal. Previously, my physical condition was such that even a short walk could lead to blood loss. Recently, I have noticed each time I awaken, my body feels rejuvenated. Is there anything wrong with that? Although she had always felt a strange familiarity with this body, it was limited to her ability to control it to achieve combat success. She had yet to find effective ways to enhance her physical fitness. Thus, she attributed her improvements to the Sirac substance. While she maintained a calm exterior, a hint of anxiety lingered within. After all, she could not ascertain whether her unique physical condition was a result of the soul of the apocalyptic era residing within her. In the midst of her apprehension, Dr. Li smiled, brushing her icy blue hair. Your physique is actually documented in our medical archives, albeit in scant numbers. Currently, there are only 2 cases. IT has said that there are other cases within the Federation, but they are unwilling to share information with us. She shrugged, continuing, as it stands, I do not have sufficient data to definitively prove your condition. Such physiques often exhibit some inherent deficiencies, aligning perfectly with your previous physical condition. The rigorous training you have undertaken these past 2 days has pushed your body to its limits. And you have persevered, complemented by effective recovery treatments from the Sirac substance, which you find immensely beneficial. Under these circumstances, your unique physique has been awakened. As long as you maintain this state, you will continue to grow stronger. However, challenging your limits requires ample self-control and precision. Lacking either could lead to dire consequences. So, it is like this. From the doctor's explanation, Xu Lingqu understood that the Sirac substance served merely as an auxiliary factor, with her extraordinary physique being of greater significance. Thus, she surmised that her ability to master and familiarize herself with this body was indeed linked to the innate qualities it possessed at L. I scrutinized the young woman before her. To the untrained eye, she still appeared as a frail, sickly girl, with perhaps the most notable change being a slightly healthier complexion compared to 2 days prior. Now, a flicker of surprise graced her features. Compared to her previously stoic demeanor, she seemed far more endearing. I pondered briefly before deciding to instill some confidence in Xu Lingqu. To be candid, aside from you, the only other case of this unique constitution is that of General Inha, the most formidable and illustrious mech warrior of the interstellar era. With his illustrious example set before you, it would be rather unremarkable for you, a newcomer, to fall short. Upon hearing the name of General Inha, Xu Lingqu felt a subtle stir in her heart. Unfortunately, my mental capacity is classified as B grade. She accepted Dr. Li's comforting words with a smile, maintaining a FA of composure. Then you can become the strongest commander. I was unusually excited. If Xu Lingqu could indeed prove to possess the same extraordinary constitution as General Inha, she would leave an indelible mark on the medical history of the Galactic Empire. Thus, she was eager to keep Xu Lingqu motivated, encouraging her to grow stronger. The reason I share this with you today is my hope that you will frequently cooperate by coming to the infirmary for checkups. Allowing me to gather more data for confirmation of I returned to the main topic and added that she would inform their instructor once sufficient data was available. It was as if a pillow had been delivered to someone in need of rest. Xu Lingqu would have visited the infirmary daily without Dr. Li's prompting. She readily agreed. No problem. With all that needed to be said, Dr. Li opened the door, allowing Xu Lingqu to return to her dormitory. Standing at the entrance of the infirmary, Xu Lingqu rubbed her hands together and gazed up at the twinkling constellations in the night sky. The stars here were more numerous and radiant than those during Earth's apocalyptic era, forming a resplendent river of stars. The Milky Way reminded her of that fellow countryman, rumored to have also come from Earth. This legendary general, whose name was invoked by countless individuals, had seen his era come to a close. His name now enshrined as a monument of remembrance. Meanwhile, Xu Lingqu's own legendary era was just beginning. Chapter 26. Transformation. In the days that followed, the basic training arranged by Instructor Chun continued to escalate in intensity. Xu Lingqu, clearly exceeding her limits, chose to prioritize her safety by managing her efforts, striving to complete what she could without overexerting herself. At the end of each day, she would retire to the infirmary to rest. Time passed swiftly amidst this fulfilling and busy training, coupled with precious moments of repose. The day before Instructor Kaiyong's anticipated return, Instructor Chen assigned the same training regimen as on the first day. With 5 kilometers of weight-bearing running, the students dutifully prepared themselves. The command. The training commenced. As they ran, a subtle commotion arose among the students. Xu Lingqu, who had always lagged behind, suddenly found herself in the middle of the pack. Breathing easily, a stark contrast to her earlier struggles for air, her strides were steady and firm. The students behind her immediately sensed their predicament. How could they not keep up with Xu Lingqu? The students behind began to chase desperately, while those in the front, feeling the pressure, pushed themselves to run even faster. Jean and Su Shichen, leading the pack, noticed the stir and increased their pace, propelling the group into a frenzy. Another instructor, standing beside Instructor Chun, was left astounded by the collective charge of the students. Have these kids gone mad? Meanwhile, Xu Lingqu maintained her own rhythm. By the end of the run, her placement was still not particularly high, perhaps even towards the back. However, this time, she stood there unperturbed, like a resilient bamboo, while the other students, especially those who had been nearest to her, lay sprawled on the ground, panting and gasping for breath. Appearing utterly defeated, compared to the last training session, every student had completed the run 5 minutes faster, with those destined for combat roles meeting the Empire's 25-minute standard and non-combatants finishing within half an hour. All had unleashed their potential, spurred on by Xu Lingqu's extraordinary performance. Xu Lingqu stepped forward to help Su Shichen up, who had pushed himself too hard in an effort to maintain his position. Jean, feeling a sense of camaraderie, protested. I want to help too. Xu Lingqu turned her gaze to another standing figure, Shun Sholi. Let him assist you. Shun Sholi declined. No, he's rolling in the dirt. Jean, frustrated, scrambled to his feet. How dare you say that about me? At that moment, Tang Muwen, exhausted and unable to stand, stumbled towards them. Xu Lingqu quickly extended a hand to catch him. Tang Muin's eyes sparkled with surprise and gratitude. Thank you. From initially harboring a hint of hostility, Tang Muin now felt joy at Xu Lingqu's willingness to help him up. In his eyes, this act signified her acceptance of him into her circle. A significant shift for someone who typically maintained stringent boundaries. Xu Lingqu, however, did not overthink it. She simply wished to avoid appearing heartless, especially since Tang Muin had been diligently supporting her these past few days. The word indifference flickered in Xu Lingqu's mind, triggering memories of her past actions during the apocalypse, firing her weapon at the infected without hesitation. Once a word that resonated deeply with her, it now felt strangely uncomfortable and foreign. Instinctively, she withdrew her hand from Tang Muin, causing him to stumble slightly, but managed to regain his footing, saying nothing, merely smiling at her. Xu Shichen leaned on her shoulder affectionately, like a golden retriever greeting its owner. Sister, you are amazing. You are no longer the person you used to be. Xu Shichen nuzzled against her shoulder. When she first met Xu Lingqu, she had fit the stereotypical image described by her mother and brother, a frail and unappealing figure. Small in stature, pale, and lacking vitality at that time, Xu Lingqu did not resemble the sister Xu Shichen had envisioned. She instinctively felt that it was her duty to protect her, even if her brother and mother disapproved. Xu Lingqu, in Xu Shichen's eyes, was an innocent weakling who deserved to be shielded. However, as they progressed through the trial period at Moyuan Military Academy, Xu Lingqu demonstrated her strength and resilience in numerous instances. No longer did she evoke a protective instinct. Instead, she exuded an aura of formidable strength that inspired trust and reliance. That you're too old to be clinging to your sister like that. Jean could no longer tolerate the tender moment between the sisters and interjected, and Xu Lingqu isn't even your biological sister. Why act as if you've known each other for years? Xu Shichen, immersed in the warmth of her sister's presence, could no longer contain her irritation. She retaliated with a swift kick, which Jean barely managed to block with his arm. Isn't that impressive? Why pretend to be weak when you're clearly strong? Jean remarked, shaking off the impact of her kick. Clearly, your brother's training has paid off. How do you know so much about my family? Xu Shichen approached Jean with an intent to interrogate. Is your family from Capital Star? Which duke, baron, or minister's son are you pretending to be? Jean quickly darted behind Shinsholi, exclaiming, Shinsholi told me all this. You can ask him. Shinsholi stood firm, a pillar separating the two in their quarrel. He turned to Xu Lingqu, his gaze clearly asking, Are you going to intervene? Xu Lingqu decisively shook her head. I cannot. Faced with the esteemed young master, who had been praised by her brother and mother, Xu Shichen remained slightly more composed, refraining from confronting him directly. Instead, she looked at Shinsholi with curiosity. You seem indifferent most of the time, yet you know everything. Shinsholi nudged Jean, who clutched his side and fell to the ground. Even as he lay there, he couldn't resist winking at Shinsholi, mouthing, Thanks for taking the blame. His glee was evident. I even visited your home the other day. Isn't that normal? Shinsholi continued, recounting how he had witnessed Ms. Xu kick someone into the fountain during a party, a moment he would never forget. As he concluded his thought, Shinsholi's gaze lingered on Xu Lingqu for a brief moment before shifting away. Knowing that any words spoken would be futile, the Xu Lingqu before him was a stark contrast to the one he had once known, as if she had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. Chapter 27. Rivals in the days that followed. Xu Lingqu consistently secured her place in the middle of the training group, prompting discussions among the students about her rapid and remarkable transformation. Ultimately, they concluded that while her change was indeed swift, it was not entirely unexpected. Her gradual improvement had been evident in the preceding days, even if she had remained unnoticed at the back of the pack. In a matter of days, she had evolved from an unassuming presence to a formidable five-sided warrior, albeit with a slight deficiency in mental capacity. Lin Xiao was delighted by her transformation, although they were not particularly close. It felt akin to having successfully wagered on an underdog in a mech competition, affirming her discerning eye. Moreover, their combat training had truly benefited from her prowess. Unfortunately, the training base's signal was jammed, where she would have delighted in boasting to her friends about sharing a dorm with the Ziwei Star of Moyuan Military Academy. The sound of fingerprint verification echoed as Xu Lingqu, the native of Ziwei Star, returned from the infirmary. Having previously suffered from a notably poor constitution, the enhancement she experienced after rigorous training was significant and comparatively easier to achieve, akin to elevating a score from 0 or even negative to the passing mark of 60. However, further advancements became increasingly challenging to D.R.L. I had just discussed the drawbacks of her physical condition with her, advising that she should not always push herself to the limits of her body, as doing so would slow her progress considerably. Being stuck at the physical threshold is perilous in practice. Without the reckless yet cautious spirit she had displayed a few days ago, success would be elusive. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste. As a commander, her current physical capabilities were more than adequate. This was the comfort D.R.L. I offered her, only serving as a commander. The image of that tall white mech flashed once more in Xu Lingqu's mind as she climbed into bed, suddenly feeling a wave of nostalgia for Lu Ming. Although Jean and Su Shichen enjoyed chattering next to her, it was entirely different. The life form of Lu Ming's Samoyed was far more comforting and adorable than that of a human. The door opened again, and Lin Xiao redirected her covert gaze from Xu Lingqu to the entering Lu Zhong. This girl, destined to become a mech soldier with S-level mental prowess, appeared equally fatigued. Lin Xiao was somewhat more familiar with her, and thus knew that Lu Zhong had recently been secretly practicing on her own. During the trial period at Moxie Military Academy, the two most notable figures were Shensholi and Lu Zhong, who had once engaged in a riveting battle that drew the attention of all students. Each cohort of the 6 major military academies would have its rising stars, and it was initially believed that Moxie military academies would emerge between the two. However, it was evident that Xu Lingqu had recently stolen the spotlight. Whether in admiration or derision, all eyes, including those of the instructors, were now focused on Xu Lingqu, which Lin Xiao understood placed Lu Zhong under considerable pressure. Lu Zhong, being exceptionally talented, was approached by the admissions team of Moxie Military Academy with enticing conditions, fully aware of her own worth. Moxie Military Academy aimed to reform its ethos this year, striving to rejuvenate its standing in the military league by showcasing outstanding students to take up the banner, with the trial period serving as a prime opportunity for performance. Throughout combat training, she had always considered Shensholi her greatest rival, recognizing the immense challenge he posed on the arena. Yet at present, the brilliance radiating from Xu Lingqu overshadowed everyone, including Shensholi, whom she deemed dazzlingly formidable. Lu Zhong found herself somewhat breathless. After placing her belongings, she glanced over to find Xu Lingqu already in slumber. Lu Zhong felt a twinge of confusion. As her roommate, she had observed Xu Lingqu's self-regulation abilities. Xu Lingqu was entirely focused on surpassing herself, seemingly viewing no one else as a rival. Regardless of her performance, she remained untroubled and undeterred. Lying on her bed with her hands behind her head, gazing at the ceiling, she listened to the steady rhythm of Xu Lingqu's breathing nearby. Gradually, her own heart calmed. Xu Lingqu must possess some unique charm that quiets and steadies those around her. Lu Zhong thought before drifting into slumber herself. However, Xu Lingqu was not at ease. Perhaps due to the emotional turmoil of the day, she found herself dreaming of apocalyptic events. She walked along a scorched road, clad not in the uniform of a law enforcer, but in tattered clothing and without shoes, her feet enscathed by the recently burned earth. It soon dawned upon her that this was the day of her evolution. The apocalypse was marked by the invasion of mutated beasts. Yet amidst the despair, a glimmer of hope emerged with the appearance of evolved humans. These individuals could not be infected in moments of near death. 1 in 10 might evolve. Evolved humans possessed extraordinary physiques, capable of directly confronting small to medium-sized mutated beasts, offering humanity a glimpse of salvation. Thus, the Law Enforcer organization was born, with evolved humans bearing the hope of saving humanity's future, combating mutated beasts and eradicating infected humans, safeguarding the survival of human bases like Lycaton. Evolved human Xu Lingqu was born on this street. Charred by flames at that time, mutated beasts lacked the ability to set fires. Thus, it was clear that the flames were ignited by humans. Humanity needed the evolved. Evolved beings were not superhumans. Though they could resist infection and combat mutated beasts, they were not invulnerable. Many perished in battle, as they were not immortal. Consequently, humans orchestrated accidents to create evolved beings that a street was set ablaze, claiming the lives of over 100 ordinary humans. Yet the probability of finding 5 to 10 evolved humans made it a worthwhile endeavor for the Strategic High Command. Law enforcer Xu Lingqu was born under such circumstances. Startled awake, she sat up straight, noticing Lin Xiao and Lu Zheng still peacefully asleep. Outside the window, the instructors had risen and were engaged in their daily training. Xu Lingqu glanced for a moment, suddenly feeling a searing gaze beside her. Lu Zheng had awoken unbeknownst to her and was staring intently. Can you shoot? Chapter 28. The challenge. Xu Lingqu's exchanges with Lu Zheng had been sparse. She was naturally reticent, often wearing a stoic expression and speaking little. This unexpected inquiry left Xu Lingqu uncertain of Lu Zheng's intent. Yes, why? She replied, turning to face Lu Zheng fully. On the day the shooting training room opens. May we have a match? Lu Zheng attempted to soften her tone, but her habitual demeanor rendered her words somewhat provocative. However, Xu Lingqu appeared unfazed. Sure, she accepted, interpreting it as a standard challenge, in terms of shooting. Xu Lingqu had not received formal training. Yet, her first encounter with a real firearm had been during a life-or-death situation. After freshening up, she left the building to find Lu Zheng still sitting on her bed. Looking somewhat dazed, as if she had not anticipated issuing a challenge to Xu Lingqu. Lin Xiao silently pulled down her blanket, incredulous at what she had just heard. Lu Zheng had initiated a challenge, and Xu Lingqu had readily accepted. To be honest, Lin Xiao had contemplated whether the two might eventually clash, envisioning a battlefield filled with smoke. Instead, the reality felt mundane, akin to two individuals casually inquiring if each other had breakfast. Suddenly reminded of breakfast, Lin Xiao felt a pang of hunger and promptly jumped out of bed, heading straight for the cafeteria. Arriving late, she found only nutrient liquid available, lamenting her wish for warm buns and fried dough sticks. Upon reaching the cafeteria entrance, she bumped into Instructor Chun, who was carrying 2 breakfast portions outside. Instructor, you're here for breakfast? Lin Xiao politely greeted. Instructor Chun nodded. I'm here to pick up Instructor Qian. Lin Xiao's pace came to an abrupt halt. Qian was returning? The very instructor who delighted in tormenting them, often showering them with gifts upon their first encounter, was back. Suddenly, the aroma wafting from the cafeteria seemed less appealing. Unbeknownst to Qian, his return had diminished the appetite of a regular student. He was currently lounging in Instructor Chen's office. Legs crossed. As the door swung open, he returned. Instructor Chen shot him an irritated glance. I'd already launched the aircraft to fetch you. You slipped in without a word, after being chided by the old man at Moxie Military Academy for days to refrain from tormenting the students. Qian's ears felt as though they might develop calluses. Eager to return, he could hardly wait for Instructor Chun to collect him, and instead made his way to the training base, without hesitation. He took a steamed bun from the breakfast package and bit into it. That aren't you usually just having tea and pastries? That was brought for you, Instructor Chen replied, pulling up a chair as he observed Qian devouring his meal with a frown. What's wrong? Did they starve you during your time away? Not exactly. Qian swallowed a mouthful of soy milk and added, it's just that the food at the training base tastes particularly good. After watching those old men glower at you every day, what could you possibly want to eat? Just not throwing up is a victory. His recent days have been quite intolerable. The old men seemed eager to hold a hearing to extract from him any plans he might have for tormenting students, urging him to abandon such notions that IT was all due to the presence of General Shun's grandson, and the old men feared something might go awry. Yet, General Shun had said nothing. Why were they so concerned? Qian felt truly unfortunate, as these old fogies, cloaked in the guise of ensuring student safety, believed no one could see through their ulterior motives. Instructor Chun tapped his finger on the table in agreement. Moxie is declining year by year. Thanks to them. Speaking of this, Qian's expression darkened. If they revert to their previous training methods, treating students like a herd of free-range sheep, and let Shinsholi go back to report to his grandfather, that would truly be embarrassing. He stood up and looked out through the one-way glass. The students had already gathered, with another instructor beginning their scheduled physical training. They believed that with Lu Zheng and Shinsholi as guarantors, at least the Met combat events in the Military Academy League will not reflect poorly on us, and that is sufficient. This perspective aligns with their absurd strategic outlook on the larger situation. The topic, however, is rather sensitive. Instructor Chun furrowed his brow and spoke. Qian waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Let us not discuss that. Has everything gone smoothly these past few days? After a brief silence. Thinking Chun was upset, Qian quickly added, with you in charge, there surely wouldn't be any mistakes that I spoke out of turn. Not quite. Instructor Chun interrupted his self-reproach. Are there really errors? Qian was taken aback. Instructor Chun directly transmitted a data report to his smart brain, an upgraded version that Dr. Li had presented to Xu Lingqu. That IT detailed all of Xu Lingqu's recent training data, substantiating the authenticity of her unique physical condition, akin to that of General Galaxy. The more Kaon examined the data, the deeper his frown grew. After thoroughly reviewing each statistic, his brow eased, as if a light bulb had gone off. So that's why you suddenly asked me if a B-level psychic could pilot a mech? Instructor Chen slightly nodded, tacitly acknowledging Kaon's inquiry. Kaon closed his mouth and perused the information once more. Xu Lingqu was indeed an astonishing individual. Although he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, the data's rapid ascent conveyed the swift evolution she had undergone in recent days. Instructor Chun had personally observed her gradual transformation, especially during the endurance training when he followed Xu Lingqu closely. He had seen her willpower, courage, and determination, which ultimately led him to question the conventional wisdom of whether someone with B-level psychic abilities could pilot a mech. Kaon fully comprehended. It was akin to the day of combat training when his first reaction to her was akin to that towards a madman of Ares. He recalled how Chun had comforted him back then regarding the limitations of psychic abilities. In this interstellar era, psychic levels represent a rigid hierarchy. The blood-soaked history warns humanity against transgressions, and people have gradually become accustomed to witnessing those with higher psychic levels excel. Xu Lingqu, with her B-level psychic ability, was rather unconventional. That if she had always been this strong, it could have been attributed to a miscalculation in the psychic assessment. However, having witnessed her growth from weakness to strength fostered fantastical notions about her future. After a moment of silence, Kaon remarked, "At the very least, she will undoubtedly be an exceptional commander. The Military Academy League's tactical battles will showcase her brilliance." Chapter 29. Null Shooting Training in her daily physical training. Xu Lingqu had found the most suitable position and approach for herself. Now, she maintained a stable performance, aligning with Wang Qihu and a few others, though there remained a slight gap between her and Su Shichen, Jin, and Shun Sholi. Observing Xu Lingqu's rapid progress, Wang Qihu felt his earlier confusion dissipate. Reflecting on his defeat to Xu Lingqu, it no longer seemed a source of embarrassment or incredulity. He found solace in the thought that during battles, having such a formidable commander as Xu Lingqu would ease his own burdens as a frontliner. Even if he were to fall, he could imagine his commander effortlessly dispatching multiple foes. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly tripped by Xu Lingqu's leg. Staring in disbelief at the limb that had caused his stumble, Wang Qihu realized that just as he contemplated relying on his commander, he had inadvertently been thwarted by her. In the same instant, a bullet whizzed past him, and the training group erupted into cries and the sounds of students collapsing. Were they under gunfire? Alarmed, Wang Qihu braced himself against the ground to avoid a full fall, rolling aside. Meanwhile, after tripping Wang Qihu, Xu Lingqu had already evaded to hide behind a metal obstacle on the training field. Su Shichen and the others quickly reacted, scattering away. After the shooting session concluded, a familiar figure swaggered into view. Kaon, rifle in hand and a broad smile on his face, addressed the group. "How is it going? Did you miss me?" The bullets were crafted from a newly developed royal material, designed to induce only pain without causing real harm. After a visit filled with admonitions from the elders, he felt compelled to return with a form of reward. Among the 200 students, at least half were hit, and their smart brains instantly displayed notifications indicating a point deduction for each hit. Wang Qihu glanced around at the hit students, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. Had he not been tripped by Xu Lingqu, he too would have lost points. Overwhelmed by unexpected gratitude, he stood up, brushed off the dust, scratched his head, and approached Xu Lingqu. "Thank you." Xu Lingqu looked up at the tall figure, momentarily unable to recall who he was. Before realizing he was the one she had just tripped, she nodded slightly, indicating no need for thanks, and stood up. Having initially been startled, the students quickly regained composure. Adapting well after previous encounters, they approached Instructor Kaon, who remarked on their progress under Instructor Chen's guidance. The students swiftly arranged themselves in formation, a stark contrast to their earlier lethargy. Kaon raised his weapon. "So, who wants to give it a try?" The sight of the gun stirred excitement among the students. After days of mundane physical training, they felt as if they had been deprived of the experience of being in one of the Empire's top 6 military academies. The sleek design of the newest military firearm, the silver feather, caught the attention of several students familiar with weaponry. The excitement was palpable, especially among those from the second star system, who recognized its significance. Even students focused on command and analysis felt the anticipation. After days of monotonous training, the chance to handle a weapon was exhilarating. However, their expectations were misplaced. Kaon flashed a mysterious smile. Shooting at targets is far too mundane. In actual combat, no one stands still for you to shoot at. Today, we'll add a twist point. 10 instructors brought forth 140 firearms, setting them down in front of the students. Today, they would initiate their first shooting training, a chase shooting contest, allowing them to compete against themselves. Half of the students would navigate obstacles while the other half would shoot, each receiving 3 bullets to score points for hits and successful evasion. Kaon clarified, "I believe I've made myself clear. This was originally Instructor Chun's responsibility, but he insisted I take the reins for today, claiming he was exhausted from guiding you." With a grin, he added, "All right, little rascals, let us see how I can manage you." The grouping was quickly established, with each student receiving a notification displaying either red or blue. Xu Lingqu's smart brain indicated blue, prompting Jean to excitedly sidle up to her. "What a coincidence! I was just thinking blue wasn't appealing, but being in the same group as Commander, Xu makes it all worthwhile." This was not merely a group competition. Xu Shichen disapproved of his smug demeanor, having been assigned to the red team alongside Shinsholi and Tang Muin. Yet her primary concern remained Xu Lingqu's safety. The nature of this competition left her anxious about how many would target Xu Lingqu. Anyone would find it hard to resist the temptation to score against her. Even Xu Shichen felt a flicker of curiosity to test her own skills, recalling how Xu Lingqu had been the first to react during Kaon's earlier ambush, skillfully dodging and finding cover, even managing to trip Wang Qihu in the process. Take down Xu Lingqu during this training would undoubtedly bring immense satisfaction. Chapter 30. Null shooting training. While Xu Shichen fretted about the potential for Xu Lingqu to become a living target, a sniper had already set his sights on Xu Lingqu herself. Lu Zheng approached Xu Lingqu and stated, "My gun will undoubtedly be aimed at you." This was a blatant provocation. Jean stood beside Xu, anticipating that she would respond to Lu with a merciless hand strike or a flying kick, yet Xu merely nodded lightly, accepting the challenge. This was peculiar. Her usual demeanor towards him was not like this. Jean lamented as Lu walked away, his expression filled with melancholy. Xu cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Am I truly that terrible to you? I wouldn't say we have a good rapport." Jean recalled his first words to her, just moments before a branch was about to jab at his neck, and the feeling was anything but pleasant. "You can consider it a special distinction," he remarked. Xu Lingqu received her firearm from the instructor. The first round was for the red team to run, while the blue team would snipe. Jean also grabbed a gun and looked up at Xu, who handled her weapon with great finesse. "Don't tell me you've had systematic training in marksmanship. Are you a sharpshooter?" "I have not undergone systematic training," Xu replied earnestly. Jean exhaled in relief. If Xu were to be proficient in firearms as well, that would be too monstrous. A veritable replica of Shinsholi, who had been groomed as a human weapon since childhood with some mental shortcomings. However, Shin was far more relatable than Xu Lingqu. At times, Jean felt Xu's coldness was so pronounced that he considered recommending her for a job suited to her temperament, perhaps in a ruthless group of assassins. The students positioned themselves strategically, ensuring that the red team was entirely exposed to gunfire, aiming to eliminate any potential shooting blind spots. To the command, the red team began their obstacle course. Jean focused on locating Shinsholi, realizing that he was genuinely in action, making him exceedingly difficult to target. During his hesitation, he suddenly saw Shun halt and roll aside, clearly having been shot. "Who was it?" Jean gasped, unable to fathom that someone had managed to hit Shun. He switched his aim to an easier target, fired 3 shots, and scored points, then looked up to share the news with Xu Lingqu. However, upon turning, he noticed Xu's intellect display showed her had defeated 3 familiar names: Shinsholi, Xu Shichen, and Lu Zheng. Jean gulped. Why not just eliminate Tang Muin as well? Xu blinked. "I intended to find him, but he was too slow, so I casually picked someone else." Jean internally scoffed, believing it was no coincidence. Lu had issued a challenge, and Xu had simply taken her down in stride, that he suddenly felt a wave of dread. Had he not been on the blue team, he might have been the third victim of Xu Lingqu's prowess. With a tone of grievance, Jean muttered, "You deceived me." Xu replied with exasperation. "What have I deceived you about? You claimed you had no systematic training in marksmanship, yet your performance is that of a sharpshooter." One person took down the 3 strongest of the red team. What else could you call that but extraordinary? I assure you, I have never trained. Xu Lingqu removed her gun, preparing for the next round. It was now their turn to run while the red team fired at them. During the apocalypse, where would she have found the time for systematic firearms training? Her first shot was fired in the heat of battle. The surviving enforcers in the base all possessed such skills, not due to any advantages of evolution, but rather from a necessity of survival against mutated beasts. Those who couldn't shoot accurately had perished, leaving only sharpshooters that if she were to practice on stationary targets, she might not hit every shot, but when it came to living humans, her marksmanship would not fail her. Jean walked alongside her to the starting line of the obstacle course, repeatedly muttering, "You're done for, I tell you. Shun Sholi, Su Shichen, and that Lu Zheng who declared war on you will surely come after you." The guns of the three strongest members of the red team would undoubtedly be aimed at Xu Lingqu. The thought weighed heavily on Jean. Why not just stand still and let them shoot you? It's a race for who pulls the trigger first. Not a chance, she replied, to the sound of the starting signal. Jean instinctively dashed forward, assuming Su would be right beside him. To his surprise, halfway through, he turned to find Su had vanished. He instinctively looked ahead, thinking she must have outpaced him. Yet there was no one in sight. In that moment of distraction, pain shot through his leg. He had been hit. Just as he was about to fall, a figure emerged, using his body as a shield, vaulting over an obstacle that was highly exposed to sniping, rolling to the side and taking cover behind it. When the next person surpassed her, but was unfortunately shot, she replicated the maneuver, continuing her advance. How despicable, Jean thought, lying on the ground. Dumbfounded, he had never anticipated that Xu Lingqu would employ such a sneaky strategy. Moving forward unscathed behind the bodies of others, in his mind, he had envisioned Su winning through sheer strength or speed, but perhaps the recent physical training had misled him and everyone else. Su was a strategist, a commander with keen intellect, and it was often the cunningest commanders who played the dirtiest. Jean watched Su inch closer to the finish line through her underhanded tactics. A bullet suddenly flew in from an unexpected angle, striking Xu Lingqu with pinpoint accuracy. Her efforts were thwarted. Jean lay there, almost wanting to applaud the piercing bullet. Su fell to the ground, calm, as if truly dead, and activated her intellect to check who had hit her. Lu Zheng, just as she had anticipated. The display indicated that of her 3 shots, only one had struck Xu Lingqu. The first 2 had missed. Given the precision of the shot that hit Su, it seemed improbable that she had missed others. It appeared she had aimed all 3 shots at Xu Lingqu, relentlessly persisting even after the first 2 had failed. Realizing this, Su's previously languid attitude shifted. Lu Zheng's challenge was serious. She genuinely sought to compete against Xu Lingqu in this training exercise. Chapter 31. Shooting training. In this shooting drill, survival in the obstacle course was purely a matter of luck. Jean seethed, knowing it was Xin Sholi who had eliminated him, feeling even more frustrated that it was Xu Lingqu who had sent him off in the previous round. In a sense, this shooting training had devolved into a personal vendetta. Conversely, those with weaker rivalries managed to survive, as their slower pace left them less exposed to bullets. Kuan, overhearing Jin's indignant outburst, chuckled nearby, taking a drag from his cigarette and reflecting on the student's woes. Luck is a part of strength. And remember, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. In such circumstances, the prominent figures will inevitably become targets. Xu Lingqu rose from the ground, preparing for the second round. When Lu Zheng handed her the gun, she solemnly declared, "It's one." That Su gripped the firearm. She was the standout figure destined to be targeted by the winds of fate, with the gaze of countless eyes fixated upon her, all aiming to claim her score. As Lu Zheng faced off against her, she simultaneously contended with most of the other students, racing to take Su down before anyone else. During the gun exchange, Su Shichen unexpectedly appeared, looking aggrieved. "Sister, why did you send me away?" Upon seeing Xu Lingqu's intellect display sanctioning her, Su Shichen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then she turned to Jean with a different expression. "What a pity. I was just 2 seconds away from taking you down." But Shun Sholi's shot was just a tad quicker. The shooting drill had transformed into a series of unexpected twists, all orchestrated by Su Shichen. Jean refrained from sparring with her, instead seizing the opportunity to confront Shin Sholi. "Why are you targeting me? I didn't take you down in the first round." Shin Sholi leisurely removed his gun, replying, "I noted if you know, why are you bothering me? Why not confront Xu Lingqu instead?" As Jean spoke, he suddenly halted, staring intently at Shun Sholi. "Could it be?" Shun Sholi replied. "Could it be what? Could it be that your skills are insufficient to even reach Xu Lingqu's shadow? Get lost. Xu turned and walked away, leaving only that one word behind. Such a lack of decorum. Jean vowed to report him to General Shun at the first opportunity. Returning to the shooting area, he glued himself to Xu Lingqu's side. In this round, who will you aim for? Make sure you don't let Xu escape. Among the various firearms, Xu Lingqu returned the gun Lu Zheng had just given her and chose an old revolver instead. Loading 3 bullets into it, she turned to Jean and asked, "Guess which shot has a bullet in it?" "That's the one I'll use against him to end this tense and exhilarating shooting exercise." Xu Lingqu treated it like a game of Russian roulette, exuding an air of audacity. Jin's eyes sparkled. This demeanor suited him perfectly, and he eagerly reached out, guessing the third shot. As he spoke, he casually picked up a weapon. "If the third shot is empty, then I shall take the moral high ground." A gentle breeze swept by, his crimson hair fluttering, while the two stood at the shooting point, one clad in black, the other in red, strikingly conspicuous. The students engaged in the obstacle course kept their distance. As the duo appeared almost like grim reapers from the underworld, one bore the promise of fortune on his forehead, while the other signified peace. Together, they had 6 bullets aimed at their targets. Xu felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. "But aren't you supposed to compete with Lu Zheng? Do you have time to aim at Xu?" Jean inquired, assuming shooting position. The other 5 bullets were all intended for her. Xu Lingqu's words faded. The red team commenced their advance. She quickly spotted Lu Zheng amidst the crowd. Unlike her combat skills, which were more suited for agility, this training demanded mobility, making it easy for Xu Lingqu to lock onto her. Unfortunately, when she pulled the trigger, the first shot was a blank. Lu Zheng took cover behind an obstacle, likely planning to stay hidden for a while. Knowing that the participants in the obstacle course were relying on luck to endure, her current position behind the cover was advantageous. It was wise to wait. Seeing this, Xu Lingqu decided not to waste time. Her second shot was aimed at a bystander, and this time, it found its mark. The third shot soon followed. Xu Lingqu scanned for Xu, who had sprinted ahead, leaving the main group behind. His strategy was simple. Rather than hiding like everyone else and getting dirty, he preferred to leverage his speed for a swift resolution. Xu Lingqu narrowed her right eye and fired her third shot. It was empty. Realizing this, Jean, fully focused, quickly fired 3 shots at Xu from different angles. Resulting in his elimination, Jean grinned, revealing a full set of teeth, and then glanced at Xu Lingqu, who had just fired her 4th shot. Another blank. At that moment, Lu Zheng emerged from her cover. Without a word, she approached Xu Lingqu, intending to speak but paused when she noticed the gun in Xu Lingqu's hand. Was the one she had given her. It was a revolver. "The gun I gave you is fine," she said, her voice somewhat muffled. "I know. I've gotten used to this one," Xu Lingqu replied, shaking the revolver in her hand. During the apocalypse, military factories and weapon depots had been targeted by mutated beasts, leaving a severe shortage of firearms, as all production resources were allocated for food supply. The enforcers were left with only a few knives from the Research Institute and old-fashioned weapons from stock. She wasn't lying. She had indeed grown accustomed to it, but to Lu Zheng, it felt like an insult. Lu Zheng took the revolver from Xu Lingqu's hand. "In the next round, I will also use this." Chapter 32. The gun god from the 4-star system shooting was Lu Zheng's pride and confidence. Growing up in the 4-star system, a place rife with danger, poverty, and violence, she was a blemish on the resplendent robe of the Imperial Empire. This blemish existed objectively, yet the affluent turned a blind eye to it. Lu Zheng's family was ordinary. Both her parents worked in a factory, although robots could replace low-level labor in many respects. The Imperial government controlled the ratio of human to machine workers in factories to ensure that ordinary people could still earn a living, preventing her parents from succumbing to unemployment and starvation. Before her psychic power was recognized as S-class, the opportunity to handle a gun was a delightful surprise for 7-year-old Lu Zheng. Like many families, they had their share of impoverished relatives on a snowy day. Her mother took her to the 2nd-star system, where she beheld skyscrapers and various aerial vehicles soaring through the sky, her mother's cousin's house, who worked at the police station in the 2nd-star system. She encountered a gun for the first time. It was an utterly ordinary GF-60, a standard issue for interstellar police, yet it captivated Lu Zheng deeply. After much pleading, her aunt handed her the unloaded firearm. In that moment, she felt as though she had discovered something she would cherish for a lifetime. The two lingered at the entrance of a luxurious shooting club in the 2nd-star system. Eventually, her mother, with a determined expression, exchanged their return tickets for standing tickets, saving enough to buy 10 bullets. 10-year-old Lu Zheng chose the GF-60, her heart set on hitting the mark, just as they were about to leave. The club owner stopped them, declaring, "She has talent. She could become a professional shooter. Why not give it a try?" From that moment, Lu Zheng's fate changed. She frequently traveled between the 2nd and 4-star systems, cherishing every shooting opportunity. Her muscle memory developed to the point where she would sometimes wake in the night, startled, as she instinctively raised her hand as if to shoot, startling her mother who was tucking her in. The club owner covered most of her training expenses, but she still needed to contribute a small amount herself. Her parents, both reserved, quietly took on extra work to fill the financial gap, although she hailed from the 4-star system. Her well-tailored clothes and abundant allowance for the training sessions with the students from the 2nd-star system spoke of unspoken love. At T-15, Lu Zheng did not disappoint her parents' hopes in the Interstellar Empire's youth shooting competition. She achieved near-perfect scores and won the championship, earning enough prize money to repay the club owner and support her family. Determined to grow stronger, she entered the local military academy, Haoyuan Military Academy. In the 4-star system at 16, that same year, she underwent psychic testing, S-Class, a revelation that shocked the entire star system, leading to a personal meeting with the system's leader, tears glistening in her parents' eyes. 2 years later, she naturally gained admission to one of the Empire's 6 major military academies, Moy Military Academy, carrying the hopes of her entire star system. If she could successfully enter the military, she would wield significant power, changing not only her fate, but the destinies of countless families in the 4th-star system, which had long been stunted in development due to its proximity to the border. The trial performance mattered greatly. As a phoenix emerging from the 4th-star system, Interstellar Media kept a close watch on the prominent students from the 6 military academies. She could no longer afford to be mediocre. At least in shooting, Lu Zheng could not allow herself to lose. The revolver warmed slightly in her grip as the students of the blue team took their positions on the obstacle course. 3 bullets loaded into the cylinder. "I've certainly 1T let you off," Jin's voice echoed, while Shun Sholi added, "He certainly 1T let me off either." Standing beside Xu Lingqu, he wore a despondent expression. "Maybe I should just stay at the starting line and wait for the instructors to execute me. Didn't they say getting hit by an instructor would mean double the penalties?" Xu Lingqu remarked, observing the instructor rearranging the toppled obstacles. "If you're so reckless, you might as well be my mobile cover. You're truly heartless." The Jin's face turned pale as he twirled his half-length red hair. Muttering to himself, "You shouldn't be attending a military academy. There's a more suitable job waiting for you." Xu Lingqu didn't catch what he said, turning to inquire when an unfamiliar face approached. If you don't mind, I could serve as your mobile cover." Wang Qihu's words came out awkwardly, having eavesdropped on Jin and Xu Lingqu's conversation. Remembering how Xu Lingqu had helped him escape a predicament earlier, he impulsively interjected. Xu Lingqu's expression made it clear she couldn't remember who Wang Qihu was. Though he anticipated this reaction, Wang Qihu still felt a pang of disappointment. Sorry, he flushed, stammering for a moment before conceding, "I think the mobile cover tactic is worth trying out. If I help you effectively, you can cover me in the next round." Xu Lingqu and Jin exchanged glances, Jin revealing his little tiger teeth. "With her physique, she wouldn't even cover half of you." Wang Qihu glanced down at his muscular build, his face turning even redder. "But together, we could definitely cover you. And you could cover both of us." Jin immediately threw an arm around Wang Qihu's shoulder, looking at Xu Lingqu. "Commander Xu, why not give it a shot?" As the instructors finished organizing the training ground, Xu Lingqu succinctly outlined the mobile cover plan. Relying on the fixed obstacles and cover on the field, there exists a pathway that can effectively evade the angles of fire. However, even along this route, there are still gaps. Thus, having a mobile cover moving swiftly alongside oneself would ensure perfect evasion. The 3 individuals provided mutual cover for one another, and as it was their first collaboration, Xu Lingqu did not disclose the most precise routes to the others. At the sound of the command gunshot, they set off simultaneously, closely following Xu Lingqu. The first segment of the journey was traversed smoothly, but the second segment presented the largest gap, necessitating maximum physical agility to navigate through. A bullet grazed Xu Lingqu's cheek, narrowly missing her. A close call. They began the third segment. The mobile cover plan was activated, with Wang Qihu positioning himself to shield Xu Lingqu and Jin from the sniper's line of sight. A bullet struck Wang Qihu, yet they were perilously close to the finish line that he thought to himself that he would die honorably. But another bullet followed, striking Xu Lingqu at a particularly tricky angle just as she was about to reach the finish. She collapsed, and the sniper's name flashed in the smart brain. It was her, Lu Zheng, Chapter 33. Within my range, Jin, who successfully reached the finish line, leapt with joy, his red hair resembling a string of bouncing chilies. Turning around, he noticed Xu Lingqu and Wang Qihu lying on the ground. "Oh dear, my comrades, how tragically you have fallen," he chuckled, feigning tears that were non-existent. Xu Lingqu silently rose and stepped back off the field. Jin immediately approached her. "Let me guess, who dealt you such a heavy blow? Shun Sholi, Su Shichen, or was it Lu Zheng again?" He licked his tiger tooth, his eyes crescent-shaped with glee at Xu Lingqu's plight. "Lu Zheng," Xu Lingqu replied, sitting to brush off the dust from her legs at that moment. Wang Qihu crawled over, diligently playing the role of a corpse, as he approached in a manner that would surely make him stand out as a notable actor in a drama. "I couldn't protect you," Wang Qihu lamented, his voice filled with sorrow. Unable to accept this cruel reality, he pondered the futility of his muscular physique, which seemed powerless against Xu Lingqu. Although Wang Qihu was tall and robust, to Lu Zheng, as long as she was in motion, she could always find a cunning angle to strike Xu Lingqu. Such was the self-discipline of a sharpshooter. Soon, it was time for Xu Lingqu's blue team to take aim. As the lone survivor from the recent mobile target exercise, Jin willingly assisted the other two in obtaining their weapons. He raised an eyebrow at Xu Lingqu. "Are you still using the revolver?" "Yes," Xu Lingqu replied, closing her eyes, lost in thought. Wang Qihu, believing she was resting, dared not utter a sound for fear of disturbing her peace. Jin tossed a handgun to her, and Wang Qihu watched as Xu Lingqu, with her eyes still closed, grasped the weapon firmly in her left hand. The gun spun in her grip, and as Xu Lingqu opened her eyes, Jin, arms crossed, grinned and asked, "What is this? Have you found a way to counter Lu Zheng's pursuit?" "I have, but this is not the time for such discussions," Xu Lingqu stated, rising as 3 bullets entered the chamber. "Now, it is our time to hunt." Lu Zheng set down her weapon and wiped the blood from her mouth. This round had been tense, and several times she felt Xu Lingqu might adeptly elude her range. Fortunately, she succeeded in the end. The score between them now stood at 2-2, with 6 rounds remaining. Each had earned their points during their respective shooting rounds, and neither had managed to evade the other's sniper fire during the obstacle course. In this evenly matched shooting scenario, the key to breaking the tie lay in who could first escape the obstacle course. In the previous round, Lu Zheng felt a surge of anxiety and urgency as she watched Jin and Wang Qihu execute their mobile cover tactics around Xu Lingqu. Xu Lingqu's recent enhancement of her physical agility had significantly improved her performance in the obstacle course, compounded by the strategic collaboration she had devised. With each passing moment, the pressure on Lu Zheng intensified, almost overwhelming her. So absorbed was she in her shooting that she unconsciously bit down on her lower lip, only realizing the damage when she finally seized an angle to take down Xu Lingqu, who was on the brink of reaching the endpoint. In the realm of shooting, no one had ever exerted such pressure on Lu Zheng. Lin Xiao, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of worried as roommates. It was evident that Lu Zheng and she had clashed today, and although Lin Xiao wished to mediate, she felt neither the capability nor the authority to intervene, as she was not particularly familiar with either side. However, after another student from the 4-star system shared stories about Lu Zheng, Lin Xiao felt a deep resonance. The student, Lan Ruo, was a male who, alongside Lu Zheng, was one of the only 2 students from their system to gain admission to the 6 major military academies this year. That MY acceptance was most likely due to Lu Zheng's influence. He remarked with a wry smile, "The system leader managed to advocate for me." Although Lan Ruo and Lu Zheng were not close, their shared upbringing in the 4-star system had made her story well known among their peers. As fate would have it, both Lin Xiao and Lan Ruo had met their demise early in the first round of the obstacle course. Sadly, as they prepared for their next attempt, Lin Xiao was struck and fell. With Lan Ruo following suit, the day's shooting training was not solely focused on assessing shooting prowess. Lu Zheng need not be so troubled. Lin Xiao continued the conversation with Lan Ruo, but her gaze quickly shifted to see Lan Ruo's astonished expression. "I was shot by Xu Lingqu," he stammered, his disbelief palpable, as if he had personally taken down Xu Lingqu. Lin Xiao turned to see Lu Zheng had reached the midpoint of the course. Why isn't Xu Lingqu targeting Lu Zheng anymore? What does this mean? It's just not her turn yet, came the response. Jin aimed his left eye at the sniper scope, searching for Su Shichen's location. He fired 3 shots, but Shen Sholi failed to capture him, and Su Shichen successfully escaped, flashing a peace sign in his direction. Unable to contain himself, Jin urged Xu Lingqu, "Hurry and take them out." "This is outrageous. It's just not her turn yet," Xu Lingqu reiterated, maintaining that the first 2 shots were blank, with the 3rd shot being the only one to fire. Jin, curious, looked to see whom she had hit, only to find it was none of the individuals he had anticipated, but rather a name he had never encountered before. Lan Ra. Jin flipped through the smart brain, realizing he was merely a junior analyst. "Why did you shoot him?" "I just went with my instincts," Xu Lingqu replied, remaining unfazed by whom she had taken down in this round, as her shooting relied solely on her intuition. The 4th shot was also a hit, and the 5th and 6th rounds included at least 1 bullet. Xu Lingqu's focus began to hone in on one particular individual. Lu Zheng's movement pattern now appeared strikingly familiar to Xu Lingqu, as she had etched Lu Zheng's previous actions into her memory in this round. Where she was less adept at obstacle navigation, she began to employ Lu Zheng's techniques against her. Xu Lingqu admired Lu Zheng's remarkable memory and perseverance. It seemed Lu Zheng had meticulously tracked Xu Lingqu's movements during their last encounter, allowing her to flawlessly replicate the details of Xu Lingqu's trajectory. Jin also noticed Lu Zheng's movements, chuckling. "What is going on? I was the one who managed to escape the gunfire in the end. Why is she mimicking your actions and not mine?" The essence of Xu Lingqu's route lay in the tactics of mobile cover. Solely replicating her actions would allow one to evade the shots of most, but it would not suffice to escape Xu Lingqu's own gunfire. Xu Lingqu raised her hand for her 5th shot, loading the bullet, and aimed at Lu Zheng. Chapter 34. Is the outcome decided? Not yet. Lu Zheng never regretted the choices she made. To replicate Xu Lingqu's movements right under her nose was an absurd notion that flashed through her mind at the starting line, one that would typically have been dismissed by her rational system. After all, to mimic someone's actions in their presence meant completely exposing one's own movements to the other. This round, in which she was shot by Xu Lingqu, was surely predestined. From a results-oriented perspective, it could be deemed a waste. Yet in this moment devoid of her rational system, Lu Zheng felt otherwise. She lay on the ground, feeling the gentle breeze of this small planet brushing against her, stirring up the dust of the obstacle course. And within her heart, she experienced an unprecedented sense of ease and contentment. Xu Lingqu's ability to devise a new route in such a short time is truly remarkable. She is undeniably a worthy adversary. After personally traversing the course, Lu Zheng became acutely aware of the existing weaknesses in the route. These flaws would be etched into her memory, and during the next round of shooting, she would undoubtedly eliminate Xu Lingqu based on the mental image she had envisioned. Meanwhile, Xu Lingqu, who was being targeted, stood outside the field, briefing Jin and Wang Qihu on the newly formulated route and tactics. "This is entirely different from your previous plan," Wang Qihu exclaimed. Astonished, he licked his lips and glanced at Xu Lingqu several times. "Don't tell me you concocted all of this in just a brief moment. Otherwise, am I supposed to pause time to contemplate?" Xu Lingqu was well aware of Lu Zheng's motivation to replicate her route. This was not a deliberate provocation nor a desperate gamble. Experiencing the issues firsthand allowed her to magnify them from a third-person perspective. Xu Lingqu completely understood Lu Zheng's mindset. With an equally matched opponent, every action would bear significance, reflecting the unspoken understanding that sometimes exists between rivals. However, this route has only been conceptualized in your mind. Are we really going to execute it on the field? Is that truly advisable? Wang Qihu hesitated slightly, though Xu Lingqu had already established herself in his mind as a sagacious strategist. Yet the prospect of executing a plan that had only been mentally rehearsed brought about some uncertainty. Jin couldn't help but approach Wang Qihu, exclaiming, "You seem so robust, yet you hesitate to act. The path is discovered through action. Just follow the commander's orders without fear and embody the spirit of a fearless vanguard." Xu Lingqu silently covered her ears. Jin could be unbearably noisy. She thought that either Shen Sholi's cold treatment might temper him slightly, or Su Shizhen's heated arguments would lead to a competition of stamina, thereby exhausting both parties into silence. Wang Qihu, overwhelmed by the din, nonetheless absorbed one crucial lesson. Paths are forged through experience. How can one ascertain viability without trial? He resolved to trust his commander and to strictly adhere to Xu Lingqu's new plan as they commenced the obstacle course. From the moment they took their first step, alarms blared in Lu Zheng's mind, confirming her worst fears. Xu Lingqu had anticipated her anticipation and had swiftly restructured the route and strategy. She could only lift her sniper scope to recapture Xu Lingqu's movements and position. The new route was more elusive than the old, often requiring a retreat of a few steps. Wang Qihu, while internally critiquing the situation, complied. After successfully dodging numerous bullets thanks to the new route, he found himself mentally lauding Xu Lingqu. Everything unfolded according to Xu Lingqu's orchestration. She seemed the puppeteer of the training ground, manipulating everyone through invisible strings that guided the narrative she had crafted. Upon reaching the finish line, Lu Zheng had already missed 2 shots. She reminded herself to remain calm and steady, her grip on the gun becoming increasingly firm and resolute. She had sniped Xu Lingqu from this very position before, and she believed she could succeed again. Unfortunately, Xu Lingqu adhered to a personal principle. No more than 2 attempts as the climax approached. Lu Zheng's bullet emerged from a particularly tricky angle, aimed directly at Xu Lingqu. Yet at that moment, Jin suddenly pivoted, selflessly using his body to shield Xu Lingqu from the fatal shot. Xu Lingqu executed a forward roll. Crossing the finish line, the scene unfolded before Wang Qihu as if in slow motion, leaving him momentarily stunned and unresponsive. Jin's robust presence had always served as a smokescreen for Xu Lingqu. She never intended to leverage his size to evade shots. While it might work against an ordinary person, it would be futile against Lu Zheng. Her aim had always been precise. She consistently directed her 3 bullets at Xu Lingqu, never wasting a shot on others for supplementary points. If Jin were to assume the role of the final shield, his conspicuous eyes would make him an easy target for Lu Zheng. Thus, Xu Lingqu chose Jin as the final piece in her mobile shield strategy. It was this selfless act that inadvertently allowed Wang Qihu to succeed as well that we are even now. Each of us has successfully passed. Jin exclaimed, rising triumphantly. Xu Lingqu, you won. I won too. He laughed exuberantly, while Xu Lingqu turned to observe Lu Zheng, still holding her sniper rifle. She has not yet triumphed. Xu Lingqu mused. Such psychological tactics could only be employed once. In the subsequent rounds, Lu Zheng's 3 bullets would efficiently eliminate Xu Lingqu, Jin, and Wang Qihu. Jin lay on the ground, grumbling, "This madwoman is taking us all down with her." Honestly, Xu Lingqu, can't you devise some cunning schemes? Xu Lingqu, feeling the fatigue of multiple rounds, laid down as well. Running was becoming laborious, let alone strategizing. Never mind, after the final 10 rounds, you'll surely score more points than her. Your aim one team miss her. Jin consoled himself. Lu Zheng shared similar thoughts. After the shooting training concluded, she approached Xu Lingqu once more. "Did I concede?" Lu Zheng said, gazing at Xu Lingqu, a genuine acceptance reflected in her eyes. After a brief moment of indignation, she recognized her emotional manipulation and found a sense of peace. She accepted her inferiority, acknowledging that no one was to blame. That Xu Lingqu, breathless and crouched, watched as Lu Zheng turned to leave, prompting her to stand up. "Do you believe we have determined a victor in shooting?" One sentence halted Lu Zheng in her tracks. "What do you mean?" She turned to face Xu Lingqu, who was struggling for breath. Xu Lingqu gestured for her to wait, allowing Lu Zheng to raise her head. "Today's shooting training was not merely about shooting," Xu Lingqu said, brushing her damp hair back. "You excel at precision shooting. Today was not a fair assessment for you." Lu Zheng paused, then replied, "Do you understand how hurtful it is for a victor like you to express pity for me?" She had rarely spoken so extensively, her frustration evident. Xu Lingqu smiled. "You'll need to adjust to this. For I am indeed a rather cruel person. While you think the outcome is settled, I believe it remains undecided. The shooting range will reopen in a few days for precision shooting training." She paused before adding, "I will defeat you in your most confident discipline." With that, Xu Lingqu took the lead, leaving Lu Zheng momentarily stunned. The resignation and despair she had felt were swept away by a surge of determination, anger, and a rekindled competitive spirit. Xu Lingqu possessed an extraordinary ability to instill emotions in those around her, and Lu Zheng steadfastly believed in this notion. Chapter 35. How is the investigation progressing? How did you approach her? Lin Xiao curiously followed Xu Lingqu, glancing anxiously at Jean, Xu Shijin, and Shun Sholi, individuals she would typically avoid. Recently, she had mustered the courage to speak with Xu Lingqu regarding Lu Zhang's situation. Her meddlesome nature drove her to engage in conversations during combat training, and upon witnessing Lu Zhang's typically expressionless face reveal vulnerability, Lin Xiao stubbornly believed Xu Lingqu understood the significance of shooting to Lu Zhang. Thus, she bravely assumed the role of a mediator. After sharing Lu Zhang's story and the importance of shooting to her, Xu Lingqu remained silent, fatigued from the recent training. Soon after, Lu Zhang arrived, prompting Lin Xiao to step aside. Eager to overhear their conversation, but she could not discern their words, and thus pursued Xu Lingqu for answers. I offered her some encouragement. Xu Lingqu recalled Lu Zhang's expression, which resembled a melting iceberg. It was quite effective. Lin Xiao sighed in relief upon hearing the word encouragement. She had aimed to mend the rift between the two. This encouragement was a step in the right direction. Jean, observing Lin Xiao's satisfaction, shook his head. She remains too naive. Based on my understanding of our commander, her encouragement is indistinguishable from pressure and provocation. It is absolutely impossible that any beneficial mental health advice was uttered. Do you truly know my sister? Just say it. That Xu Shijin immediately nudged him with her elbow, elongating her tone in complaint. Your group is so spectacular today, and I have no idea when this Lu Zhang inexplicably began to compete with my sister. The final training results today were both surprising and unsurprising. That Xu Lingqu scored 31 points after 10 rounds with 3 shots, none of which missed, plus an additional point for escape, placing her first. Following closely was Shun Sholi, with 30 shots, 5 of which missed, and 4 successful escapes. Lu Zhang, however, was overly focused on Xu Lingqu, often expending all her shots on her. Only after Xu Lingqu was down would she consider scoring against others. And during the obstacle course escape, she frequently fell prey to Xu Lingqu's shots, resulting in a final score that was far from satisfactory, nearly leading to a deduction. Kion, upon reviewing the student score sheets, found himself somewhat astonished. He pushed open the door to Instructor Chen's dormitory and casually sprawled out on the sofa, turning his head to observe Instructor Chen, who was already accustomed to brewing tea. Lu Zhang surprisingly did not attain first place in this training, which was unexpected. Kion sent the scores to Instructor Chen's smart brain. The tea pouring paused, and Instructor Chen helplessly set a small cup of tea before Kion. Instructor Chen, if I read the time correctly, am I not on vacation? Even a half-day holiday counts. The morning's training had just concluded, and it was not yet noon. Every second of the holiday was cherished by Instructor Chen. Kion sat up, glanced at the time, and reclined again. Oh, you still have a while, right? But don't you find this score surprising? What is there to be surprised about? Instructor Chen's indifference was palpable as she viewed Xu Lingqu in first place. She was so desensitized that she would not even be surprised if someone suddenly announced Xu Lingqu was piloting a mech. The miracles and surprises Xu Lingqu had created in just a few days were numerous. Her precise shooting was merely an addition to the list. I have more than just this for you. There's another set of data. Kion insisted on having Instructor Chen end her vacation early, and under his persistence, she reluctantly opened the second data set. This report specifically detailed the sniping scores of Lu Zhang and Xu Lingqu, and as Instructor Chen observed the dense kill records between the two, she fell silent. When had these two begun their rivalry? There had been no such indication just days prior. Sipping her own slightly bitter tea, Instructor Chen frowned slightly and poured the remainder into Kion's cup. The interpersonal relationships among the students were a focal point of this trial period. After all, they've been brought back solely to endure training in preparation for the upcoming military academy competition. Kion had little hope for the performance of the second, third, and fourth-year students at the Military Academy League. He was counting on this latest cohort, the strongest in MOCS recruitment history, to make a mark that in team competitions, individual prowess was of little use. Cooperation and collaboration were paramount. This trial period was designed to foster competition among students, yet establishing trust in such a short time was a challenge, especially with unexpected dynamics arising, such as between Lu Zhang and Xu Lingqu. With scarce information, Kion began to imagine an elaborate confrontation between the two. Cease your fantasies. How could Lu Zhang's personality ever allow her to confront Xu Lingqu openly? Instructor Chen interjected, do not impose your desires upon the students. Hey, I was merely speculating, Kion replied, gulping down a mouthful of tea, grimacing at the bitter taste. Are you concocting this bitter brew during your precious holiday? As the afternoon approached, Instructor Chun redirected the conversation, inquiring about Kion's plans for further training. You arrange it. Train them as you see fit. I have prepared a surprise for them in the evening. Kion smacked his lips, still unable to shake off the lingering bitterness, reaching out for sweets from Instructor Chun, only to be met with a merciless refusal. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory during the afternoon break, Jean observed Xu Lingqu emerging from yet another shower. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he pulled him back for a mandatory discussion on training. You seemed normal during the obstacle course today. You didn't throw a tantrum. What's this sudden awareness now? Jean had been concerned that Xu Lingqu's obsession with cleanliness might lead him to abandon training altogether, especially since the obstacle course involved dirt and dust. Surprisingly, Xu Lingqu had taken the training quite seriously. When did I ever throw a tantrum? Xu Lingqu bit out, forcing himself to sit down instead of heading for another shower to prove he was not prone to outbursts. You don't throw tantrums from childhood, Jean sighed, displaying a somewhat exasperated expression. Their other two roommates were mech engineers, engaged in specialized training elsewhere, making this dormitory feel like a double room without them. Let us return to the main topic, Jean said seriously. How is the investigation regarding Xu Lingqu progressing? Chapter 36. The magic heightens the training base was equipped with signal jamming devices, ensuring the student smart brains operated solely on CM Military Academy's exclusive secondary system. Disconnected from the net and unable to communicate with the outside world. However, as the saying goes, where their essay will, their essay way. From Xu Lingqu's sleeve emerged a tiny cube with wings, which fluttered slightly before projecting a text in midair. This was the report returned after Xu Lingqu dispatched it to investigate Xu Lingqu. Crafted from a special material, this precise micro-robot could bypass the jamming devices to relay external information directly to Xu Lingqu. Xu Lingqu had lived in the Zhejiang border region since childhood. Her grandfather passed away when she was young, leaving her alone in a poorly maintained home, subsisting on welfare. The only familiar figure was an elderly neighbor. According to feedback from military, her parents were former subordinates of General Xu Qingbi, who perished during a conflict with the Federation, their death concealed during a time of relative peace. Only recently did General Xu learn that his former subordinate had a daughter living in isolation, whom he took in as his adopted daughter. Her background resembled a tragic tale of an interstellar orphan. Jean and Xu Lingqu exchanged glances. This was the crux of Xu Lingqu's peculiarities. How could her combat skills and sharpshooting prowess have developed in such an environment? Recently, Ares provided feedback indicating that the Federation had dispatched a group of spies, some of whom infiltrated the 6 major military academies. Jean leaned back slightly, questioning, could it be Xu Lingqu? That would be too obvious. It's rather foolish, Xu Lingqu replied decisively. You think General Xu's men are idle. He would have thoroughly investigated Xu Lingqu before deciding to adopt her. Moreover, spies typically operate discreetly, even if endowed with such skills. They wouldn't reveal themselves blatantly. That would only invite scrutiny. Jean blinked. Isn't there more information? Continue. According to the only neighbor Xu Lingqu communicated with, she greatly admired General Inha, spending her time researching various materials about him. She possessed no other notable hobbies, and at 16, due to her frail health, did not undergo psychic activation or testing. It was only after reaching General Xu's home through backdoor connections that she underwent activation and testing again. There was scant information regarding Xu Lingqu's past, leaving the investigators at a loss. Aside from the tragic aspects, no other clues about her life emerged. Nonetheless, there was still valuable information. They finally discovered a connecting point between Xu Lingqu's 2 drastically different life phases. General Inha. She idolizes General Inha? Xu Lingqu questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. This should be accurate, Jean affirmed, having heard from Xu Shijin that both she and Xu Lingqu chose CM Military Academy out of admiration for General Inha. After spending the past few days together, he had managed to extract some effective information. Is it possible that she was inherently intelligent, but suffered from poor health? Perhaps she self-taught her combat techniques by studying the rare combat footage of General Inha. Once her health improved, she likely received better treatment in the capital. Jean attempted to summarize the investigation into Xu Lingqu. Yet her shooting skills can only be attributed to talent, recalling Xu Lingqu's impressive performance of hitting all 30 shots. Jean's tone remained uncertain, though his smile grew wider. Few could remain so elusive and enigmatic after undergoing Xu scrutiny that I believe that after eliminating all possibilities, whatever remains, no matter how absurd, Must be the correct answer. Jean chuckled self-mockingly. Believe in the power of idolization. Don't you also admire General Inha? Xu Lingqu cast a disapproving glance at him, rubbing his temples as he stowed away the micro-robot. After all, the primary mission of His Highness the Third Prince this time was not to investigate her. Thus, there was no need for you to pay her excessive attention. He was swift in his actions, appearing as though he would suffer if Jean continued to gaze upon him. Jean, suppressing a smile at the corner of his mouth, replied, "Could you refrain from addressing me in that manner? It feels as though you are about to report my behavior to my brother. Just a few days prior, you mentioned wanting to find a way to recruit Xu Lingqu to your Ares, didn't you? Her mental power level is classified as B. To accomplish this task, you must wield the inviolable authority bestowed upon you as a prince. Right?" Xu tone carried a hint of sarcasm. He had grown weary of watching Jean play the fool from the Samsung system these past few days. Xu Lingqu has begun to harbor suspicions about you. Fortunately, she does not relish attending those gatherings, and thus cannot discern your voice. The third prince of the Galactic Empire had never truly revealed himself in public. Everyone knew he was born frail, initially destined to perish in his infancy. However, thanks to the dedicated efforts of the Royal Medical Academy, he was able to survive, confined within the palace. Where he was nurtured to maturity, he simply despised human interaction, often refusing to attend most social events. And even when he did show up, he wore a mask. Most had only heard his voice on rare occasions, uttering a mere couple of sentences. Many speculated whether the third prince was exceedingly unattractive or suffered from some hidden ailment. Nevertheless, the title of prince shrouded him in allure. The majority believed him to be enigmatic and serene. At this moment, Jean sat comfortably before Xu Lingqu, his fiery red hair accentuating his handsome visage. This was the reputed frail and reclusive third prince, who, contrary to the rumor, was a loquacious and theatrical personality. Rather than resting within the palace to recuperate, he had infiltrated the new students of the MO Military Academy, carrying with him an undisclosed mission. Jean grinned widely. It's all right. She will eventually find out that Xu Lingqu assisted Xu Lingqu out of the infirmary. After the training concluded, Xu Lingqu belatedly realized she had collided forcefully with her thigh. Exclaiming in pain, Xu Lingqu examined the injury, noting a large bruise, and guided her back to the infirmary for treatment. As she observed Xu Lingqu receive care, a rare tranquility enveloped her, her head tilted to the side as she closed her eyes to rest, inadvertently conjuring thoughts of the troublesome Xu. If he were aware of his sister's injury, he would undoubtedly be quite distressed. He had repeatedly admonished her, both overtly and subtly, not to hinder Xu Lingqu's progress. His demeanor often haughty, which was rather bothersome. Recalling their first meeting, when Xu Lingqu eagerly approached her, asking if her enrollment in the MO Military Academy was due to her admiration for General Galaxy. Her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm at that moment. Xu Lingqu found it challenging to associate her with Xu Yuan. Furthermore, she had conveniently provided herself with a perfect smokescreen, a fondness for General Galaxy. The day before the trial training commenced, Xu Lingqu had asked Miss Gina to return to the Xian frontier to handle a matter. The elderly neighbor was not particularly acquainted with the frail girl next door, and their paths had seldom crossed. However, he had heard that she had become the adopted daughter of a general in the capital star, and he was eager to boast about it, albeit hindered by his lack of familiarity with Xu Lingqu. At this juncture, Gina provided him with ample material for bragging. While alone in her room, she had been engrossed in various materials regarding General Galaxy, those films, and the publicly available battle footage. Out of admiration, she remarked, "I heard she is attending military school now. I had predicted she would. She is quite clever in following along with her studies." The old man's speech was somewhat disjointed, yet he successfully spun a credible tale for Xu Lingqu. Anticipating scrutiny was well within her expectations. Xu Lingqu had never intended to feign weakness during this trial period, though adopting a facade of weakness for the sake of safety might have been prudent. Playing it safe had never been within Xu Lingqu's considerations. Having resolved to shine brightly, she had prepared herself for investigation, ready to confront whatever challenges arose. This was not a flawless explanation. Upon closer reflection, it seemed rather clumsy. Yet, Xu Lingqu had never intended to explain herself to others. Instead, she sought to confound, to perplex those who wished to investigate her was a victory in itself. Chapter 37. Shall I depart? The students arrived at the afternoon training session with a resolute mindset, prepared for the worst. Today marked the return of instructor Kion, who had introduced an innovative shooting training in the morning. Who knew what he had in store for them in the afternoon? Having completed treatment in the infirmary just in time for the afternoon training, Xu Lingqu supported Xu Shijin to the training ground. Once the numbing sensation from her treatment wore off, Xu Shijin was revitalized, full of energy once more to "Oh, you think he might just send us out for outdoor shooting and chasing? Given his eccentricity, it's likely we'll have to carry weights too," Xu Shijin speculated, pondering instructor Kion's intentions for the afternoon's thrilling training. When all the students gathered, the figure that emerged was not the morning's demon. After a brief absence, Instructor Chen appeared more weary than before. This break had hardly been a reprieve. "Why do you all look at me like that? Shall I take my leave? Or shall I summon Kion?" Instructor Chen chuckled at the stupefied expressions of the students. Most had mentally prepared themselves to endure Kion's torment in the afternoon, only to be pleasantly surprised by Instructor Chen's presence. Although their expectations had been dashed, joy spread across their faces after a brief moment of shock. "Stop smiling." Instructor Chen announced the afternoon's training plan, which would focus on basic physical conditioning, albeit with increased intensity compared to previous days. Most students sighed in relief, while those non-combatants began to murmur their complaints to anyone concerned about the survival of analysis and command. The CM Military Academy seemed poised to cultivate a group of analysts and commanders rivaling those of the combat department. TSK, not everyone could be like Xu Lingqu. I feel like my life is being drained away. Being non-combatants, they initially managed to keep pace with the basic training, but as the intensity escalated, they found it increasingly challenging, leading to a chorus of grievances. Instructor Chen, having overheard their complaints, smiled. "Rest assured, soon you will have the opportunity to showcase your abilities." He left them with that remark, departing as the students exchanged excited glances. Their spirits lifted. The prospect of analysis and command being deemed useful indicated that they would soon conclude their monotonous physical training and embrace genuine collective combat. Most students present, regardless of their focus, had witnessed the military academy's league team competitions. In those competitions, one could discern the decisive command and strategic planning, as well as the formidable combat prowess of individual soldiers, providing each participant with an opportunity to shine. With this newfound motivation, the students trained vigorously during the afternoon session, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion, yet wearing smiles of satisfaction. "I calculate that our commander is undoubtedly you. And as for analysis, that would be Tang Muin, if I'm not mistaken, with 3 slots for individual soldiers. Myself, Shun Sholi, and Xu Shijin. What a perfect configuration." Earlier, while prying into others' backgrounds, Jean was now casually counting on his fingers in front of Xu Lingqu. This constituted the most basic configuration for a 5-person team in the Military Academy League. Though the battles typically involved hundreds of participants from various academies, small teams were strategically organized for effective management. Commanders were not a standard requirement for every team. Generally, there was one main commander with several subordinate commanders managing the teams. Xu Shijin was also considering the team competition. "Wait, we still need a sniper. I think I could fill that role." "You a sniper? If only we could recruit Lu Zheng." "That would be fantastic," Jean grimaced. "She'd probably take out our commander with her first shot in this setting." Instructors would not permit them to form a small team. Shen Sholi cast a sidelong glance at Xu Lingqu, dispelling Jean's daydream. Tang Muin quietly concurred, "You all that are far too strong, given the current circumstances. If they were to form a team, it would imply that the top students were banding together, making it nearly impossible for anyone to defeat them, contradicting the instructor's objective to assess all students during the trial period." Xu Lingqu interjected, but rather than continuing on the topic of teams, she cautioned, "It's best to keep one eye open while you sleep tonight." "What?" Jean was taken aback by this unexpected statement. Instinctively following Xu Lingqu's advice to keep one eye open and pointing at himself. Like this, his posture was rather comical, prompting Xu Shijin to chuckle. The implication was to remain vigilant during sleep. As something felt amiss, Xu Lingqu felt a bit exasperated, realizing she had inadvertently spoken in Earth slang to a group of interstellar individuals. She elaborated, noting how strange it was that Kion hadn't appeared in the afternoon. Along with the odd remarks and training plans set by Instructor Chen, the atmosphere, filled with anticipation for the potential team competition training the following day, easily reminded her of the feeling after combat training by the riverside campfire. She mused that deploying a smokescreen to confound and strike during the moment of relaxed vigilance was likely a tactic favored by Kent. As she shared this thought, the others began to sense something was amiss. Jean exaggeratedly stared at Xu Lingqu for several seconds. What kind of brain do you have? Xu Lingqu seemed perpetually alert, her mind racing at high speed, impervious to any element that might dull her senses. With such a mindset, the years spent in the Xian frontier, confined to her room while studying footage of General Galaxy, suddenly felt far more reasonable. Shun Sholi grasped Jin's chin, forcibly turning his gaze away from Xu Lingqu. What are you doing? Is it not permissible for me to pay my respects to our commander and bask in the glow of their wisdom? Jin grimaced, irritated by Shun's disdainful gesture as he shook his hand in annoyance. If you don't move, you'll find yourself in the infirmary in a moment. Shun Sholi showed no mercy to his friend, even pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his hand. It was only then that Jin realized. During the few seconds he had been fixated on Xu Lingqu, Xu Shichen had already poised to strike him. Had he lingered a moment longer, he would likely have faced a blow to the face. How perilous that Xu Shichen, ever vigilant, swiftly pulled Jin aside. Are you? Xu Shichen squinted. Are you trying to steal my sister's thoughts? Caught off guard and unable to defend himself against the accusation of harboring any romantic intentions. Jin was momentarily speechless. I'd take yours instead. Yours are more peculiar. The two then began to bicker like school children. Xu Lingqu, accustomed to such antics, was about to take her leave when Tang Muwen suddenly spoke up. Xu Lingqu, may we have a word? He glanced at Shun Sholi, who had also turned to look, and added, alone. Chapter 38. The worst-case scenario, Shun Sholi's expression was indescribably strange. Xu Lingqu, with her back turned, remained oblivious to his demeanor and readily agreed. Sure. The two moved to a secluded area beside the training ground. Although Tang Muwen was significantly taller than Xu Lingqu, his gaze toward her seemed almost reverent. We had a slight misunderstanding earlier, but it seems less significant now. Tang Muwen's voice was soft, as if floating through the air. I'm not clinging to you merely because I seek a strong teammate. So, if there are squad formations in the future, Xu Lingqu understood the inner turmoil Tang Muwen was grappling with and spoke candidly. Rest assured, if it's too forced to form a team, I won't choose you. Initially, she had strongly disliked Tang Muwen's probing demeanor. She suspected he was feigning weakness to gain something, a hunch her instincts had conveyed. However, after spending a few days together, she realized that such was simply his nature. He was an analytical individual. Aside from his height and adequate physical prowess, he had no particular advantages during the trial period. It was only natural for him to seek companionship. Xu Lingqu had begun to accept his presence, and whether to continue clinging to him was a choice she would respect based on his intentions. Tang Muwen appeared entirely unfazed by Xu Lingqu's response, a subtle smile gracing his lips. That statement truly reflects your style. The faint light filtering down onto the training ground altered the atmosphere slightly, yet Xu Lingqu remained oblivious to the change. As she turned to leave, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Shun Sholi, head bowed as if searching for something, approached them. Shun, why are you here too? Tang Muwen seemed taken aback by Shun's unexpected appearance despite having emphasized their need for solitude. Shun Sholi raised his head unabashedly. Glancing between the two, I'm looking for something. Xu Lingqu, well aware of the instructor's crafty ways, felt the tension in the air but remained indifferent. Why do you keep losing your things? She brushed past Shun Sholi, leaving the two standing there. Tang Muwen hesitated before speaking. Shun, do you need help finding it? No, I do not. Shun Sholi's expression turned cold. Leave quickly. Noticing his sudden change in demeanor, Tang Muwen complied, eager to avoid inciting any ire. Xu Lingqu made her customary visit to the infirmary to alleviate the soreness from intensified training, which felt like being battered within a sack. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao present. After nodding a greeting to them, she hurried to freshen up, quickly climbing into bed and shutting her eyes. Tonight would likely not be peaceful, so she sought to rest as much as possible. Lin Xiao, still exhilarated by rumors of team competition, was about to engage Xu Lingqu in conversation when she noticed her diving into bed as if fleeing from a ghost. Xu, are you unwell? Lin Xiao tentatively inquired. I just returned from the infirmary. Xu Lingqu muffled her words beneath the covers. Realizing she may have overstepped, Lin Xiao felt her face flush and turned away, only to find Lu Zheng staring intently at Xu Lingqu. The thought of their entangled past sent a chill of dread down Lin Xiao's spine. Lu Zheng, with such a gaze, wouldn't he be a witness to a dormitory conflict? Would she? Lin Xiao nervously stood up. attempting to draw Lu Zhang's attention away from Xu Lingqu. But Lu Zhang spoke up. You think something will happen tonight, don't you? Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Ever since Xu Lingqu had declared her intention to surpass Lu Zhang in her proudest discipline following the morning shooting training, Lu Zhang had adopted this frosty demeanor. Xu Lingqu tugged down her blanket. Yes, so let us stop chatting and rest. Though Lin Xiao was still puzzled by their conversation, she obediently crawled into bed. After Lu Zhang's unspoken doubts were confirmed, she too lay down. Their dormitory soon became the first to turn off the lights. Lin Xiao found it difficult to sleep and could not resist asking, "What do you think will happen tonight?" That unsettling feeling of being unable to sleep reminded her of the harrowing river incident from that previous night, which replayed vividly in her mind. She still felt a pang of anxiety that, "I don't know," Xu Lingqu replied, eyes closed, not quite ready to sleep. But the worst-case scenario would be waking up to find someone pointing a gun at you. No need to be overly anxious, Xu Lingqu reassured her. Lin Xiao felt even more on edge. Lu Zhang turned over, joining the conversation. The instructors must have access to the dormitory door to run the first floor. If they decide to come in, we'll be the first ones affected. She genuinely believed Xu Lingqu's offhand comment about the worst-case scenario and began analyzing the situation. Lin Xiao, caught between fear and confusion, thought, "I isn't analyzing this my role." Xu Lingqu chuckled softly. "It's fine. I've placed something at the door." Being the last to return, Lin Xiao and Lu Zhang had not noticed that Xu Lingqu had dragged a chair to prop against the door, placing a glass bottle precariously on its edge. If anyone were to force the door open, the bottle would shatter, creating noise and posing a challenge for the intruder. This plan wasn't long-term. But with no personal belongings and the dormitory supplies provided by the training base, the chair and bottle were the best options available. Every second counted. It would be enough time for them to scramble into the bathroom, where they could manually lock the door. They could escape through the bathroom window, and Xu Lingqu recalled that the gun storage was only about 500 meters away, with a clear escape route mapped out. Xu Lingqu's confidence instilled newfound assurance in Lin Xiao. Perhaps some were simply born to lead, and Lin Xiao felt immense gratitude that fate had placed her in the same dormitory as Xu Lingqu. Let us get some rest. Having enough energy will prevent us from feeling disoriented when we make our escape. Xu Lingqu's words seemed to possess a certain magic, and after hearing them, Lin Xiao peacefully drifted off to sleep in the dead of night. As the hours crept towards dawn, Qian, clad in military boots, approached the training ground. Instructor Chun cast a resigned glance at his colleague, who was eager to disturb the slumbering students. "Are you sure you want to wake them this way?" Qian grinned. "Of course. Let us start by disabling the fingerprint access to their dormitory door." Chapter 39. Wake-up service. As Lin Xiao sensed something amiss and attempted to rise from her bed, a hand yanked her out from under the covers. Dazed, she was pulled upright, and just then, the sound of shattering glass rang out, snapping her fully awake. In a panic, she recalled Xu Lingqu's instructions from the night prior. Rush to the bathroom, lock the door, open the window, and climb out. Yet, as she dashed toward the bathroom, a hand seized her and pulled her back. It was Lu Zhang. Lin Xiao, flustered, turned to ask why they weren't fleeing, only to see Lu Zhang expressionless, pointing towards the door. Xu Lingqu stood there, with a pool of glass fragments from a toppled chair at her feet, clutching a snake that was about the thickness of a human arm and approximately 1.5 meters long. Lin Xiao's face turned pale as cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself utterly speechless. Xu Lingqu's audacity was staggering. Why would a snake appear in their dormitory at night? "Relax, it's fake." Xu Lingqu held the snake, clearly feeling its metallic texture. It was a lifelike mechanical serpent, poorly simulated in terms of tactile sensation. Likely a surprise sent by Qian for the students. Lu Zhang released Lin Xiao's grip and instinctively stepped forward to clean up the scattered glass. Lin Xiao stood by the bed, still ensnared by the shock that the mechanical serpent had instilled in her. Until Xu Lingqu spoke. "Let us go. The instigator must be awaiting the spectacle at the training ground." Under Xu Lingqu's reminder, the three of them had changed into clean training uniforms before bed. Requiring no further preparation to step outside, Xu Lingqu held the mechanical snake, leading the way, with Lu Zhang and Lin Xiao closely following. As they traversed the corridor, startled cries began to echo from various dormitories. Upon exiting the dormitory building, the cacophony of screams and the flickering of lights surged, revealing a triumphant Kion at the training ground. Not only had he brought the mechanical snake, but this time, his assortment of medium-sized mechanical creatures was impressively diverse, ranging from a wolf to a toad. However, he had dispatched 10 toads to wake the students in one dormitory. Instructor Chun could only applaud in resignation, unable to comprehend Kion's peculiar sense of humor, yet respecting it nonetheless. Kion eagerly awaited the moment when the students would realize they had been fooled. In the night, 3 figures approached them. Instructor, although they were aware of the orchestrators behind the prank. Xu Lingqu feigned ignorance, reporting with a straight face that a mechanical snake had been discovered in their room. Kion's smile widened. Well done. You may set it down now, Xu Lingqu complied. And the mechanical snake darted away as if fleeing from a demon, racing back to Kion's side. Did you notice it early on? Kion inquired as he lightly kicked the snake's head. A hint of embarrassment creeping in. Not particularly early. I just habitually set up a few traps by the dormitory entrance. Xu Lingqu replied, embodying the image of a B-level psychic adept at command. In truth, she had awakened the moment the snake began its circuit in the corridor. As the days passed, her S-level psychic abilities gradually unveiled their superiority, expanding her perceptual capacity. Yet, she chose to remain still, waiting for the S-level Lu Zheng to rise first, then feigned being awakened by Lu Zheng's noise, positioning herself by the door like a hunter. With Xu Lingqu's earlier warning, Xu Shichen and a few others managed to maintain composure that night. Jin adhered to Xu Lingqu's advice of sleeping with one eye open, remaining alert until several toads arrived for their dormitory. The 2 who hesitated to descend were simply held back by Shan Shouli's adamant refusal to touch the toads, even when Jin emphasized that they were clean and merely looked grotesque. Ultimately, Jin descended alone, cursing as he followed the leisurely Shen Dajuan, who had come down empty-handed. Xu Shichen's side fared better. Her dormitory girls had faith in her, mirroring Xu Lingqu's initial experience, preparing for unexpected events before retiring for the night. However, a mechanical dingo startled them at first, and it was only when Xu Shichen subdued it that they realized it was merely a machine. A false alarm. Less fortunate was Tang Muwen, whose dormitory had a quieter atmosphere, exacerbated by one roommate's close relationship with Sun, who dismissed Xu Lingqu's warnings, insisting Tang Muwen go outside and not disturb his sleep. When a mechanical wolf invaded, panic ensued as they huddled in the bathroom, paralyzed with fear, unable to escape through the window on the 4th floor. The IT was Tang Muwen, who eventually told them it was merely a mechanical wolf. Kion's nocturnal assault proved remarkably successful, eliciting a range of reactions from students, some exhibiting their usual grace under pressure, while others provided the comedic terror he had anticipated. Kion was particularly pleased with the diverse reactions during this nighttime escapade. Students who encountered the mechanical creatures generally recognized the prank. They made their way to the training ground, some terrified enough to lock themselves in bathrooms, while other instructors went door to door to summon them until all students gradually assembled. The training ground lights illuminated the scene, showcasing students in various states of disarray, some in pajamas, others bare-chested, with hair resembling nests. While Xu Lingqu and her companions appeared distinctly out of place. So, how was the nighttime wake-up call? Kion unabashedly expressed his delight, observing the mechanical creatures gathered around him. He looked less like the commanding officer of 6 military academies and more like the director of a zoo. He chuckled. I had larger mechanical beasts like bears and tigers prepared, but I feared you little rascals might be too frightened, so I opted for these smaller creatures. Yet, it seems you still found yourselves utterly petrified. Imagining awakening to a bear at the bedside sent shivers through the students, their minds racing with thoughts of only their last testament. Xu Lingqu examined the animals behind Kion, feeling something amiss. Though she could not quite articulate it was only when Kion mentioned the larger beasts, such as lions and tigers, that she recognized the discrepancy. Since her arrival in this interstellar era, all the fauna she had encountered mirrored those of Earth. This interstellar epoch did not introduce any species beyond Earth's bounds, yet the peculiar flora hinted at something foreign. Recalling the earlier naming by General Inha for Yu Hong, Xu Lingqu was struck by the tumultuous realization. This interstellar age appeared neither as an alternate world nor a parallel dimension to Earth, but rather an uncanny amalgamation of the two. Chapter 40. The mining expedition. Xu Lingqu had always believed this interstellar age might be another civilization strikingly similar to humanity amidst the vast cosmos. However, gazing upon the familiar animals, Her thoughts began to unravel. If the interstellar fauna equated to Earth-S, what are the interstellar humans? Were they truly of the same universe or a parallel realm? A loud thud interrupted Xu Lingqu's tumultuous thoughts as a heavy object was cast before her, the sound reverberating and dust rising. Kion announced the purpose of their nighttime ordeal. We shall commence a weighted cross-country march. He did not specify the distance or destination, likely intending to lead them to a unique training site. The students, roused in the dead of night, wore expressions of resignation as they numbly hoisted their burdens. The gates opened, and they began their trek. As training commenced, Xu Lingqu's musings about the world faded. There would be ample time for exploration. For now, the priority was to navigate this trial period with stability. The nighttime march lasted approximately an hour and a half, with instructors closely following in vehicles. Upon reaching their destination, fatigue was palpable, compounded by their sleep deprivation. They arrived at a modest wooden door, which creaked open, allowing students and instructors to flood in. This was a uniquely designed training base, markedly more rustic than the larger facilities, brimming with vegetation and earthen elements, featuring wooden cabins as residences. The instructor accompanying them shook hands with Kion, reporting that the mech soldier training was progressing smoothly. Kion nodded, patting his shoulder. This was the fabled site where students destined for mining training were sent. Observing the harsh conditions, the initially complaining students regarding their command and analytical roles fell silent, realizing their accommodations were far superior. Whatever Kion's inexplicable motives for bringing them here, it seemed they were not to be exiled to this desolate location. Natada had long sensed the commotion outside the wooden cabin, but, fatigued from consecutive days of study and assignments, was reluctant to rise. Only when the disturbance intensified did she begrudgingly dress and venture out. Initially spotting the intimidating Kion, her heart raced, but her gaze soon landed on a familiar face. "What are you doing here?" Xu Lingqu, engrossed in her examination of the training base, was abruptly approached by Natada. After pondering for a moment, she struggled to place the face before her. The confusion in her eyes prompted Natada to clarify. "I'm the girl who held onto you back on the stalker." You don't remember?" Recognition dawned on Xu Lingqu. This was the one who had questioned her lack of fear. Kion, witnessing their reunion, interjected, "You have 20 minutes to familiarize yourselves with the mech soldier students here." Natada breathed a sigh of relief and extended her hand to Xu Lingqu. "Let us make proper introductions. I'm Natada, from the mech soldier program." "Xu Lingqu, Commander," she replied, shaking her hand. Natada scrutinized Xu Lingqu. She noted the changes. Xu Lingqu seemed taller and far more robust than the frail figure she once was. There was an undeniable aura of strength about her now. Natada surmised that Xu Lingqu must have endured considerable trials in the interim. But now was not the time for nostalgia. She began to share insights about the small training base with Xu Lingqu. "Since the day we parted ways, we have been here for nearly half a month. During this time, we first familiarized ourselves with and identified the raw materials for the mechas produced here. Approximately 800 meters away lies a large cavern, which contains a mine where workers typically descend to extract resources. We followed closely behind them to gain familiarity with the surroundings." Natada animatedly gestured as she spoke, and after our daily studies, we would begin selecting materials for cutting, softening, and a series of other tasks. Despite the dilapidated appearance of the place, the few instruments in the lab are worth millions of Empire coins. Xu Lingqu observed her as she vividly described the daily routines here and felt keenly that the role of a mecha engineer demands both high cognitive engagement and physical exertion. Engaging in cutting-edge research. However, the repetitive task of refining materials and personally descending into the mines to gather raw materials is undeniably time-consuming, labor-intensive, and rather monotonous. I cannot fathom how he managed to bring you here. Our instructor never informed me that Natada's lengthy monologue left her parched. So engrossed was she in her tale that she failed to notice a group of peculiar individuals had gathered around her, curiously scrutinizing her, particularly those with red and golden hair. That Su Shijin and Jean shared the same astonishment. "Commander, how do you even know the mecha engineering students?" Kion had instructed the students to seek out those specializing in mecha engineering to gather information. And no one dared to dismiss his words. Everyone promptly sought out the mecha engineering students. Yet with so few mecha engineers available, only 20 among them, 280 students meant that each mecha engineer would be overwhelmed by an average of 14 ordinary students. As Xu Lingqu pondered this predicament, she noticed a mecha engineering student proactively engaging her sister in conversation. Those who typically mingled with Xu Lingqu naturally gathered to listen intently, while others who were less familiar dared not intrude, inadvertently making them the greatest beneficiaries of this chaotic scene. She was determined to recount everything to her mother and brother upon her return, realizing that being held back by Xu Lingqu was a far cry from reality. She was, in fact, reveling in the privilege of her sister's support. Noticing Natada's sudden anxiety, Xu Lingqu gently pressed her hand down on Jin's head, reassuring her, "It's all right, do not be afraid." She turned to introduce the individuals behind her, declaring, "This is my roommate, Natada." It was this roommate connection that explained their relationship, and Xu Lingqu and Jin nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao were acutely aware that their privileges were not merely a result of their roommate status. Lin Xiao silently speculated that perhaps Commander Xu had unknowingly radiated her charismatic allure. Once more, 20 minutes flew by. Some had grasped the situation entirely, while others remained bewildered. After observing the student states, Qian announced the purpose of their visit today, to descend into the mine and assist in gathering raw materials. Xu Lingqu calmly applauded twice, realizing that attending this school also meant engaging in unlicensed labor. Chapter 41. Team Deployment in the Military Academy's team competition. There are numerous special maps recorded by the Skynet. Last year's team competition saw the MO-CM Military Academy's team utterly defeated in the desert terrain due to their chaotic sense of direction, falling prey to the enemy. Shermay. Witnessing the students' panicked expressions, Kaon was more resolute than ever in his decision for today. Instructor Chun patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. "I in this moment." He fully understood his often domineering and whimsical colleague. The MO-CM Military Academy could no longer languish at the bottom. Its students could not be ridiculed any longer. Kaon was driven by this conviction. Taking a desperate gamble on this batch of students. "Are you really going down there at night?" Natada's eyes widened slightly. The mine's conditions were quite complex. They often feared getting lost, even in the daytime, under the guidance of workers and instructors, let alone at night. Xu Lingqu had already grown accustomed to it. "You have no idea what we endured in the dead of night before. I suspect our chief instructor harbors some deep-seated grudge against sleep. Determined to become everyone's sleep killer." As the military horn sounded, everyone returned to their positions, standing at attention to hear Kaon announce the detailed rules. "Students specializing in mecha engineering, you will undergo a small assessment during the day, tasked with creating a mecha component. You are now permitted to form teams freely. Each mecha engineering student will be paired with 14 students from other disciplines, creating teams of 14 that you will descend into the mine. We have already placed the necessary materials at various collection points. After gathering the required materials, find the exit. We will only open 2 exits. Further details will be provided shortly." Kaon stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a warning glint in his eyes as he addressed the students. No conflicts are allowed at the material collection points. Any group involved in a conflict or theft will incur a 5-point penalty and disqualification from this assessment. Similarly, maliciously removing all materials from a collection point will be treated the same. The mecha engineering students may only verbally describe the materials they require. You will have just one opportunity to search. Once you exit, you cannot re-enter, and any mistakes must be utilized. Listen closely. If you take everything, that mecha engineering student must utilize all materials in the daytime assessment. The top 3 teams of the mecha engineering assessment will earn their members 5, 3, and 2 points respectively, and the successful creation of a mecha component will add 1 point, while failures will incur penalties. You have 20 minutes to form teams and note down the material information. As soon as Kaon's words concluded, chaos erupted among the students. The first challenge was forming teams. Natada was certainly sticking with Xu Lingqu, and Xu Lingqu automatically partnered with Xu Lingqu, Jin, Shun Sholi, and Tang Muan. Forming 5 members, Lu Zheng and Lin Xiao, also roommates, were naturally included, leaving 7 positions open. Wang Qihu promptly approached to join, bringing along 2 friends. Xu Lingqu's roommates joined in, adding another 3, leaving just 1 position. The hesitant Lan Ruo was pulled in by Lin Xiao. While other groups remained in disarray, this group efficiently completed their formation. Natada began detailing the materials she required. Rare metals were the primary components of the mecha. Thus, they needed to be collected first. The blue and white bordered main body was golden, surrounded by white luminescence. Next, they needed jade grass, with its white roots and brown leaves, comprising approximately 35 thin, small leaflets each, following those Ganlu powder. Pink and grainy, larger than typical powder, likely contained in a bottle for easy access. Then, a small piece of silver alloy was required, which should be handled with care due to its strong corrosiveness. It appeared green and was soft when shaken in its container. Lastly, they needed coral liquid, black and viscous, emitting a sour scent when approached. Natada succinctly communicated her needs, skillfully adhering to Kaon's time constraints while repeating her instructions clearly. Their group was among the faster ones. Others were still muddled, struggling to articulate their needs. Students were urged to leave quickly, heading toward the mine located 800 meters away. But as Xu Shijin took a few steps, she suddenly lamented, "I feel like I can't remember anything." "Don't worry, I remember," 3 voices chimed in unison from within the group. Tang Muin, Lan Ruo, and Lin Xiao. They exchanged glances, with Lin Xiao explaining, "We specialize in analysis and possess foundational database knowledge. The materials Natada mentioned are relatively standard. We should all be able to identify them and differentiate them once we descend." Tang Muin and Lan Ruo nodded in agreement with Lin Xiao's assertion. Xu Lingqu glanced at the 3. "Analysis does seem to offer an innate advantage in terrain navigation, doesn't it?" Lin Xiao nodded. "We serve as data repositories, analyzing direction and distance based on terrain, a fundamental task for us. On the battlefield, our analytical role is akin to a humanoid intelligence core. Although intelligence technology has advanced, methods to disrupt such systems are ever evolving. Our analysis serves as a strategic reserve, especially when artificial intelligence may falter amidst the chaos of battle. Providing cold, hard numbers. For instance, there was a case where an intelligence system calculated a rescue success probability at a collapse site as too low, recommending abandonment. However, a human analyst insisted that as long as there were survivors, they must be rescued, ultimately saving 8 lives. Although they were barely clinging to life, their willpower saw them through. Excellent. I recall we're searching for 5 types of materials. Given our 3 analysts, I propose we form teams of 5. 5 and Ford. The 5-person group will seek 2 types, while the 4-person group will pursue 1. This way, we avoid overcrowding in the mine, and upon finding the materials, we can exit in our respective formations and regroup outside. Xu Lingqu astutely recognized that this assessment was likely designed by instructor Kaon to evaluate the analytical capabilities of the new students, with tasks centered on analytical prowess, following the previous sequences of individual combat and command assessments. It was only reasonable that this time would focus on analysis. Listening to Xu Lingqiu's group arrangement, the 3 analysts immediately tensed up, realizing that this was a division strategy centered around them. Chapter 42. The Underground Maze. The instructor led them to their destination, a mining cave distinct from the typical ones on Earth. This particular cave encircled a small hill, revealing 20 entrances perfectly carved. Clearly a product of interstellar technology rather than human hands. The 20 student groups were assigned to enter through different entrances. Instructor Chun, holding a megaphone, emphasized, "Once you enter, the rules regarding which entrance will lead you out will be announced later. If any unforeseen circumstances arise inside the mine," he gestured, and the instructors distributed a small yellow ball to each student. "Crush it to signal for help, and we will arrive promptly, but be sure to keep your yellow ball safe." Xu Lingqiu's group entered through the 5th entrance from the right. Receiving the emergency ball on their way, they casually divided into teams based on their proximity to one another. Shi, along with Lin Xiao, Lu Zheng, Wang Qihu, and a friend of his, formed one group, tasked with retrieving a piece of rare silver and hummy liquid. As they stepped into the cave, a chill enveloped them. This mine bore more resemblance to a karst cave than the mining sites Xu Lingqiu had previously encountered on Earth. Upon entering, they were met with 3 forks in the path, perfectly aligning with their 3 groups, prompting them to split up. Xu Lingqiu's group opted for the right path. Such mines typically involved excavating large portions of the mountain and subsequently digging deeper for raw stones. Some of these stones required specific handling within the caves before they could be extracted, hence the vast space was quite normal. Lin Xiao, nervously swallowing, reassured herself, of course, the labyrinth-like design here could very well be intentional on the instructor's part. It could almost be confirmed that it was indeed a deliberate design. Xu Lingqiu, bringing up the rear, examined the cave structure, noting that the path continued downward. With her at the back, the others felt an unspoken sense of security. Although Lin Xiao, who had to lead due to her analytical role, felt less comfortable. Summoning her courage, She led the group for some time until they spotted a faint yellow glow ahead, indicating they had finally reached a more open area. Before them lay a large cavity, approximately 3 meters in diameter, likely the additional mining site Lin Xiao had mentioned. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao crouched to observe the entrance, given the depth and width. This should be a rare metal mine. Are we in the wrong place? Their task was not to find rare metals. Upon hearing this, the others hesitated, contemplating retreat. Just because it was a rare metal mine didn't mean the materials here were limited to that. Let us proceed and take a look at Xu Lingqu, standing firm at the back, pointed to a narrow path beside the cave leading to another area. You're right. Lin Xiao wiped her brow, realizing she had been overly anxious, dragging the others into her panic. Thankfully, Xu Lingqu was there to keep them grounded. They set off along the narrow path, soon encountering a white light emanating from a small room. Inside were over 10 square boxes resembling glass, each containing a green object. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a metallic substance matching Natada's description of rare silver. Xu Lingqu approached and attempted to lift one of the boxes, which was magnetically affixed to the table. The table was also secured, making it difficult to retrieve. After some effort, she managed to shake it free, confirming its soft texture. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across her face. This is wonderful. We found what we need right at the start. Now we just need the Humi liquid. However, before she could finish her sentence, the entire small room began to tremble violently, and the occupants felt the room moving rapidly. Xu Lingqu, still holding the box containing the highly corrosive rare silver, almost lost her balance. Wang Qihu, standing closest, instinctively reached out to steady her, only to find Xu Lingqu, seemingly defying gravity, adjusting her posture to regain her balance. In contrast, he stumbled and fell. Covered in dust, Wang Qihu clambered to his feet with the help of his friend, brushing off the debris in his mouth. He realized he must change his habit of judging others by appearances, especially when it came to Xu Lingqu. As the sound of a mechanism activating echoed, the room stabilized, indicating they had moved to another location. Xu Lingqu glanced at Wang Qihu and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "Thank you." She had indeed come close to losing her balance while handling a dangerous item in that critical moment. She relied on her physical coordination to steady herself, noticing Wang Qihu's attempt to assist her. Regardless of the outcome, it was evident that he genuinely cared for his companions. Upon hearing her words of gratitude, Wang Qihu, who had been feeling disheartened, suddenly felt a flicker of hope. Xu Lingqu had thanked him. After all, yet, her follow-up remark dampened his spirits. But next time, take care of yourself before trying to help others. He winced. All right, understood. After ensuring everyone was unharmed, Xu Lingqu stepped forward to open the door. What lay outside was not the narrow path leading from the rare metal mine, but a different scene altogether. The others gathered at the door, astonished by the transformation. What happened? Are we seeing ghosts? Is this a wall of illusions? Wang Qihu's friend rubbed his eyes, struggling to comprehend the situation. Lin Xiao, assisted by Lu Zhong, stepped outside. Having injured her leg on the table, she emerged with a grave expression, sighing as she surveyed the room's structure. This layout that resembles a map from a previous military academy competition hosted by Tianwan. Her demeanor was serious. I sincerely hope I'm mistaken. But reflecting on it, the terrain configuration since our entrance has been remarkably similar. I didn't realize at first due to my anxiety. Now, with the mechanism of this small room activated, I can assert with near certainty that the instructors have transformed this place into a simulation of that map. The map was titled The Underground Maze. Chapter 43. Communal Chat Time. Instructor Chun checked the time and decided it was nearly time to initiate the system using his neural authority. Cohen, squatting nearby, wore an unusual frown. What's the matter? Didn't you scout this place a month in advance and have it remodeled? Chun found his expression amusing, pulling him up as if he were a giant Maine Coon cat. Cohen adjusted his military cap, nearly dropping it due to Chen's actions. Yet his face remained one of despair. I just hope these little rascals don't waste my efforts. The previous year's defeat at the Military Academy's desert map competition had cast a long shadow over Cohen. The analysis of that loss had shaken the morale of the command. Chun pointed to the neural device. What are you worrying about this time? Xu Lingqu is here. You said this was based on the Military Academy competition. Just as Xu Lingqu was about to inquire further, her neural device activated, and the auxiliary system began operating. A map materialized before everyone, displaying the real-time locations of 280 students. most marked in green. Those in their team were distinctly marked in pink. Meanwhile, the other two separated groups were positioned far away from them, with 20 entrances and 3 forks leading to different material acquisition points. There were a total of 60 storage rooms for materials. Following their recent experience of the room's teleportation, it became evident that many chose to stay together in search of resources. Some spaces were unoccupied, while others were crowded. The teleportation of material rooms had seen some enter while others had yet to witness the room's transition. With 60 material points and 20 entrances, the map assigned each entrance a code of 120. However, the material points remained unassigned, and the instructors had yet to announce the rules for exiting. Can we deduce the pattern of the room's teleportation? Xu Lingqu pondered before asking Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao paused. We need more instances of teleportation to discern any patterns. The safest approach now is to remain on this path, waiting for the room to automatically teleport and refreshed if we encounter the materials we seek. We'll take them. If not, we'll exit and wait for the next room to arrive, ultimately reaching the exit to await its refresh if luck is against us. Who knows when we will exit? The mecha instructor assessment might finish before we even leave, she mused. Just then, a window popped up on the system, allowing for input. Wow, is this a public chat feature designed specifically for us? Ah, we can actually chat now. The instructor surely cannot be watching us idly as we wait and pass the time. What are you all thinking? It is evident that we are expected to exchange information among ourselves. This thought momentarily stalled the rapidly scrolling chat interface. The instructor has instructed everyone to share intelligence. But isn't this a trial period? They are undeniably competitors. Can they truly exchange information in a normal manner? Xu Lingqu glanced at the chat screen, noting that this was the only public channel available for communication. With no separate group chat window, she directly typed a message to the leaders of the other two groups, Shun Sholi and Su Shizhen. Have you obtained the target materials? As Xu Lingqu's name refreshed the chat, it caused a second brief pause in the public dialogue, swiftly shifting the topic of discussion. Did I see that correctly? Did Su Shun just speak above me? The name Su Shun seems rather clumsy. She is our esteemed commander. Aren't you embarrassed? Why such a fuss over a single statement? Commander, have you located any materials? Our team has no analysts, and no one has remembered the materials. What should we do? It seems the commander implies they have split into groups. How clever! Had we known, we could have split into teams as well to unlock 3 material points. Xu Lingqu stared at the screen for a long time, fearing she would miss the updates from the two of them, when suddenly 2 notification sounds chimed. No, sister, it's not the materials we need. We haven to even enter the house and remain on the original path. Although they lacked a private chat channel within their team, they had exclusive notification sounds while conversing in the public chat. Their failure to find the desired materials was anticipated by Xu Lingqu. Considering her luck, it would be quite remarkable if the combat group managed to find any materials at all this time. That a loud noise erupted suddenly. The 5 of them were not inside the material room. Upon turning around, they saw the small house suddenly vanish into the ground, followed by a tremendous sound reverberating through the underground labyrinth. The second transfer of the material room was underway. After approximately 5 minutes, the transfer concluded and a new material point appeared before them. The positional markers on the map experienced a significant shift. Xu Lingqu turned to Lin Xiao. How long has it been since the last transfer? Lin Xiao promptly replied, 7 minutes. The last transfer process only took 2 minutes, but the local scene here is quite different from the automated refresh in the Skynet Underground Labyrinth. Let me think. The refresh time for material points in Skynet is consistently 5 minutes. However, our material point transfers vary in duration due to the distances involved. Based on this, I can roughly calculate the transfer distances and, combined with the map refresh patterns, I believe I can determine where specific material points will appear over time. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Xu Lingqu nodded and ventured into the new material room for a brief inspection. Finding that the materials there were not what they were seeking, she exited. Xu Lingqu opened the public chat, disregarding everyone else, and messaged Shinsholi and Su Shizhen. We need to change our strategy. If we come across any materials needed by our entire group, we should take them immediately without adhering to previous classifications. Just mention it here once acquired. The earlier division of materials was primarily to avoid duplication. But now that communication is permitted, that concern is eliminated. Xu Lingqu added. We have already obtained the silver alloy. Upon hearing this, the others erupted in astonishment. Is it permissible to say that? Why can't we say it directly? They have already secured it. So doesn't T that expose their material point. Those in need can simply search the locations they previously occupied. Our analysts have stated that this can be calculated. Do you truly trust what Xu Lingqu claims? What if she is deceiving us with false information? The public chat suddenly became a cacophony due to her statement. Wang Qihu was about to unleash a tirade against those baselessly speculating about Xu Lingqu when she sent another message. Chapter 44. A good commander. Over the past 2 weeks of the trial period, the notion of competitors had been instilled in every student's mind. Yet here, the top of the leaderboard was uttering the word cooperation. Everyone instinctively began to refute it. Xu Lingqu's mention of cooperation seemed absurd. Us? Cooperate? Frankly, the first-place individual proposing cooperation must benefit herself, right? If it weren't for the instructor's restrictions, I believe everyone would eagerly scavenge all the materials and depart. However, almost immediately, someone began to counter her claim. Why shouldn't Xu Lingqu discuss cooperation? If it weren't for her, some of you would have already drowned during the river ambush. Now, are you looking down on her? Indeed, did you think everyone shares your narrow-mindedness? Had you been vigilant last time, you wouldn't have sought rescue supplies while watching others drown. Xu Lingqu paid little attention to their quarrels. Her proposal for cooperation stemmed from her understanding of what the instructor intended to observe during this assessment. Xu Lingqu articulated her analysis in the public chat. This training session has uniquely open public communication and map functions while emphasizing the prohibition of theft. I believe the instructor's true intention is for us to cooperate. Our performance in this assessment is not tied to how quickly we exit, but rather depends on our ability to recall materials swiftly and the capabilities of our mecha operators. There is no conflict in our individual material collections, and conflicts are explicitly forbidden. Our analyst, Lin Xiao, noted that the terrain here is an exact replica of the underground labyrinth used in the Skynet Military Academy competitions. I believe everyone understands the concept of teamwork, where students from the same school fight side by side. I reasonably deduce that the instructor hopes for us to achieve cooperation, allowing everyone to exit this place swiftly. A lengthy message appeared in the public chat, and no one scrolled past it. Everyone was engrossed in reading Xu Lingqu's words. Lin Xiao felt her face flush upon seeing her name mentioned. But a surge of determination welled within her. She must calculate the operational patterns to live up to Xu Lingqu's trust in her. After everyone had read through it, responses began to trickle in. As expected of the commander, well-reasoned, emotionally stable. Having such a person in command gives me the willingness to fight with all my might. Commander, I want to report my location. I am currently on the path leading to the 6th cave. Where the materials here are soft sand silver. As more and more individuals acknowledged Xu Lingqu's proposal for collaboration and began reporting their locations, each analyst was fully engaged in brainstorming calculations regarding positions and patterns. Su Shijin and Jin Wu were left idle, observing the deep in thought Tang Muin, whispering to each other. What our commander said this time was truly gentle and reasonable. Yes, to awaken this group. I have never seen her type such a long message or so many characters before. TSK, why are there still people looking for trouble in the public chat? Whew. Let us wait for them on this path and give them a kick into this mine. The exchange of information flourished, and Lin Xiao exhaled deeply. She had roughly grasped the movement patterns of these material points and shared her findings in the public chat for collaborative discussion. Everyone unanimously agreed that her calculations were accurate. Following this pattern, they began to search for intersections to exchange materials. For instance, if the materials needed by Group 6 were currently located at the material point of Group 8. As long as they maintained the pattern of Group 8 moving once and Group 6 moving twice, they could meet on the same path. More and more groups began to assist one another, and a team lacking an analyst encountered Xu Lingqu's group during one of their movements. They only had time to hear the names of the materials without knowing what they looked like. But with Lin Zhao's help, this dilemma was swiftly resolved. When surrounded by a crowd expressing gratitude, Lin Xiao felt her cheeks flush and couldn't help but steal glances at Xu Lingqu, standing nearby. She was particularly confident in herself. Lin Xiao came from a privileged background. Her father worked in the capital's military department. From a young age, her family expected her to follow in her father's footsteps, becoming a cadet at one of the 6 military academies and eventually entering the military. Bearing such expectations, Lin Xiao couldn't articulate her feelings toward a military career. She held no aversion. Yet it didn't entirely align with her life direction. After all, her family had nurtured her in various fields, but her individual combat abilities were lacking, and she was deemed unqualified as a mecha operator. Ultimately, she arrived at the direction of command and analysis, with her teacher guiding her to choose analysis. At that time, Lin Xiao felt discontent. She considered herself quite responsible and didn't understand why she couldn't take on the role of commander. She disliked the position of analyst, which seemed to others as merely a database, a substitute in the event of a malfunction in intelligence. How impressive it was to command, expending minimal effort while receiving maximum protection. With a wave of the hand, everyone would follow orders. Just as her father returned home on leave from the military, she hoped to convince him to alter the judgment her teacher had made about her. However, her father simply gazed at her in silence for a long while. If your definition of analysis and command is as such, then you are destined to fail as a competent commander. It was only at this moment that Lin Xiao truly comprehended that statement. From the very beginning, Xu Lingqu had respected and believed in her. She never regarded herself merely as a repository of data. Trusting the information and judgments she provided, in moments of error, she maintained a grasp on the overall situation, promptly guiding everyone back onto the correct path. Some individuals are born commanders, the intelligent brain activated. An instructor Chan announced to all the participants the conditions for the opening of the 7th entrance. 140 individuals, a collective pause filled the air as everyone inhaled sharply. Such stringent requirements validated Xu Lingqu's prior remarks, silencing those who had previously questioned her authority. This time, the instructor sought to witness their mutual assistance, a united front. Without Xu Lingqu and the collective analytical efforts, everyone would have remained in confusion, incapable of assembling the 10 teams necessary for completion. Moreover, if everyone refused to cooperate, even those fortunate enough to gather the required materials would find no means of escape. The initially disastrous outcome transformed into a mutually beneficial resolution under Xu Lingqu's leadership. At this moment, all had congregated, the map brimming with densely marked locations. Xu Lingqu stood at the forefront of the 7th entrance. Lin Xiao observed her, recalling her father's concluding words. Do you think being a commander merely involves sitting behind everyone, sipping tea and reading the news while making decisions? Your understanding is overly simplistic that a good commander always stands at the front. Chapter 45. A half-day respite watching the students gradually approach the 7th entrance on the Intelligent Brains map. The 280 coordinate points coalesced without a single individual left behind. Both Instructor Chun and Kaiyan fell into silence. Were they merely hasty to exit due to a lack of materials? Or was there something more? The 20 students from the Mecha Division stood idly by, their auxiliary systems inactive, oblivious to the unfolding events. Natata, initially drowsy, felt a surge of curiosity and tension as she observed the peculiar expressions on the 2 chief instructors' faces. Did something strange occur within? The previously dark entrance, sealed by an iron door, suddenly rumbled as it began to ascend. All outside fixated intently on the now opened entrance. The first figure emerged. The dawn light illuminated the scene, dispelling the night as the wind tousled her short, dark hair. She stepped forward with resolve, clad in an unremarkable combat uniform, yet epitomizing the term valiant. It was Xu Lingqu. As she stepped out, the trainees behind her seemed to share an unspoken understanding, waiting for her to exit before following suit. This was a gesture of respect for their commander. Whether they believed in her or questioned her, tonight's assessment proved that under Xu Lingqu's leadership, they had discovered the most efficient solution. Kaiyan regarded the young woman with complex emotions. Initially, during the training period, his first impression of her had been unfavorable. She appeared frail and pallid, having fainted during interstellar travel. Kaiyan did not despise weakness. However, he felt that such frailty had no place in the MOCM military academy. He had hastily labeled her in that manner, only to witness her gradually dismantle that label. When all 280 students emerged from the first opening, they far exceeded the expectations of both Instructor Chun and Kaiyan. Moreover, all 20 teams brought back materials, even if some had initially miscommunicated and collected the wrong items. Half of the teams successfully gathered what the Mecha Division required. Such outcomes were undoubtedly the result of unified coordination and command, alongside a powerful spirit of cooperation that transcended competition. Suddenly, Kaiyan felt a wave of emotion swell within him, and he discreetly turned aside. Had students of such caliber existed in previous sessions, MOCM Military Academy would not have suffered such devastating defeats. The painful memory of last year's desert map battle lingered in his mind, where post-competition analyses revealed students shifting blame onto one another. At that time, Kyan had contemplated resigning. He would have preferred returning to the battlefield than continuing to teach such students. Yet the academy's elders, unwilling to lose an experienced and passionate instructor, granted him the authority to oversee the newcomer's training period. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to stay, and now, witnessing the current scene, he recognized that his choice had been vindicated. Instructor Chun, noticing Kyan's initial surprise, discreetly repositioned himself to shield him from the students, concealing this unexpected display of vulnerability. This was the tacit understanding of partners. Kyan was ever so emotional. His anger, pride, and sorrow came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Perhaps he genuinely enjoyed toying with others. However, Instructor Chun was acutely aware of his aspirations and dedication towards this batch of students. "You have 15 seconds, he remarked, observing the students exchange materials. "Commander, you must quickly take charge." Kyan grunted in response, and Chun found himself stifling a laugh. Natada received the materials from Lin Xiao and her companions. The combined weight of these items was considerable, and while Lin Xiao had harbored concerns, the girl before her confidently bore the load, beaming with a broad smile. "You all did exceptionally well." Her eyes sparkled as she looked towards Xu Lingqu, though she did not fully grasp the events that had transpired. Xu Lingqu being the first to emerge signified her undeniable strength. Natada felt she had truly secured a robust ally. Xu Lingqu sensed the fervent gaze upon her and subtly nodded in acknowledgement. It was not that she sought to appear aloof or dissatisfied. After speaking extensively in the underground maze, she felt her verbal quota for the day had been exhausted, rendering her somewhat reluctant to engage further. To others, however, this merely showcased the self-restraint of a skilled leader. Deepening the admiration felt by her followers, "I must strive to improve my rank and remain, longing to experience what it feels like to have Commander Xu as our teammate during the Military Academy League." A sense of unwavering belief arose. "As long as our commander lives, we have not lost. Are you all done? Enough already. Must you fawn over Xu Lingqu so excessively? What is so special about her words? If I were in her place, I would say the same. Isn't it just empty rhetoric? Goodness, you should be thrown back into the underground maze for such foolishness. How could one utter such words and still have the audacity to emerge with us?" A minor uproar ensued among the students regarding Xu Lingqu. At this moment, Kyan had managed to temper his emotions. "Well done, everyone. You may remain here to recuperate for half a day. We shall depart for the original training grounds in the afternoon." Kyan's proclamation left the students momentarily stunned without a half-day respite. The notoriously strict commander willingly granted them half a day off. Something felt amiss. There had to be a hidden agenda. The students stood rigidly, entirely forgetting their fatigue from the night's disturbances, eager to demonstrate their resolve, their faces practically pleading. "Instructor, just tell us what you intend to test us on." This was a visible manifestation of their trust crisis. Instructor Chun, standing nearby, lightly mocked Kyan, then picked up the megaphone. "That I am not deceiving you. You have half a day to rest, and I am in charge of this. Now, return to the training ground," with Chun's reassurance. The students found their confidence restored, and cheers erupted as they made their way back to the Mecha Division training site. Kyan cast an awkward glance at Chun. "Do these little rascals trust you that much?" "You treat them well. Just average, primarily due to the contrast with others. Instructor Chun, after all, I still aim to ensure they get a good night's sleep. Unlike certain individuals, who the students now dubbed the Sleep Assassin." Chapter 46. The Princess and the Pea upon returning to the small training ground. The previously excited students began to calm down, and as relaxation set in, fatigue washed over them once more. The accommodation was limited, with only 20 small cabins designated for the Mecha Division students. Some were willing to share their rooms, while others had no choice but to make do, opting to sleep on the floor instead. In a sense, this training period cured some of the cleanliness-obsessed students. Except for Shunsholi, he stared at the floor of Natada's room for about 40 seconds. "No, I'm not sleeping here," Jean beside him offered a resigned explanation. "Isn't the floor outside even dirtier? You're fortunate to have a place to sleep, yet you're being picky. Just wait until I tell your grandfather. He will surely reprimand you." The last part was muttered softly. Shinsholi shot him a glare and exited. At the training ground, Xu Lingqu sat against a tree, resting with her eyes closed. Nestled against the foliage, Xu Shichen imitated her, albeit at an awkward angle, already fast asleep. She remained oblivious to anyone approaching, while Xu Lingqu opened her eyes at the slightest hint of proximity. Recognizing Jean and Shun Sholi, she closed her eyes once more, asking, "Here to rest?" Jean, undeterred by Xu Lingqu's gaze, shook his head. "I came to bask in the radiance of our esteemed commander." In the next moment, a small stone swiftly flew from Xu Lingqu's right hand. Striking Jean in the abdomen, he exaggeratedly clutched the impacted area. As if he had been shot. "Commander, you are truly ruthless." However, both Shinsholi and Xu Lingqu showed no intention of indulging his theatrics. Jean awkwardly straightened himself and found a spot to sit down. Quickly convincing himself, "Clearly, the commander has shown me mercy this time." The stone, though it flew quickly, did not hurt much upon impact. Compared to their first encounter, Jean could distinctly sense that Xu Lingqu's murderous intent towards him had diminished significantly. As for Xu Lingqu's maneuvers in the underground labyrinth, Jean was no longer surprised. He now eagerly anticipated the day they could fight side by side. Shinsholi looked at the tree Xu Lingqu was leaning against. "I remember you mentioned last time that there would likely be bird droppings on the trunk. That refers to the trunk of the tree, but this is the root. That if we must be specific. This is where dogs relieve themselves." Xu Lingqu opened her eyes and glanced at Shinsholi's position. "That's usually where dogs bury their waste." Jean erupted in a thunderous laugh, drawing the attention of everyone within a 5-meter radius. "Oh, come on. Why provoke her? You can't win an argument with her, so why court discomfort?" Jean laughed while wiping away tears, playfully patting Shinsholi, who had frozen in place. Nearby, Su Shichen was awakened by the commotion. Upon seeing Jean, she turned away in silence, determined to continue sleeping, utterly exhausted. Shinsholi's body stiffened, his ears flushed bright red, yet he clearly did not heed Jin's advice. Instead, he continued addressing Xu Lingqu. "You don't find it uncomfortable, do you?" The bark of the tree Xu Lingqu was leaning against was rough and uneven, with many protrusions visible on the gnarled old surface. Shinsholi, holding onto his combat suit jacket, had the intention of offering it to Xu Lingqu as a cushion. Unfortunately, just as he thought this, Xu Lingqu closed her eyes again. "Do you find it uncomfortable? Are you the princess and the pea?" Xu Lingqu assumed Shinsholi was merely seeking a comfortable spot to rest, but found the tree bothersome, prompting her to retort. Jean, upon hearing this, was filled with confusion. What kind of princess is the princess and the pea? When did the empire have a princess and the pea? I, the third prince, have no knowledge of this. Shinsholi fell silent, perhaps due to his bewilderment, as the flush in his ears faded somewhat. Xu Lingqu was momentarily at a loss for words. She had unwittingly referenced a fairy tale from Earth to two interstellar beings. Opening her eyes, she began to explain. It's a story about a princess who, while staying at someone else's home, fell to pee under 20 mattresses all night long. Upon hearing this, Jean immediately understood why Xu Lingqu had called Shinsholi the princess and the pea. Erupting in even more boisterous laughter and teasingly shouting at Shinsholi, "Princess and the pea." Xu Lingqu, having rested enough, opened her eyes and stood up. Checking the time on her smart device, she noted that it was nearly time for the mecha engineers to begin their assessments. And she prepared to observe. Jean intended to follow her, but Shinsholi seemed frozen in place for some reason. Jean instinctively thought perhaps the title of princess and the pea had struck a nerve, and he felt compelled to comfort his friend. However, Shinsholi suddenly spoke. "She concocted a story just to call me a princess." Jean replied incredulously, "You are not Shinsholi. Who are you? Get out of my friend's body." The mecha engineers' assessments took place at the center of the training ground, where numerous students like Xu Lingqu had gathered to watch. Each mecha engineering student had their own small cubicle, where they crafted various components. Natata felt a bit anxious as she gazed at the materials on the table, silently praying, "Father, bless me." Jean and Shinsholi had caught up, along with the yawning Su Shichen, who had been awakened by the noise and decided to join them. "Are you interested in mechas, Commander?" Jean asked, noticing how seriously Xu Lingqu was observing. "Well, I suppose I'm somewhat interested," Xu Lingqu replied. Before Looming appeared, her interest in mechas had been average, after slaying massive monsters for an extended period. Her instinctive reaction to such colossal entities, even if made of metal, was one of itchiness and murderous intent. It wasn't until a mecha claiming to be an SS-level relic of the Galactic General emerged in her hands that she began to explore the subject further. Though not extensively. Primarily, she was still uncertain about Liuming's identity and preferred to regard it as one would a puppy. Additionally, her mental power was falsely rated as B-level, a classification rendering her incapable of piloting a mecha. It was only natural that a solitary girl returning from the Xian border would be indifferent to mechas. What truly struck a chord with her were the occasional visions of what seemed to be Liu Ming's true form that appeared in her mind. Coupled with Instructor Chen's words, "Once you engage with mechas, you'll surely grow to love them at the age of 7. Natata first handled mecha materials. It was a piece of phosphorescent stone. Her father held her hand, meticulously grinding it into golden powder, gently whispering in her ear, "This is the most important material for coloring mechas." That marked the day she resolved to become a mecha engineer, filled with joy and limitless dreams of designing a mecha that would astonish the entire galaxy and make her father proud. Little did she foresee the dark days ahead, such as her father's passing years later and the immense debt weighing on her shoulders to enter the MO-CM military academy's training period. Natata looked at the materials Xu Lingqu had brought out, took a deep breath, and firmly grasped the rare metal. This would be the genuine beginning of a new chapter in her life. "Commander, is your friend in the mecha engineering field reliable?" Jean teased, observing Natata, who was initially slow to act in her transparent cubicle. Although she and Natata were not particularly close, having only interacted during the transition within the stalker. There was no need for a detailed explanation. Xu Lingqu, witnessing Natata's skilled technique after she activated her materials, noted there shouldn't be any issues. Su Shichen, still groggy, took a moment to process the conversation about mecha interest between Xu Lingqu and Jean. "Sister, if you return to the Sky Network with B-level mental power, you can pilot an A-class mecha in the Sky Network. Competing in a mecha tournament would be absolutely spectacular." Su Shichen vividly remembered Xu Lingqu's combat moves from the day she donned the 7. And the sheer brutality and effectiveness of those moves, applied to a colossal mecha, would be utterly astonishing. Jean shook Su Shichen. "Try to rouse her. Wake up. You haven't fully come to your senses. The Sky Network simulation for real mechas has only reached 30% accuracy. Only the top 50 competitors in the mecha tournament can execute a coherent set of moves in the Sky Network. Our commander is still a B level. Do you want to get her killed?" In reality, the mental power threshold for piloting mechas was insurmountable. The Sky Network significantly reduced the psychological pressure and physical requirements associated with piloting mechas. People of all ages, from 80-year-old grandmothers to 8-year-old girls, could pilot entry-level virtual mechas. However, the Sky Network did not intend to make mechas overly commonplace. In addition to the no-threshold simulation mechas, they also launched replica versions of real mechas. These replicas were designed to be one-to-one perfect reproductions, necessitating a mental power requirement similar to that of real-life mechas. The lowest-tier replica A-class mecha could be piloted by individuals with B-level mental power in the Sky Network, allowing for slight downward compatibility. In Jin's view, Xu Lingqu's mental power barely qualified her for a replica. Moreover, once in the cockpit, executing moves also required substantial mental power and physical strength, making it unreasonable to expect Xu Lingqu to replicate her combat moves. With this realization, Su Shichen was fully awake and promptly punched Jean in the abdomen. "What do you know? My sister is not like ordinary people." Currently, Xu Lingqu was ranked first on the trial period leaderboard, and Su Shichen was still hopeful about securing a mecha soldier position alongside her sister, a S for the mental power level limitation. In Su Shichen's eyes, it was inconsequential. Xu Lingqu's strength far surpassed others, and that position was rightfully hers. Whether she could practically operate a mecha was a matter for another day. The stone Xu Lingqu had tossed was light, but Su Shichen's punch was genuine, causing Jean to double over in laughter. Realizing that the daughters of the fierce General Su were indeed formidable. By the way, doesn't Su Shichen have a brother? I heard he is somewhat insignificant in the military. Is he truly a lapdog? Jean mused, getting back up and rubbing his abdomen. Once the trial period concluded, he intended to choose 2 individuals to intimidate that brother. After all, he couldn't be frightened by 2 fierce daughters and a mere son as well. This banter between the 2 had a bit of substance, and Xu Lingqu, listening nearby, caught a fragment of information. Sky Network mecha. Upon her inquiry, the 3 people surrounding her were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. It was only natural for Xu Lingqu, who had grown up in the Xian border, to be unfamiliar with the Sky Network. The Empire had only integrated the Sky Network into its interstellar domain 50 years after separating from the Federation a century ago. Xu Lingqu's time back in the capital star has been brief, predominantly spent at the Su residence, where the majority of the inhabitants have shown her little concern, the only relatively friendly figure. Su Shichen has been preoccupied with training under her brother's supervision, while Lady Gina is occupied with other duties assigned by General Su Qingbi. Unbeknownst to them, the Skynet operates as usual. However, Jean, who is secretly investigating and holds a position within the Samsung system, has chosen to maintain a facade of surprise to avoid exposure. Shinsholi has kept his expression neutral, as is customary for him. Your intelligence system must not have been updated yet. Allow me to assist you with that. The Skynet is filled with engaging activities, community shops, various online contests, and the virtual mech competitions that come alive in the evenings. Su Shijin felt a pang of sorrow reflecting on her sister's arduous years spent at the Ziyun border and promised to help her when she returned. Su Shijin had wrestled with her feelings about being so attached to her suddenly reappeared adopted sister, who was regarded by their mother and brother as an unwelcome presence that it felt like a form of betrayal to her family. Yet after spending time together, she found herself irresistibly drawn to Xu Lingqu's charismatic personality. Su Shijin was certain that even without this layer of identity, she would still cling to Xu Lingqu. The grievances that may linger between their parents' generation should not resurface in their relationship. She quietly nestled beside Xu Lingqu, resembling a pet seeking affection from its owner. Xu Lingqu glanced at her and was suddenly reminded of Lu Ming. She wondered how that dog was faring in the dormitory of the MOE military academy. Could the Skynet showcase some renowned mechs? Recalling Lu Ming, who boasted about being the most handsome mech in the entire galaxy, Xu Lingqu searched for images of Lu Ming, only to find that the mech displayed did not resemble the white mech she envisioned. Perhaps the Skynet's versions would be more reliable, Xu Lingqu suggested. For instance, the mech of General Inha. Jean and Shensholi exchanged glances, conveying a message. See, she truly idolizes General Y. S. A devoted fan of General Inha. Su Shijin initially felt a surge of excitement, but quickly deflated. No, the Skynet's replicas of S-level mechs only include Chinda and Shijin, but not Lu Ming. General Inha and his mech vanished too early. Chapter 48. A brief course on Skynet mech knowledge. Chinda and Shijin have been replicated. These names were exceptionally familiar to Xu Lingqu. Lu Ming had incessantly recounted how both were his defeated adversaries, mocking Chinda as trivial and deriding Shijin as insignificant, emphasizing their lack of aesthetic appeal. Noticing Xu Lingqu's burgeoning curiosity about mechs, Su Shijin urged her to sit down, eager to discuss the subject, with Jean also taking a seat beside her. What are you doing? Jean, accustomed to Su Shijin's interactions with everyone except Xu Lingqu, smiled broadly. I'm here to learn about mech knowledge, too. I surely don't know as much as the daughter of General Su. I promise I won't interrupt, just listening attentively. He even mimicked covering his mouth to emphasize his point. Recognizing his unusually amiable demeanor, Su Shijin chose not to confront him, turning instead to Shinsholi. What about you? Do you really need me to educate you? Shinsholi, likely having grown up surrounded by mechs due to his family status, hardly needed such instruction, but he glanced at Xu Lingqu, relieved that she made no effort to dismiss him. With these two unwilling to leave, Su Shijin was about to consolidate her thoughts when another voice interrupted. Can I listen too? Startled, Su Shijin nearly leaped from her seat, but Xu Lingqu managed to restrain her. Lu Zheng, when did you arrive? Su Shijin clutched her heart, genuinely terrified by Lu Zheng's sudden appearance. Did I scare you? My apologies. Lu Zheng's expression was as icy as ever, her stiff apology betraying her discomfort. She had come to observe the evaluation of Nada, while Lin Xiao was still fast asleep in Nada's room, so she decided to come alone. Truth be told, she found the mech engineer evaluation somewhat perplexing. But overhearing Xu Lingqu and the others piqued her interest. Thus, Lu Zheng brazenly eavesdropped. Xu Lingqu urged Su Shijin to sit again while she provided Lu Zheng with a brief explanation. Stealth is an essential tactical quality for a sniper. Afterward, she patted Shensholi's arm, signaling him to make room for Lu Zheng. Reluctantly, Shensholi shifted aside. Everyone here now. I suspect Tang Muin has fallen asleep. And no one else is going to pop up. Right? Su Shijin scanned the room, confirming no unexpected guests before commencing her lecture. Currently, the Skynet's mech replicas begin with the three foundational A-level mechs created by Master Duanming, Yingfeng, Yingxue, and Yingming, initially rated as A-level mechs. They are now classified as a My brother once took me to see a real Yingxue, and it was truly stunning. Master Duanming is indeed remarkable. After expressing her admiration, Su Shijin continued. Next are his A-level creations, the Trickster, the Magician, and the Judge, an exceptionally splendid trio My favorite on the Skynet is the magician. Once I become a formidable mech soldier, I must. Jean discreetly coughed twice, signaling her to rein in her enthusiasm. Xu Lingqu glanced at him, acknowledging that he had indeed refrained from interrupting, quickly steering the conversation back on track. The Skynet's replicas are comprehensive and swift, aside from the latest Hua series crafted by Master Qin, which has yet to be replicated. Most others are fully available. The A-level Green Crystal Master Type 4, Ron Silence 2 version, and A-level Green Crystal Master single item, Obsidian, along with Master Qin's Silver Meow, are all visible on the Skynet mech simulators. Most importantly, only 3 S-level mechs in the entire galaxy remain irreplicable. Speaking of this, Xu Lingqu's mood grew somber. Qinda, Qijin, and Lu Ming, the 3 S-level mechs, were all products of Master Duanmeng's craftsmanship. Made from unique materials and employing techniques that cannot be replicated in reality. To date, no one has been able to create another S-level mech, and Master Duanmeng, now of advanced age, has declared he will no longer create. Qinda and Qijin are somewhat better off. Qinda was approved for Skynet replication after the passing of General mail-in from the Federation, while Qijin's replication was a transaction between the royal family and the Skynet. Xu Lingqu's lips were moving ahead of her brain, realizing she may have divulged too much. Was this appropriate to say? Jean nodded approvingly. The third prince himself had implicitly consented to discuss royal secrets. But unfortunately, Xu Lingqu was oblivious to the telepathic signal that, in any case, both S-level mechs have been successfully replicated, and one can now view them directly on the Skynet. However, operating them still requires S-level mental prowess. Xu Lingqu pointed at Shensholi and then at Lu Zheng, her tone tinged with envy. You both must have piloted them on the Skynet, right? Lu Zheng nodded. I prefer Qinda. It comes equipped with a sniper weapon, and I found it compatible with my skills. What a pity. It's a mech from the Federation, and the mental power requirement to pilot it in reality is S+, and Lu Zheng still falls a bit short. Xu Lingqu's gaze shifted to Shensholi. What about you? What are your thoughts? Shensholi replied. Qijin is more handsome than Qinda. What a shallow response. Xu Lingqu was about to criticize such superficiality regarding mechs when Xu Lingqu interjected. Isn't Lu Ming the most handsome mech? Next time, I'll let it come out to argue with Shensholi. Xu Lingqu mused. Exactly. Xu Lingqu swallowed her critique, immediately affirming, Lu Ming is indeed the most handsome. I remember many biographies featuring famous personalities. Anyone who has seen General Inha and his Lu Ming would write about how magnificent and powerful that mech is. Even those who haven't seen it would exaggerate, simply to ride the coattails of its fame. Consequently, Lu Ming's image has become increasingly ambiguous. The image of Lu Ming generated by the intelligence system was a confusing amalgamation of various sources, rendering it almost unrecognizable as the most handsome mech in the galaxy. Where had General Inha and Lu Ming vanished to? Sigh, their presence in this world remains shrouded in mystery. I see many believe that General Inha is still alive, waiting for the Empire to face another crisis before he re-emerges with Lu Ming. If only that day would come. Xu Lingqu sighed, genuinely feeling a pure admiration and reverence for General Inha. Yet, he had already taken his own life. This legend of the stars, a figure who seemed to share her origins, had seemingly perished in some unknown corner of the cosmos. Xu Lingqu silently reflected. But Lu Ming still exists. That he had been chastised by Xu Lingqu for not being particularly adorable. Chapter 49. A visit home while the Skynet Mech Knowledge course was in full swing. The actual mech engineers were rigorously assessing their students. In this instance, the time limit for crafting single components was 3 hours. Nada was working on a small A-level mech leg component, reaching a critical moment as she prepared to apply the Mumumi liquid for shaping. Sweat of anxiety beaded on her forehead, yet her hand remained steady as she poured the liquid. About 5 minutes after pouring in, a wisp of smoke began to rise, which Natada waved away. The final step was a success. A stunning, complete mech component appeared before her eyes, and Natada pushed open the single room's door, signaling that she had finished, with half an hour of spare time remaining. The results of the assessment were to be verified by the instructors one by one, and Natada was permitted to leave the room first. She scanned the area and headed straight for Xu Lingqu's location. Flashing a smile, the results were quite satisfactory. Judging by her expression, it seemed their group need not worry about extra points. Jean made space for the accomplished Natada to sit down. Were you discussing? Natada inquired curiously. Relieved after the assessment, IT was said that once this assessment concluded, they would return to the large training base to train alongside Xu Lingqu and the others, providing an excellent opportunity to become more familiar with them. Su Shizhen eagerly responded, "Mechs, particularly those replicated by Tianwang. Speaking of which, you are the true expert. We were just discussing the 3 S-class mechs." Natada's smile dimmed slightly. "Oh, I'm still just a student, not a true expert." The path of a mech engineer was long and arduous. Today's assessment was merely a small hurdle, she reminded herself. The group continued to chat about various mech characteristics, such as the speed-focused performance of the Green Crystal Master S mech, Ron's preference for heavy armored mechs, and Master Qin's flashy mech capable of switching between several weapons. When the assessment concluded, the instructor for the mech engineering direction announced the results, and Natada placed second. "Well done," the instructor remarked. These 3 points would certainly bolster Xu Lingqu's team. Their rare half-day of rest was swiftly coming to an end. With a wave of his hand, Qian led a group of students back to the base. He was exceedingly pleased with the assessment results. In high spirits, he drove the students back, wearing a smile that made them suspicious he had some ulterior motive planned for them along the way. "Stop grinning like that," Instructor Chan said. Observing the students' unease, Qian defended himself. "I'm just following your example. You always smile at them, and the students find you very approachable." Instructor Chen shot him a glance. "It's not about smiling. It's about the person." Qian felt disheartened, yet none of the students were aware of his plight. Upon arriving in the afternoon, Instructor Chen added some training content, and once completed, he released the students. After the training, the students, still apprehensive of potential schemes, hesitated to leave. Standing like wooden stakes, he reassured them repeatedly. "Tonight, you can truly get a good night's sleep without any unexpected incidents." Who knew if there would be any surprises? Su Shizhen was genuinely skeptical this time. Xu Lingqu, however, after hearing the assurance, walked out directly. Jean, in a state of disbelief, followed. "What insights does the commander have?" "The instructor is quite satisfied with our assessment. There is no need for any further fuss." Xu Lingqu walked to the infirmary. Without looking back, she pushed the door open. Dr. Li, who had grown accustomed to Xu Lingqu's daily visits, looked up in surprise this time, noting that she hadn't been carried unconscious or appeared near death. A testament to her remarkable resilience and progress to D.R.L. I had no idea where they had been, only knowing that the 2 energetic instructors had taken a large group of students outside again. She had inquired many times if her presence was needed, but each time received a negative response. D.R.L. I was relieved that they hadn't returned with the students' bodies. Xu Lingqu's condition was not severe. It was merely fatigue and soreness from overtraining. This time, it was relatively mild, and logically, it shouldn't have occurred. However, for her, entering the infirmary had become somewhat of a muscle memory. Her feet instinctively carried her inside. Sitting there, she inexplicably recalled an old Earth song, "Visit Home Often." This was one of the few moments in her life where she found herself amusing. Unfortunately, interstellar humans could not grasp the humor in that context. In the dormitory, Lin Xiao and Lu Zheng introduced Natada to their rather unremarkable living quarters. One wore a habitual smile, while the other maintained poker face, creating an awkward, yet contrasting atmosphere. Natada beamed genuinely at them, just as Xu Lingqu returned. Xu Lingqu. She suddenly stood up and called out, causing Xu Lingqu to pause in surprise. "Did you call me for something?" Xu Lingqu asked. Natada realized her actions were somewhat abrupt, and quickly waved her hands. No, it's nothing, but I was just a bit too excited." She had heard from Lin Xiao about Xu Lingqu's remarkable achievements over the past half-month, and her admiration and affection for Xu Lingqu had grown immensely. In those descriptions, Natada perceived Xu Lingqu as akin to a bamboo, resilient in growth yet fragrant and sharp when forged into a weapon. Xu Lingqu noted her lack of concern and resumed her nightly routine, preparing for BS. She removed her combat suit jacket. She recalled something and turned to Natada. "Will you be training with us in the future?" Natada shook her head. "Our instructor said our classes are primary, with physical assessments as secondary. We'll be living together, but are training 1TB at the same time." "How wonderful," Lin Xiao remarked sincerely. Reflecting on the non-combat students, who had initially been envious and later relieved to avoid being sent to the mines, ultimately realizing they still had reason to envy. They were the only group of students who could escape Qian's clutches. As Xu Lingqu tidied up, the 3 of them gradually prepared for bed, and this trial period had cured Lin Xiao of her previous habit of staying up late. She now cherished every moment in her warm bed. Fearing the consequences of sleep deprivation, tea lights out. Lu Zheng got up to turn off the light, but before doing so, she suddenly approached Xu Lingqu's bunk. The day for precision shooting training should arrive soon. Lu Zheng still remembered Xu Lingqu's earlier claim to triumph over her in her area of confidence. These past few days of training had been so routine that it felt as if Instructor Qian had been captured by the headquarters and interrogated. Yet, that was clearly not the case as normal training resumed, with Instructor Chun leading in the morning and Qian in the afternoon, ensuring the students saw them daily, confirming they had not been kidnapped or gone missing. Su Shijin stood beside the training ground, reflecting on the peculiar normalcy. Jean echoed her sentiments. It feels like they're hiding something, as if they're preparing something big for us. This afternoon's training concluded without incident, and Xu Lingqu remained on the field for additional practice. Recently, her daily training no longer left her feeling the acute fatigue that demanded rescue. According to Dr. Li, this was detrimental to her physical development, prompting Xu Lingqu to voluntarily engage in extra practice. For the past few days, she had been adding practice regularly. While others dispersed after training, she remained behind to hone her skills. Jean crosses arms. Observing Xu Lingqu and reflecting, our commander seems destined for success in whatever she undertakes. What do you mean, our commander? She is my sister, Su Shijin replied proudly. That is stating the obvious, due to Xu Lingqu's additional practice. Many were drawn into her routine. Some adopted the mindset that if Xu Lingqu was still training, how could they eat or sleep? They became her training partners, staying with her until she finished, typified by Wang Qihu and Tang Muan. Conversely, others, led by Sun Liao, were quite critical of Xu Lingqu's approach. To put it differently, these individuals had never been fond of Xu Lingqu. The spotlight shone on her. She received accolades and was adored by her peers. Why should it be her? Human jealousy often lacks justification. Even when Xu Lingqu had numerous commendable traits, some chose to remain blind to them. They stubbornly believed that her efforts merely served to impress the instructors, a behavior they found utterly reprehensible. Just the other day, a boy approached Xu Lingqu, who was practicing, and bluntly stated, "Is it fun for you to outshine us all like this? You're strong, but is it necessary? You could tone down your brilliance." Such individuals can make bold claims without reason. Xu Lingqu merely cast a cold glance in his direction and retorted, "Does my striving for excellence affect your standing at 196th place?" Those within the top 10 might have grounds to complain about Xu Lingqu's pressure, but it had no bearing on someone destined for elimination from the 196th position. The boy stood frozen, as if petrified, tremblingly pointing at Xu Lingqu, unable to articulate a response. Retreating in defeat felt more humiliating, yet he couldn't conjure a solid rebuttal. Xu Lingqu finished her practice and left. She didn't hesitate to deliver a parting shot. "What I do won't prevent you from being eliminated." It was a remark laden with both impact and insult. Jean, always one to relish chaos, watched as that boy retreated to his dormitory. Hiding under his covers in tears, he shamelessly surrounded himself with onlookers. Eager to witness the sorrow of his peers, that it seemed he had to witness firsthand the melancholy etched on their faces. Otherwise, he might suspect these individuals harbored a masochistic delight in being chastised by Xu Lingqu. Their nonsensical pursuit of trouble with her was confounding. And what of your own situation? In the dormitory, Shun Sholi, upon hearing Jin's words, merely scoffed, noting that if anyone had a penchant for masochism, it was Jin himself. To be near Xu Lingqu, he had endured his fair share of physical confrontations. Jin immediately protested. "That's not true. Our commander has been quite gentle with me lately. Please refrain from spreading rumors about her." As he stroked his chin, observing Shinsholi's awkward expression, a realization struck him. "Honestly, you've never been one to accept defeat gracefully, have you? I remember when your grandfather first brought you to the palace, and our initial meeting ended with you punching me for accidentally splattering mud on you. Yet your tolerance for our commander seems remarkably high." Shinsholi interrupted. "Do you dare claim that was unintentional?" Back then, Prince Jin had been a frail little thing. Yet he was notorious for causing mischief within the palace. It was said that General Shun had brought his illustrious grandson to meet the robust Emperor Andrew Ulysses. With few peers of his age in the palace, Jin had prepared mud projectiles for Shinsholi's entertainment, only to be met with the fearless Shun, who promptly retaliated. General Shun had awkwardly dragged his grandson before the emperor to apologize, only for Emperor Andrew to smile and commend Shinsholi's spirited response. "You get flustered and divert the conversation every time. It's always the same." Jean stood, resembling a victorious general, declaring, "I've captured your secret." Shen Sholi instinctively covered his mouth, only to quickly retract his hand, disgusted by the thought of touching Jin's saliva. Ha! Look at you now. There are countless young men and women in Capital Star eager to converse with you. And the nobility would trample your doorstep to establish ties with the Shun family. So many eyes are on this prize catch. And here you are, nursing a secret crush. Reflecting on this, Shen Sholi's earlier peculiarities suddenly made sense. Jin gleefully teased his friend, but midway through, he pondered a profound truth. Well, if the object of your affection is our commander, it does seem rather reasonable. Shen Sholi's ears burned with embarrassment. Yet he did not hesitate to warn his loquacious friend, "If you dare to speak of this." Jin quickly blinked, replying, "To be honest, even if you declared your affection for our commander in front of her, she would likely ignore you or send you off to the hospital for treatment. Xu Lingqu possesses that very nature. Flirting with her is akin to presenting a blind person with a bouquet." "You have a point," Shen Sholi mused, recalling his previous attempts to draw closer to no avail. Jin's curiosity ignited. "When did you develop such feelings for our commander? Why won't you confide in me?" Shen Sholi adopted a stern expression. "No comment." There you go again," Jin lamented, realizing he might not extract any further information. Nevertheless, he sincerely advised his friend, "Honestly, I believe our commander has her sights set elsewhere. But you're still quite competitive. If all else fails, appeal to my father for a marriage decree. It's better than having nothing at all, and he dotes on you." Detecting Jin's veiled suggestion for him to relinquish hope, Shen Sholi hesitated before retorting, "But I truly believe she holds a special regard for me." Jin exclaimed, "Where's the evidence for that?" Shen Sholi replied, "Is there none?" Jin insisted, "Absolutely none." Shen Sholi asserted, "I believe there is." Jin fell silent. Point: one should not hastily define others. Whether one possesses a masochistic tendency remains to be seen through the lens of one's comrades. Chapter 51. Napping Anywhere. Important announcement. The Mecha Division Awiya is now renamed the Mecha Division Natata. The Red Glove Organization is now the Ares Organization. Detailed explanations will follow in Chapter 52. In the shooting training ground, 10 students stood before shooting targets, each group assigned to a specific target. This afternoon's training focused on precision shooting, with each participant receiving 30 rounds, all using the standardized FSC-1 firearms. The results will be tallied based on total ring counts. Each bullet was logged into the intelligence system, as were the targets, leading to comedic moments where adjacent students inadvertently hit one another's targets, resulting in a public reprimand displayed on the large screen. "Once you leave, don't mention that they're my students." Instructor Chun sighed. The two students, oblivious, nodded. "We'll tell everyone we were trained by Instructor Kion." "Don't worry, Instructor Chun." The students struggled to suppress their laughter, attempting to calm their racing hearts, fearing embarrassment during their turn to shoot. A new group stepped up, and the previously jovial atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity. In lanes 4 and 5 stood Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqu. The two formidable competitors were facing off directly. Lu Zheng loaded her bullets, stealing a glance at Xu Lingqu to her right. That Xu appeared calm and composed, exhibiting no signs of distress, as she would in any other challenge. Yet Lu Zheng felt her heart racing, her hands trembling slightly. Drawing a deep breath, her years of experience in shooting competitions allowed her to quickly regain her composure. She could not suppress her excitement. She had awaited this contest for ages. "I will decisively defeat you in your most confident and proud discipline." Xu Lingqiu's words echoed in Lu Zheng's mind, igniting a fire within her. Lu Zheng gripped her gun firmly, determined to convey her will to win. How absurd. After the first 10 shots, the scoreboard revealed that Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqiu had tied. Each scored an average of over 10.5, with Lu Zheng hitting the bullseye at 10.9 3 times and Xu Lingqiu twice. Their total scores far surpassed the rest of their peers, turning the shooting range into their personal battleground. Jin inhaled deeply, glancing at Shen Sholi. "Are you aware of Lu Zheng's championship history in precision shooting? Her trophies could pile higher than her own stature. You understand just how. She hasn't even undergone systematic training." Shen Sholi's gaze remained fixed on Xu Lingqiu, her silhouette standing tall like bamboo. Her shooting stance revealing a genuine lack of formal training. He whispered, audible only to Jin, "Consider yourself fortunate that such a talent belongs to the Galactic Empire." Lin Xiao had attended a previous Imperial shooting competition. But Lu Zheng was absent. As competitors fired, the scoreboard updated in real time, and she thought that was thrilling enough. Yet now, in this training ground, Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqu had everyone on edge, with Lin Xiao feeling as though her breath might escape her. All the students, including Instructor Chun, held their breath, anticipating the emergence of a victor. The onlookers felt more anxious than those shooting. After the second round of 10 shots, new scores were updated. This time, their performances eclipsed the previous round. Lu Zheng achieved a total score of 107.6, while Xu Lingqu trailed by just 0.1 ring at 107.5. When Su Shizhen saw the numbers update on the big screen, she clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and began to mutter. Jean found her amusing, but refrained from teasing her. Knowing that any commotion could disrupt the focus of Lu Zheng and Xu Lingqu, he leaned in softly. "What are you doing?" Su Shizhen whispered back, praying, performing a ritual. Be careful, or the police might come knocking. Jean joked, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. "Please, you're the one who sounds like a cultist. Do the police really care about this?" Su Shizhen mumbled, though at that moment, she was too focused on her sister to argue further. "Lu Zheng, please just miss one shot. Just one." Unfortunately, Su Shizhen's prayers proved ineffective. The third round S scores updated. Lu Zheng, 107. Xu Lingqu, 107. Once again, Xu Lingqu trailed Lu Zheng by 0.1 ring. The final scores appeared on the big screen. 1. Lu Zheng, 322.12. Xu Lingqu, 321.9. In a contest between masters, a mere fraction can spell the difference between victory and defeat. This battle culminated with the shooting prodigy from the 4-star system. Lu Zheng, safeguarding her legacy in marksmanship. As Lu Zheng gazed at her familiar score atop the leaderboard, her typically stoic visage broke into a radiant smile, ecstatic and triumphant. She had conquered Xu Lingqu, refusing to be defeated in her most assured discipline. Congratulations. Xu Lingqu released her grip on the gun, harboring certain expectations regarding the outcome of the competition. She recognized that her posture was still lacking in precision and that some of her shooting habits were less than ideal. Her hands were not steady enough, necessitating further training. Numerous factors contributed to her eventual defeat. However, she voiced none of these thoughts. A loss was a loss, and expressing such sentiments would only serve as an excuse. "You are formidable. I shall return to challenge you another time." With that, Xu Lingqu turned away from the shooting position, making way for the next group. Lu Zheng also set down her firearm and caught up with Xu Lingqu, grasping her sleeve. "What's the matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Xu Lingqu did not shake off her hand. "During the Military Academy League, I shall become the most effective weapon in your hands." "Commander." These words had been brewing in Lu Zheng's heart for some time, and she had to admit that, whether in the river ambush or the underground labyrinth, Xu Lingqu was not only her acknowledged rival, but also her recognized commander. Though she struggled to articulate her feelings, unlike Lin Xiao or Su Shizhen, who expressed their desires to fight alongside Xu Lingqu openly, Xu Lingqu seemed to understand Lu Zheng's intent. She nodded and replied, "All right." That moment, neither of them nor anyone present could foresee that in the not-so-distant future, Xu Lingqu and Lu Zheng would soon set a new record for individual kills in a single match of the Military Academy League. Their names were destined to dominate the discussions on the Skynet forum, but that was a tale for another time. The shooting training concluded successfully, and Instructor Chen returned to his office, cheerful as he organized the results. Upon opening the door, he found Kion sprawled lifelessly on his sofa. "This is not Dr. Li's infirmary," Instructor Chen remarked, taking his seat and observing Kion's despondent state. "Get up. I have something to show you that will brighten your spirits." Kion sluggishly rose, moving like a soulless zombie. "I will never be all right. I will never recover in this lifetime." Has Su Li started to absorb souls through the full system projection now? Instructor Chen pondered. Attempting to analyze Kion's condition, there's absolutely no difference. None whatsoever. Kion lamented, clutching her head in agony. The designated training period was only halfway through, and yet she was demanding that he complete the final assessment with the students in just 10 days. What a farcical demand. "She has lost her mind," Instructor Chen muttered, beginning to prepare his tea as he sought to regain his composure. He still needed to evaluate the results of the final assessment himself. Kion rubbed her nose, recalling that upon her arrival, the first thing would be to tie her to a tree for hanging. "Don't think you can escape. You'll be hanging from the tree next to mine," Instructor Chen retorted. "All right, if you have any good news that can lift my spirits, show me," Kion replied. Instructor Chen forwarded the results of the shooting training. Upon seeing the names and scores of the top two, Kion's eyes brightened, and the dark cloud hovering above her dissipated. With these two monsters in the team competition, they would be like harvesters of heads, one of whom was our commander wielding the scythe of death. Kion felt a surge of optimism for the future, wanting to rush to the ear of the Skynet organizer and shout, "Start the event immediately. My students are coming to dominate." She continued to peruse the results. In third place was Xu Lingqu, whose total score differed from Xu Lingqu's by just 1 point, creating a slight gap. Following him closely were Lu Shichen and Jin, their scores closely clustered within a 0.4 to 0.6 range. Further down the list were Wang Qihu and Lu Ning, who had maintained a slightly above-average performance during this training period but were 2 points behind Jin, with their scores tightly contested. Behind them, it was essentially a chaotic melee of less skilled participants. The stratification was glaringly apparent. After thoroughly reviewing the results, Kion's expression turned serious. Previously, she had trained Mo Sietu, the most outstanding of the third-year students, who was on par with Wang Qihu. When it came time for the selection of teams for the interscholastic competition, such stratification would persist, easily leading some students to develop negative thoughts. If the sky falls, we shall bear it. If I die, I die. Ultimately, it may be better to let the most capable few tackle the challenges alone, and I shall reap the rewards effortlessly. Once such thoughts emerged, it was destined that the lower tier would continuously drag down the upper tier, beginning a process of upward assimilation, ultimately leading to a situation where only the most exceptional individuals supported the entire competition, and even they would face their own day of collapse. Noticing the change in Kion's expression, Instructor Chan understood that he had successfully drawn her attention to the matter. The tea he brewed today was not bitter, and he pushed a cup toward Kion. "This is what you call something that can elevate my mood?" Kion, still wary from the previous bitter brew, hesitated to take a sip, waiting for Instructor Chun to drink first. "Indeed," he replied, scraping the foam from the surface of the tea, "when you begin to contemplate such matters rather than fearing immediate doom, it signifies your spirits are lifting." Kion nodded. "You are right." In that moment, the chaotic thoughts had all but vanished from her mind, replaced by numerous potential strategies for the final assessment. She lifted her cup and drank heartily, slamming the cup down on the table with a thud. Inspiration strikes. "I feel invigorated." The sound reverberated, and Instructor Chen remained silent, quietly inspecting the base of a cup. Tea was cracked. Time to pay up. "Stand still. Do not move." Xu Lingqu commanded Wang Qihu in the training area, who had a bun resting on his forehead. Wang Qihu's friend, Guan Zhongli, also from the Second Star System's command direction, held a firearm borrowed from the armory, loaded with bullets designed to inflict pain without causing real harm to the body, and stared at Xu Lingqu in bewilderment. "Aim at the bun on his forehead," Xu Lingqu instructed indifferently. Wang Qihu's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Regret washed over him. He was filled with profound regret. 20 minutes earlier, he had approached Xu Lingqu, shamelessly seeking guidance for his friend. Guan Zhongli was among the more competent students in this cohort. Aside from Xu Lingqu, his mental acuity was rated A, and his physical abilities were satisfactory, but shooting had always been his Achilles heel. His family had invested heavily in hiring professional shooting coaches, yet to no avail. Watching Xu Lingqu's seemingly unrefined stance, yet remarkable accuracy, Wang Qihu thought perhaps the commander could save his friend, but that was not quite the rescue that occurred. Jin was beside them, nearly in tears from laughter, exclaiming to Xu Lingqu, "I told you she was a natural-born talent for Ares. She wields such torturous methods with ease." Su Shichen, behind Guan Zhongli, was eager to see what would unfold. "That I wonder if he can do it. If not, perhaps I could take his place." It looked like it would be quite entertaining. Hitting the target would mean congratulations for improved accuracy, while missing would signify a lack of wasteful expenditure of resources. Xu Lingqu felt compelled to elaborate further to enhance her credibility, as she might be wasting her friend's time. She believed herself to be earnest in her teaching, with no intention of amusing anyone. Her experience dictated that true knowledge emerged from practical engagement, humans surpassing mere targets. Moreover, she was only willing to teach due to her regard for Wang Qihu. Otherwise, she would have been disinclined. "Thank you." Guan Zhongli took a deep breath, focusing on his despondent friend as he aimed at the bun. "I must not hit Wang Qihu. I cannot miss." That he silently encouraged himself and pulled the trigger. Wang Qihu, awkwardly shielding his vulnerable areas, awaited the arrival of his friend's bullet. Upon the sound of the gunshot, the bun fell to the ground. It was not hit. A miracle. Wang Qihu joyfully picked up the bun, checking for bullet holes, but found none. Perhaps Guan Zhongli had been too terrified to steady his AIMAT that moment. Guan Zhongli approached, and after inspecting the bun, finally found a grazed mark. He had hit it. Wang Qihu gleefully slapped his friend on the back, nearly sending him flying. He intended to thank Xu Lingqu, but upon looking up, he noticed that she and her group had already departed. They left so swiftly. Wang Qihu scratched his head in confusion. Guan Zhongli's smile faded slightly. Do you not think they're too closely bound? Huh. Wang Qihu did not grasp his friend's sudden remark. Guan Zhongli patted his shoulder. If the final assessment consists of a free-for-all among students, who do you think among us can best them? This was a well-equipped small team, and Guan Zhongli had been observing them closely for quite some time. If we cannot win, then we cannot win. Wang Qihu remained oblivious to Guan Zhongli's point, replying, what if we cannot defeat Xu Lingqu? That is perfectly normal. Wang Qiu's brother was nearly ready to rally behind Xu Lingqu. Guan Zhongli opted not to press further, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Let us practice some more. Wang Qihu sensed something was amiss with his brother, yet he knew Guan Zhongli was one to keep his concerns to himself. So he refrained from further inquiries and concentrated on practicing shooting alongside him. Following this focused shooting training, the schedule for the next 6 days was set. Mornings for foundational physical training, and afternoons for shooting practice. Regrettably, it remains uncertain whether Instructor Chun has covertly interfered, but Xu Lingqu and Lu Zhan have not encountered one another in the same group again. A glance at the final scores reveals they have each claimed victories over the other. Although Lu Zhan has triumphed slightly more often, Xu Lingqu is perceived by others as somewhat of an anomaly. She has been continuously growing stronger, her B-level psychic ability seemingly without limits. Even more daunting is her relentless dedication, which surpasses that of her peers. Such individuals are inherently destined for greatness. Likewise, Instructor Chun has been tirelessly working to prepare the final assessment documentation for Su Li, finding rejuvenation in Xu Lingqu's impressive results whenever he feels overwhelmed. He muses on how she once appeared faint during her transition, yet has transformed into such a formidable contender. As he observes the chaotic final assessment plans he has drafted, Instructor Chun grimaces at the disarray, realizing he must refine and polish it, while Xu Lingqu has achieved her success through sheer effort. During the cross-country event, Xu Lingqu never entertained thoughts of surrender, relying solely on her willpower to persevere. Once you finish revising, Xu Li will undoubtedly approve it swiftly, and when she arrives, the final assessment can commence. Kion expresses with palpable excitement. On the 7th day, following the initial targeted shooting training, a perfectly ordinary day unfolded as the gates of the training base swung open. A red and silver aircraft glided into the training field, its cockpit opening to reveal a woman with chestnut curls disembarking. Clad in a light purple military uniform, a standard issue from the MO-CM Military Academy, she donned a stylish pair of sunglasses and walked with a poised confidence. I could see that moment. The students were gathered in the training area, awaiting orders from their instructors. With both Instructor Chun and Kion present, speculation arose among the students regarding the significance of the day's events. As the woman approached, all students rendered a salute, watching as she strode to stand before Instructors Chun and Kion. Allow me to introduce Xu Li, the current vice president of MO-CM Military Academy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Instructor Chun initiated the conversation. Xu Li removed her sunglasses, surveying the new students, those whom both Kion and Chun had extolled as the new generation capable of outperforming Dornston. At first glance, their demeanor certainly appeared improved compared to previous cohorts. The students, both intrigued and apprehensive, wondered why the vice president had come to observe their training, particularly given her formidable reputation, which suggested she might introduce some challenging new strategies. Kion, usually exuding an air of superiority, tempered his demeanor upon seeing Xu Li, eventually addressing the students. Today marks the commencement of the final assessments for our new recruits at MO-CM Military Academy. At this announcement, the students erupted in disbelief. What? Has a month passed already? You must be mistaken. We've barely trained for a month, they exclaimed. Why advance the assessment? Is the academy short on funds? Others voiced their relief at the prospect of leaving the training ground they found intolerable. Once they settled, Kion commanded silence, reminding them to stand tall in the presence of the vice president, and then outlined the rules of the final assessment, stating he would only explain them once. As the statement echoed in the air, a hush fell over the crowd, with other instructors distributing the necessary equipment for the assessment. There's no need to panic. This is merely a standard competitive exercise, akin to your beloved holographic gun battles. Kion reassured them with a smile. However, he quickly pivoted, adding, "But I have devised some exciting variations to make it more engaging." The fundamental rule of this assessment is straightforward. Students will engage in firearms combat against one another. For each ordinary student eliminated, 1 point will be awarded. The scores will directly impact the elimination standings, but I have conjured some intriguing twists for you. Opening a list on his neural interface, Kion continued. Xu Lingqu, Xu Shizhen, Shun Sholi, Jin, and Lu Zhun. Each of you, as the top 5 on the leaderboard, will carry a bounty of 20 points during this final assessment. A bounty, although these 5 students occupy a significant lead. The scores of the remaining students are closely contested. Eliminating any one of them offers a chance to ascend from the brink of elimination to a mid-tier position, and from there to qualify for mech soldiers. This places them squarely under the spotlight. Kion, dissatisfied with merely this level of intensity, added, "Additionally, all other students will form a separate faction. However, this does not mean your sole objective is to eliminate them. Rather, at the end of the training, we will tally the scores by faction. Each of the 5 will contribute 55 points, while each of you will contribute 1 point. The faction with the highest accumulated score will receive an additional 10 points per member." The instructor's intention was unmistakable: to forcefully pit these 5 against the rest, granting them the experience of a 1v55 scenario while igniting the competitive spirit of the remaining students. A masterstroke on Kion's part. The assessment is set to commence this afternoon at 2 and conclude precisely at midnight. Around 11, we will deploy 20 instructors to eliminate any remaining students. Those who manage to evade capture and return to base will earn an additional 5 points. Each student will start with 30 rounds of ammunition, their firearms fixed to their neural interfaces, and necessary supplies will be delivered at designated locations. The combat system is now operational, observing the expressions of the students. Kion declared, "Now we may proceed to the field." "Wait a moment," Jean interjected. "I would like to inquire whether there is a reward for hitting the instructors sent to eliminate us." Having gathered among themselves, Xu Lingqu stood at the center, with the other students instinctively keeping their distance, which accentuated their distinction. Jin's question elicited laughter from the crowd, given his usual eccentricity, just as Kion prepared to offer a light-hearted jibe to diffuse the atmosphere. Vice President Xu interjected, "Humph, you are quite audacious. Should you manage to strike an instructor, each of you shall receive 100 points." Jean chuckled, acknowledging that his question might have seemed out of place. But he glanced at Xu Lingqu, recalling that the commander had encouraged him to ask, thus he felt justified in his inquiry. Chapter 55. The fish is hooked. A breeze rustled the leaves, sending a few down to rest upon shoulders. Concealed amidst the tall grass, Xu Shizhen lay low, observing several individuals pass along a nearby path. The final assessment site was nestled within the mountains, a locale dense with trees and bramble, its terrain uneven and intricate, with canopies shielding the sunlight, resulting in poor visibility as night approached. Once the individuals moved on, Xu Shizhen crawled through the underbrush, descending a slope to a more concealed hollow, reminiscent of a natural trenched AT. That moment, Xu Lingqu, Jin, Shinsholi, and Lu Zhun had gathered together, while nearby, Tang Muwen diligently engaged in terrain analysis and mapping. Having chosen to defect temporarily, he approached the group, offering his services as an analyst, surrendering all his equipment and forcibly shutting down his neural interface, demonstrating his sincerity. Initially, Jin had aimed his weapon at him, but Tang Muwen merely remarked, "Please finish my analysis and mapping before you eliminate me." Jin was taken aback. "You are willing to forfeit all points in this final assessment?" Tang Muwen shook his head. "My previous scores are sufficient for advancement in this trial. Tactical analysis is separate from combat. I have consistently ranked second in non-combat scores." As he spoke, he glanced at Xu Lingqu and continued, "Those scores were largely thanks to you all. I merely wish to repay the favor." His heartfelt declaration, coupled with his habitual admiration for Xu Lingqu, earned him their trust, allowing him to conduct the terrain analysis. Since the commencement of the final assessment, they had stealthily navigated through the wilderness, evading pursuit from the main forces. Kion's strategies for the 2 factions proved effective, as the ordinary students fervently sought to capture the top 5, who had previously dominated them. Particularly, a group led by Sun Liao had sharpened their focus on capturing Xu Lingqu. He had eagerly awaited this day, and with the faction rules in place, he was invigorated, not only by past grievances against Xu Lingqu, but also by the realization that eliminating her could secure his place in the rankings. Sun Liao fervently spread the narrative that Xu Lingqu was detestable and irredeemable, fabricating numerous accusations against her, yet he seemed to relish in the fervor of his rhetoric. However, most students appeared indifferent to his fervent sentiments, with only a handful echoing his enthusiasm, until he suddenly turned to spearhead towards Wang Qihu and Lin Xiao that a group must have organization and leadership. The leaders among the ordinary students are Wang Qihu and his friends. A few second-tier students, along with Lin Xiao, who performed commendably in the previous Underground Labyrinth. One of you is Xu Lingqiu's roommate, and the other is always hovering around her. During the assessment, would you betray us and inform them? Sun Liao is not particularly capable, but he excels at inciting discord in this context. His threats to ordinary students' interests are somewhat justifiable. Unlike his previous unfounded accusations against Xu Lingqu, a SA leader, is it appropriate to maintain such cordial relations with our enemy? Can you guarantee that you will never betray us? Wang Qihu's face darkened immediately, while Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. I have been following Xu Lingqu too. I'm also Lu Zheng's roommate. Ultimately, Guan Zhongli acted as the mediator, as a past commander with decent credibility among ordinary students. He smiled and embraced Sun Liao. Liao Ge, I know you've harbored a grudge against Xu Lingqu for quite some time, which is understandable. However, now that the final assessment is upon us, how can my brother Wang Qihu and Lin Xiao possibly take this lightly? I have also been displeased with those five for a long time. Our goal is to unite and take them down. Please calm down and do not direct your ire towards our own. His words placated Sun Liao, who seemed quite pleased. The conclusion of their deliberations was that Sun Liao gained a degree of command authority, allowing him to lead a portion of the group, which delighted him immensely. Sun Liao looked at Guan Zhongli with satisfaction, thinking he was the best kind of commander, charming and willing to share power. Unlike certain individuals, the mention of Xu Lingqiu's name made Sun Liao seethe. His misfortunes began on the day of the combat training. This was his chance for revenge, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Thus, upon entering the final assessment venue, Sun Liao was eager to search the mountains inch by inch, ready to confront Xu Lingqiu and her five companions head-on. However, after nearly an hour of searching, they had yet to catch a glimpse of Xu Lingqiu. It was as if the five had vanished into thin air. Sun Liao was frazzled, on high alert. The slightest sound, he would fire a shot. Yet no one ever appeared, and he had wasted quite a few bullets. A boy who had previously groveled before Xu Lingqiu and was scolded to tears looked at Sun Liao. Liao, go. Do you think Xu Lingqiu and the others are afraid of us? They were so ostentatious before, but now they seem to have shrunk back. Upon hearing this, Sun Liao's anxiety eased somewhat that moment. Guan Zhongli, through the channel shared among the ordinary students, sent a message inquiring about Sun Liao's situation. Sun Liao replied with the disheartening truth of his lack of progress. Oh, it's fine. You can head west. A reconnaissance team just reported some signs of Xu Lingqiu and her group in that direction. Upon hearing this, Sun Liao felt invigorated and led his group westward. Su Shizhen watched as the fool took his people away and returned to their hideout to report to Xu Lingqiu. The idiot has run off. Upon entering the assessment area, Xu Lingqiu had instructed the others to remain in hiding. Jin could not contain himself any longer and asked, Commander, how long do we have to hide here? Truth be told, Jin thought this was not at all like Xu Lingqiu's style. He expected her to lead them into combat, annihilating their adversaries. Hiding seemed safe, but somewhat cowardly, did it not? Xu Lingqiu remained silent, and just then, Guan Zhongli's message came through on their shared channel. Thank you. The bait has been taken. The bait has been taken? The interstellar people do enjoy such expressions. Xu Lingqiu replied on her device. Received. She looked up at the others and began to explain why they had been evading since entering the assessment area. Rewinding to their journey to the final assessment site, Instructor Kion had intentionally given them some time. Since there would be a faction battle, a bit of strategic planning was essential. Guan Zhongli, now appointed as the overall commander of the ordinary faction, felt a slight warmth in his chest. Not long ago, he had worried about what to do if Xu Lingqiu's group banded together in the final assessment. However, the instructor had provided them with the cohesion they lacked. 1 against 55. What a daunting concept. Even capturing one chicken would take considerable time. Unable to defeat them in direct combat, could they not employ a strategy of attrition? A flicker of hope ignited within him. What if they could actually win? What commander had not fantasized about leading a victorious battle? Just as he pondered this, Wang Qihu appeared, looking somewhat awkward. Xu Lingqu wishes to see you. Guan Zhongli's heart skipped a beat, but his mouth reacted before his mind could process. She wants me to go. So, I must go. Though he said this, his mind was already guiding his limbs to follow Wang Qihu. He told himself that he was merely curious about her intentions, glancing back at Sun Liao, who was fervently denouncing Xu Lingqu, feeling a tinge of annoyance. Wang Qihu led him to a secluded spot among the trees, where Xu Lingqu stood leisurely, her once short hair now cascading down her shoulders. With no unnecessary movements, just a glance in his direction made Guan Zhongli's heart quiver that moment. Xu Lingqu was a stark contrast to the one who had instructed him and Wang Qihu on the steam bun shooting technique. Although he thought this, he could not afford to lose composure. Guan Zhongli forced himself to speak first. What do you need from me? He feigned calmness, controlling his expression to maintain an air of nonchalance. While Xu Lingqu observed him closely, without wasting time, she got straight to the point. Has Lin Xiao provided you with a profit analysis for this final assessment? Guan Zhongli was taken aback. What? If not, let me be frank. Your obsession with opposing us will yield minimal returns. Each of us has 20 points. While that sounds substantial, the total is merely 100, and your total number is 275. Our points are less than half of your total. Xu Lingqu laid out the logic patiently, as she had done in the underground labyrinth. Moreover, our points are concentrated. Even if you manage to eliminate the 5 of us, only 5 individuals from your faction will truly benefit. Guan Zhongli fell silent. Her words doused the flames of hope that had been rising within him. Xu Lingqu was correct. The faction confrontation obscured this harsh reality. There were only 5 individuals, and even if they managed to capture them all, only 5 would gain those 20 points. However, we still have faction points. Guan Zhongli could not help but try to argue. After all, he was the overall commander. To be swayed by mere 2 sentences, he felt rather pathetic. Faction points create the disparity between you. What does it mean when each person gains 10 points? If all of you survive and gain 10 points, it is as if you gain nothing. The gap between the top 5 and the rest is too vast. This small number of points cannot change that. And who ultimately receives these faction points is, in a sense, more important than the bounty on Xu Lingqu and her companions. This is because it encompasses a larger group, resulting in a greater overall impact on rankings. A gain of 10 points for one person while another does not create a direct 20-point difference. Kion had intended to exacerbate faction conflicts. The multiple additional conditions he imposed were meant to serve that purpose. Unfortunately, the fundamental rules of the final assessment remained unchanged. Even with factions and bounties obscuring the issue, it could not alter the essence of the final assessment, which was about survival of the fittest. Guan Zhongli's throat felt dry. Xu Lingqu had made her point clear that if he pretended not to comprehend, it would be akin to intellectual deficiency. The psychological disparity after realizing the truth was overwhelming. But what could he do? He sighed helplessly. Then what do you want from us? How should we cooperate? To start, you need to sacrifice some of your own as compensation for points that Xu Lingqu provided a list, containing the names of Sun Liao and his small group of detractors, about 20 to 30 individuals. You may expand this group as needed and form your own team to take action against them first. Guan Zhongli had always believed Xu Lingqu had little interest in Sun Liao and his group, but he was surprised to find her completely unrelenting and even willing to utilize him as a tool for her plans. I've become her weapon, he thought as he trembled while taking the list. When the rules for the final assessment were announced, many ordinary students were thrilled. After all, they were all candidates capable of entering the 6 major military academies. They harbored dreams and ambitions, and many shared Guan Zhongli's aspirations. Yet, very few truly harbored animosity towards Xu Lingqu. Those who had witnessed her leadership during the river rescue and in the underground labyrinth would remember her excellence as a commander, provided they were not entirely devoid of gratitude. Sun Liao and his attention-seeking group constituted only a small fraction. The majority remained silent. Guan Zhongli stabilized his mind. However, their profits are at most around 40 points. Moreover, if I suddenly attack them, it will only cause division among us, which would benefit you greatly while posing no harm. You could even take advantage of the chaos to annihilate us all. We cannot allow ourselves to be led by the nose. We must consider our own interests. Xu Lingqu nodded. Therefore, the 5 of us will not take action against you. This is the essence of our cooperation. When necessary, we can assist you in luring them into an encirclement. You won't take action? Guan Zhongli found this rather perplexing. What will you do for your assessment then? Do you intend to forego all points? However, the condition of not taking action was indeed enticing in Guan Zhongli's eyes. Each of them could easily eliminate 20 foes, and if they refrained from attacking, it would mean fewer ordinary students would perish at their hands, while allowing for mutual combat to expand the point pool. Have you forgotten the question that Jean just asked in front of everyone? Xu Lingqu's face bore a hint of a smile. In Guan Zhongli's perception, this elicited an unsettling chill. Our target is those 20 officers slated for elimination. Chapter 57. Hunting the instructors, hunting the instructors. The four words floated lightly from Xu Lingqu's lips. Yet to Guan Zhongli's ears, they thundered like a clap of lightning. Yuda's speech faltered momentarily. Are you serious? Those are instructors. Although they are new recruits from the military, they're still some of the most outstanding graduates from military academies, possessing far greater combat experience than our group of trainees. Madness. Xu Lingqu must truly be mad. Indeed, we are serious, and we require your assistance. Xu Lingqu continued to, in the final purge, I need you to draw them towards the ambush we have set up. We will reap them all. She spoke of such a monumental task with the nonchalance of hanging laundry on a rainy day. Guan Zhongli was left in a state of shock. If we attract them, won't that mean our own demise? Even if we don't cooperate, they will still carry out the purge, and you will meet the same fate. Thus, it will be wiser to collaborate with us. Once we eliminate them, we will self-destruct, allowing you to divide the spoils among the remaining members of your group. Xu Lingqu's voice was calm and light, yet it bore the sinister allure of a devil's whisper. Throughout this training period, haven't you ever considered resisting them? After all the torment you've endured, it's unfortunate that Kai Ong and Instructor Chun will not participate in the purge. Otherwise, I would be particularly keen. Xu Lingqu's smile broadened to capture them alive. Madness. This was true madness. In that moment, Guan Zhongli felt as though he stood before not a human, but a tyrant. Within her domain, under her rules, she dictated all. Those she wished to see dead would perish, and those she spared, regardless of their degradation, must endure. Strike a deal with her was akin to offering up one's very soul. Yet, Guan Zhongli thought, perhaps I am not a typical person either. He gazed at Xu Lingqu and finally inclined his head slightly. I am willing to serve you. Upon leaving the forest, Guan Zhongli suddenly realized he was drenched in cold sweat. He turned to Wang Qihu, who appeared remarkably at ease beside him. How did you know she wanted to see me? Wang Qihu scratched his head. I originally intended to defect to that side. Why do you speak of defection so casually? Guan Zhongli's lips twitched, and he longed to punch his brother after such a long time. However, he was denied, and Commander Su mentioned that one could defect at the assessment site. But it depended on whether Tang Muwen would betray them. If he did, all that was needed was a smart device to communicate with you. Had he already considered this aspect, Guan Zhongli's feelings were complex. As fellow commanders, how could the disparity between people be so vast? Tell me, what would happen if I refused? Xu Lingqu must have been certain from the outset that he would cooperate with her. A small rebellious thought flickered within Guan Zhongli. What might Commander Su plan if he declined? Wang Qihu glanced at him. I believe you can't refuse. Even if you do, at the assessment site, you would surely be the first eliminated. Xu Lingqu and her group would find it easy to hunt you down. Guan Zhongli pondered this deeply and ultimately nodded. You are right. Wang Qihu's words were entirely accurate. And time resumed its course to that moment. Guan Zhongli was concealed beneath the trees, leading a group to the ambush point in the west, awaiting Sun Liao's arrival with his group. He had shown some capability in garnering support. During the time Sun Liao and his small team had been running around, he had laid out the cooperation plan to the remaining individuals. This was, of course, after ensuring Wang Qihu and the others had confiscated everyone's smart devices. Using Tang Muwen's betrayal as an excuse to uncover any potential collaborators, to his surprise, the majority of students responded enthusiastically to this cooperation plan. For one, they were not foolish. This concerned their immediate interests. And the final assessment points would directly impact the overall leaderboard. Xu Lingqu had articulated the stakes clearly, much like the previous underground labyrinth. Additionally, many genuinely admired Xu Lingqu, though excitement had initially fueled the bounty on her head. It had since waned, and the majority were reluctant to oppose her. Now that the details of the cooperation had been revealed, the excitement among the group surged. Commander Su's thoughtfulness, even in an adversarial camp, further endeared her to them. However, Guan Zhongli refrained from mentioning the part about hunting the instructors, instead emphasizing the emotional impact of the alliance, afraid that someone might inadvertently leak information after being eliminated. He planned to gather everyone after today as final assessment to discuss the matter. Now was the moment for the first commitment of their cooperation to unfold. It must be said, Xu Lingqu and her group were adept at concealment. Not a trace of their presence had been revealed. Should they recklessly confront them, even if they did not act, their mere presence could sow confusion among the ordinary students, leading to eventual fragmentation. Faintly, he heard a crowd approaching from a distance, and Guanzhongli pondered how Sun Liao, such a fool, could ever consider himself Xu Lingqu's rival. Today, he would teach him a lesson in humility. Within the hideout, Xu Lingqu concluded the overview of their cooperation, leaving Jin and Su Shichen in stunned silence. That I say, the Federation's imbeciles have truly blundered this year in the Military Academy League. The team championship and best commander awards could be handed out immediately. Jin recalled how Xu Lingqu had asked him about eliminating the instructors, turning it into a public inquiry. Yet because it was he who posed the question, it lowered everyone's guard, including Kai Ong and Instructor Chen. This time, Kai Ong seemed intent on calculating against the five of them. Yet under Xu Lingqu's maneuvering, they had reclaimed their advantageous position, transferring all the contradictions and pressures set by Kai Ong onto him. Most importantly, we are truly going to hunt the instructors. Excitement ignited in Jin's eyes. He knew Xu Lingqu would never let him down to AT that moment. Shin Sholi stood frozen, having previously envisioned what the final assessment might entail. He had assumed that for the sake of balance, Kai Ong would not group them together. However, Kai Ong had clearly conceived a more intricate plan, employing camps and bounties to establish a relatively balanced 1v55 strategy. A tactic he had honed over several military academy leagues. It was unfortunate that one individual surpassed his expectations in depth and comprehensiveness. Chapter 58. Hunting the instructors. Sun Liao, following the intel provided by Guanzhongli, rushed westward without a second thought. Traversing a low-lying mountain path, he remained oblivious to the danger, boldly leading his group forward. As they reached the midpoint of this route, gunfire erupted. Wang Qihu fired 5 shots in quick succession, bringing Sun Liao crashing to the ground, his smart device instantly declaring him eliminated. Beside him, Guanzhongli shook his head in disappointment. Why wasn't he at me? Who did the deed? You still need practice. Wang Qihu chuckled. It was a one-sided massacre, with over 200 encircling merely 40 by the end. Sun Liao lay on the ground, his face frozen in the terror of the moment he was struck. They had all been eradicated, and those who scored cheered while the others sighed in defeat. Guanzhongli, Wang Qihu, and Lin Xiao emerged from the woods with smiles on their faces. Damn it! Lin Xiao had always been regarded as a gentle and amiable girl in everyone's eyes. At this moment, however, she delivered a forceful slap that caused Sun Liao's mouth to bleed. I have longed to slap you for quite some time, she declared, since the day of the combat training. She had been enduring this person, suppressing her feelings. Initially, she had even contemplated soothing his emotions. However, it had become clear that conversing with such a person was a futile endeavor. Any response would only be met with fists and violence. You dare to hit me? Sun Liao exclaimed as he rose to retaliate. But before he could react, Wang Qihu's fist came crashing down. The blow sent him reeling, and as he collapsed to the ground, darkness enveloped his vision. He feared he might faint as he writhed in pain on the ground. Guanzhongli approached, deliberately stepping on his hand. Be sensible and leave quickly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee how many more will take action against you. Reflecting on the fact that he had previously addressed this person as Brother Liao, Guanzhongli felt this would be a stain on his life. Sun Liao struggled to his feet, his gaze menacingly fixed on the group. I will inform the instructor. He clearly instructed us to focus on Xu Lingqu and her group, yet you turned against me. Guanzhongli, however, was unfazed, merely gesturing for him to leave. That moment, a drone appeared overhead. It was there to monitor any eliminations from the assessment area, that if any eliminated students delayed or if others hindered the process, points would be deducted. The remaining members of the group, aside from Sun Liao, dared not speak up. They had always used him as a scapegoat. After all, only he had a conflict with Xu Lingqu. Their jealousy towards him stemmed from a fear of truly offending Xu Lingqu. They had anticipated that this final assessment would allow them to take down Xu Lingqu, but the outcome had been far from what they expected. Like a pack of defeated hounds, they left the assessment area in disgrace. Kaiyan, Instructor Chen, and Su Li watched as the first group of eliminated students approached. Sun Liao hurriedly ran to the trio, lamenting, Instructor, Guanzhongli has betrayed us. I suspect he has made a deal with Xu Lingqu. He completely disregards your camp's rules. Kyan regarded Sun Liao with a bemused expression. He had anticipated this situation. The ordinary students' camp would inevitably experience a division before uniting further. Their inherent conflicts of interest meant that eliminating a few disliked troublemakers would benefit their cohesion. Guan Zhongli's leadership in this regard actually earned him some credit in Kyan's eyes. However, he was somewhat astonished by the fact that none of Xu Lingqu's group had acted during the eliminations. This was not characteristic of her approach. They seemed to be hiding, but I searched for ages without finding anyone, Kyan mused. Sun Liao's growing frustration was palpable had he not been so focused on capturing Xu Lingqu. He would have been more vigilant and prepared. Hiding was indeed a clever tactic to sow discord among their adversaries, but how could Xu Lingqu conceal herself so effectively? This seemed somewhat aligned with her style, yet also contradictory. Kyan could not decipher her intentions at the moment and flashed Sun Liao a compassionate smile. That I understand. Now go away. Meanwhile, Xu Shichen was equally perplexed. Sister, how did you manage to find such a perfect hiding place? Xu Lingqu blinked innocently. In the early days of the apocalypse, the mutated beasts were colossal, emerging specifically in major cities to wreak havoc. Humanity relied on a variety of modern weaponry to combat them. Everything that could move was activated, except for nuclear weapons, resulting in a tenuous victory, albeit with cities in ruins. Later, when a massive wave of mutated beasts attacked energy centers, humanity considered uniting all nuclear weapons for mutual destruction. But ultimately, no one could bear the burden of annihilating humanity. After that attack, the enormous mutated beasts mysteriously vanished, and as order completely broke down, humanity began attempting to establish new order in gathering zones. The number of mutated beasts increased, with their sizes shrinking to medium and small, allowing evolved humans to contend with them. During the apocalypse, humans often chose to flee to the mountains, using the terrain to evade the beasts. Xu Lingqu had grown up under such circumstances and had honed her skills accordingly. However, she could not reveal the truth to Xu Shichen and fabricated an answer. Instinct, Xu Shichen accepted this explanation readily. Nodding in agreement, her sister was a genius, and anything a genius said was inherently reasonable. Chapter 59. The hunt instructor with the troublesome matter of Sun Liao and his group resolve, Guan Zhongli signaled to the ordinary students that they were now free to fight individually. They could form teams or choose to act alone, whatever suited their fancy. Those who wished to pursue their opponents were welcome to do so, claiming the bounty was a skill, but any preemptive attacks met with retaliation would not be his responsibility. At that moment, someone in the crowd could not contain their curiosity and questioned, but why are Commander Xu and her group hiding and not attacking us? They seem to be gaining nothing from this situation. This inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Their plan to ambush the instructors had to be kept secret, which led to a lack of motivation for their group to engage the ordinary students, rendering their actions somewhat illogical. Just as Guan Zhongli pondered how to respond, another voice chimed in. Commander Xu must have her own considerations. Let's not overthink it. The fact that they won't actively attack us is already a relief. We should disperse quickly since we are all now enemies, Lin Xiao declared. With her words, the last remnants of doubt among the ordinary students dissipated, and they scattered like birds taking flight. Guan Zhongli relayed the message to Xu Lingqu that everything had been settled. They could temporarily leave their hiding spot. Their focus had shifted from evasion to understanding the entire assessment area and identifying optimal ambush points, a task that would largely rely on the analytical skills of Tang Muin. Xu Lingqu decided to split into two teams to explore the terrain, leveraging her own analytical abilities. Upon hearing her proposal, Xu Shichen and Lu Zheng immediately expressed their desire to stay with her. While the remaining three boys formed their own group, they prepared to move. Tang Muin suddenly called out to Xu Lingqu. I've been wanting to ask you, did you foresee that I would betray them to join you? He wore a cautious expression, fearing his question might provoke her displeasure. Yes, Xu Lingqu replied with a nod before continuing on her way. There was nothing to misunderstand or find surprising. The reality was that Tang Muin had an inexplicable inclination to linger around her, with a high likelihood of betraying the ordinary student camp. He previously claimed not to want to hold her back, but it was evident that his actual actions told a different story. Xu Lingqu could not be bothered to speculate on his thoughts. She felt neither aversion nor affection towards him. He was merely useful to her, nothing more. As the three boys departed, Jean suddenly placed a hand on Tang Muin's shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of danger and warning. What? Do you have different feelings towards our commander? He was not defending Shinsholi, but felt that this timid and weak boy did not deserve Xu Lingqu. Tang Muin's face flushed crimson, and he was rendered speechless. Shinsholi interjected, "Enough. It is time for the final assessment. Let us focus on what needs to be done." His expression turned cold, reverting to the proud, untouchable demeanor of the Shun family heir. After the training period, Jean had thought Shinsholi's temperament had improved, but it seemed he was merely putting on a facade in front of others. He released his grip and ceased to tease Tang Muin. Given Xu Lingqiu's character, no amount of infatuated admirers would suffice. It was not his place to concern himself with such matters. The six of them began to search for the most suitable ambush locations within the area. Xu Shichen followed Xu Lingqiu through the forest, moving swiftly, a stark contrast to the sluggish pace she had maintained during the previous day's grueling trek to reach the 5th tier. She kept up with her sister. She occasionally turned back to assist Lu Zheng. She was equipped with a heavy sniper rifle, the AS-73, along with newly developed ammunition. Military calculations indicated that 3 shots to the same spot could penetrate a weak point of an A-class mech. Of course, they did not expect her to penetrate the instructor's defenses. The training-specific ammunition was designed to prevent actual harm, but its range was substantial, as long as Lu Zheng could find a suitable sniping position. Her presence would pose the greatest threat to the instructors. Xu Lingqiu meticulously examined every inch of the terrain, contemplating the likelihood of success for potential ambush sites. The path they traversed was not particularly conducive to ambush tactics. In fact, there were areas where ordinary students had spotted them and fled in fright, highlighting the poor concealment available. Fortunately, news quickly arrived from another group. They had discovered an excellent ambush site, with elevated terrain on both sides and a lower center, making it an ideal trap. However, this ambush site was perhaps too perfect. The instructors were all new recruits from the military and might not fall for such a straightforward bait. Yet, having something was better than nothing. Xu Lingqiu instructed them to send their coordinates and gradually move towards the location. Now that they had the site, the next consideration was the form of the ambush. Along the way, they encountered several small skirmishes among ordinary students, which Xu Shichen observed with interest. One of their team's analyses led to a stray shot that went straight into the sky. Lu Zheng suddenly spoke up, cautioning, "Be careful of falling bullets." The probability of being struck by a bullet descending from above certainly wasn't zeroed. Xu Shichen was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to her comment. Xu Lingqiu broke the silence. "Are you making a cold joke?" Lu Zheng nodded. "Yes." After all these years, she finally found someone besides her parents who recognized her sense of humor, leaving her somewhat flustered. Xu Shichen chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what else to say, and decided to join in the laughter. Ultimately, the bullets fired into the sky caused no casualties, and this quartet was regrettably eliminated after taking down one opponent. As they exited the testing area, twilight began to fall. Kaon observed the newly emerged students and encouraged them by patting their shoulders. Meanwhile, he felt an inexplicable anxiety as he noted the 0 kill count for Xu Lingqiu's group on the intelligence screen. Were they truly hiding and refusing to engage? Perhaps they had simply found a spot to sleep? Whenever Kaon subtly probed the eliminated students about whether they had seen the 5, they uniformly replied, "No, we haven't seen them." Soon, they slumped in silence. Instructor Chan began to suspect something was amiss. "Don't you think they're plotting something?" "Of course I do, or I wouldn't be asking so many questions." Kaon replied, "Do you think they plan to dig a tunnel directly here to capture you?" Instructor Chun pondered. "Capture me? Surely not." Kaon responded with confusion, unable to fathom Xu Lingqiu treating him that way. Especially after he had given her so many points, night deepened and visibility dwindled. The 6 regrouped, with the first order of business being tea at this moment. The assessment base should soon receive news of their elimination through the intelligent brain. And they're likely still in shock, as no drones have been dispatched for surveillance. Fearing that they might leak information about what transpired, the 2 individuals steeled themselves to speak. Losing to students is humiliating. Resorting to underhanded tactics against them is even more disgraceful. The 5 individuals raised their heads with bitter smiles, exchanging glances, and one of them spoke up. "We will leave according to the rules." "But I would like to ask, was it Xu Lingqiu who took action?" Guan Zhongli and Lin Xiao nodded in agreement that IT was indeed them. The 5 left the assessment venue with a sense of profound loss. And one of them couldn't help but reflect, "I suddenly recalled my 2nd year when our school D was brutally defeated by Long Yuan in the elimination round. The feeling I had when I left that day was eerily similar to now." A mixture of emotions flooded them. making it difficult to articulate. The other four shared the sentiment and simultaneously remarked, "I genuinely believe this year's military academy competition is about to undergo a transformation. The new generation of MOE is no longer at the bottom as it once was." Upon returning to the gathering place outside the assessment, the atmosphere was already charged with shock. Their emergence incited a wave of exclamations. "Wow, a coach has truly been eliminated. What did Vice President Xu say? How many points for eliminating a coach? 100. Which brave soul is this formidable? Do we even need to ask? With 1,000 considerations, could Commander Xu not take me along next time? I would willingly serve as a cannon fodder, brimming with zeal." Initially, Vice President Xu's face was ashen, but as Kai Ong and Coach Chun began detailing the circumstances of the 5 individuals, her expression eased slightly. "Does that 100 points count at all?" Kai Ong inquired. "Doubt, of course it counts. Absolutely counts. When have I ever gone back on my word?" Vice President Xu shot him a glance. "Am I not thrilled to see such exceptional students emerge?" Kai Ong laughed joyously, realizing that Xu Lingqu and her companions were indeed destined to surprise everyone. This group, entering the competition, would undoubtedly turn the tables. Simultaneously, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Had he not heeded the advice and joined them, he might have genuinely been captured by Xu Lingqu. What a disgrace that would have been! Outside, astonishment and excitement reigned. While the coaches within were gripped by shock and anger, they truly dared to confront us that those little rascals at this juncture. Coach Zhang had led his team to the initial hiding place of Xu Lingqu and her group, which was indeed well concealed. Had it not been for Coach Zhang's extensive combat experience, they might not have discovered it. Initially, they had hidden there, but it was not suitable for an ambush, prompting a change of location. Upon receiving the news of the 5 individuals' elimination, Coach Zhang was initially shocked, but he quickly began preparing a counterattack. Let's gather. Their elimination was too swift. They must have encountered an ambush. It would be safer for us to regroup and search for their ambush point together. His tone was cold. They could not truly afford to lose to this group of youngsters. They had likely chosen to operate in groups of 5, forming 4 teams. Thus, their best chance for an initial ambush would be against these 5 individuals. Xu Lingqu communicated with Guan Zhongli and the others via the intelligent brain, informing them that they had received news of the 5 coaches' elimination and would likely gather to search for the ambush point. Among the 5, Lu Zheng hit one, Shin Sholi hit another, Su Shichen also struck one, while Xu Lingqu took 2 away. Jean, feeling aggrieved, complained, "Next time, I really won't let our commander focus on a single target. Her shooting is too swift." "Humph. How can you blame her for your incompetence?" Su Shichen retorted, engaging in their usual banter. Silence. Before an argument could ensue, Shun Sholi intervened. Xu Lingqu continued to communicate with Guan Zhongli and the others. "Now that you are dispersed, your combined allure is minimal. You should attempt to regroup." Guan Zhongli queried, "Won't that make them suspicious? Students should be hiding in scattered formations. Gathering together seems too abnormal." "Precisely. We want them to feel suspicious. We need to lead them in the same direction. Otherwise, if they approach from other angles, it becomes more dangerous and unpredictable." "Understood." Guan Zhongli promptly executed Xu Lingqu's orders, and the 30-plus students gathered, creating a significant commotion. Coach Zhang and his team quickly noticed them. "What are these students doing?" "Gathering to chat and bond." "This is too relaxed. They underestimate us." Silence. Coach Zhang coldly remarked, "They are undoubtedly a decoy set by Xu Lingqu, likely intending to lure us to an ambush point." "How insidious!" Someone exclaimed. "Let's ignore them and move on, move on." Coach Zhang interrupted, "With these individuals leading the way, we need not search for long." This was a prime opportunity to locate Xu Lingqu and her group, albeit with inherent risks. However, they had the numerical advantage now, with 15 people. Sacrificing 1 or 2 to confirm the ambush point was a small price to pay. Follow closely, remain concealed that if we reach an area that feels off, we must halt and move carefully, staying close to anything that can provide immediate cover. Coach Zhang issued his orders, and the others fell silent. Guan Zhongli led the group toward the ambush site, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he communicated with Xu Lingqu. "I'm not sure if they're truly following us. It's fine. Just keep moving." With her reassurance, Guan Zhongli felt somewhat at ease as the larger group gradually approached the area he and Lin Xiao had previously visited. The coaches, obediently keeping a low profile, pressed on despite their trepidation. Coach Zhang surveyed the area, gritting his teeth, advanced a bit further that a few heads popped up, and gunfire erupted, causing 3 coaches to collapse instantly. The student group scattered like startled birds, seeking refuge. Guanzhongli had warned them. Their only task was to survive, avoiding involvement in the conflict between the coaches and Xu Lingqu, as their intervention would likely do more harm than good. Focus on the identified gun positions. Aside from the heavy sniper, which is relatively forward, keep a close watch on those obstacles. If anyone dares to show themselves, shoot. Coach Zhang instructed, but he cautioned against initiating an attack. They had a heavy sniper on their side, and he intended to locate that position first. He didn't bring anyone else along, as his current location was the most concealed, allowing him to potentially eliminate her without alerting the opposing team. As he maneuvered through the woods, halfway through, a bullet whizzed past him, sending chills down his spine. He quickly regained composure, concealing himself behind a tree. Someone had quickly realized the sniper's position might be compromised and moved to provide protection. Who could that be? Coach Zhang pondered, knowing the answer in his heart that it's Xu Lingqu. The only response was the sound of the night breeze. Gritting his teeth, he continued, Xu, if it is you, could you lower your weapon? Honestly, I've long wished to experience your combat skills. Chapter 62. The hunt for the Coach Zhang's impression of Xu Lingqu dates back to that memorable combat training session where she single-handedly faced 7 opponents. To him, each of her moves radiated lethal intent, a skill set that initially seemed inscrutable but haunted his thoughts long after, compelling him to imagine how he might counter her should they cross paths. He had anticipated this day for quite some time. Naturally, as a coach, it would be utterly absurd to challenge a female student to a duel without reason. Yet now, a fortuitous opportunity for a direct confrontation lay before him. With their numbers still in their favor, if they could neutralize the sniper, they would be free to launch an assault, ultimately sustaining some losses, but not to the extent of suffering disgrace at the hands of these 5 individuals. Since she had come to intercept him, it confirmed the accuracy of his position. The only candidates for the sniper role were Xu Lingqu and Lu Zheng. If he could surpass Xu Lingqu, Lu Zheng would be easier to deal with. Determined, Coach Zhang gritted his teeth and, to demonstrate his sincerity, discarded his weapon and ammunition. I could see that moment. A feminine voice called out, "Come!" But he stepped out from behind the cover towards the source of the voice, only to hear 2 heavy thuds on the ground, followed by a gust of wind rushing towards him. He instinctively raised his arms to block, feeling the pain of Xu Lingqu's kick. She attacked with astonishing speed. In an instant, she leveraged her momentum to pivot and strike again. Coach Zhang blocked her left-handed punch with his left arm, retaliating without mercy with his right. Xu Lingqu altered her approach, bending low to evade Coach Zhang's straight punch while targeting his abdomen. He absorbed the blow, staggering back a couple of steps, but managing to stay upright. This was Xu Lingqu's most significant shortcoming. Her strikes lacked sufficient weight. Additionally, after the exertion of the assessment venue, she was fatigued and unable to concentrate her strength effectively. He seized her right hand, using her lightness to throw her outward. The sound of her body colliding with a tree echoed, confirming he had successfully inflicted damage on Xu Lingqu. Logically, given Xu Lingqu's physique, such an impact should have rendered her unable to rise again. Coach Zhang, panting, took a step forward to assess the situation. Unexpectedly, in the darkness, Xu Lingqu quickly rose to her feet and charged once more. This time, her sidekick caught Instructor Zhang off guard, landing squarely on his chin and sending him sprawling to the ground. Both combatants fought with fierce determination, fully committed to this clash. Blood surged through their veins as Instructor Zhang swiftly regained his footing. Roaring in anger and spitting a mouthful of blood, Xu Lingqu, unrelenting, continued her aggressive assault, her fists raining down like a torrential downpour. As she maintained her rapid onslaught, Instructor Zhang defended himself while observing her movements. Finally seizing upon a moment of fatigue in her stance, he skillfully grasped her wrist once more and flung her away with great force. This time, the sound of her body crashing against a tree was replaced by the unmistakable thud of military boots striking the trunk. Learning from her past mistake, Xu Lingqu adjusted her posture midair, using the tree for leverage to propel herself back toward Instructor Zhang. Her punch aimed directly at his face, and he heard the sickening crack of his nasal bone fracturing. Blood streamed from his nose as he collapsed, darkness creeping into his vision. Yet he gritted his teeth and rose again. It was not over. It could not end like this. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking Instructor Zhang squarely in the chest amidst the shadows. In that instant, he was truly out of the game. He had lost. Both fighters stood momentarily stunned, realizing that the bullet had not come from Xu Lingqu, who was poised to strike again. As the projectile hit Instructor Zhang, white smoke billowed from him, and Xu Lingqu barely halted her advance, nearly inflicting further harm upon a corpse so there were indeed ambushers lying in wait. Gasping for breath, Instructor Zhang struggled to articulate his feelings, a torrent of negative emotions rising within him. He posed a question to redirect his focus. Xu Lingqu, feeling her own fatigue, cautiously concealed herself behind a tree. Aware that victory did not grant her the luxury of complacency, "I only prepared hidden weapons," she replied, brandishing the pistol concealed at her waist. She was not foolish enough to engage in a full-fledged melee with Instructor Zhang. If she found herself at a disadvantage or managed to overpower him, she would not hesitate to use her gun. This was a final assessment, not an arena for camaraderie. Instructor Zhang chuckled resignedly, suddenly realizing the folly of discarding his weapon in the heat of the moment. Driven by an overwhelming desire to face Xu Lingqu 1-on-1, Tico die with clarity, he pressed her. "When we arrived, you did not shoot. The positions I assigned for surveillance did not include you, which allowed you to approach, correct?" In truth, he had already gained some clarity midway through their confrontation, having identified 3 positions along with a heavy sniper. One position, however, remained blank and unaccounted for. Xu Lingqiu's, who had taken refuge on the right slope to protect Lu Zheng. You did not fall into a trap. You merely followed to ascertain positions. Sacrificing 3 of your own still left you with a numerical advantage of 12. Once we eliminated the threat posed by the sniper, you could have launched a direct assault and emerged victorious. Xu Lingqiu resolved to clarify matters for Instructor Zhang. For him, the real deadly bait was not the poorly acting ordinary students, but rather Lu Zheng and her heavy sniper rifle. Instructor Zhang reflected, realizing he had overestimated his own capabilities. He should have simply brought his men to capture that sniper from the outset. Unfortunately, the other instructors had positioned themselves too far forward, rendering him unable to act decisively. In hindsight, numerous opportunities for a comeback had presented themselves, yet it was now too late for regrets. Instructor Zhang gestured in acknowledgement. Choosing to lie still for the time being that moment, the true shooter approached the 2, Tang Muwen, cradling his gun as he reached Xu Lingqiu's side. "Xu Lingqiu, are you all right?" he inquired, appearing timid and anxious. Tang Muwen had been strategically placed in the upper right flank, and Xu Lingqiu had instructed him to remain hidden, allowing him to arrive at this juncture. "Your marksmanship is impressive," Xu Lingqiu remarked, clutching her side where she had collided with the tree, the impact jarring her concealed weapon. The pain was palpable, as she found it difficult to walk. Tang Muwen did not respond to her observation, instead asking, "Are you injured? You should return to conceal yourself," Xu Lingqiu urged, moving in the direction Instructor Zhang had taken. "Where are you going?" Tang Muwen, unusually defiant, pressed her further, following closely behind. Instructor Zhang could circle around to locate the sniper, and she too could descend to flank the instructors from behind. "I'm coming with you. You must go back," Xu Lingqiu insisted, turning to face him. "Can you assure me your aim will remain so precise against the other instructors?" Only then did Tang Muwen address Xu Lingqiu's initial inquiry. "I saw you move and sensed trouble, so I came to see if I could assist. When you engaged him, I panicked and fired shot. But honestly, I couldn't see anything and just shot blindly. Go back," Xu Lingqiu urged, quickening her pace. "That I can handle this myself." Following Instructor Zhang's earlier orders, most of the instructors remained on high alert, maintaining a tense standoff, oblivious to the shadowy figure that had stealthily appeared behind them. Chapter 63. I will not change. Xu Lingqiu reflected on how she had been successfully goaded into action, sustaining additional injuries in the process. She was uncertain about Instructor Zhang's shooting prowess, but felt confident in her own marksmanship. Enduring the searing pain in her abdomen, she observed the tightly wound instructors, noting their rigidity, their steadfastness in remaining stationary. As instructed by Instructor Zhang, showcased a lack of awareness of the need to remain vigilant on the battlefield. Competent soldiers, yet inadequate instructors. Vice Principal Xu must have been misled, Xu Lingqiu mused. She raised her weapon and swiftly unleashed a barrage of gunfire at their exposed backs. The bullets whistled through the air, awakening them to the realization that they were under attack. Their previously concealed positions were compromised as they instinctively sought to evade the onslaught, shattering the standoff. The retaliatory fire from Shan Sholi and others followed suit, while Lu Zhang's sniper rounds mercilessly cut through the air toward them. Without Instructor Zhang, they quickly devolved into disarray, caught between two fronts as chaos ensued. Yet, they soon regrouped, fighting fiercely to strike back, ultimately managing to take down Xu Lingqu and the exposed Jin amidst the turmoil. Thus, the cadre of instructors dispatched to the assessment venue was entirely neutralized. Some lay in shock, while others, fully aware of the situation, collapsed to the ground, their spirits crushed. How humiliating! This was truly disgraceful. Whether due to their earlier negligence or their late-game rigidity, it was evident that, without Instructor Zhang, they had become a scattered bunch, easily toyed with by these 5 students. It would have been normal had they faced students from Longyuan or Dornston, who were undoubtedly more capable. But these were Xie as freshmen. One instructor, sporting a smile that contrasted sharply with those around him, patted a despondent colleague beside him. Hey, not all of us are sharpshooters that we train for physical endurance daily. And you mostly oversee the storage room. How could you know these 5 would be this formidable? It's all right. Everyone has their off days. His perspective was surprisingly optimistic. Back at the assessment point, Instructor Zhang first consoled the 5 who had been eliminated, then offered reassurance to the 14 who followed, all while explaining to Kion the state of his nose. I had a brief spar with Xu. Kion grimaced at the mention of Xu, who was now descending alongside her team. The surviving members, Lu Zheng, Shun Shouli, and Su Shichen, immediately relinquished their hard-earned rewards to Guan Zhongli, while Lin Xiao and Wang Qihu claimed their own bounties and distributed the promised rewards to the remaining ordinary students. Vice Principal Su's expression darkened further. Noticing this, Kion exchanged glances with Instructor Chun, who sighed and pulled Kion aside. This batch of excellent recruits from the military is mainly Instructor Zhang and Instructor Song, who come from Shaji and Dua, respectively. The others are just average. We Haven T fully immersed them in the entire training period. However, Kion reassured him, what you said wasn't a lie. They're indeed more effective than our own level 3 students. At least they exhibit organization and discipline. Instructor Chin sought to justify the current situation. Vice Principal Su merely waved his hand coldly. I knew the military would provide us with good resources. The prevailing sentiment in the military was one of disdain toward Xie. The fact that they could send anyone was due entirely to Su Li's efforts, lest Xie be forced to rely on level 3 students. Instructor Zhang is quite competent. Instructor Chen offered a neutral assessment. Meanwhile, among the crowd of students, most were exuberantly celebrating their unexpected triumph over authority, having successfully eliminated all the instructors. Kion stood by, observing as the scoreboards for the entire training period were unveiled, determining who would stay and who would leave, who would become the final mech pilots. The grueling trial had concluded far earlier than anticipated, yet the youthful students had forged friendships during this time. Now, deep into the night, a bonfire crackled to life, and everyone gathered around, discussing the events of the final assessment. As the burdens were set aside, the atmosphere today was far more vibrant and joyful than by the riverbank that day. Some students even jested with Kion. Instructor, you won't be able to drown us with river water this time, will you? Kion feigned a cold smile. Aren't you worried about mudslides? The students froze momentarily. Kion waved his hand with a chuckle. Just teasing you. The results today were unexpected yet somehow anticipated. Sometimes it felt illogical and below average, but the thought of Xu Lingqu made it seem automatically reasonable. Kion glanced at the score sheet. Factoring in the 100 points promised by Su Li for eliminating the instructor, Xu Lingqu had taken down 5 opponents tonight, as had Lu Zheng, while Su Shichen, Jin, and Shun Shouli each managed 3. With Tang Muin contributing 1, but the top 5 remained largely unchanged, with Xu Lingqu firmly seated in first place. However, complications arose. As the first-place winner, she was expected to join the ranks of mecha soldiers. Yet her psychic energy level was merely B, well below the required threshold. What to do? For the first time, Kion found himself in such a quandary, mulling over the situation and needing to consult with the other 2. Without hesitation, Xu Lingqu made her way to the makeshift medical tent, encountering Dr.Li and revealing her injuries. Who did this to you? Dr. Li inquired, pointing outside to the recently departed Instructor Zhang. Let's handle this quickly. You'll need to use the Zilic condensing instrument when you return to Li frowned as he treated the extensive bruising on her waist, concerned about the severity of her injuries on the final day of assessment. Once he finished, Xu Lingqu stepped outside, where the earlier merriment had quieted significantly. Tang Muan awaited her at the entrance. She hadn't disclosed her injury to Su Shichen and the others. They assumed she was simply fatigued and needed to recuperate. Feeling better? Tang Muan asked. Xu Lingqu nodded, just then being interrupted by a voice calling her name. It was the sycophant who often trailed Sun Liao. Xu Lingqu, you're quite selfish, aren't you? He suddenly exclaimed, his tone loud and seemingly rehearsed. During today's assessment, you decided who would perish, and we 40-odd became mere cannon fodder because you took a dislike to us, using your past exploits in the underground maze to garner favor. He grew increasingly animated. You, Xu Lingqu, are truly wicked. You pretended to be a capable commander advocating for cooperation, but now your true nature has been revealed. You eliminate dissenters, and anyone you deem unworthy faces your oppression. Aren't you afraid that one day, when you disfavor those who believe in you, they might meet the same fate as us? His words hung heavy in the air, silencing the crowd momentarily, for his voice was loud and his demeanor brazen. Yet at that moment, Xu Lingqu smiled, gesturing for the others to remain seated, signaling her ability to handle the situation. Indeed, I am that person you know why it was precisely your 40 that perished. Because the rules of survival are dictated by the strongest, and regrettably for you, I am that strongest here. I dictate everything to as the trial period concluded. She felt buoyant, unbothered by the rats and cockroaches, relishing the opportunity to illustrate a clear example. Offending me will yield no favorable outcomes from now on. This will serve as a warning to many. Moral condemnation had ceased to affect her long ago. With a slight tilt of her head and a mocking glint in her eyes, she declared, I am indeed this wicked, and I have no intention of changing. Chapter 64. The final assessment had concluded, and the excuses and indignation of the defeated were as pale as their performances and rankings. The 80 eliminated students had been finalized, with 60 combatants and 20 non-combatants eliminated based on their standings. The results had already been announced. However, within the temporary tent where the 3 administrators were deliberating, an intense argument ensued. The top 20 were to be granted mecha soldier qualifications, and, as the first-place winner, Xu Lingqu rightfully deserved this opportunity. Instructor Chun rarely displayed such firmness, adamantly refusing to relent on this matter. Why not let her try? Give her a chance, Xu Li coldly retorted, because her psychic energy level is B. Are you truly willing to risk a B-level student becoming a mecha soldier? Do you not understand the consequences of having a low psychic energy level while piloting a mecha? But Xu Lingqu is different. From the start, some doubted her physical capabilities. Moreover, it's merely a qualification. She isn't being sent directly to the military to pilot a mecha. Instructor Chen's voice grew colder. In the military school league, the minimum level for piloting replicated mechas has been lowered to B for A-class mechas. And Xu Lingqu should receive basic training. You think I don't want to train her? Xu Li's voice rose at you think I am unaware of the military school league criteria, but do you comprehend the pressure we would face from the military by designating a B-level student as a formal mecha soldier? Kion attempted to mediate. The military has been treating us this way for quite some time. Initially skeptical of Instructor Chen's lofty aspirations, he had gradually changed his perspective, believing that trying wouldn't hurt. How can you say such a thing, Kion? Xu Li shook her head. You can casually state that this treatment is nothing new, but where do you think the funding for this grand trial period comes from? If you need money, I'll beg the military daily to. If you need equipment or facilities, I'll find connections everywhere. You think being vice principal is an easy task. Yet, she believed that after striving so hard to secure first place, Xu Lingqu deserved fairness. Sensing Xu Li's sudden emotional outburst, Instructor Chen realized he should remain quiet. Still, he couldn't help but utter another comment. Instantly regretting it, as expected, Xu Li's anger flared further. Fairness for her? Since General Sheng Shuzhong departed, has MOCS seen any fairness? We 3 basked in the fading glory of that old general upon returning from MOCS, only to find that all the original teachers had been forced out, leaving behind a cadre of inept old fools, tarnishing the reputation of General Inha and General Sheng. We vowed to restore MOCS upon our return, and though you both considered leaving, I never did. I endured the discomfort to reach this position. You really think I am unaware of the military's dealings? You can report today, and tomorrow, a budget cut notice will come. You think I'm intentionally targeting her? Wake up. Kion and Chun AI harbored dreams and aspirations, valuing talent. Did Xu Li not? Yet behind every beautiful dream lurked a brutal reality, a mess waiting to be cleaned up. Her words rendered them both utterly silent. They had contemplated the immense pressure Xu Li had been under, but they never anticipated it reached such a level that a once quiet and introverted girl had undergone such a dramatic transformation. They assumed she had matured through experience. But in truth, she was merely a victim of oppression. Apologies, Instructor Chen spoke first, bowing slightly to Xu Li. "I'm sorry for the burden you've shouldered." Kion quickly followed suit. "I won't make unreasonable demands or waste funds again." "I apologize," seeing their student-like demeanor. Xu Li struggled to stifle her tears, turning away to wipe the corners of her eyes. It felt somewhat humiliating for them to witness her tears. Kion and Instructor Chen understood she had turned to wipe her eyes. Yet they tacitly maintained their bowed positions until she turned back to them. "Xu Lingqu is an exceptional student and will shine in the command specialty. I will support her as the chief commander of the MO Xie team in this military school league." Xu Li composed herself, yet her stance on formally reporting Xu Lingqu as a mecha soldier remained unchanged. "Rather than argue with me, it would be wiser to clarify the situation with her first." Ultimately, the task of approaching Xu Lingqu fell to Kang as he stepped outside. He worried that Xu Li and Instructor Chen might resume their quarrel, urging, "At least let me return before you start arguing again. It would be better if someone intervenes." "Get moving." As Kion exited, he collided with Xu Lingqu, who coldly stated, "I am indeed this wicked, and I have no intention of changing." He felt a wave of concern. Xu Lingqu was indeed a formidable student. Nevertheless, he frowned and beckoned her aside. "I need to discuss something with you." Kion briefly outlined the military's explicit and implicit regulations and the associated pitfalls, expressing his grievances over the years, anticipating a righteous protest or sarcastic retort from Xu Lingqu. He was instead met with calm acceptance as she merely nodded in acknowledgement. She had already anticipated this situation. The instructor's delay in announcing the list indicated that they were engaged in heated discussions, which Xu Lingqu had prepared for. Understanding this conundrum merely required her to reveal her true psychic energy level. Yet clearly, this was not the opportune moment. She had already envisaged the timing of disclosing her SS-level psychic energy, and continuing with her current plan meant temporarily forfeiting the mecha soldier position, which was not a loss in her eyes. Seeing her acceptance, Kuan finally felt completely at ease. He returned to officially announce the final list of eliminations and the roster of mecha soldiers. In the elimination list, Sun Liao and his small group were essentially wiped out, further confirming the reality that opposing Xu Lingqu would lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the mecha soldier list evoked a moment of reflection among everyone. Xu Lingqu had clearly ranked first, yet her mental prowess was only at level B. How could she possibly pilot a mecha in reality? However, the mechas in the Skynet Military Academy League were not bound by reality. "Are you only fixated on the Military Academy League? This matter pertains to Xu Lingqu's entire life. For goodness sake." Jean placed a hand on Shun Shouli's shoulder and turned to Xu Lingqu. "Why not strive a bit more? Our young master Shun has connections in the military." He jested, attempting to lighten the mood. "Sister, should I discuss this with brother or father?" Xu Shichen expressed her concerns. Unlike the dream she had before arriving, where she placed 21st and lost her mecha soldier position, Xu Lingqu, as the first-place winner, had lost her opportunity. "It's all right," Xu Lingqu interrupted her. "I'm quite happy. But your expression doesn't reflect that," Shin Shouli remarked suddenly. "It's because it hurts," Xu Lingqu replied candidly. She was in urgent need of returning to the base's medical room to revive. Chapter 65. Not returning. The trial period had come to a close. Upon returning to the training ground, the students slated for elimination in the mecha division had also been dealt with by the supervising instructor. This instructor was the new teacher hired at a high salary by Vice Principal Xu a year ago after a thorough change from the previous lackluster mecha instructors. He spoke little, and his teaching style was strict, yet the students appreciated him, for learning substantial skills was crucial for their professional futures. Xu Lingqu briefly congratulated Natata before hurrying to the medical room. Lying in the Silek healing apparatus, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. Li sighed as he observed the girl with closed eyes accepting treatment. Just as he was about to take a seat, Instructor Zhang, who had evidently endured a couple of punches during his match with Xu Lingqu, entered. "First come, first served. If the Silek is unavailable, let's make do with the ordinary L. I lifted his eyelids and began treating Instructor Zhang, noting, "You two truly go all out against each other." Instructor Zhang chuckled. Of course, it was a fierce combat match, representing not just individual victories, but also team performance. Observing his earnest demeanor, Dr. Li's lips twitched. Who had deceived her into believing this was a leisurely job? Nevertheless, witnessing this cohort of lively new students and encountering Xu Lingqu's unique physique was a serendipitous blessing, wasn't it? However, I have long grown accustomed to sustaining injuries of this nature during combat. Instructor Zhang remarked, glancing at the operational Silac apparatus. She was thrown down so hard and still managed to rise and organize an effective counterattack. She's truly formidable. When Xu Lingqu emerged from the apparatus, the R3 stealth fighter had once again arrived at the training grounds. I could see that moment. The sentiments of everyone were starkly different from their initial excitement upon first encountering it. Some thought of finally escaping this wretched place, while others felt a twinge of reluctance. There was little worth taking from the dormitory, and everyone quickly gathered to reboard the R3 inside the cockpit. Kuan stroked his chin and asked, "Is Xu Lingqu still feeling nauseated from the jump?" "Not this time," Chun, the instructor, replied. Xu Lingqu indeed had no intention of succumbing to nausea. As the second jump commenced, she mimicked others, curling up and feigning discomfort. Once the jump concluded, Xu Shichen looked at her in surprise. "You seem much better this time." Not entirely grasping what had transpired previously, Jean hurriedly inquired, "What happened? Why does our commander appear so much better? What was wrong before?" Shinsholi began, but then hesitated. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Jean protested. "Isn't it permissible to ask?" Fortunately, Xu Shichen was eager to answer. "Last time, my sister fainted. I thought Shinsholi had pushed her." Xu Lingqu glanced at the time and slowly stood with Xu Shichen's support. "Sister, you've made progress," Xu Shichen quickly praised her. Indeed, Xu Lingqu nodded, acknowledging her improvement, particularly in her acting skills. The R3 came to a halt at the center square of Moy Military Academy. Upon returning to the school, it felt as if they had stepped into another world. Their last visit had lasted less than half a day before they were sent off to experience an extraordinary trial period. Now, some would soon be leaving with their luggage. Upon entering her dormitory, Xu Lingqu was greeted by a fluffy mound of dog in the center of her bed. Yes, it was a standard fluffy dog. Lu Ming sprawled out comfortably, its white fur meticulously groomed by the household robot. Xu Lingqu approached, poking the cotton candy several times at your back. Lu Ming woke from its slumber, initially ready to express annoyance, but upon recognizing Xu Lingqu, its tail began to wag. However, after a few moments, it slowed down. "You've changed so much." Once frail and pale, appearing as though she might faint at any moment, she had now acquired ample training. Standing taller and more robust, the pallor fading from her face, replaced by vitality. "Not bad," Xu Lingqu replied, indifferent to her appearance. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she remarked, "You've been doing well." Under the attentive care of the household robot, Liu Ming's fur had become fluffy and its body round, now resembling a truly plump cotton candy. "I've been well too," Lu Ming replied awkwardly, then placed its paw on Xu Lingqu's leg, adding, "Actually, I've missed you a bit." A master should be by their dog's side. Otherwise, no matter how well they eat or sleep, they'd still feel a sense of longing. Before Xu Lingqu could respond, the doorbell rang from outside the dormitory. Xu Shichen went to open the door. "You all seem to have a place similar to ours. Quite nice. Is the commander in her room?" It was Jin's voice, indicating that their group had come to visit. Xu Lingqu opened the door and stepped out with Lu Ming. The closest to her was Lu Zheng, who immediately bent down to pet the dog. After Lu Zheng finished, Lu Ming approached Shinsholi, proudly lifting its head. Finally, it was Jin's turn. As he extended his hand with a smile, Lu Ming abruptly halted, retreating behind Xu Lingqu. "Why is it like this? Why is the dog bullying me?" Jin exclaimed. Xu Shichen burst into laughter. "It seems it doesn't like red-haired folks. Golden-haired folks don't like it either. They don't let you pet them." "Who said that? I often pet it at home." Xu Lingqu turned back to poke Liu Ming's head, but it remained hidden behind her. "I live just above you. My roommate is Natata. She was supposed to come, but it seems she had to leave for some reason." Lu Zheng interjected, breaking up the childish squabble. "That's wonderful," Xu Shichen said, clearly distracted from the pointless argument. Jin then recalled the purpose of his visit. "Instructor Chun just informed us that we have a 10-day break. You have any plans?" "When did Instructor Chun notify you?" Xu Lingqu checked her smart device and saw that the message had been sent while still aboard the R3. "Going home. Back to the 4th star system." "Heading back then? You all are leaving?" I thought I was the only one returning. Wait, Commander, what about you? Why are you silent? Jean asked curiously. Based on his inquiries, Xu Lingqu was supposedly the child of General Su's former subordinate. Wasn't he adopting her to ensure she had a better life? Observing Xu Shichen's attitude towards Xu Lingqu, he had assumed that the Xu family treated her well, but now it seemed otherwise. As Xu Shichen received the news, shortly after, her more informed brother sent her multiple messages, insisting she return a capital star, claiming he was too busy to come to Yuheng, star to pick her up. She guessed that her brother wouldn't have sent any message to Xu Lingqu, so she asked, "Sister, are you coming back with me?" Xu Lingqu shook her head, not returning. For her, going back would only bring more trouble for both parties. Chapter 66. General Xu wishes to see you. It was only natural for Xu Lingqu to refuse to return, given that her mother and brother had done many things incorrectly. However, the thought of parting for a few days still left Xu Shichen feeling slightly regretful. "Then shall we meet after the holiday?" Xu Lingqu waved her hand. "I'll explore this school for a bit." "What is there to explore in the school?" Jean questioned, puzzled. "The medical room is quite nice to explore. Training still needs to be done. Just because we're back at school doesn't mean we want to practice. The facilities in the medical room here are definitely superior to that rundown training base. I can hardly wait to check it out." Xu Lingqu had an unusual obsession with the medical room. Right? The students who were eliminated today are leaving. A few of them wanted to meet you. Jean recalled, quickly adding, "Meet me?" Xu Lingqu raised an eyebrow. Since she was headed to the medical room anyway, she thought, why not? She took Lu Ming downstairs, where a few eliminated students approached, both male and female. "Commander Xu," the leader said, his face flushing, speaking somewhat haltingly. "We're from non-combat directions." Xu Lingqu nodded. "What is it? You are truly remarkable. While we were struggling halfway through the training period, we found it difficult to endure. However, witnessing your unwavering determination inspired us to persist as well." The leader spoke with a hint of excitement. "Although we ultimately faced elimination, perhaps we lacked the innate talent. Yet, while we may not excel in analysis and command, we possess a modicum of skill in the art of banter." Those behind her echoed in agreement. "Indeed. If it weren't for you, the organizers would have learned what it means to face the wrath of the internet trolls during this year's Military Academy Championship." "Exactly, Commander. I once held my ground against 10 opponents on the Tianwang Forum, and my record speaks for itself. This time, feel free to toy with those from other schools." Xu Lingqu expressed her gratitude. As they departed, Xu Lingqu guided Lu Ming elsewhere. Lu Ming, somewhat awestruck, asked, "Are these all your fans?" "I didn't recruit them," Xu Lingqu replied, glancing at the infirmary, which appeared to have expanded with more sophisticated equipment. Unfortunately, Dr. Li seemed to have taken a break, as she was nowhere to be seen. Otherwise, Xu Lingqu would have greeted her. After exploring the area, Xu Lingqu led Lu Ming back. At that moment, Xu Shichen was preparing her to access Tianwang. "Sister, you just need to connect your smart brain to authenticate this interface. Or, you can directly enter for verification. Just send the pod and fill the nutrient solution at the slot, and you'll be connected to Tianwang." She had promised to assist Xu Lingqu with this, but regrettably, she could not accompany her for the entire process during her first entry into Tianwang. "I've transferred some star coins to your smart brain account. Make sure to accept them." Xu Shichen reminded her. "You must accept them. It's only right." "Thank you, Shichen," Xu Lingqu said solemnly to the busy young woman before her. "And no need for thanks. It's simply my duty." Xu Shichen stood up, gathering her belongings, as the Xu family's representatives awaited her outside. Xu Lingqu glanced at her smart brain. Xu Shichen had transferred 100,000 star coins, a substantial amount by the standards of the Interstellar Empire. Although Lady Catherine and Xu Yuan spoiled Xu Shichen, they had not permitted her to spend extravagantly since they had arranged only the best for her. Thus, the funds under her control were limited. Possibly all for her own use. At that moment, the door opened again, and Xu Shichen returned. "Sister, may I have a hug?" she asked, her ears flushed with shyness. Xu Lingqu nodded, of course. After their embrace, Xu Shichen skipped away, while Lu Ming had already perched atop the Tianwang pod, urging, "Lingqu Master, you must connect and try it. Why are you in such a hurry?" Xu Lingqu raised an eyebrow. "Just try it, and you'll understand." Under Lu Ming's insistence, Xu Lingqu initiated her connection to the interstellar Tianwang for the first time. Following the instructions, she confirmed her identity through her smart brain as she settled into the pod. A sensation akin to her soul leaving her body surged within her. Her consciousness plunged into darkness, rapidly descending into an ethereal blue expanse. Please set your appearance. White text materialized before Xu Lingqu. She reached out to touch it, and the text swiftly vanished, revealing 10 enormous wardrobes showcasing an array of outfits. With a mere gesture, garments would float onto her. The features of her face could also be adjusted at will. Alternatively, 2 options were available to bypass this. 1. Use default appearance. 2. Use Smart Brain certified appearance. Without hesitation, Xu Lingqu chose the first option. Her entire being soared into the air, a beam of white light enveloping her palm, followed by a rapid descent until her feet touched a street. The interstellar realm was more fantastical and grand than reality itself. This was the interstellar Tianwang. Xu Lingqu observed the bizarre architecture, erratic flying vehicles, and humans who remained unscathed even after being flung 100 meters, remaining silent. The default appearance was the most ordinary visage. Suddenly, a striking young boy with white hair appeared beside her. You don't look appealing at all. Xu Lingqu turned her head. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming grinned, surprised to see me as a human. So you urge me to connect? Xu Lingqu replied, watching Lu Ming, now possessing human limbs, move awkwardly. The essence of our 3 SSS mechas is that they are 3 super brains in 1. By following you, I can morph freely in Tianwang. Lu Ming proclaimed, quickly transforming into a white light that settled into Xu Lingqu's hand. Becoming a ring. I can switch forms 100 times without growing weary. And what is your situation outside? Does your Samiad form resemble a disembodied spirit? Xu Lingqu inquired. Yes, somewhat like a small dog that has lost its breath. I can no longer control it. Once you exit, I will accompany you. Lu Ming morphed back into a silver-haired youth. Don't worry. There's no one else in your dormitory. No one will misconstrue this as you having harmed a small dog. Xu Lingqu found it amusing, but decided to focus on experiencing the interstellar Tianwang. However, one must not carelessly make declarations, whether as a person or a pet. The smart brain connected to the security system at the entrance notified her of someone ringing the doorbell. Xu Lingqu had no choice but to exit Tianwang, opening the door to reveal a familiar face. Madame Gina appears troubled, Xu Lingqu noted. General Xu wishes to see you. Chapter 67. Hypocrisy. The last time they met was at Xu's residence. And after such a long separation, Madame Gina immediately sensed the transformation in Xu Lingqu. However, this was not the moment for sentimentality. After Su Chengbi eradicated a nest of interstellar pirates at the Mulan frontier, he chose to come to Yuhing Star to meet Xu Lingqu. He specifically had Madame Gina, who was stationed in the capital star, come to fetch her, perhaps believing she would be more familiar with her. Xu Lingqu observed Madame Gina's grave expression and understood that General Su was likely not an easy person to deal with. Without further inquiry, she donned the white serpentine ring, determined to have Lu Ming accompany her. They proceeded directly to the Yuhing military base, where General Su's troops were stationed. They encountered no obstacles and arrived at the office of the highest commander of the military base. The external biological sensor lock was swiftly disengaged by General Su, and Madame Gina pushed open the heavy wooden door. The carpet beneath their feet, made from some unknown animal's fur, felt soft, and before them stood a large black table with a translucent surface, seemingly flowing with water. Behind it sat a middle-aged man clad in imperial military attire adorned with the emblem of the highest rank of general. He bore an Eastern countenance and handsome features, revealing that Su Shichen had inherited the best traits from both him and Lady Catherine. As Xu Lingqu entered, his gaze remained fixed upon her, devoid of expression. Unfazed by his scrutiny, Xu Lingqu calmly approached the table and greeted. General Su. Su Chengbi's demeanor brightened with a smile. Please, take a seat. It appears you've been faring well at the Moxie Military Academy. Xu Lingqu sat down, replying, It's been satisfactory. Lady Catherine raised you in a privileged environment. Sending you to military school was perhaps her most effective means of challenging you. Su Chengbi continued conversationally. She may be a bit naive, but her essence is not malevolent, that I hope you do not harbor resentment towards her. Xu Lingqu silently scoffed, choosing not to respond. Her reaction seemed anticipated by General Su, who continued, Lingqu, you may not be aware, but I have not allowed Gina to disclose this directly to you, nor has it been publicly announced. In truth, you are the daughter of my former aide, who perished for the Empire over a decade ago, and your mother followed him. Your father was named Chong Xin, while your mother was Lu Lingqu. The reason you were not registered at the Jian frontier was due to your great-grandfather, Lu Ji, who, In his grief, registered you as his adopted granddaughter, establishing your residence in the frontier planet Xu Lingqu side. He passed away later and, before his death, entrusted me with a letter requesting that I look after you. I arrange for your living expenses, and now that you've grown, I often reflect on my aid with a sense of guilt and decided to bring you closer to me. He had not anticipated the misunderstandings this would create and intended to clarify everything himself. He scrutinized the young woman before him, expecting to see joy, tears, or gratitude, but was met with her cold gaze. Sharp as an icicle, the smile on Xu Lingqu's face faltered. Hypocrisy. The girl's voice rang clear, momentarily leaving him bewildered. But as he observed her expression, he quickly realized she had indeed uttered those words. Hypocrisy. This was Xu Lingqu's initial impression of General Xu Lingqu. You began by discussing your wife, whom you claim is not malicious but rather foolish, hoping I would forgive her. Yet, I have never criticized her in your presence. I can only interpret this as your attempt to implant a negative image of her in my mind, while simultaneously elevating your own image as a benevolent husband. Am I correct? Her words pierced through Xu Lingqu's facade like an icicle, shattering his false smile. His expression darkened. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you think you have many lives to spare? You wouldn't kill me, would you? After all, it took considerable effort to locate the daughter of an old subordinate and take her in as an adopted daughter. This very daughter has successfully entered one of the 6 major military academies, which undoubtedly enhances your esteemed image as a general. Xu Lingqu retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Moreover, your presence here today, performing this grand display, is ample proof of my considerable value to you. Compelling you to act in such a manner to eliminate me now would be a waste of your investment and contrary to your self-serving principles. Indeed, she could choose to feign ignorance before the general, keeping her insights to herself. Yet, the insidious and hypocritical demeanor of General Xu, akin to a venomous serpent, was utterly detestable to her. It was far more preferable to speak plainly. There was nothing shameful about Xu Lingqu's identity. Yet he stubbornly refrained from clarifying anything to anyone, particularly to his own wife. He appeared almost cruel, treading upon her to elevate his own image. Had he been forthright about adopting the daughter of an old subordinate, Catherine would not have been met with hostility. Instead, he chose to create a narrative that cast her as a malicious rival and himself as a compassionate guardian of the fallen soldier's legacy. In the eyes of others, he effortlessly established the duality of a spiteful, jealous wife and a benevolent general, a portrayal far more captivating than merely adopting an old subordinate's daughter. His intention was to approach her with a facade of righteousness, trying to absolve himself of responsibility while diverting attention from the fact that he was the root cause of the situation's deterioration. What was most revolting, however, was the thought that if she had not traversed into this world, she might still be that isolated and helpless girl, enduring torment at the military academy. She would have emerged hearing such words, directing her grievances solely toward Mrs. Catherine and feeling immense gratitude toward the gentle General Xu. Throughout this ordeal, he had cast her into a self-made island of isolation, only to come forth claiming to rescue her. In doing so, he would easily gain control over her. What was his intention? Mo Xia was not mistaken. You are indeed quite astute. Xu Lingqu, no longer pretending, crossed his legs and leaned back, his demeanor shifting from amiable to oppressive. I adopted you for my own gain, yet there are countless orphan girls in the galaxy. Why would you oppose me? I have provided you with a chance for a complete transformation in your life. Before him stood a young woman who, despite her growth, could still be crushed as effortlessly as an ant. Her audacity to offend him did not escape his notice. He possessed myriad means to ensure her disappearance without a trace. However, the feedback from his associates was favorable. Disposing of her in obscurity would indeed diminish a significant portion of his benefits. The few words she spoke in defiance paled in comparison to the ultimate gains he could attain. Xu Lingqu regarded the rebellious girl before him and resolved to speak plainly. Perhaps she would be more amenable to understanding. Xu Lingqu had seen through him. Such a person, devoid of moral qualms, who exploited the identity of his old subordinate's daughter, was hardly surprising as a general of the empire. It could be said that in this interstellar empire, some generals rose through genuine prowess, while others ascended by stepping on the backs of family and subordinates. Xu Lingqu did not believe that Mrs. Catherine and Xu Yuan were any better. They were merely lesser evils compared to General Xu. In the Xu family, Xu Shijian's existence was a miracle, a vibrant sunflower blossoming amidst a mire of despair. You are now capable of becoming a formal student at MOCM Military Academy. Regardless of your thoughts, without me, you would still be leading an unsatisfactory life on the border planets, Xu Qingbi asserted, tapping his fingers on the table. You are intelligent. You must understand the magnitude of assistance I can provide. The lives of the Imperial Military and Military Academy students are entirely distinct. You may speak candidly about what you desire from me. Xu Lingqu was no longer in the mood for circumlocution. Xu Qingbi paused, fixing his gaze upon her with the intensity of a predator locking onto its prey. Your current state does not permit me to divulge certain information. Once you grasp some matters, we may converse again, but know this. There will not be a third opportunity. Should their second discussion yield the same lack of cooperation, he would ensure her immediate disappearance. Even the greatest benefits could only afford her a second chance. Presently, Xu Lingqu was entirely unpredictable and resilient. A liability he could not afford. He recognized that allowing her to persist in her current state would only invite trouble. Xu Lingqu stood, fully aware of Xu Qingbi's thoughts. She would not afford him a second opportunity to draw her into his web of influence. Turning her back, she exited the highest-ranking officer's office of the military base. In her mind, she speculated about Xu Qingbi's intentions for exploiting her identity, which was undoubtedly tied to the ongoing struggle between the war faction and the peace faction within the Imperial military. Her identity as the daughter of a fallen Imperial soldier was indeed sensitive. But what was Xu Qingbi's ultimate goal, and which direction did he lean toward? The answers remained elusive. The individual responsible for escorting her back was still Gina. As they left the base, conversation between them was minimal. It was not until they were seated in Ms. Gina's aircraft that she spoke. Miss Lingqu, I can only tell you two things, and those are all I know. This was a place she believed to be absolutely secure. Allowing her to speak freely to Xu Lingqu, I assisted General Xu with a document. Ms. Gina's expression remained somber. I modified the autopsy report regarding Madame Lu Linghui's death, removing any mention of her being 2 months pregnant at the time of her demise. The report concerning that batch of fallen soldiers and their families had been withheld due to issues with pension disbursement, remaining unverified by the Imperial medical system. This autopsy report was the sole flaw in his deception, and I have rectified it. This statement struck Xu Lingqu like a thunderclap, prompting her to turn and gaze at Gina. Are you certain? I am certain, Ms. Gina replied, unaware of the details of Xu Qingbi's conversation with Xu Lingqu. However, she was certain that there was content related to Xu Lingqu's identity within it. The second matter is that the letter written to him by Lu Ji is genuine. It was penned during the 83rd year of the Empire, the year I chose to work for General Xu. After finishing the letter, he departed, and General Xu indeed instructed the border officers to continue providing you with sufficient relief funds to ensure your survival. Xu Lingqu became increasingly convinced that Xu Qingbi intended to solidify her identity as the deceased daughter of an old subordinate, leveraging this identity for his own ends, even going so far as to have Ms. Gina assist in concealing the truth from years past to him, who Xu Lingqu was held little significance. What mattered was the identity itself. For Xu Lingqu, however, a greater mystery emerged. Who was she truly? What could possibly motivate Lu Ji to raise her? A non-relative? Why would he lie to the general as he sensed his time was running out? Did he know that the ring she wore was a long-lost Lumian? What was the origin of her peculiar condition? Was it possible that her predecessor was the daughter of the Galactic General? Yet the timeline did not align. The Galactic General had disappeared 5 years into the Interstellar Empire's existence, and now it was the 95th year. With Xu Lingqu only being 18, that could she possibly be a granddaughter? Yet the Galactic General had never been rumored to have had any romantic entanglements. Even if descendants existed, why would they choose to live incognito, entrusting Xu Lingqu to the care of an aged elder? As Xu Lingqu turned the ring in her hand, she sought to calm the tumult of questions surging within her before solemnly addressing Ms. Gina. Thank you. Without Ms. Gina's information, Xu Lingqu might have been easily deceived by Xu Qingbi's fabricated narrative regarding her origins. After all, she could not fathom that every word Xu Qingbi uttered was a falsehood. Once the aircraft landed at the gates of MOCM Military Academy, as she prepared to disembark, she looked back at Ms. Gina. The promise I made previously stands firm. Under the watchful gaze of someone like Xu Qingbi, Gina's decision to share this information was fraught with peril. Thus far, she had been the one aiding Xu Lingqu, and it was only fitting that she express her gratitude that Ms. Gina watched as Xu Lingqu entered the military academy. her tall and resolute figure gradually fading from view. This day, she had never once regretted her allegiance to Xu Lingqu, especially now, witnessing such a transformative change within a mere trial period. Gina's conviction in her choice only grew stronger. Upon returning to her dormitory, the Lumian within the ring re-emerged in the form of a small dog, immediately exclaiming, "This General Xu is exceedingly treacherous." Before it could ramble on with its complaints for half an hour, Xu Lingqu interjected, "Is your memory stuck on the day you were perished in the galactic era?" "Indeed, since then, I have been sealed within the ring's space. I could not reappear until you awakened your mental powers," the Lumian replied obediently. "Did the galactic general have a family, daughters, or sons?" Xu Lingqu continued her inquiry. That fellow. Impossible. At that time, he was constantly engaged in battles alongside Caesar Ulysses. How could he have a family? I suppose I could consider Caesar a half-brother. The Lumian's canine visage displayed a complex array of human emotions, a mix of shock, disdain, and nostalgia. Given its assertion, the possibility of the galactic general having descendants could be dismissed for now. However, the mention of Caesar Ulysses, the founder and emperor of the empire, stirred intrigue. The name had only appeared once in her searches for basic knowledge upon her arrival in the interstellar era. The Eurystheus family was indeed the Imperial royal family, and it was unlikely anyone else shared this exact name. It is that I didn't quite like him back then, though I couldn't pinpoint why. I always felt an inexplicable anxiety in his presence. Actually, the blade, which is Caesar's mech, evokes a similar sensation, but there's nothing to be done, for Caesar is its master. Thankfully, my master is the galaxy. Oh no. That fellow has gone off to seek his own demise. My current master is you. By the way, that red-haired person who came to find you the other day gave me a similar feeling. You didn't happen to find a friend from the Eurystheus family, did you? Lu Ming suddenly recalled the red-haired individual from that day, still feeling a bit disdainful. Xu Lingqu had long harbored suspicions about Jin's identity, but she never imagined Lu Ming would confirm them entirely. The arrival of His Highness the Prince must surely have a purpose. Yet for the moment, Xu Lingqu felt no discomfort regarding Jin, allowing her to remain within the bounds of social interaction. She rose and went to the restroom. The scent in Su Qingbi's office was rather unpleasant and had clung to her clothes. So she decided to freshen up. As she passed the wash basin, Xu Lingqu paused before the mirror. She had never been one to admire her reflection. During the apocalypse, mirrors were a luxury she rarely encountered. And even in her previous life before the end, she had little occasion to do so. Since arriving in the interstellar realm, apart from being forced to sit at a vanity upon her arrival, she had scarcely cared for any changes in her appearance. The girl in the mirror no longer bore the frail and sickly visage she once had. Her aura had transformed so drastically that she appeared almost like an entirely different person. Her sharp black eyes, proud nose, and the way she averted her gaze exuded an indescribable sharpness tinged with a hint of mockery. In a moment of clarity, Xu Lingqu found the girl in the mirror bore a three-quarters resemblance to her former self, who had lived a normal life before the apocalypse descended upon Earth. Chapter 69. The initial experience with virtual mechs, she could scarcely recall her life before the apocalypse, only remembering her second year of graduate studies, where she and her mentor tormented one another while managing to find some joy in it. Yet those memories felt so distant, they seemed to belong to someone else entirely. Xu Lingqu swept her long bangs back and returned to the cocoon pod. Continuing her interrupted exploration of the celestial network, she selected the default appearance and name, while Lu Ming, appearing rather exasperated, followed beside her. This appearance is tied to your identity as Xu Lingqu. It severely undermines your public image. Is that so? Must I use my real name to access the internet? Xu Lingqu replied, somewhat surprised. She touched the personal icon with small wings floating before her, and upon entering, she indeed found the emblem certifying her as a student of the Mo Siem Military Academy. It seemed that a platform like the Celestial Network could endure by relinquishing a sufficient amount of authority. However, as a company suspended between the Empire and the Federation, any act of betrayal would undoubtedly cause immense harm to either side. Yes, but you have me I can help you remain anonymous, Lu Ming said, reaching out to touch her personal identity icon, which flickered and then vanished. Am I impressive? Or what? Lu Ming appeared as if he could do as he pleased within the Celestial Network. Xu Lingqu inquired further. How do you know so much about the Celestial Network? Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, lowering his head slightly. All right, when you're not around, I sometimes get bored and connect through the smart home robots network to access the dark web. However, since I didn't go through the proper channels of the Cocoon Pod, I can only manifest as a string of transparent code wandering around here. His performance was reminiscent of a schoolboy caught in a dark web CF. Well, I don't hold it against you. Let's go. Since you're so familiar with this place, where can we experience the matches? Xu Lingqu found herself in a hall reminiscent of an Earth gaming login interface. A vast square where people continuously appeared and departed. Some wandered the surrounding streets, while others vanished in a flash of white light. Xu Lingqu's ordinary appearance and unchanged garbled name allowed her to blend seamlessly into the crowd. While Lu Ming's silver-haired image drew many curious glances, "We need to head to the mech area." "Let us go," Lu Ming exclaimed, pulling her along. In an instant, the two transformed into beams of white light, disappearing from their location. Upon landing, they found themselves in an enormous arena resembling the Roman Colosseum. Xu Lingqu stepped inside. Two options floated before her. 1. Arena, 2. Training room. She chose the second option, and the scene before her instantly transformed into a stark gray space. Spacious enough, yet feeling overwhelmingly empty, with only herself and Lu Ming, who had transformed back for convenience. "Master, you can now experience the mechs. But I must warn you, the quality of the virtual mechs here is quite average. They are incomparable to the replicas, let alone the real ones. However, none of the actual mechs can rival me," Lu Ming remarked, noting the interface for selecting mechs on her right. Upon entering it, a page approximately 1 meter in size appeared, categorizing the virtual mechs and replicas as an anonymous black hat user of the Celestial Network. She could not select the replicas, so she directly clicked on virtual. The virtual mechs were not specifically named. They were simply categorized into 5 types: speed, power, defense, attack, and heavy. Xu Lingqu selected the first option. Speed. A massive gray-blue mech, towering 6 stories high, materialized before her. After spending so much time in the interstellar realm, this was her first direct encounter with a mech. Albeit a virtual one, the towering mech was constructed from thousands of individual components. She recalled how much effort was required for Natata and her team to create just one piece. This time, Xu Lingqu gained a clearer understanding of the value of a mech engineer's work. It was no wonder that teams capable of independently designing and crafting mechs were so rare. The cockpit of the colossal mech was situated in the center. Xu Lingqu placed her hand upon it, and in the next moment, she found herself inside. The cockpit was neither too large nor too small, with hundreds of operational buttons before her and a 2-meter diameter circular platform behind her, the purpose of which eluded her. "That is where you stand during combat, allowing the mech's neural interface to connect with your body," Lu Ming's voice echoed inside the mech. Though his presence was absent, "Do not be afraid. I can inhabit any mech. With me, you can pilot it automatically, and I can also help optimize its performance and enhance its maneuverability." Xu Lingqu rose and stepped onto the circular platform, which immediately extended metallic tendrils that formed a protective exoskeleton around her. For an ordinary person, even a virtual mech without mental constraints would impose significant pressure and discomfort. However, clearly, that was not the case for her. Lu Ming chuckled, clearly indulging in his own amusement. Xu Lingqu felt no pressure or discomfort at all. Standing on the platform, she tentatively raised her hand, and the mech followed suit. Still feeling no strain, she decided to jump up, experiencing no significant pressure. She then released all restraint, and the giant mech leapt and landed smoothly in the gray space, executing a swift kick with effortless grace. If this were reality, it could have effortlessly demolished a building. Lu Ming watched with great satisfaction, noting Xu Lingqu's remarkable adaptability to the mech, while others took a month to master basic movements. She had already demonstrated combat techniques after just 10 minutes of connection. "Try the weapons," Lu Ming urged. Before her, 2 weapons appeared, a long sword and a laser cannon mounted on the left shoulder. With a thought, a miniature version of the long sword manifested in her hand, while the giant mech wielded a gray longsword. As Xu Lingqu moved, the sword spun fluidly in her grasp, true to its name. The speed mech was light and agile, capable of swiftly closing in on foes to deliver damage before retreating. However, practicing alone in this space felt somewhat foolish, so Xu Lingqu deactivated combat mode and leapt off the platform. "Then we can head to the arena," Lu Ming exclaimed excitedly. To ensure fairness, the Celestial Network's arena prohibited the use of replica mechs, allowing only virtual mechs for the general public's experience. The Imperial military had also explicitly forbidden mech soldiers from participating, as it would diminish the experience for ordinary citizens. Some military academies outright banned their mech students from competing, deeming it too shameful, while others had no specific regulations, allowing students who had not secured military mech roles to participate, as high rankings often came with monetary rewards. Thus, the top 100 comprised a mix of skilled civilians and military cadets, with the top 20 being predominantly military students. Fortunately, Xu Lingqu had not been selected as a mech soldier for Emocia. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enter the arena at all. Chapter 70. Bullying a Child. Xu Lingqu chose to experience the other types of mechs first, familiarizing herself with the 5 categories. The defense and heavy mechs were larger, with the defense variant equipped with 2 defensive weapons, while the heavy mech wielded an axe. The defense mech lacked offensive capabilities, whereas the heavy mech had some, but was too cumbersome. The difference between the power and attack mechs lay in their weaponry. The power mech wielded a long sword and a short blade, which could be switched or used simultaneously, while the attack mech was armed with 2 types of cannons. One suitable for close-range combat, and the other with a larger range but rendered useless after firing. Overall, Xu Lingqu feels that the 2 mechas, strength and speed, are more suitable for her. Strength allows her to fully leverage her advantages, while speed is more versatile, being light and possessing various functionalities. However, Luming has pointed out that speed is often criticized. Many believe that although it has both ranged and melee capabilities, they are not particularly effective. Additionally, its lightweight nature can lead to difficulties for those accustomed to other mechas, sometimes resulting in them overexerting themselves and falling off the platform. Nevertheless, in Liuming's eyes, Xu Lingqu operates all 5 mechas with remarkable fluidity. If only her actual body could be as proficient, it would be spectacular. After a brief rest, Xu Lingqu noted that the sensations within the virtual environment closely mirrored reality, and the physical exertion experienced would feed back to her real body in the cocoon. However, with ample nutritional supplements, her recovery was swift. She quickly rose to her feet. It was time to test her skills in the arena. Exiting the training room and returning to the options, Xu Lingqu chose the arena and found herself in a venue resembling a boxing ring, only significantly larger. The arena was enveloped by a massive transparent protective shell to shield the audience from any accidental harm. It was a grand and beautiful space, but as Xu Lingqu had become an interstellar outcast with 0 points, she found herself waiting a long time without matching anyone, just as she contemplated leaving to grab a meal. An account entered her arena. The mighty King Rabbit Aowu. Is this a child? Xu Lingqu whispered to Lu Ming, who was adorning her wrist. Indeed, Ao was a character from the recently popular Interstellar animated series. The Interstellar Pet Squad, beloved by children. Liu Ming's tone was filled with excitement. You love it too, don't you? Xu Lingqu casually inquired. Lu Ming began to hum. It's only because you aren't here to play with me. The virtual representation of Rabbit Aowu was that of a striking young man, standing at 1.9 meters tall with black hair and eyes, controlled by the nervous 9-year-old Logan Beale, who feared that revealing his true age would lead to rejection from his opponents. His parents were renowned mecha material vendors within the Second Star System, often busy with their interstellar business, leaving Logan to find companionship solely through the virtual realm, particularly with mechas, due to work commitments. His parents had once introduced him to a real-life magician, which captivated him with its magnificent and intricate design. In the unrestricted environment of the interstellar network, even children could engage with virtual mechas. Logan had been training diligently, but hesitated to enter the arena for fear of being discovered as a child. He even hired a hacker to fabricate a certification as a military academy student from a nearby star system, creating a cool, handsome facade to conceal his true identity. Today marked his inaugural step into the arena. It appeared he had matched with someone whose name was garbled, an ordinary-looking individual, but he felt confident about his chances. Are you a child? Logan nearly burst into tears upon reading the inquiry from the other side. How did she figure it out? What went wrong? No, he needed to remain calm and respond like an adult. I could never be a child. You're overthinking it. Are you scared of me and afraid to fight? Ha! Xu Lingqu was at a loss. Perhaps I should just exit. She felt somewhat resigned. However, Lu Ming interjected, don't underestimate children. They might be quite formidable. Xu Lingqu retorted coldly. Good thing you helped me erase my identity certification, or else everyone would dig up my dark history of bullying children. The notorious Xu Lingqu. Defeating instructors and picking on youngsters alike. After all, No one else is matching with you right now. Why not give him a try? Lu Ming continued to persuade her, mainly out of sympathy for Rabbit Awu. Xu Lingqu ultimately sent a request to begin combat. Logan was so nervous he was nearly drenched in sweat, seeing that his opponent seemed to have dropped any suspicion about his age. He finally relaxed, welcoming his first match in the arena. Xu Lingqu chose speed while Mighty King Rabbit Awu selected attack. The two colossal mechas materialized on opposite sides of the arena, both competitors ready. As the match commenced, Logan, eager to test the fruits of his rigorous training, unleashed a barrage from his attack mech right at Xu Lingqu. Wow, he's quite fierce, Lu Ming remarked silently. Amidst the chaos of gunfire, Xu Lingqu adeptly maneuvered her speed mech, gracefully evading the incoming attacks. Logan was astounded. He had never witnessed such fluid movements from a mech before, not even the top-tier arena matches. Who was this person? Was this even a feat achievable by a human, or was it a product of some advanced virtual mech virus evolution? In a moment of panic, he activated a locking missile akin to a finishing move. Determined not to miss his opponent, the blue projectile shot straight towards Xu Lingqu. Observing its strange trajectory, she deduced it was a homing projectile. Merely dodging would not suffice. She adjusted her course and charged directly toward Mighty King Rabbit Awu's mech. Her speed was astonishing. By the time Logan realized it, she had already leapt behind him, and due to their proximity, his own homing missile failed to divert and struck him instead. With a resounding boom, Mighty King Rabbit Awu's mech fell to the ground. However, a single missile's impact was insufficient to declare defeat. Xu Lingqu swiftly approached and delivered a few finishing blows. The victory screen appeared, granting her 10 points in the arena. As she considered exiting, a message from Mighty King Rabbit Awu popped up. Are you a real person or a virus? Was he unable to accept his defeat to a human? Xu Lingqu replied, a real person. Then can you play on my behalf? I will pay you. Xu Lingqu was taken aback. She promptly exited, and Lu Ming strongly criticized her. Why would you refuse his offer? You could have made money. Xu Lingqu felt like a bully for defeating a child and then accepting payment for it. Chapter 71. I'll pay you. Xu Lingqu reopened an arena room, during which Mighty King Rabbit Awu persistently sent her friend requests, stating, I just want to know if you're relying on your own strength. Are you really not considering playing on my behalf? I can offer you an irresistible price. Meanwhile, in the arena, after a considerable wait, someone with a garbled name and an unremarkable appearance commented, there are AI in the arena. Before leaving to AI, Xu Lingqu was perplexed. Lu Ming was in fits of laughter. I told you your disguise would lead to discrimination in the network. Xu Lingqu decided to exit the interstellar network entirely. As it was time for a meal, she resolved to stock up on nutritional supplements this time. As she stepped out of her room, she noticed someone slumped nearby, seemingly lifeless. The figure looked familiar. She crouched down and turned the person over, recognizing it as Natata, a girl specializing in mecha engineering. Curious, Lu Ming rushed out of the room to observe as Xu Lingqu checked Natata's pulse. The good news was she was alive. The bad news was that there were no medical staff around, so they had to rely on a medical robot for a basic diagnosis. Xu Lingqu lifted Natata, who was surprisingly light, like a feather, and instructed Lu Ming to return to the room before leaving. Having familiarized herself with the layout, Xu Lingqu swiftly laid Natata on the medical bed and watched as the household robot began the initial assessment. After a minute, the medical robot declared hypoglycemia. The patient fainted due to lack of food. Xu Lingqu was incredulous. How can one starve in the interstellar age? Nutritional supplements are practically given away. Was she on a diet? Without further ado, the medical robot administered an infusion of nutritional supplements. Within 5 minutes, the girl on the bed began to stir awake. The medical robot had worked wonders. Natata, still pale, blinked in confusion as she scanned her surroundings. And upon spotting Xu Lingqu, her expression shifted to surprise. Suda, classmate, clearly disoriented, she had no idea what had transpired. You fainted in the corridor outside my dormitory, and I brought you here, Xu Lingqu succinctly explained. With a sigh, she added, come on, let me treat you to a good meal. The mention of food, Natata instinctively swallowed, obediently following Xu Lingqu. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Xu Lingqu ordered fresh dishes and placed them on the table. Natata dug in ravenously, only realizing how embarrassing her situation was after filling her stomach. She had fainted outside someone's dormitory, been taken to the medical room, and now Xu Lingqu was treating her to a meal. Almost choking, Natada felt mortified, while Xu Lingqu slid a glass of water toward her. If you can't swallow, drink some water, she advised Xu Lingqu's side. In the Interstellar Network, while playing with children, she found herself reminding peers to eat and drink. She felt like a kindergarten teacher. It seems I've been mistaken for a fool. Natada hurriedly drank several mouthfuls of water, and as she regained her composure, she patted her chest to steady herself and said, "I'll cover the cost of this meal." "Forget it. I'm afraid you might end up collapsed again tomorrow." Xu Lingqu rejected her outright. "Given your current state, you don't even have money for nutritional supplements." What happened? Indeed, in Xu Lingqu's eyes, putting on a brave front was utterly futile. Natada took a deep breath and weakly confessed, "I am burdened with a massive loan." Before Xu Lingqu could respond, she quickly clarified, "It's not for any frivolous reasons. It's for the tuition and materials for becoming a mecha engineer. The path of a mecha engineer is exceedingly expensive, and if your family has just reached the middle class, it is barely manageable. The tuition and materials required are like a bottomless pit, nearly rendering the profession exclusive to the wealthy. Fortunately, this vocation heavily relies on talent, and schools will provide assistance to those with promise. Or one can work for a few mecha masters early on to earn some income. My parents left me when I was young." Natada lowered her head, her fingers instinctively gripping the fabric of her trousers tightly. "Before entering the Academy of MOE, I accrued a significant loan to maintain my mecha studies. When the instructor learned about my situation, he communicated with the bank on my behalf, allowing me to start repayment only after securing employment. I am grateful to him, but now there is an important mecha apprentice competition that I need to pay a materials fee of 150,000 to participate, and I wish to seize this opportunity. You can't save a few yuan for nutritional supplements to afford that 150,000 materials fee, especially since this competition might not last long." Xu Lingqu said with a slight furrow of her brow, "I'm sorry. I was overly eager to go and inadvertently made this foolish decision. I must have been so famished that I lost my clarity and mistakenly exited on your floor." Natada waved her hand dismissively. "I didn't mean to cause you any trouble. I won't do this again." Xu Lingqu scrutinized her for 2 seconds, her gaze sharp as a commander's. Natada felt as if she were frozen under the intensity of that gaze. She was far too nervous. "What was your ranking in the mecha engineer program?" Natada trembled and hesitantly raised 2 fingers. "Second." Overall, she seemed to possess a certain talent and a fervent passion for mecha engineering, persisting through family hardships and even taking loans to enter one of the 6 major military academies specializing in mecha engineering. Xu Lingqu spoke, "I will cover the 150,000 for the competition. What? Huh." Natada leaped up in shock, grateful that the cafeteria was empty aside from the 2 of them. "A reasonable investment," Xu Lingqu said, lowering her head and directly transferring 90,000 to Natada, adding, "I'll send you the remaining amount as soon as possible." "When is the registration deadline?" Natada, still in a state of disbelief, responded mechanically, "Next week. Wait. Xu, I can't accept your money." Goodness, how could she accept Xu Lingqu's money to enter the competition? Her earlier collapse at the entrance to Xu's room felt akin to extortion. "That you'll need to repay me later. This isn't a gift." Xu Lingqu glanced at the items on the table. "Finish eating first." Natada complied obediently, tears welling in her eyes. Xu Lingqu was truly too kind. She wiped her tears away, saying, "I will repay you as soon as I can." Xu Lingqu shook her head. "What I want you to repay me for is something you likely won't be able to do quickly, so there's no rush." Natada, curious, asked, "What do you want me to repay?" Xu Lingqu replied, "An S-class mecha." Natada gasped, Are you trying to comfort me?" She stammered. An S-class mecha was a rarity, with only 3 in existence across the entire galaxy. Aside from the master craftsman, no other mech engineer had managed to create one. Xu Lingqu likely hadn't intended for her to repay it, merely tossing out an impossible notion. "No, I'm serious," Xu Lingqu said calmly, "in A-class mecha. With advancements in mecha component production technology, the manufacturing cost is now in the billions. The probability of you creating an S-class mecha isn't 0. When the time comes, the 150,000 could yield an S-class mecha, making it a lucrative investment. From a comprehensive perspective, Xu Lingqu believed it feasible. But I might never be able to create one. An S-class mecha is an S-class." Natada felt as if one of them had lost their mind. She was certain it wasn't her. However, Xu Lingqu's demeanor and tone were eerily composed. "You can do it," Xu Lingqu said in her usual calm manner. as if discussing the making of a cream puff rather than an S-class mecha. Can I? Natada pointed at herself in confusion, unsure if Xu Lingqu's confidence in her was misplaced or if her own self-doubt was clouding her judgment. Remember to accept the money and finish your food. Xu Lingqu noted as Natada gradually seemed to accept the situation. She stood up, adding, I'll transfer the rest to you as soon as possible. Don't worry. Natada sat there, watching Xu Lingqu's retreating figure. Glancing back at the transfer request on the smart brain and the pile of food on the table, her nose tinged with a sense of sorrow. She wanted to cry. What had happened to that person? Upon returning to her dorm, Xu Lingqu was immediately approached by Lu Ming, who inquired about the situation. She pushed his head away. It's nothing, just hunger. Huh. She actually fainted from hunger. Humans are so strange. Their food is so delicious. Lu Ming pondered, or perhaps you were the strange one. Xu Lingqu recalled the first time they met at the Xu mansion when Lu Ming had insisted on eating roast chicken, only to be presented with something inedible. What he meant by wanting to eat was really wanting to see his owner eat, and giving him pet nutritional supplements sufficed. Afterward, she accessed the network for the third time that day, and Lu Ming quickly followed her. Upon entering the network, they saw that Xu Lingqu had accepted a friend request from the formidable King Rabbit and was actively communicating. Boss, what is your price for boosting? You actually called him boss? Wait, weren't you the one who refused to accept money from children? Lu Ming exclaimed in horror. Xu Lingqu paused, recalling that before the apocalypse, she had indeed done some game-boosting work, probably to earn her graduate school tuition. That memory had been almost lost to her, but her subconscious had helped her remember. There was no choice. Her finances were running low. Indeed, one could only treat money as inconsequential when life itself felt like a series of unfortunate events. Logan Bill was in a state of panic, as this peculiar individual had actually replied to him. Their previous encounter had only deepened his suspicion that the person had employed some sort of virus or cheat. He persisted messaging this individual because he believed they wouldn't dare reply. Driven by guilt his surprise, they had responded, and even referred to him as boss. A conspiracy was definitely afoot. After a long hesitation, the formidable King Rabbit finally replied, How high can you rank? Xu Lingqu responded directly, First. How arrogant. Logan Bill thought, how could this person claim first place when there were countless military academy students in the top 50? Yet he couldn't help but feel tempted. First place in the network's Mecha Arena was a prestigious title. If this person truly had the confidence to claim first, perhaps they could indeed help him achieve it. Tentatively, Logan Bill probed, You wouldn't be using anything that could jeopardize my account like cheats, would you? Purely manual, Xu Lingqu glanced at Lu Ming. Can you even cheat in the arena? Of course. I saw on the Star Network forum that someone created a flying cheat that allowed them to cling to the ceiling throughout the entire match. Lu Ming replied, resting his chin on his hand. However, the arena is now cracking down hard. They can detect it on-site and blacklist you immediately. Even if there are some particularly clever cheats, they'll eventually be caught. Xu Lingqu shook her head, thinking that Logan Bill's inquiry implied rampant cheating in the arena, and that she would be battling against cheaters if she participated if you secure first place. I'll give you 100,000. You can also keep the 30,000 prize from the arena. How does that sound? Logan Bill contemplated, deciding to utilize the fund his parents had previously given him, but which he had no use for. First place in the network's Mecha Arena would earn him a lifetime title. When he showcased it in densely populated areas, it would be incredibly impressive, even if he didn't achieve first place. Landing the top 50 would still be quite impressive, and if he didn't take first, he had a valid reason to settle for less. The merchant bloodline in Logan Bill ignited with excitement. He felt he was bound to profit. Meanwhile, Xu Lingqu was enviously observing Lu Ming, thinking, this kid is really wealthy. Is that price market rate? Xu Lingqu wasn't well-versed in the network's pricing. Who would post the number one mecha on the market? Lu Ming couldn't help but scoff, noting that their boosting services typically catered only to those ranked beyond the top 50. However, this kid was offering quite a bit, as he was even taking his prize money. All right then, Xu Lingqu replied to the formidable King Rabbit. Is there a time limit? If there are no other requirements. I can log in and start now. Oh, by the way, when I log into your account, I will change my appearance to female. I'll want to modify anything else that I said acceptable. Logan Bill was momentarily stunned. You're a girl? Following the conversation, Xu Lingqu said, no objections. Just provide me with the cabin number, and I will adjust the permissions. Xu Lingqu exited the cocoon, waiting for half an hour. once she anticipated that the mighty king rabbit had made sufficient progress. She re-entered the cocooned AT that moment. Two characters appeared for her to choose from for login. She adjusted the gender of the mighty king rabbit to female, as there shouldn't be so many demands for a substitute account. However, maintaining a male identity in a holographic environment like the Skynet felt peculiar, akin to undergoing a cyber gender reassignment surgery. Upon entering the Skynet, Lu Ming praised her, exclaiming, "This is the way you should appear." The original child setting was so well-crafted. Transitioning from male to female is flawlessly executed. Xu Lingqu paid little mind to this. She glanced at the arena, noting that the mighty king rabbit's score remained at 0. While the top score in Skynet was currently 97, 880, nearing 100, 000, the disparity was stark, yet the arena was user-friendly, allowing anyone with 500 points to challenge the top 100, thus earning points through higher-level matches. The immediate goal was to secure a 10-game winning streak to reach 500 points. Chapter 73. Null Arena. Heavenly Agent as the conflicts between the Empire and the Federation intensified over the years. The popularity of the interstellar Skynet mecha arena surged in this atmosphere. Skynet launched unrestricted virtual mechas, igniting a desire among many to experience piloting one that, although on the surface, Skynet appeared to separate the Empire and Federation domains. Those determined could still observe each other's conditions, resulting in a covert competition. Moreover, the live broadcast derived from the mecha arena gained traction, featuring both civilian mecha experts and military academy students who had not entered the military. Leading broadcasters could attract up to 200 million viewers in a single night. Xu was a minor broadcaster in the live streaming zone of the mecha arena. Though a small streamer, he still garnered tens of thousands of viewers each night, mainly showcasing his exploits in the lower tiers of the arena. Having trained in combat and possessing decent physical fitness, he achieved a score of around 3,000 after 2 years of virtual mecha study. Easily handling newcomers with scores below 500, there were always critics accusing him of bullying, while others supported him, arguing that the defeated players were simply lacking skill. Tonight, as usual, Xu greeted his audience before logging into his secondary account to embark on his hunting expedition in the arena. Upon entering and selecting to join the arena, he noticed an ID named Mighty King Rabbit, which immediately caught his attention. Reviewing her match history, he discovered she had achieved a 9-game winning streak. Just one victory away from reaching 500 points and escaping the novice matchmaking pool. The comments began to flood in. "That's the one. Look at that, a military academy student, but from the 3rd Star System's military school. What a joke." Looking at the ID and appearance, she's probably just a little girl that I love watching them get bullied. "Come on, streamer." The live room buzzed with excitement, and Xu eagerly sent a request to join. Anticipating a profitable stream, Xu Lingqu's 9-game winning streak was swift. Switching accounts increased her matchmaking success rate significantly to save time. She opted for an assault-type mecha. The participants were mostly novices, and her aim was not to torment them but to earn consecutive wins. So she kept her distance and fired a few shots, aiming for a quick resolution. Thus, her 9-game streak progressed rapidly, but just as she was about to secure her final victory, a player named Xu entered her arena. With his arrival, the previously empty virtual audience seats began to fill, amassing over 200 spectators. This guy a streamer. Xu Lingqu glanced around, realizing that most were likely fans of Xu. He didn't seem very famous, but his skills must be decent, right? You can let loose this time. Compared to the streaming zone, Lu Ming preferred watching interstellar animations and was unfamiliar with this aspect. Xu Lingqu chose to engage in battle, confidently selecting a speed mecha to indulge in her thrill. Observers in the arena, including those watching the stream, began to criticize her choice. This girl doesn't understand. A novice playing speed? How did she win the previous 9 matches? She's the one who doesn't get it. Players using speed are all low-ranked. Stop barking. Xu, go easy on her this round. Don't make her cry. For the sake of stream duration and effect, Xu decisively chose defense. As the saying goes, a dull knife cuts flesh. Focusing on torment, he had meticulously planned to wear down the mighty king rabbit. The comments in the arena were visible to Xu Lingqu, and she quickly noticed their unfriendly taunts. Lu Ming was nearly infuriated, unable to believe that anyone would think Xu Lingqu lacked understanding of the mecha. The tone was shockingly flippant, evoking disgust. You chose defense and retreated into your shell. Lingqu, smash him. As soon as the words left, the grayish-blue mecha charged forward. Xu, startled, barely had time to summon a defensive shield. A resounding crash echoed as the speed mecha's blade struck the shield, inflicting a staggering 53 damage. Oh no, I've encountered a tough opponent. It was evident to everyone watching the arena as they stood up, wide-eyed, fixated on the two mechas on stage. The live chat erupted. Hey sure is about to have a rough time. Can anyone who said she didn't understand speed come forward? Seriously, is this even possible? Is this speed mecha capable of such damage? Xu Lingqu didn't allow Hey sure a moment to respond. Having failed to penetrate the turtle shell with her initial strike, she swiftly executed a left kick, sending the defensive mecha tumbling uncontrollably to the side. Hey sure struggled to maintain his balance as the second strike arrived, landing heavily on the neck of the defensive mecha, causing its health to plummet. Yet, Hey sure had completely lost control. In the final move, Xu Lingqu activated the cannon on her left shoulder, executing the sequence with fluid grace. The system declared Hey sure's defeat after merely 52 seconds from the start. 52 seconds, she had vanquished a fully defensive mecha with the universally acknowledged weakest mecha, all while her opponent was a small streamer boasting a score of 3,000. After a brief silence, the audience erupted in a thunderous applause. The live chat was filled with comments. A great relief. Justice has been served. The mighty King Rabbit is so impressive. Xu Lingqu achieved her 10-game winning streak, earning 500 points, just as she was about to inquire with Lu Ming about how to tackle higher-level matches. Hey sure had his defenses shattered. This was the first time he had experienced such a devastating defeat in his streaming career, and the humiliation was unbearable as a streamer known for his dominance over weaker opponents. He could not accept being treated as prey. You must be cheating. There's no way you could defeat me otherwise. Unwilling to concede, he glared at Xu Lingqu and sent another battle request. Determined to prove his worth with his most adept heavy mecha, if you cheat again, you'll definitely be banned. Oh, you dare to win against me once more. Do you dare? Hey sure, furious, shouted, his disgraceful demeanor evident to the audience in the arena and the live stream. Some eager viewers rushed to the forum to post about the incident. Bullying streamer, Hey sure suffered a painful defeat in 52 seconds, becoming a plate for a passerby, raging in incompetence. Come quickly. As a result, the arena audience swelled with even more viewers, all eager to see if Xu Lingqu would accept this second challenge. If there was enough hype, subsequent challenges in higher-level matches would likely be harder to refuse. Lu Ming was thrilled. Upon hearing this, Xu Lingqu accepted Hey sure's challenge, as she found little interest in repeatedly defeating him. It was simply too dull. Chapter 74. Null Arena. Heavenly Agent this time. Xu Lingqu selected a strength mecha. In her overall assessment, she favored strength, 2 blades, a long one tempered and a short one that could be thrown and automatically retrieved, allowed for diverse offensive techniques, showcasing her personal strengths to the utmost. Those skilled in strength typically excelled in combat, every move reflecting their agility. Hey sure felt a jolt of apprehension upon seeing mighty King Rabbit choose strength. Had he truly encountered a formidable opponent this time? Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to back down after his earlier bravado, and chose his most proficient heavy mecha. As the match commenced, Hey sure charged forward, wielding his axe, determined to strike first. Xu Lingqu observed as he approached, and, as the distance narrowed, she maneuvered her strength mecha to leap over him, swiftly delivering a blow with her long knife that pierced through his right arm, pinning him against the transparent protective barrier. After a couple of seconds, she withdrew her long knife and swiftly retreated a few steps. Hey sure felt utterly humiliated, activating his defensive weapon, a half-body shield, while simultaneously hurling his axe at Xu Lingqu, aiming to land a decisive blow. However, she merely sidestepped with grace, countering by throwing her short knife as a concealed projectile. The short dagger, seemingly endowed with its own sentience, deftly maneuvered around the shield, striking Blackstone's mech at the nape of the neck, sending him staggering dangerously close to the ground. In a swift recovery, Xu Lingqu leapt into the air, utilizing the retracted dagger as leverage to ascend. The tempered long sword descended from above, delivering a powerful blow to Blackstone, leaving a vivid crimson afterimage in its wake. The force of this strike was so immense that it forced Blackstone's heavy mech to its knees, declaring his defeat on the spot. The entire challenge lasted merely 1 minute and 12 seconds. Xu Lingqu stepped out of the cockpit, her demeanor tinged with boredom, while the audience in the arena was almost at full capacity. How can someone of such caliber have so many fans? She mused, her tone laced with skepticism. Lu Ming, However, reported with excitement that Blackstone supporters comprised only a small fraction of the audience. The vast majority were drawn from the StarNet forum. Posts celebrating the prowess of the mighty King Rabbit Blackstone had gained considerable traction, fueled by a mix of resentment towards the bullying of newcomers and the stark contrast of Xu Lingqu's fluid, graceful movements alongside her striking ID. Many spectators were left questioning, what exactly is Rabbit? While the mighty king indeed exuded strength, the term Rabbit seemed perplexing. Rabbit is none other than our beloved interstellar animation superstar. Lady Rabbit, I had presumed my peers were merely children in elementary school. In reality, they are tearing through the arena. This sparked an unusual collaboration between the interstellar animation sector and the arena's live-streaming domain, with the latter hastily launching rabbit-themed emojis, further boosting the StarNet's profits. Nevertheless, Xu Lingqu was primarily focused on securing her 10 consecutive victories, earning her 500 points, which would allow her to strategize for higher-level competitions. After being defeated in her second challenge, and with the StarNet refusing to ban the mighty King Rabbit, Blackstone found himself in an embarrassing position, seizing the moment when all eyes were on Xu Lingqu. He hastily logged off, unnoticed even by his meager fanbase. That moment, the spotlight was firmly fixed on Xu Lingqu, who, having just attained the requisite 500 points, initiated a challenge for a higher-level match. The elevated matches were a special fast track for particularly formidable newcomers, demonstrating an acute understanding of public sentiment. The audience thrived on narratives of the underdog, triumphing against the odds, the tale of grassroots resurgence. No matter how Glitch continued to inspire. There were even instances of live streams feigning such plots, with newcomers orchestrating staged matches with top players, only to be swiftly banned by the StarNet as a deterrent. The question lingered, was the mighty King Rabbit a novel narrative device, or did she genuinely possess such prowess? The spectators watched as she challenged the player ranked 50th, a fellow streamer known as All Points in Defense. Renowned for his defensive mech tactics, he had ascended to his rank by outlasting opponents, affectionately dubbed Turtle Ancestor by his fans at that moment. He was live-streaming, unaware of the sensation surrounding the mighty King Rabbit, dismissing her as just another newcomer attempting to challenge the rankings. After entering the top 50, he had grown accustomed to daily challenges from new accounts, often ignoring them. Thus, he rejected the challenge from Xu Lingqu. Upon receiving the rejection notification, Xu Lingqu remained unfazed and proceeded to challenge the player ranked 49th. The audacity of challenging the 50th player had already shocked the audience, and now moving up the ranks to challenge the 49th player only intensified the speculation. Could it be that the mighty King Rabbit had bribed her way through the top 50? The chatter grew louder, questioning her legitimacy as she continued to ascend the ranks. The player ranked 49th, known as Quick and Precise Gun, was a military academy student. Albeit not from one of the 6 major institutions, he was aware of the day's trending events and realized he had become the next target for the mighty King Rabbit. Accepting the challenge would undoubtedly boost his visibility, yet he feared he would be outmatched, as her combat skills were evident, even if she had not fully revealed her capabilities against Blackstone. After another rejection, Xu Lingqu frowned slightly, sensing a growing challenge. Lu Ming, ever perceptive, quickly offered to assist by sending messages on her behalf. Xu Lingqu consented, and before the eyes of the assembled crowd, the mighty King Rabbit issued challenges to the current top 48 players, accompanied by provocations that dared them to accept if they were unafraid of being defeated. At that moment, she received a message from her personal AI, Jean, inquiring about her current activities. Xu Lingqu casually replied, "Doing good deeds." Upon returning, Jean found his elder brother's condition had worsened. When he visited, he observed the pallor of his brother's face, the signature red hair of the Euripides family appearing lifeless and disheveled. Once regarded as the heir apparent, Prince Sean Euripides had succumbed to an inexplicable illness 2 years prior, with every remedy proving futile. The Euripides family, a branch of the Imperial lineage, was known for its short lifespans. A widely acknowledged secret, Jean, despite the gravity of the situation, reported his recent activities to Sean, who, with a cough, reminded him of the importance of socializing with peers at the MOE Military Academy. "I understand, brother," Jean replied, and Sean urged him to visit their sister, emphasizing the need for cordiality. But brother Jean sighed. "You know she doesn't like me." The second princess, Fulian Euripides, had never been fond of Jean. Despite their shared lineage, Jean, often feeling like an outcast due to his ordinary abilities, was perplexed by her disdain. Yet, out of respect for his ailing brother, He reluctantly complied. Wandering through the palace, he found himself under the shade of trees. Reminiscing about the day he first met Xu Lingqu, in a moment of inspiration, he decided to message her, expecting little response. Yet to his surprise, she replied, albeit rather dismissively. Doing good deeds, Jean couldn't help but smile. His spirits lifted. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to check in on his friend Shinsholi, knowing the news would infuriate him. The buzz surrounding Xu Lingqu had ignited the Starnet Mech Combat live streaming forum, and her audacity in challenging the top 50 players turned her into a phenomenon. Who exactly was the mighty King Rabbit? Her military academy was unfamiliar to many, leading some to speculate that she was merely seeking attention. Yet, the atmosphere was electric, with anticipation for her matches against the top players. The streamer, hesitant no longer, took the initiative to seize the flow of spectators, having just witnessed the formidable prowess of another. Caution was advised. One must be wary of having one's shell shattered. Confidence in the streamer was not entirely unfounded. After all, it was the 50th match. Observing the scrolling comments, the focus on defensive skills was palpable. Yet the decision was made to attempt to capture this surge of attention. The broadcast sent out 48 challenges, yet silence prevailed. Xu Lingqu received a challenge from one who had previously disregarded her. A competitor whose defensive skills were fully honed. At last, someone had come forth. Xu Lingqu, setting aside past grievances, promptly accepted the challenge, fearing the challenger might withdraw. The challenger, also puzzled by the swift agreement from the imposing King Rabbit, recognized the sincerity in the desire to engage in the arena rather than merely seek fame. With a moment of reflection, the challenger, who had initially contemplated a reckless approach, opted for the familiar defensive mech. Anticipating an attack from the King Rabbit, the challenger expected her to employ her recently displayed offensive skills. However, she surprised him by choosing speed, and one had dared to confront him directly with such swiftness before. Determined to maintain focus, he promptly disabled the comments. Xu Lingqu's choice of speed was a gesture of respect, though the onlookers perceived it as a blatant provocation, an observation she remained oblivious to. With a flick of her wrist, the match commenced. Xu Lingqu employed her rapid attack strategy, aiming to close in swiftly and catch him off guard. Yet the challenger was prepared, summoning 2 defensive weapons to shield himself. As her blade ascended, he deftly retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding a piercing strike. The challenge was evidently more skilled than previous adversaries, demonstrating that mere defense was not enough. He would evade rather than waste his resources. Sensing this, Xu Lingqu launched another rapid assault, not solely for direct engagement, but to corner him strategically. She activated the laser cannon on her shoulder, firing at the moment he was momentarily exposed. The shot was alarmingly close, leaving him momentarily dazed. Fortunately, his defenses absorbed the impact. Trapped in the corner, he resorted to a desperate charge towards Xu Lingqu, transforming his defensive weapon into an offensive one. Xu Lingqu, agile and swift, evaded his attack and retaliated with a precise strike aimed at his exposed flank. The challenger vowed this was his most flawless maneuver in 3 years, raising his shield just in time to block her strike. Had it connected, he would have likely been incapacitated. Regrettably, he realized he had overestimated his abilities, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. In the arena, the crowd erupted in excitement, witnessing the previously confident shell of the Taizong now in disarray. It had been a long time since such chaos had unfolded before them. The audience gasped as the King Rabbit's strikes appeared to leave sparks flying for the Taizong's frame. The challenger, now evading attacks rather than executing his own, found himself in a state of sheer panic, while Xu Lingqu pursued him leisurely, like a grim reaper collecting souls, waiting for the moment he faltered. As he exhausted his stamina, Xu Lingqu seized the opportunity to attack once more, her sword slicing through the air toward his shield. The challenger, shaken, struggled to maintain his grip on his defensive weapon. He contemplated using it offensively, attempting to push her aside to exploit her left side. However, she deftly sidestepped his move, swiftly piercing his right arm with her blade. Simultaneously, her laser cannon erupted, striking unimpeded toward his mech's head, resulting in an immediate defeat. The challenger, having lost to this newly emerged competitor, was left in a state of shock, processing the outcome of what had just transpired in the audience. The cheers were deafening. The spectators had not anticipated the King Rabbit's remarkable skill. Those who had previously doubted her intentions now fell silent, while the esteemed Taizong was swiftly dispatched within 5 minutes. Xu Lingqu shook her hands, acknowledging the challenge posed by the elusive challenger, who had proven difficult to pin down, expertly wielding his defensive weaponry. Had she not chosen speed, the match could have dragged on much longer. Amidst the crowd, a challenge request appeared before her, one from the top-ranked player in the arena, Ming, who had not been seen in some time. His mysterious persona, shrouded in anonymity, had captivated the audience, leading to rampant speculation regarding his true identity. The news ignited fervor within the community, as even the students of the Hua Military Academy gathered in rapt attention, oblivious to the discontent of their principal and the academy's director. The atmosphere grew tense. Xu Lingqu, intrigued, received a message from Lu Zheng, inquiring about her current activities. Initially silent, she felt a wave of anticipation wash over her. Encouraged by her peers, she promptly agreed to the challenge presented by Ming. Recognizing the opportunity to prove herself against the top contender, an unassuming figure entered the arena. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, acknowledging the legendary status of the top-ranked player Dada. So it turns out that not setting an appearance is a tacit understanding among true masters. Lu Ming stared incredulously at Ming. Xu Lingqu chose the mecha strength type and fell into a serious state. In Chapter 77, the arena of Null and the match between Null 6 began. Ming also opted for the strength type, and both sides were clearly aiming for maximum violent output, much to the excitement of the audience. This type of competition is visually captivating, thrilling enough to satisfy the spectators' craving for action. Meanwhile, discussions arose about who would ultimately triumph. The mighty King Rabbit Ao Wu is formidable, but surely Ming's explosive skills would dominate, right? Isn't that obvious? Ming has held the top spot for 2 years. What does it mean for a newcomer to suddenly ascend to the top 50? I suggest that Dolinston Longyuan simply come in and seize the spot. If the mighty King Rabbit Ao Wu can last 10 minutes. That would be impressive, wouldn't it? Is there no support for the mighty King Rabbit Ao Wu? I don't care. I'm betting on her to win. As the match commenced, both mechas simultaneously unsheathed their blades and charged at each other. The clash of swords echoed loudly, eliciting gasps from the crowd, and in an instant, the arena was enveloped in a palpable aura of aggression. The two combatants pushed apart simultaneously, and at that moment, Ming's short blade lunged towards the mighty King Rabbit Ao Wu. It was difficult for Xu Lingqu to adjust her stance to evade, so she raised her left arm to block. This was the first time someone had inflicted effective damage on her in this arena. Lu Ming observed that Xu Lingqu seemed to transform, an invisible ferocity radiating from her being. After blocking that strike, she pivoted her blade and leaped into the air, executing a downward slash towards Ming. The blow came swiftly. Ming barely managed to hold his ground, but was still forced back several steps by the sheer force. Xu Lingqu gave him no chance to recover, delivering a high kick that struck Ming's left shoulder, followed by a powerful punch aimed at his face. Ming found himself in a precarious position after being kicked, stumbling for several steps. However, his reflexes were commendable, and he managed to deflect several of her strikes. In a flash, he absorbed the impact from her earlier blow and swiftly transitioned from defense to offense, wielding his long sword to engage Xu Lingqu. The audience was transfixed, watching as the two massive mechas executed maneuvers more intricate than human combat. Fearful of missing any of their actions, it was as if they had choreographed their moves, each attack seamlessly flowing into the next. Any slight misstep from either side would lead to dire consequences. This sensation was unlike anything Xu Lingqu had experienced even in her previous duels with Instructor Zhang. As her movements accelerated, and the clashing of blades increased in frequency, Ming's profound understanding of mechas allowed him to exploit Xu Lingqu's vulnerabilities. Launching several attacks, while Xu Lingqu, unyielding, mirrored his tactics, retaliating fiercely. Both fighters adeptly utilized the characteristics of their short blades, calculating every strike and parry as if they were sorcerers casting spells to inflict damage upon one another. Thus, this high-frequency, high-stakes duel continued for over 100 exchanges, with Xu Lingqu gradually feeling the strain. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, delivering a side slash that unexpectedly sent Ming's sword flying from his grasp. He was now spent, his strength depleted. Without hesitation, Xu Lingqu capitalized on Ming's loss of weaponry. After a few more strikes, the system quickly declared him defeated. As the word challenge successful appeared before her. Thunderous applause filled her ears. Xu Lingqu, panting, glanced at the ranking of the mighty King Rabbit Ao Wu, now soaring to the top position. After 4 hours and a total of 13 matches, she had comprehensively shattered the records of the Tianwang Mecha Arena, an unprecedented achievement that would not be replicated. This marked the pinnacle of speed for reaching the top rank, a true convergence of timing, environment, and skill. Ming emerged from the virtual mecha after a considerable duration, his expression neutral as he approached Xu Lingqu and extended his hand. Sensing he had something to say, Xu Lingqu silenced the audience and reciprocated the gesture. "You are formidable," Ming remarked. "You ought to be among the ranks of mecha pilots in the 6 major military academies." "I am not," she replied, for her mental prowess had not been selected. "Based on your abilities, you should be there as well." Ming fell silent for a moment before a wry smile crossed his face. "My mental strength is rated C. He lacked even the qualifications to enter the 6 major academies. Xu Lingqu was taken aback. "I have never shared this with anyone, but perhaps losing today has compelled me to speak," he confessed, his expression reflecting confusion. "My mental strength is C. Not as mystical as everyone speculates that I am merely an amateur mecha enthusiast. It took me a month to adapt to the virtual mecha. As my previous profession was in underground fighting, life and death matches, I could sense your strikes were as lethal as mine," he murmured. "In truth, I was on the verge of giving up, as I believed I would never have the chance to engage with real mechas, confined to the allure of the virtual realm. Recently, I've been contemplating that I should have awakened long ago, but then you appeared. Thank you, sincerely." Without an opponent, he felt his passion for virtual mechas beginning to wane. By chance, he had accessed Tianwang and stumbled upon a match featuring the mighty king, Rabbit Ao Wu, who had invested all skill points into defense. In that moment, a long-lost sensation of finding a worthy rival surged through his veins. Ming spoke earnestly. "I will not give up, at least not until I have defeated you. Your mental prowess will not confine you," Xu Lingqu replied. "You will create miracles as an ordinary person." With that, she exited the arena, the title of number 1 now firmly attached to the mighty king Rabbit Ao Wu. The first commissioned task of the interstellar era had finally concluded. Xu Lingqu sent a reminder to Logan Bill's personal intelligence brain. "I'm done. You can log in to collect." After that, she instructed Lu Ming to erase her login information from this account before logging out of the mighty king Rabbit Ao Wu. Logan Bill, who was about to drink the warm milk handed to him by the domestic robot before bed, had just seen off the piano teacher hired by his parents when he received Xu Lingqu's message, nearly spitting out his milk. This person must be a fraud. How could they possibly achieve first place in such a short time? Doubtful, he quickly logged into Tianwang to see what had transpired. Upon entering, he was first startled by his newly bestowed title, followed by an overwhelming flood of messages and requests from curious netizens regarding this new top-ranked player. After silencing the messages, he cautiously opened his arena battle records, and upon seeing that the mighty King Rabbit Ao Wu had defeated his idol, Ming, he was utterly dizzy. This person is truly terrifying. The efficiency of the little kid's money transfer was remarkable. Xu Lingqu received a transfer through a newly created anonymous account shortly thereafter. After securing the funds, she promptly forwarded a portion to Natata and then went to bed, completely oblivious to the turmoil she had caused within Tianwang. In Chapter 78. Xu Yuan finished work early today. Having returned from a business trip to report back, he heard his colleagues murmuring about the mighty King Rabbit Ao Wu as he exited the military headquarters. He had little interest in understanding what it was and hurried home. Upon entering the Su mansion, he found Su Shichen waiting for him in the lobby. "Brother, where is mother?" Su Shichen's lake green eyes were filled with confusion. Returning home without seeing Lady Catherine made her uneasy. Xu Yuan sighed. Aware that news regarding Xu Lingqu's background had begun circulating within the military, he had informed his mother immediately, and now the prevailing sentiment within the military was that General Xu was benevolent. But his wife was overbearing. Lady Catherine had finally realized she had been deceived by her husband. Without hesitation, Lady Catherine packed her belongings and left the Su mansion. Being the daughter of a noble family, she was accustomed to a life of luxury. Her marriage to Su Chengbi had been merely a political arrangement. She may not have been particularly wise or tolerant, but upon sensing her husband's malice, she possessed the confidence and courage to depart. "Zhenjin, I hope you can grow up carefree forever." Xu Yuan had always taken pride in having a brave and kind sister, recognizing he himself was not a good person. But he wished for her to remain innocent and joyful. However, it was clear that their parents were destined to face a battle. "Brother," Su Shichen said, sensing something amiss but unsure of the details. "I've grown up that I will become a formal mecha pilot and be a support for our family. Looking at his sister, Xu suddenly realized that it was not Xu Shichen who had suddenly matured, but rather they had stubbornly treated her as a child for far too long. At this moment, Xu Yuan's colleagues were in a state of frantic disarray. His primary duties revolve around monitoring the Tianwang Mecha arena, scouting for promising talent, and ensuring that no military mecha pilots were violating regulations by participating in unauthorized battles. To be honest, it was mostly a trivial task. Those who had been selected as official military mecha pilots would not recklessly jeopardize their futures. He had previously sought out the young man named Ming, only to discover that his mental strength was rated C, after which there was no further follow-up. Today, the formidable King Rabbit, Ah Wu, suddenly appeared, startling him greatly. Upon contacting the head of Tianwang to retrieve information, he discovered that this individual was, astonishingly, a mere child. He scrutinized Logan Beer's photograph for an extended period, and, mustering his courage, he reported upward. The next day, his superior brought him to the doorstep of this mech prodigy. When Logan Beers opened the door and saw several military personnel, along with local officials, he was momentarily dumbfounded, fearing that his parents had gone bankrupt and their home was to be reclaimed for debts. After they explained their intentions, Logan instinctively began to reveal the truth behind his alternate account. However, he suddenly recalled that Tianwang had been concealing his identity with garbled data. He likely did not wish to be recognized. Thus, Logan decided to protect his good friend in the gaming world and keep her secret safe. Yet these individuals would hardly believe that the top rank was achieved by him alone, so he feigned innocence, saying, "Uncles, what are you talking about? I don't understand." He resolved to pretend that his account had been hacked. Xu Lingqu was blissfully unaware that her young boss was steadfastly guarding her, and that night she slept unusually soundly, awakening not by her own accord but by the gentle nudging of Liu Ming's fluffy head. Liu Ming was truly in awe of its master's execution capability. After their gaming session yesterday, it had wanted to say something, but she had simply gone to sleep. The entire Tianwang platform was in chaos. The forums buzzed tirelessly throughout the night, dissecting the identity of the formidable King Rabbit Ah Wu, with the viewership of the match between Ming and King Rabbit soaring into the top 20 of Tianwang's videos. Netizens meticulously analyzed the few recorded arena matches of King Rabbit Ah Wu frame by frame, even comparing them with the outstanding performances from military academy mech duels in an attempt to uncover the truth. Unfortunately, no matter how thoroughly they searched, they could not find this person. Liu Ming felt an immense pride swell within it as it observed the posts, but it also found it somewhat exasperating that its master, who could unwittingly incite such a whirlwind of chaos, was still fast asleep. Thus, it summoned the courage to wake her up. Xu Lingqu grabbed the dog by the scruff of its neck, setting it down as she yawned, and proceeded to wash up. After a moment's contemplation, she decided that training was still a priority today. The fatigue from yesterday's gaming session stemmed from her physical condition. Though one could not rush physical fitness, improving it was always beneficial. "Master, do you know that the entire Tianwang platform is investigating you right now?" Liu Ming trotted after her to the wash basin. "Didn't you delete all the information?" Xu Lingqu turned her head to look at it. "So they couldn't uncover anything after scrutinizing you all night? Don't you find that exhilarating?" Xu Lingqu remained puzzled by the peculiar thoughts whirling in Liu Ming's little mind. How had the Galactic General raised it to be this way? Before Liu Ming could continue its odd musings, the doorbell rang. Xu Lingqu went to open the door and found Natata standing there, nervously holding a breakfast tray. Yes, as soon as the door opened, she bowed deeply, lifting her head with tears glistening in her eyes. After receiving the transfer from Xu Lingqu last night, she had been unable to sleep from excitement. The 150,000 material fee was complete, allowing her to participate in the important competition. All thanks to Xu Lingqu. Xu Lingqu took the breakfast from her hands and stepped aside to let her in. "When do you plan to set off? If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask." Natata quickly shook her head. No, I can't trouble you again. I just came to express my gratitude. It's nothing. Just become a mech master as soon as possible. Following her experience with the virtual mech, Xu Lingqu's perception of mechs had transformed entirely. Previously, she had been merely mildly interested, but the words of Instructor Chun had cast a spell on her, having been awestruck by the virtual mechs. She couldn't help but wonder how breathtaking it would be to pilot a real one. That Natata blushed, feeling that Xu Lingqu believed in her more than she did herself. After hesitating, she finally spoke. "Actually, my primary research focus is on mechs without mental power restrictions. That IT was my father's dying wish. and it will be the endeavor I dedicate my life to. Mechs without mental power restrictions? Xu Lingqu looked up, surprised at Natada's revelation. Natada misinterpreted her expression and quickly added, I will definitely research how to create S-class mechs. Although I don't think I have much talent, I will fulfill the promise I made to you. Your commitment to your research is commendable. Xu Lingqu replied. She was grateful that Ming had not given up, for there were many ordinary individuals whose dreams were worth striving for throughout their lives. After expressing her gratitude, Natada took her leave. Once Xu Lingqu closed the door, she turned around to see Lu Ming looking quite disgruntled. What's wrong? How can you let someone else help you create another S-class mech? Didn't you promise to help me find my true form and only be my master? Lu Ming could no longer contain itself and loudly protested after overhearing Xu Lingqu and Natada's conversation that I did promise to help you find your true mech. But when did I say I would only be your master? Lu Ming could be overly childish at times. Xu Lingqu calmed it down, explaining, currently, there are no leads about your true form. How can we search? Lu Ming cooled down a bit. Fine, I'm angry, but you make a good point. Aren't you an SSS class mech? Why would you feel threatened by a mere shadow of an S-class mech? Lu Ming was completely appeased, puffing out its chest proudly. I am indeed the most splendid mech. Though I lack any leads about my true form, you possess S-class mental power, and I have sensed your recent improvement. You can now fully perceive the presence of SSS class mechs, and it can be achieved even with just S-class power. As long as we explore enough places as it spoke, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and it looked up to find Xu Lingqu gazing at it coldly. Can Shun sense your life force? Lu Ming felt an icy chill run down its spine as it recalled the first time it met Xu Lingqu, who had been sufficiently aloof and exuded an aura of menace. It began to stutter its explanation. And no, he wouldn't as long as you activate me. I can summon my life force, allowing me to control the energy within me. After all, my true form is not present. Lu Ming had even strutted up to Xu when he visited their dormitory, confident in its ability to control the situation. With its S-class power, Xu would have perceived nothing amiss. What about when you're in the ring and unable to control yourself? During their first encounter, she had met Xu while wearing the ring without activating her mental power. That was just a minuscule amount. At most, he could sense an unusual energy fluctuation from me, and it was fleeting. Unless he was extraordinarily observant, he wouldn't be able to capture it at all. Lu Ming was genuinely frightened. Why hadn't he informed Xu Lingqu of this at that moment? It had just gained freedom and had been too caught up in playing, which was a grave oversight. Xu must have sensed something, and reflecting on the trial period, it made sense why he had inexplicably drawn near. Although Xu Lingqu had never felt any malice from him, she had often wondered about the motives of this ill-tempered young master who persisted in approaching her. Now, she finally had an answer. I assure you that even if he senses something amiss, he will never realize that I am a mech or anything of the sort, especially since my true form is absent. Lu Ming was genuinely on the verge of tears, as the tension in the room had become suffocating. Xu Lingqu contemplated the situation. Considering Xu every action during the trial period and his subsequent visit to their dorm, it seemed he had truly not perceived anything unusual, likely only sensing that she was somewhat peculiar. Their inevitable encounter could not have been avoided unless she had known beforehand to remove the ring before attending the gathering. Moreover, that day, she had been slow to react during the interstellar transition and fainted in front of him, making it impossible to hide any anomalies. Rather than dwell on regret, it was wiser to shift her perspective. Understanding why he approached her was far better than the awkward, probing advances of someone like Tang Muin, which only served to make her increasingly uncomfortable. She couldn't blame Lu Ming for this. The oppressive atmosphere in the room dissipated abruptly. Lu Ming sighed in relief, approaching Xu Lingqu and wagging its tail. Are you no longer angry, master? I promise I will tell you everything from now on. Is there anything you haven't disclosed yet? Xu Lingqu inquired. Nothing, but Lu Ming said cautiously, can you really not just be my master? Understood. Xu Lingqu reached out to open a pet nutrient pack to soothe its wounded feelings. That moment, Xu was still lost in thought, gazing at the messages Jean had sent him. On the day he returned to the Shen Manor, General Shun was watering the flowers in the yard, insisting on competing with the robot for work. When the old man noticed his return, he continued watering without pause, casually asking, how did it go? Shen, not entering his grandfather's Long Yuan, stubbornly headed to Moxie, attempting to utilize his S-class mental power to search for the presence of Liu Ming's mech within the academy. This was a task personally assigned to him by His Majesty Andrew. I found nothing, Xin Sholi replied, lowering his gaze to the flowers and plants his grandfather was tending to. In truth, General Shun had anticipated this outcome. Liu Ming had been missing for so long. While many speculated that the Galactic General had left it at Moxie, the Academy had been thoroughly searched over the years. Ultimately, His Majesty Andrew was still balancing the disparities among the 6 military academies. After all, in the previous Military Academy League, Majia had suffered defeat at the hands of the local star system's military academy. If this trend continues, it would be impossible to maintain its prestigious status among the 6 major military academies. A scenario that His Majesty is particularly averse to. How is your relationship with your classmates? General Shun, like an ordinary parent, fretted over his grandson. He was well aware of the boy's temperament. Although the 3rd prince accompanied him, it was highly likely that he was not well liked. Over the years, due to his illustrious family background, striking appearance, and remarkable talents, his grandson had been idolized, a fact that General Shun was acutely aware of. Aside from the 3rd prince, none of those around him truly enjoyed his company. After all, his foul temper was notorious, and Shinsholi had never entertained the thought of changing it. After a moment of silence, Shinsholi looked at his grandfather and asked, "Grandfather, what should I do if I really want to get close to someone, but she doesn't seem to like me?" General Shun's hand trembled slightly. "What did you say?" He keenly detected the disappointment and insecurity in Shun Sholi's tone, emotions he had never sensed in his grandson before. What? His grandson actually wished to temper his foul temperament and please others. Observing his grandfather's shocked expression, Shun Sholi chose to leave the room and lock the door behind him. Otherwise, he would surely be interrogated relentlessly. He was not ready for anyone, aside from Jean, to know about his secret infatuation with Xu Lingqu. Everything felt overwhelmingly perplexing. He thought back to that day in the Xu Mansion's garden, when he had been drawn in by a faint, mysterious energy, becoming the witness to Xu Lingqu sending those 2 individuals into the water. Despite the absence of that energy in subsequent encounters, Xu Lingqu continued to captivate him. Shinsholi reassured himself that the subtle energy had vanished. Yet, the powerful and enigmatic aura surrounding her remained an undeniable fact. And it was only natural for him to be drawn to her. It was only during the recent training period's cross-country exercise, overwhelmed by concern and worry, that he realized his feelings for her. Reflecting on that day, he mused that it wasn't just the 2 of them who were kicked into the water, but he himself as well. Those in love often fail to recognize their own sentiments immediately. Only realizing their predicament when submerged, Xu Lingqu was shrouded in many mysteries, and he gazed at her as if observing a brilliant, dazzling, and unfathomable star from afar. Irrevocably drawn in, he resigned himself to the notion that he might forever remain an observer. Basking in the starlight while fantasizing about the fleeting moments of closeness. Chapter 80. No intention of giving up. Shinsholi was adept at picking the perfect moment to message her. Liu Ming watched in trepidation as a holographic image of a white rose from the garden appeared on Xu Lingqu's intelligent device, pondering what this young man intended. Was he implying that he had sensed her unease in the garden? Xu Lingqu instinctively attempted to connect the 2 events, but quickly dismissed her speculation. All previous indicators suggested that Shinsholi was not the type to use such insights to intimidate others. If he wanted to call her out, there were plenty of opportunities during the training period. Returning home just to stage this was rather foolish. Perhaps he merely wished to showcase his gardening skills. However, she could no longer afford to treat their conversations with nonchalance. She replied with 4 words, "Quite beautiful." Today, as General Shun stepped into his meticulously tended garden, he was taken aback to find his grandson, who usually paid little attention to the flowers and plants, sneaking around the pristine white whispers he had nurtured. "If you dare to touch my flowers today, I will transfer you." After being greeted by these 3 individuals, the usually boisterous Su Shichen was surprisingly quiet. Xu Lingqu felt a tug at her heart and proactively messaged her. "How is everything at home?" Su Chengbi had taken decisive action, and Lady Catherine was certainly not someone to be trifled with. It was likely that the Su mansion was currently in turmoil. Nevertheless, these were matters she had to confront. Su Shichen's response was swift, sending a crying puppy emoji and merely stating, "I want to return to Majia early." It seemed there was no major crisis, though it was undoubtedly distressing. Xu Lingqu felt relieved and proceeded with her original plan to train. The facilities on campus were vastly superior to the shabby place during the training period, boasting dedicated physical training rooms and various professional equipment for students, eliminating the need for exhausting outdoor runs. With the help of this equipment, Xu Lingqu significantly enhanced her precision in calculating her physical limits. After a final day of training, she could distinctly feel herself hitting her limits, neither exceeding nor falling short. Exactly the state d'art I had described as the perfect enhancement of oneself, in the infirmary. D'art I had yet to return, but finally, there was another doctor besides the robot. Dr. Olav had just returned from a special training organized by the military for second and third year students at Maggia. Looking as relaxed as ever, he planned to indulge in a new song by an interstellar star now that he was back at Maggia, assuming he would have little to manage to AT that moment. The half-conscious Xu Lingqu entered. "Who did this to you?" Dr. Olav exclaimed, astonished. "Isn't that madman Kyong still on leave?" "I did it myself," Xu Lingqu replied, confidently standing before the silicon condenser. How did she manage to pinpoint the most expensive treatment device with such precision? Dr. Olav's lips twitched, but since she was already there and appeared unwell, he thought it best to let her use it. After all, while it was extraordinarily pricey, it was largely wasted at Maggia. "Thank you." As Xu Lingqu adeptly settled into the treatment device, Dr. Olav's personal intelligent device buzzed with a message from his colleague, Li Haisha, who was on leave. "You must have reached Maggia by now. When you have some free time, there's a girl named Xu Lingqu who will likely seek your assistance. Be sure to record her physical data, but keep your mouth shut until I return." Dr. Olav glanced at the identity information registered for treatment in his device. This girl, who navigated the infirmary with ease, was indeed named Xu Lingqu. A first-year student, Li Haisha, seemed to be keeping a close watch over the infirmary. Thus, he dared not slack off, focusing intently on Xu Lingqu. However, by the end of the treatment, he had gleaned nothing significant. Xu Lingqu felt invigorated. This first treatment should not involve the data comparisons she had previously experienced with Dr. Li, allowing her to frequent the infirmary more often once he returned from leave. Dr. Olav watched her walk away, feeling inexplicably manipulated by Li Haisha. Today, second and third year students from Maggia returned to school, with the Military Academy League approaching, though the event was organized by the Skynet. It ultimately represented a clash between the Empire and the Federation's younger generation, a competition that the military held in high regard, prompting annual collective training among major military academies. However, the disparity in training was apparent. Maggia had suffered a humiliating defeat last time, and military higher-ups had grown displeased. This training felt as effortless and challenging as abandoning them outright, lacking the rigor expected when compared to the new students' training period. Some second and third year students at Maggia felt embarrassed by this situation. Yet, others took pride in their enrollment, viewing Maggia as the best military academy for coasting through. Xu Lingqu planned to finish her dinner and return to rest. Upon entering the cafeteria, she noted the increased number of people. During the meal, she could distinctly hear the conversation at the adjacent table. "Have you heard? Duranstan has a new commander with S-level psychic power this year." S-level psychic power, taking on a command role. TSK. Do you think the commanders from the other 5 military academies are as incompetent as ours? The senior commanders they report each year are the most capable students in their schools, unlike our last year's Fengbu. But this year, our academy has several impressive new students, including Shun Sholi and the S-level shooting champion, Lu Zheng. Fengbu can't still be occupying his position, can he? It seems Shin Sholi didn't report for command, either. What was that saying? A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. In any case, Fengbu has a good father who's the principal. It wouldn't be surprising if he offended General Shan for the sake of his son. By the way, speaking of new students, didn't you mention a junior named Sun who asked you about the training period? How did it go for him this year? Don't even mention it. It's unfortunate. Ares sent a team to the second star system, and the deputy star system chief was taken away during a speech. His situation is severe and likely related to the infrastructure of a planet in the second star system. They say he caused many deaths and has been under investigation for a long time. With solid evidence, they directly apprehended him, that he collapsed, and many followed suit. My junior is the worst off, and I heard their family is under special scrutiny. Having finished her meal, Xu Lingqu stood up to leave. The Ares they had just mentioned was presumably an organization serving the royal family, and the special scrutiny was clearly a tactic employed by Jean. She owed him a favor, yet her primary concern lay with the so-called wasteful commander from last year. Feng Bu, who had a principal father, due to the psychic power limitations that made it unwise to reveal the mech's soldier slots. She had no intention of relinquishing the command position. Chapter 81. It settled, not only Xu Lingqu was unwilling to relinquish the command position at this moment. Xu Li stood in the principal's office, where the old men occupying key positions within the academy had finally assembled. Typically, they would only come to school for a brief tea break, so it was quite rare for them to convene at the same table for discussions. Xu Li cast a glance at them. She was not surprised by their presence, attributing it to her own influence that I wish to resign. Xu Li sent her lengthy resignation letter, comprising thousands of words, to all the intelligence terminals of the attendees, while the high-ranking officials in the military department remained uninformed. This was due to Principal Feng Hui, who had urgently intercepted the message and convened this meeting. The internal conditions of MOCM Military Academy were well known to these individuals. Once Xu Li departed, Kaiyan, Instructor Chun, and the newly appointed officer would also leave. Most of them had come to MOCM with the mindset of merely passing time in retirement, showing no concern for the academy's development. Yet they did not wish for MOCM to collapse outright. Feng Hui gazed at the resolute Xu Li, rubbing his temples, and not being from a military background himself, had originally served as a professor of planetary environmental science at a comprehensive university. His appointment as the principal of MOCM, one of the 6 major military academies, was purely a move by the military to inconvenience him. What could a complete outsider do to revitalize MOCM? Fortunately, his female subordinate had shown unwavering dedication to the academy, alleviating much of his burden, leading to a positive trend. He suggested that Xu Li voice any difficulty she faced, emphasizing that there was no need for an outright resignation. An elderly gentleman at the long table spoke first, and others soon followed suit. Indeed, Xu Li had made significant progress with MOCM. Why should she leave? Without her, the academy would have faced dire straits in recent years. Xu Li maintained a neutral expression, but her mind replayed the 3 devastating defeats from last year's MOCM Military Academy League. They were quick to question their own accountability alongside Kaiyan, completely disregarding the fact that the greatest loss stemmed from Principal Feng Hui's decision to appoint his inept son as the commander. If she did not overturn the table today, it was likely that the same disastrous appointments would recur this year. Staying is an option. I am more than willing to contribute to MOCM, but I will determine the commander for this year's league. Upon uttering this, the elderly men who had just been smoothing ruffled feathers shifted their gaze uneasily towards Feng Hui. Last year, they had been staunch accomplices in securing the commander position for Feng Bu, his son, with results that were evident to all. Feng Hui sighed, fully aware of his son's shortcomings. Nevertheless, Feng Bu was determined to rival the esteemed Gu Changting of Longyuan, and as a father, Feng Hui felt obligated to support his ambitions. However, this year, are you looking to appoint Liu Zheng or Shun Sholi? Feng Hui inquired, knowing that if it were either of these two, Feng Bu would likely not stir up trouble, given the disparity in their spiritual energy levels. Neither, Xu Li replied, projecting Xu Lingqu's performance data during the training period in a 3-dimensional display, showcasing her strengths. However, the data compiled by Dr. Li regarding Xu's unique physical condition was absent. After reporting the special physique to Instructor Chun, she decided to keep it confidential for the time being. Only the 5 of them needed to know, and whether to disclose it would depend on Xu Lingqu's personal wishes. She was the top performer during this training period, possessing sufficient capability and respect among the newcomers, with her command and coordination skills detailed in Kaiyan's report on the Underground Labyrinth assessment. Thus, I propose her as the commander. Opposition arose swiftly, as expected. But her spiritual energy is merely B-grade. No school has ever appointed a B grade as commander. Why should MOCM be the first to make such a misstep? With General Shun's grandson present, it would be inappropriate to place her in that position. Xu Li interjected, countering, it is entirely normal for mecha soldiers to have spiritual energy limits. Why should a commander's capability be restricted by such criteria? She possesses the ability, and therefore, this position rightfully belongs to her. Feng Hui tapped the table lightly. Xu Li, perhaps you should reconsider. If this female student is chosen, Feng Bu will undoubtedly cause a scene, and none of us will find peace. Either appoint her as commander, or I will resign. The choice is yours. Xu Li was reluctant to engage in further arguments with these individuals, perceiving it as futile. She coldly observed the ensuing debate, which persisted for several hours, until the elders, eager to return home, decided to vote. and as she saw the final tally tilt in her favor, Xu Li felt a sense of relief. She did not genuinely wish to leave MOXI, in truth. It was only a MOXI devoid of future prospects that would drive one to escape. At last, a resolution had been reached. The elders dispersed in a flurry, leaving the office tranquil and spacious. Feng Hui regarded his female subordinate with a sigh. Have you truly done all this for her? Can she deliver the results you seek? It was evident to Feng Hui that Xu Li's uproar was aimed at securing Xu Lingqu's position as commander, and upon reviewing her profile, he did not find it particularly remarkable. Her ascension to commander is the outcome I desire. Xu Li gathered her belongings, offering a slight bow before departing the office. Although she had not witnessed Xu Lingqu's complete performance during the training period firsthand, she had unwavering faith in Caiyan and Instructor Chen's judgment. You may draft the roster of participants for this year's Military Academy League, she messaged Caiyan, receiving a prompt response. The moment Caiyan read her message, he sprang from his bed. Esteemed Vice Principal, at your command, I shall conclude my leave immediately and return to the academy with Instructor Chen. In his perspective, as long as Xu Lingqu was confirmed, Xia was virtually guaranteed a place in the top 8 of the league. However, confirming Xu Lingqu as the commander would not be an easy task. Although Xu Li could be somewhat headstrong, she was always dependable in such matters. After all, she had once studied in the command department. Caiyan eagerly began to persuade Instructor Chen to return to the academy with him, determined not to incur any reprimands this time, particularly since Instructor Chen held the highest regard for Xu Lingqu. Meanwhile, the much-discussed Xu Lingqu sat in the Xia training room, bemused by the malfunctioning door and the individuals clearly seeking confrontation. The tale of the princess and the P lacked an interstellar counterpart. Yet the behavior of campus bullying was strikingly similar. Chapter 82. Then you should go die, Feng Bu glowered at the composed young woman before him. Although the roster for the Military Academy League had yet to be released, his father had already informed him days prior that this year's commander would not be him, but rather a newcomer named Xu Lingqu. How can this be? Last year, he had indeed fallen short. But why should this obscure individual replace him? If it were Shinsholi, Lu Zheng, or any other A-grade individual, he would not feel this discontent. Xu Lingqu was merely a B-grade. Rumor suggested she was the adopted daughter of General Xu. But what of it? Over the past few days, he had closely observed her. She consistently trained in the physical training room, showing no signs of exceptional capability. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself, sabotaging the training room's systems and the surveillance robots to corner her. He intended to force her to relinquish the commander position, whether voluntarily or not. Xu Lingqu, you must realize why I have you cornered here. Feng Bu approached her, brandishing a knife, his intentions unmistakable. I do not know. Xu Lingqu replied honestly, having no idea who the brooding figure before her was. Feng Bu assumed she was feigning ignorance and gritted his teeth. Surely, you must be aware that the commander for the Military Academy League has been assigned to you? Just days prior, Xu Lingqu had contemplated the impossibility of relinquishing the command position. Today, she was unexpectedly informed of her appointment. She nodded. Now I know. You are Principal Feng's son, Feng Bu. The ability to receive advance notice. Sabotage the training room systems precisely, and rally his subordinates for confrontation indicated that he was indeed the individual responsible for MOC's previous humiliating defeat in the Military Academy League. The 5 words principal's son struck a nerve within Feng Bu. He glared at Xu Lingqu with malice. Do you not think I am unaware? Your admission process was entirely irregular. You only gained entry to MOCI due to General Xu's connections. Oh, and what of it? Xu Lingqu retorted nonchalantly, as a fellow beneficiary of connections. Mine are stronger than yours. Thus, I rightfully assume the position of commander. Why is this unacceptable to you? Rather than engage in futile explanations. She preferred to combat magic with magic. How dare you? Feng Bu was incensed, wishing to chastise Xu Lingqu for using connections shamelessly, yet he realized that each word would only serve to condemn him further. He was left with no choice but to feign righteousness. I do not wish to compete for this position. I believe it rightfully belongs to Shinsholi or Lu Zheng, who should represent MOCI as commander. Are you certain? Have you consulted with them? Xu Lingqu waved her intelligence terminal. If you have not, I can't assist you in asking them now. You? Feng Bu hesitated, considering that Lu Zheng and Shun Sholi had indeed interacted with Xu Lingqu during the training period. Given Shun's lofty status, Xu Lingqu likely did not know him, but Lu Zheng, hailing from the 4-star system, might be familiar to her. Since you all entered, I've been pondering whether interstellar culture has its own absurdities mimicking the failures of our own education system. Is that why you dare to disrupt the systems and sabotage the robots? Yet, you leave your intelligence terminals open for me to signal for help. Xu Lingqu glanced at a message from Natata she had received 5 minutes prior, confirming that she had already contacted the supervising officer still present on campus. As her words faded, the door to the training room was forcibly swung open from the outside, and the supervising officer entered with a group of people. The image of Fengbu still clutching a knife was captured, a damning piece of evidence that caught him red-handed in this incident of campus bullying, just as it was time to report to his father. Fengbu trembled uncontrollably, believing that at the moment the system was compromised, Xu Lingqu should have been rendered frightened and disoriented, completely oblivious to the fact that she had already summoned the officer. Foolishness! No wonder Mo Xia lost so miserably last year despite being brought by Kaiyong. The commander is a fool, and even divine beings would be of no use here. Finally freed from the display of idiocy, Xu Lingqu rose and nodded at the approaching officer. A victim of bullying. She had no need for further inquiries, and the officer promptly permitted her to leave first. Xu Lingqu exited and traversed the corridor. Suddenly, Fengbu's anguished voice echoed from behind. He broke free from the guards at the door and rushed out, climbing onto the railing of the corridor, proclaiming, "Xu Lingqu, if you do not relinquish the position of chief commander, I will jump from here." The arriving officer frowned, entirely unaware of Fengbu's volatile nature. When Suli had brought him in, she had not mentioned having to deal with such a student, which left him quite exasperated. Xu Lingqu halted. Fengbu, believing his threat had taken effect, continued loudly, "You, a B-level mental strength student, should not covet this position. You are still a freshman who has yet to formally attend command courses. What right do you have to claim this position? I admit I did poorly last year, but I have improved. Why can't I be given another chance?" The latter part of his declaration was essentially an indictment against the officers and his principal father. Using his life as leverage, his only real threat was to his father. Xu Lingqu turned to face him and said softly, "Then go ahead and die." Her calm demeanor rendered the students who had gathered to discuss Fengbu's suicide attempt utterly silent. Even the supervising officer was taken aback by her nonchalant tone. "If you wish to jump, no one will stop you now, that I will not relinquish the position of chief commander. If you die, there will be one less troublemaker to deal with. Go die." Xu Lingqu offered her suggestion and walked away without a backward glance, leaving a trembling and incredulous Fengbu staring after her. How could someone so cold-hearted possibly ascend to the role of commander? In those moments of shock as he watched Xu Lingqu depart, the officer swiftly pulled him down. The corridors here typically had protective energy fields, but Fengbu's actions had disrupted the training room system, causing this localized malfunction. It had been ages since there had been news of a student jumping from a building in the interstellar community. This uproar would likely draw scrutiny from the military department towards Mo Xia. Once more, he instructed the gathered students to disperse, and once Fengbu was brought down, he continued to tremble and weep. Curling up in a corner, unwilling to leave, that moment, Suli rushed back upon hearing the news, only to find a supervising officer and a distressed Fengbu. Upon seeing her, Fengbu finally found his voice. "Why does someone who directly tells me to die get to be the chief commander?" His voice quivered. Suli exchanged a glance with the officer and replied, "Because she knows you lack the courage to die." Chapter 83. Exchange of quotas. Fengbu's face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson, and he shrank back, remaining utterly silent. The principal soon arrived, and Suli said, "Officer, please keep an eye on him for a while longer." After speaking, she began to walk in the direction Xu Lingqu had just taken, quickening her pace until she caught up with her just as she was about to enter the cafeteria. She truly seemed indifferent to Fengbu's fate. Suli called out to her, "Su, let us have a chat." Xu Lingqu followed Suli to her office, where Suli handed her a list of 100 names drafted by Kaiyong. The first line confirmed Xu Lingqu's position as chief commander, with approximately 60% of the subsequent names being freshmen, while the remaining 40% were selected from the second and third year students of Mo Xia. "Will they not object?" Xu Lingqu asked Su L. Suli merely smiled wryly. "They won't, and they will find it less troublesome. Since the major debacle last year, not only Kaiyong, but the students of Mo Xia were psychologically scarred from the Military Academy League. Under the relentless mockery and attacks from the surveillance network, many participants from last year even developed psychological issues, resulting in transfers and withdrawals. Fengbu was clearly caught in an extreme emotional state. Entirely out of control. They were still merely students. While they might meet the physical standards of soldiers, their mental resilience fell far short. You may not yet fully understand the competition format of the Military Academy League. The most crucial part of the league is the team competition, where 8 military academies from the Federation and Empire compete as a single 100-member unit to determine the strongest academy. This title has been held by the Federation's Xinjun for 3 consecutive years, putting immense pressure on the military department. Last year, MOCA suffered a complete defeat in the 3 rounds of qualifiers. They dare not complain about Long Yuan and Dulinston, so they vent all their frustrations on us, Xu Li's side. Besides the team competition, there was also the joint inter-Federation and Empire competition, which followed the team competition. As the name suggests, the 8 schools from the Empire and Federation would merge and compete against each other. The overall commander would be determined from the best commander of the team competition. And MOCA would essentially be cannon fodder in this round. Xu Li interlocked her fingers, explaining that the final part was the Mecha Arena, where 100 representatives from each of the 8 schools would compete. The mental strength threshold for Empire participants was set at an A level, leaving very few slots available for MOCA. The Mecha Arena utilized replica mechas, largely testing the average level of mental strength. The reason I mention this is that this year, the most important aspect for MOCA is the team competition. Principal Feng Hui will arrive shortly, and no matter what, you cannot relinquish the position of chief commander. Xu Li was acutely aware that Feng Bu's ruckus would inevitably lead to Feng Hui having to clean up after him. Feng Hui was quite intelligent and capable, but his parenting was utterly lacking. He could provide Feng Bu with whatever he wished. Even if the decision for Xu Lingqu to be chief commander was formally passed in the meeting, Feng Hui would shamelessly seek out Xu Lingqu for his son's sake. As her words fell, Feng Hui appeared, dressed in a brown trench coat, looking weary. Upon his arrival, Feng Bu cried and fussed again. Ultimately, he instructed the family bodyguards to take Feng Bu to the psychological counseling room, intending to speak with him only after he had calmed down. Principal Feng, Xu Li greeted expressionlessly. Inviting Feng Hui to sit on the sofa, Xu Lingqu observed the principal, who was clearly distressed over his son. Once seated, he turned to Xu Lingqu and said, "Xu, I apologize on behalf of Feng Bu for the trouble he has caused you." His demeanor was earnest, yet Xu Lingqu remained silent. Apologies offered on someone else's behalf held no significance. Moreover, Feng Hui had not come solely to extend this apology. Feng Bu's mental state had been unstable since last year, and he needed an opportunity to resolve his inner turmoil. Regardless, I am his father, and I must fight for this opportunity for him. Therefore, Xu, I doubt Feng Hui's grandiloquence was abruptly interrupted by Xu Lingqu. His opportunity is important, but mine can be freely relinquished. Is that it? Xu Lingqu regarded Feng Hui calmly, watching as his facade of composure gradually crumbled. Feng Hui was well aware that he was being unreasonable, pressuring an innocent female student under the guise of his authority as principal, yet thoughts of his distraught son clouded his judgment. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "You may request anything else." Silence enveloped Xu Li's office for approximately 30 seconds, as Feng Hui braced himself for a complete rejection. Just as he thought he would be met with silence, Xu Lingqu finally spoke. "I want a slot in the Mecha Arena for the Military Academy League." Xu Li gasped in disbelief, looking at Xu Lingqu incredulously. Had she not just emphasized the importance of the chief commander? Feng Hui trembled with excitement. "Are you serious? I can grant him command of 1 match, but the position of chief commander remains mine. That is non-negotiable." Xu Lingqu scrutinized Feng Hui. With her words, Xu Li's anxiety subsided, and Feng Hui's expression shifted to one of gravity. After all, a single match's command was vastly different from the chief commander position. "Isn't your son the one who claimed he only needed a chance to prove himself?" Xu Lingqu remarked. "If you are concerned he might refuse, you could propose that if he wins under his command, the position of chief commander will be his." Feng Hui fell silent for a moment, then looked at Xu Lingqu. "What if he truly wins? You have been silent for so long before asking me that. As a father, you should know him best. He is unlikely to succeed. That a person so foolish that they could be pushed into campus bullying is hardly someone to rely on for leading a team to victory." The young girl before him remained composed, her negotiation skills honed, and compared to the multifaceted data Xu Li had presented, her succinct dialogue made it clear to Feng Hui why they were determined to have Xu Lingqu as the chief commander. "Your mental strength level is B. Participating in this arena offers you no advantage, and procedurally, is not compliant. Feng Hui did not grasp the significance behind Xu Lingqu's desire for this slot. Xu Lingqu replied directly, "How to proceed is something the principal should contemplate. My responsibility is merely to relinquish command for a competition." Although perplexed as to why Xu Lingqu would participate in the mecha arena, Su Li nodded approvingly from the side. The reality of military training, constrained by the Southie Agreement, precluded individuals with B-level mental strength from selection. However, in the mecha arena of Tianwang, A-grade replicas could be adeptly managed by those with B-level mental strength. And the military lacked a compelling reason to prevent Principal Feng Hui from ensuring Xu Lingqu's inclusion. Over the years, her greatest frustration had been the inaction of her superiors. Today, witnessing Xu Lingqu leverage negotiation to compel him to engage with military officials was immensely gratifying for Su Li. As Chapter 84 unfolds, the Military Academy League is on the verge of commencement. The task of inserting B-level Xu Lingqu into the arena's roster of 100 is anticipated to lead to relentless disputes with military personnel, requiring him to demean himself in pursuit of assistance. Previously, these matters were the least desirable for Feng Hui, who invariably delegated them to Su Li. But now he must shoulder this burden himself. Ultimately, it remains his domestic affair. Feng Hui is acutely aware that Feng Bu requires this minor command authority. Though he perceives an inevitable defeat, it is precisely this outcome that Feng Bu desperately needs, to have reality thoroughly shatter his illusions, allowing him to recognize himself and return to being a normal person. Very well, Feng Hui acquiesced, rising to depart, intent on checking on Feng Bu's condition, as Su Li observed him exit and close the office door. She shook her head. He bore none of the airs of military leadership and harbored no ill intentions. Yet, having an outsider guide a military academy is fundamentally erroneous, especially given his son's circumstances. Thus, her dislike for him persisted. Xu Lingqu, unfamiliar with Feng Hui, chose not to respond but instead said, "Thank you, Vice Principal Su. The current situation likely represents the optimal outcome after Su Li's assistance in paving the way for her. The Chief Commander must embody the entire institution, and her displayed capabilities are insufficient to command respect. Su Li has alleviated much of the pressure from her shoulders, and no need for thanks. But I must ask, what do you intend to do with the arena slot?" Su Li inquired earnestly. In the current mecha arena, it essentially boils down to a contest of which side possesses more S-level mental strength. Students, A-grade students, merely serve as cannon fodder, let alone a B-grade student like you. "I intend to lead everyone to victory," Xu Lingqu declared before departing. Su Li, left pondering the closed door, found herself baffled by how she could express such fantastical aspirations without evoking disbelief. When Kion's roster of 100 was released, the holiday for the new students at Moxie came to a close. Su Shichen returned 2 days early and immediately flung herself into Xu Lingqu's arms. The recent days of darting between the Su mansion and Catherine's residence had left her overwhelmed, more exhausting than the training period. The two were nearing a breaking point in their marriage, and with Xu Lingqu's identity revealed, the public, who had previously condemned General Su for his romantic entanglements, turned their ire toward Lady Catherine, accusing her of jealousy and tormenting the orphan daughter of the general's former subordinate, an embodiment of malice. Lady Catherine, unwilling to endure this, directly proposed divorce to Su Qingbi, who, for the time being, offered no response. The capital star buzzed with tales of General Su's dual efforts to eradicate pirates while adopting the orphan daughter of his former subordinate, suggesting he would ascend further in status. She refrained from burdening Xu Lingqu with her grievances, fearing it would weigh her down. Yet Xu Lingqu had gleaned some inkling of the situation. Upon Su Shichen's return, Lu Zheng, Jin, and Shen Sholi all coincidentally arrived on the same day. Xu Lingqu opened the door 4 times, each time greeted by a different face. Shen Sholi was the last to arrive, finding Jin already playing a video he had discovered on the Moxie School forum in the living room. Lu Zheng sat nearby, expressionless, petting the dog, while Lu Ming, having developed a psychological aversion to Shen Sholi since their last encounter, was only willing to play with Lu Zheng. Shen Sholi felt a flicker of relief. After all, he had been wary of the dog's shedding during his last visit. However, being Xu Lingqu's pet, he could not dismiss it. "Then you might as well perish," he mused. The holographic video juxtaposed the chill of Xu Lingqu with Feng Bu's unraveling, accentuating the contrast. This footage, uploaded by students who had been mere spectators that day, was captioned, "This is too cool." It was swiftly removed by school authorities upon discovery, but Jean had been quick enough to save it. Why are there always daredevils provoking the commander? Jean complained, bemused that someone would risk their life to challenge a stranger. Isn't this fellow the principal's son? He pondered, contemplating when to send Aries for a home visit to the principal's family. Where has he gone? Why can't we find him? Xu Lingqu was inclined to confront the person herself. Her recent sour mood made her consider using him as a punching bag. Xu Lingqu's training schedule for the day was entirely disrupted by the presence of these four, prompting her to grant herself a day of respite. Jean and Xu Lingqu chattered incessantly like two sparrows, while Lu Zheng entertained Lu Ming and served as a loyal audience. Shensholi interjected occasionally, primarily stealing glances at Xu Lingqu, who met his gaze unabashedly, prompting him to hurriedly avert his eyes. What poor observational skills, Xu Lingqu thought, who claimed that the Shun family had trained Shensholi to be the military's future luminary. He would surely expose himself as a spy within the first second. Suddenly, the intelligent device received a message from Tang Muwen. It seems it is snowing on Yuheng Star today. Though he had not yet returned to Moxie, he was concerned about the weather there. This moment, Xu Lingqu rose and leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the outside. It has indeed begun to snow lightly on Yuheng today. She turned to Xu Lingqu. It is the anniversary of General Inha's arrival on Yuheng Star. The past leaders of Yuheng have never forgotten to adjust the weather to light snow on this day to commemorate General Inha. Let's go out. We should enjoy the snow and have a meal together. Xu Lingqu's eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing at Xu Lingqu as if she were a child who had just received a bag of candy. With Xu Lingqu's nod of approval, the group exited the dormitory. Jean proposed to pilot the flying vehicle designated for Shensholi, while Xu Lingqu suggested she learn alongside him. The two nearly landed the vehicle on someone else's house. Lu Ming, surprisingly quiet, followed them outside. Xu Lingqu speculated that it might be reminiscing about General Inha. Once they were out of the flying vehicle, it regained its energy, frolicking in the snow and dragging Xu Lingqu along. She nearly forgot that Semieds are among the silly trio of sled dogs. The group arrived for the first time at the commercial center of Yuheng, which, while lacking the opulence of Capital Star, radiated warmth despite the snowfall. Today, Lu Zheng spoke up for the first time, pointing to a roadside hot pot restaurant. Expressing her desire to dine there, Xu Lingqu had grown accustomed to the myriad Earth elements in this interstellar world. Upon entering the establishment, they were greeted by a documentary showcasing General Inha's invention of hot pot. Interstellar humans often remarked on General Inha's imaginative culinary ideas, watching the steam rise from the pot. Xu Lingqu thought perhaps he is longing for home. In this ambience, she briefly experienced the illusion of returning to pre-apocalyptic Earth. Unexpectedly, Lu Zheng could handle spicy food, while Shensholi teared up from the heat. His light brown eyes glistening, Lu Zheng remained unfazed, as if swallowing chili peppers whole posed no challenge. Jean stood by, intrigued, exclaiming that the broth's color was even redder than his hair. Xu Lingqu, similarly affected by the spice, guzzled ice water while her eyes sparkled. Having been under the control of her mother and brother, she had yet to savor the experience of venturing out with friends to try novel foods. Once they had eaten their fill, the group stepped outside. The night had deepened, and the snow fell more densely. Fireworks commemorating General Inha erupted in the distance, momentarily illuminating the sky with a pattern resembling a long sword crafted from white and gold flames. Lu Ming instinctively nudged Xu Lingqu's leg, resembling its weapon. The platinum fireworks illuminated the surroundings. Xu Lingqu, clad in a loose white sweater, felt snowflakes settle on her shoulders, while Xu Lingqu softly made a wish for Moxie to dazzle the entire interstellar community this year. Much later, Xu Lingqu would reflect on this day and realize it had been one of the rare occasions in her interstellar life when she had completely relaxed, though at the time it merely felt ordinary. At this moment, Xu Lingqu gazed at the night sky's fireworks, preoccupied with a singular thought. The Military Academy League is about to commence. Chapter 85, Educating the Commander upon the release of the roster for Moxie. A stir arose among the senior students, all inquiring about the origins of Xu Lingqu, while the new students remained remarkably calm. Particularly, Wang Qihu, Lin Xiao, and Guan Zhongli were eager to trumpet Xu Lingqu's accomplishments during the training period throughout the academy. Kion and Instructor Chun returned to campus on the same day, causing the students, especially the newcomers, to shudder upon seeing them. With the Military Academy League just half a month away, Tianwang had chosen Yuheng Star as the venue for the event, and staff were working tirelessly to prepare the necessary facilities. Moxie had become the host, and losing was not an option. Upon their return, both immediately intensified the training for the students. Instructor Chun took charge of the other students, while Kion focused on the chief commander. Xu Lingqu was summoned to Kion's office for specialized training, casting a lingering glance back at Instructor Chun, who was leading the others in a weighted cross-country run. Kion was left speechless. Are you envious of them now? Sitting comfortably in the office, enjoying her little perks, others could only envy her. Xu Lingqu nodded faintly. She suffered from a severe phobia of inadequate physical ability. Well, never mind, Kion coughed twice, explaining that today, as special treatment, was essentially a command training session for her. Xu Lingqu acknowledged this with a nod. In terms of strategy and decision-making, she believed there was little left for him to teach. Kion accessed the data in the intelligence system and projected it in holographic form, detailing her special training, which involved recognizing individuals, images, and rules. Vice Principal Xu had likely already covered the basics with her. He would now elaborate on the rules. Once all 16 teams were assembled, they would immediately begin drawing lots for the 3 qualification matches. The first of which would be a one-on-one team competition that in this match, the command would temporarily be entrusted to Feng Bu. Correct? Kion had heard from Su Li about Feng Bu's situation, which had made him furious enough to confront Feng Hui, only to be stopped by Instructor Chun. Feng Hui was currently assisting Xu Lingqu in securing a spot in the arena, so any trouble could wait until that was settled. The formats for the latter 2 qualification matches would be more complex, with groupings like 655 and 664 having previously occurred, and even an 88 grouping last year. The outcomes were rather random, and given last year's occurrences, it was unlikely to repeat this year. Kion sighed, noting that after the 3 matches, the accumulated points from the qualifications would determine the top 8 teams, who would then proceed to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. Kion had initially believed that with Xu Lingqu's presence, reaching the top 8 would be a certainty. However, with Feng Bu's antics, the initial 3 points were now unattainable. The oversight on command authority by the Sky Network was quite stringent. Each match required a declaration of who was in command, and control of the main communication channel was granted to that individual, along with the power to create channels. Thus, it was nearly impossible for her to usurp control on-site. Kion thought that given Xu Lingqu's character, she might be inclined to eliminate Feng Bu to seize command, especially since the victory conditions for the one-on-one team match were likely to be annihilation or decapitation, meaning if Feng Bu were to be killed, they would lose the match outright. Xu Lingqu inquired, are there different victory conditions? Indeed, typically in one-on-one matches, the victory conditions were either decapitation or annihilation, as they progressed to the 2nd and 3rd qualification matches. Due to the nature of the groupings, conditions such as point occupation, speed contests, and treasure hunts might emerge, complicating matters where decapitation would no longer serve as a victory condition. However, with mechas involved, precise strikes and fire coverage were easily achievable. In the era of Earth before the emergence of mutated beasts, humanity had already entered an age of high-tech, unmanned warfare, utilizing drones, missiles, and nuclear deterrence, favoring a decapitation strategy in modern warfare. The reason for the lack of advanced weaponry in interplanetary conflicts among interstellar humans remained unclear. Nonetheless, interstellar warfare weapons like mechas and starships could also deliver direct fire coverage. Decapitation merely required a single coordinate. Yes, but no one wishes to witness an endless exchange of fire between both sides. The Military Academy League does not aim to portray real warfare, Kion patiently explained. What audiences desire to see was the personal combat prowess, strategic command skills, and the nuances of confrontation and competition. Hence, the current trend of the Sky Network was to withhold the latest weaponry. Some maps only provided firearms, while mechas were typically available only during group skirmishes. The Sky Network's ability to sustain the Military Academy League stemmed largely from the fascination of interstellar humanity. The Military Academy League was the most anticipated event of the year, and stating that it captured the attention of the entire interstellar community would not be an exaggeration. Such confrontations between the Federation and the Empire's emerging forces were sensitive and precarious for the Sky Network. However, high risks often yielded substantial rewards. The Military Academy League alone contributed 60% to the Sky Network's total profits, revitalizing its entire live-streaming sector. Thus, the once formidable organization, Thorn Rose, had been dwindling year by year. Kion shook his head and turned to Xu Lingqu. You are familiar with Thorn Rose, correct? Xu Lingqu replied. Not really. Kion was astonished. Please don't tell me you only know our school among the 6 military academies. To be honest, that was nearly accurate. She had only heard of Long Yuan and Dolinston by name. I am the most devoted fan of our school, Xu Lingqu declared earnestly. Upon choosing Mo Xie, I had no regard for any other military academy. Kyan silently scoffed at her implication of taking shortcuts to enter. Yet thankfully, that back door had remained open for Xu Lingqu. Thorn Rose was one of the 6 major military academies of the Empire, uniquely comprising an all-female student body. Kyan resigned himself to educating Xu Lingqu, explaining that it was founded by General Qin Shu, the nation's founding figure, with all personnel from the president to the students. Being female, the current president is Major General Jayadali. Their past performances in the Military Academy League were consistently on par with Dolinston and Long Yuan, recognized as the Empire's top 3 academies. However, after the Sky Network altered the competition rules and maps, their standing had greatly declined, leading many to believe they had fallen behind Dolinston and Long Yuan. Your Vice Principal Su almost joined Thorn Rose, Kyan added, but ultimately chose Mo Xie. Every woman there is exceptionally strong. Kyan observed Xu Lingqiu's thoughtful expression. Don't tell me you're also unfamiliar with Long Yuan and Dolinston. Xu Lingqiu replied, you may start with the federal military academies and conclude by saying they are competent. Kyan felt as though he was being analyzed. You must know Long Yuan. General Shun's grandfather, General Shun, is the principal there. After taking a sip of water, Kyan continued. The initial founder of Long Yuan, General Mo Li, reportedly had a close relationship with General Inha. The name Long Yuan was given by General Inha, and their performance had been mediocre until General Shun took over, leading to remarkable improvements. Last year's finals saw Long Yuan face the United University, narrowly losing. At that time, everyone claimed that with the addition of the S-genius Shun Sholi this year, Long Yuan would undoubtedly claim the championship. However, as it happens, Shun Sholi has joined Mo Xie. Kyan chuckled, anticipating conversation with Long Yuan's admissions officer at the upcoming competition. Do you know why Shun Sholi joined Mo Xie? Kyan inquired. His decision has nothing to do with me, as Xu Lingqiu was a latecomer through the back door, and the sequence of events was misaligned. However, learning that Shun Sholi once perceived a mysterious energy within me has ignited my genuine curiosity about him and his motives for joining Mo Xie. Xu Lingqiu pondered. Kyan shook his head, reflecting on the various reasons he had considered before asking Su Li if any sorcery had been employed on Shun Sholi, resulting in a reprimand that you're quite familiar with him, aren't you? Why not just ask him directly? Kyan suggested earnestly, you think he would actually tell me? Xu Lingqiu thought to herself, rolling her eyes at the notion. She gestured for Kyan to continue his exposition. Regarding Dolinston, there's a bit of a connection. Back when we consistently ranked first, they were perpetually second. Our 2 schools were recognized as rivals. However, once our school began to falter, they distanced themselves, ignoring us entirely. This year, a notable new student, the heiress of the Sky Network, Jia Xiangying, with an S-level psychic ability, has joined them, while her brother, Jia Xianglan, has gone to the Federal Youth Army. Many believe this year's championship will be contested between the Youth Army and Dolinston. Sighing with nostalgia, he remarked that each year, analyzing Dolinston felt akin to revisiting the history of Mo Xie's rise and subsequent fall. Last year's defeat had nearly shattered Kyan's resolve to leave. Fortunately, he remained, as the opportunity for Mo Xie's resurgence seemed imminent. Is it true that the current chairman of the Sky Network sent his children to both the Federal and Empire military academies? Xu Lingqiu raised an eyebrow, having previously perceived the chairman as merely a shrewd businessman focused on profit, navigating between the Empire and the Federation. However, sending children to military academies was an unusual move. If he were merely interested in profit, both the Empire and Federation would overlook his activities. Yet extending his reach beyond financial interests raised concerns. Kyan continued, the remaining 2 of the 6 major military academies are C, Buckthorn, and Dune. Their strengths have consistently remained at a mid-tier level. Notably, Dune has a new recruit, Jean Fong Tai Bai, the first S-level psychic analyst in the Empire's history. Furthermore, C. Buckthorn has an intriguing new commanding recruit whose combat style starkly contrasts with their traditional methods. An S-level analyst? Xu Lingqiu's attention was drawn to Jean Fong Tai Bai. Moreover, before his psychic abilities were activated, he was a genius hacker who was later recruited by Dune and voluntarily chose to be an analyst. Foregoing command and strategic considerations, Kyan shrugged. His abilities were showcased last year, allowing him to stealthily infiltrate channels and steal command information from opponents, leading Dune to the top 4 that ultimately, they faced Long Yuan, where Long Yuan's chief commander. Gu Tingji opted to forego command, relying solely on brute strength for victory. Xu Lingqu silently committed these names to memory. The last two military academies competing, one from the Aegean and the other from Stuck, were both rising stars among local military schools. Last year, Mo Yi had lost to them, earning the unfortunate title of the bottom dweller. There were even proposals within the military to have Mo Yi withdraw from the 6 major military academies altogether. As Kion rubbed his temples, the memories of those people's expressions came flooding back, causing him a headache. Unsurprisingly, he thought of last year's battle commanded by that fool Feng Bu. It was no shock to him who they lost to. Among the 8 military academies in the Federation, the Union University and the Qing Army led the pack, while the other 6 were of similar, mediocre strength. The silver lining was that the once formidable commander Chickmylan from Union University had graduated, suggesting that their strength might not be as formidable this year. Kion felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of Chickmylan, the descendant of the legendary General Merlin, who had led Union University to 2 championships and 1 runner-up finish. Graduated? It was a pity. Xu Lingqu had intended to take them down one by one. Kion, unaware that Xu Lingqu had already been strategizing against these individuals during his lengthy introduction, sent her the meticulously organized information he had compiled. The details were thorough, and her immediate task was to familiarize herself with them as swiftly as possible. Kion recalled how he had handed similar materials to Feng Bu last year. Feng had memorized them with great enthusiasm, only to be utterly defeated on the battlefield. Although Xu Lingqu did not require such concerns, Kion still added, "You needn't concern yourself with the trivial details. By the way, are you familiar with Skynet?" Xu Lingqu nodded. The Skynet Military Academy League forum also contained pre-match analyses and predictions. Despite most being nonsensical, some insights were quite interesting and could serve as a reference. Kion waved his hand. "Go on, Commander. I need to check on the training of others." The thought of transferring command for one of the matches to Feng Bu still gave Kion slight unease. However, since this was a decision made by Xu Lingqu herself, he refrained from voicing his concerns, firmly believing in her judgment. Upon returning to the dormitory with Kion's materials, Lu Ming was startled by her arrival. "That you're back so early today." "Studying," Xu Lingqu replied as she settled into the sofa, ready to peruse the documents. Lu Ming leaped on her lap, his paws resting on her legs. "What do you want to say?" Xu Lingqu looked up at him. Lu Ming replied earnestly, "Do you know? You've become quite popular on the Skynet forum." Chapter 87. The birth of a legendary thread on Skynet popular. Xu Lingqu, urged by Lu Ming, entered the cocoon chamber to connect to Skynet. The forum community on Skynet was well-structured, offering various modes for users to engage in discussions, including posting, voice debates, and holographic PK rooms. No need to venture into the real world for a quarrel when one could engage online, despite the flashy formats. The most popular and trafficked section remained the forum post. Xu Lingqu, still using her ordinary blacklisted account, navigated to the Skynet forum's Military Academy League section under Lu Ming's guidance and immediately spotted her name. "Best Commander of the Year. I bet on Xu Lingqu." The reply count had already reached 1,000 at the top of the forum. A ranking of command support for the 8 Imperial academies showed Xu Lingqu soaring to the 3rd position. Mostly due to this post, Xu Lingqu sensed the situation was rather peculiar and clicked into the thread to investigate further. And indeed, it was as she suspected. The original poster had initially made a serious prediction, with the main page filled with various speculations about the strongest individual soldier, the best analysis, and the ultimate winning team. Quite normal for such a post. However, a contrarian had entered the fray. Is Xu Lingqu to be considered the best commander? The original poster could hardly tolerate such dismissive remarks and retorted, "Does my prediction concern you? Are you going to sample the flavor of a dog-ass droppings on the roadside?" The contrarian, true to his nature, persisted relentlessly. Upon checking, he discovered that Mo Yi had indeed appointed her as the chief commander this year. What? Mo Yi dares to dream this big. The two began to exchange barbs, their back and forth igniting attention from passers-by. Some came to watch the spectacle, while others entered sincerely to mediate the dispute, and some genuinely questioned who Xu Lingqu was. Ultimately, the contrarian was banned from the forum for his crude language. But the thread had amassed 1,000 replies, successfully establishing Xu Lingqu's presence on Skynet. I also find that contrarian quite foolish, but I am curious. Given Gu Tingji and Jia Xiangying's presence, how did they manage to maintain such faith in this obscure Xu Lingqu? The original poster replied succinctly, "You'll see during the matches. I will bump this thread every time she surprises you." This remark sparked some discontent among a few users, prompting comments that they would be here to witness Xu Lingqu's downfall and would hold the original poster accountable. After reading through the entire thread, Xu Lingqu turned to Lu Ming and asked, "This original poster isn't you, is it?" Lu Ming shook his head vigorously. "How could it be me when you're not around? I only come to observe without speaking, and I only watch the live streams of the arena." The popularity of the valiant King Rabbit remained unbroken, and Logan Beal was certainly reluctant to ruin this account, cleverly closing off all challenge requests to maintain an air of aloofness, only logging in to enjoy the worship of others when he wished to boast. Suddenly, Xu Lingqu recalled a student who had been eliminated, claiming they would help her make a name for herself on the Skynet forum. Most likely that individual. "You're truly popular now. There are even threads analyzing you." Lu Ming suggested she check out other posts. And indeed, upon scrolling, she found another thread with over 100 replies, claiming to have thoroughly dissected Xu Lingqu's tactics. Clicking in, she discovered that the original poster was mocking her, stating that although she held the position of chief commander, she had given the command for the first small match to Feng Bu, thereby concluding that Xu Lingqu was a person of no real capability, relying on delegating command to others, evading responsibility for losses while basking in praise for victories. Xu Lingqu surmised that this could either be Sun Liao or Feng Bu himself, but considering one was being interrogated by Ares and the other confined to a hospital for psychological counseling, this individual was likely one of the few kindred spirits left in the world. This person's post was purely inflammatory, and even bystanders began to feel uncomfortable reading it. Upon checking, only the first match was commanded by Feng Bu. She handled all the others herself. Didn't the original poster watch last year's league? Perhaps they're just a troll. One user chimed in, "It's evident that they are merely supporting the commander they favor. The way you all are bashing her makes me think Xu Lingqu might actually be something." Thus, threads related to Xu Lingqu firmly secured their place in the Military Academy League forum. However, most viewers approached her with a sense of amusement, treating it lightly rather than genuinely believing in her prowess. After all, it was easily discovered that she possessed only a B-level mental capacity, and was the commander of the bottom-ranked MOE. Black, but popular, Lu Ming patted her shoulder. "You possess that legendary aura of chaos, doing nothing yet drawing a crowd that thrives on conflict around you. I truly appreciate them for that." Xu Lingqu remarked, growing weary of the repetitive exchanges in her thread. She began to explore other posts on the forum homepage that Gu Tingji, with the name Mental Capacity, a prestigious lineage, and the light of command. Xu Lingqu clicked on the currently trending threads related to this commander, where the original poster was reviewing the previous year's battle between Long Yuan and Du Yi. The original poster believed that after communications were compromised, Gu Tingji found the best solution by leading his team into blind combat, achieving victory through sheer brute strength. That a few fans of Jin Fangdabai emerged in the comments, sarcastically critiquing Gu Tingji as a mindless brute and urging the original poster to cease undermining Jin Fangdabai. The original poster ignored them and continued analyzing Long Yuan's final confrontation with Union University, stating, "I have always respected Chickmylan as an opponent. He is formidable enough. But do people not realize the trend of Skynet's battle maps is increasingly leaning towards physical confrontations, which is also the focus of the Federation's military academies. This final match featured no advanced weaponry, only firearms with limited ammunition, ultimately culminating in close combat. That I wouldn't be surprised to see cold weapon battles in this year's finals." The subsequent discussion revolved around the trends in Skynet's battle maps, with some insisting the original poster was overly sensitive, while others resonated with the sentiment, agreeing that more physical confrontations would enhance the viewing experience for the audience. Xu Lingqu scanned through the comments, noting a lack of genuine tactical analysis regarding Gu Tingji himself. She exited the thread, only to find her name once again featured prominently on the homepage. The high-profile thread Best Commander of the Year, I bet on Xu Lingqu, had been revived, and alongside it appeared a new post, YISNTDS Shen Sholi this year as Chief Commander of MOE. Chapter 88. Receiving visitors without hesitation, Xu Lingqu clicked in to see what idle analyses were being presented. The original poster expressed indignation. As the only military school student of the new generation, Shen Sholi has stooped to join MOE, yet he doesn't even have the chief commander position. Xu Lingqu must have some impressive background for Shen Sholi to take a back seat to her. Many others in the thread echoed the original poster's sentiments. Agreement that I wonder what means Xu Lingqu employed to seize the position of the commander-in-chief. Even Shun Sholi dares to marginalize her. I eagerly anticipate her embarrassment in the military academy competition, that if an S-class cannot even become the commander-in-chief, then I truly have nothing left to say. Perhaps she has built dozens of layers, and dissent is beginning to brew below. Can this group of deities stop being so contradictory? On one hand, they extol the brilliance of the S-class military department. And on the other, they claim Xu Lingqu has usurped his position with overwhelming power. Xu Lingqu, a lost princess who can simply take what she desires. I really cannot fathom where Shinsholi's multitude of fans comes from. If he ignores them as if they were air, they would behave themselves. I agree. Who can tolerate Shinsholi's temperament? If he is displeased, he will surely seek out Xu Lingqu. Some individuals truly act as if the emperor is not anxious. Yet the eunuchs are. Shinsholi has so many fans. Xu Lingqu, having witnessed yet another meaningless verbal battle, felt that Kaion's words were quite accurate. This forum was merely for entertainment. Lu Ming frowned and replied. Indeed, he has a group of stock fans primarily due to his family background, mental prowess, and decent looks, which garner considerable attention, including from the esteemed Jia Xiangying of the Dornston Sky Network. IT feels as though this group lacks any discerning vision. The one who backed Xu Lingqu as the best commander was relatively astute, yet the others failed to recognize the treasure. Jia Xiangying, Xu Lingqu located her post on the homepage, which featured her photograph. The girl possessed an adorably charming appearance, with light gray curly hair and a pair of uniquely pink eyes. The discussions about her in the post were somewhat scarce. After all, she was a newcomer from Dornston, and most of the comments were mere admiration for her looks, lacking any substantial information. After reading, Xu Lingqu promptly exited the Sky Network, deeming the forum devoid of nourishment, as netizens merely exchanged banter to pass the time. For her, it was imperative to first finish reviewing the materials organized by Kaion. However, Lu Ming, who was obsessed with the forum, was quite indignant. It had already created several bug accounts for itself. Once Xu Lingqu completed her first match, it intended to chastise those ignorant of true worth. In the infirmary, Li Haisha looked up, seeing Xu Lingqu, who was connected to the treatment devices, appearing exceedingly fatigued and drowsy, while still perusing the materials Kaion provided. It had been 10 days that Li Haisha, unable to endure any longer, managed to bypass Oliev's obstruction and directly sent a video call request to Kaion. As soon as Kaion answered, he was met with a barrage from Li Haisha. Is there anyone who exploits people like this? She practices daily to this extent, and when she comes to the infirmary for treatment and rest, she must still review materials that its a dual torment of physical and mental strain. She is merely a commander, and with the competition approaching, if you keep this up, she might perish. Kaion felt utterly helpless. We don't wish for this either. He had initially decided that, in the days leading up to the official competition, Xu Lingqu would simply review materials in the dormitory, but she refused to comply. Xu Lingqu had already trained herself to surpass most students in combat strategy, though she still lagged slightly behind the first year. A stark contrast to her initial entry into the Moya. While her unique physique played a role, without her tenacity and perseverance, such a physique would be in vain. Instructor Chen glanced at the flustered Kaion, who had just been schooled by Li Haisha. Let her skip training this afternoon. She will surely attend, Kaion replied. I can't just dismiss her. He was torn. Find her something else to do. Instructor Chen forwarded a document to Kaion's SmartBrain, instructing her to fetch someone. With only 5 days remaining until the military academy competition officially commenced, as the host of Yuhing Star, Moya Military Academy was expected to take the initiative to welcome other Imperial military academies and familiarize them with Yuhing Star. Of course, Dornston had already informed that Moya need not come to collect them. Today, the students from Simei arrived, and Xu Lingqu was instructed to go receive them under the pretense of familiarizing herself. Instructor Chen suggested that Su Li take her to meet Major General Jiao Li, a benchmark for Xu Lingqu's future development. Originally, it should have been Feng Hui, but after the quota for Xu Lingqu in the mecha arena was confirmed, Instructor Chen inadvertently spilled hot tea on him, forcing Feng Hui to take a paid leave. You really know how to handle this, Kaion remarked, feeling fortunate to have such a partner. Upon receiving the notification, Xu Lingqu had just completed her treatment. In recent days, she had not merely been staring at the materials or memorizing them. She focused on the Sky Network competition map, familiarizing herself with it. and mentally rehearsing various battle scenarios. This effectively served as ample tactical preparation in advance, which indeed consumed considerable mental energy. Occasionally, while trying to sleep, a competition map would suddenly pop in her mind, leading to an entire night of simulations. As a result, she was sleep-deprived and appeared lethargic and listless. I have to go receive people. Xu Lingqu replied to Kion. In this state, the Semi-I students might think the Moya Military Academy doesn't allow students to sleep. In a sense, this was indeed true. Kion insisted, this is a great opportunity to become familiar with others from different schools. He persisted in urging Xu Lingqu to go, leaving her with little choice. Suli arrived in an aircraft to pick her up, accompanied by several third-year students who were not listed as volunteers. The student from Semi-I arrived via a dedicated Star Track train, alighting at the Yuheng Star Track train station. Originally, personnel from the Yuheng military base had requested Major General Jia Li to dock directly at the military base, but she refused due to protocol. She and the students exited together with ordinary passengers at a single stop. Xu Lingqu stood behind Su Li, waiting for approximately 5 minutes. In the distance, the students from Semi-I, uniformly dressed in their black and green uniforms, marched in an orderly formation towards them, exuding vitality and curiosity about Yuheng Star, chattering animatedly. Major General Jia Li walked at the rear, tall and imposing, closely followed by several guards vigilantly observing their surroundings. Just as Suli was about to pull Xu Lingqu forward to greet them, she turned around only to see Xu Lingqu striding leftward, grabbing the arm of a person clad in a gray hoodie. "What are you doing? Secretly photographing us." Chapter 89. Xu Lingqu, you are quite famous. The person in the gray hoodie immediately protested. Hey, that hurts. Let go. Let go. The two leading students from Semi-I approached. One had deep brown medium-length hair, and the other sported ABOB. In the struggle, the gray hoodie fell off, revealing an eye-catching head of hair reminiscent of Siamese fur, platinum at the roots and middle, but dyed black at the ends. The girl with deep brown hair smirked. Jean Fong Tai Bai, are you sneaking around here like a thief? Jean Fong Tai Bai, the S-class mental power analyst. Su Li and Major General Jia Li glanced over, and several guards gathered, ensuring he wouldn't escape. Xu Lingqu released her grip. Jean Fong Tai Bai rubbed his wrist, mumbling, and then obediently deleted the photos he had just taken before Su Li and Major General Jia Li's watchful eyes. Do you know how precious my hands are? You just yanked me like that. You were the one taking photos and still have the audacity to blame others? The girl with deep brown hair retorted. Has Dewey let you out again to gather intelligence? Why didn't you just hack into the surveillance system here directly this time? Jean Fong Tai Bai replied defiantly. I did hack, but the surveillance system here is so poorly designed that it doesn't cover everything. The monitoring system of Yuheng Star was so inadequate that he couldn't obtain comprehensive photos without blind spots. In truth, these photos were hardly significant. However, as an analyst, he was itching to gather all angles. So he took the risk of sneaking a photo, believing his disguise was effective, only to be discovered. Are you Xu Lingqu? Jean Fong Tai Bai asked, looking curiously at the person who had caught him. Xu Lingqu responded, who else could be Xu Lingqu? Jean Fong Tai Bai squinted. Aren't you an B-class mentalist? How could you perceive that I was taking photos? S-class analysts are keenly perceptive. Xu Lingqu shifted the focus. It's because your posture resembled that of a thief. What? Me? A thief? Jean Fong Tai Bai had never experienced such an unprecedented humiliation, his eyes nearly popping out. Meanwhile, the girl with deep brown hair extended her hand towards Xu Lingqu. Hello, Xu Lingqu. I am Yun Yao, the commander-in-chief of Semi-I this time. The girl with the bob nodded at her as well. Semi-I, Xu Lingqu perused the information on both individuals. Yun Yao was a second-year student of Semi-I. An A-class commander and last year's commander-in-chief was not her. Yu was a newcomer from Semi-I, an S-class combat specialist with formidable fighting abilities. She nodded at Yu and extended her hand towards Yun Yao. Hello. Moya. Xu Lingqu. As she attempted to withdraw her hand, Yun Yao tightened her grip, not letting go. Xu Lingqu raised an eyebrow inquiringly, and Yun Yao smiled. Xu Lingqu, you are quite famous on the Sky Network. Xu Lingqu forcibly extracted her hand. It's nothing much, really. Seeing this, Jean Fong Tai Bai stretched out his hand towards Xu Lingqu. I want to shake hands too. We just shook hands. She glanced back. Su Li and Major General Jia Li were engaged in a pleasant exchange, and the starship sent by Moya had arrived, signaling it was time to escort the students to their accommodations. Jean Fong Tai Bai looked aggrieved. That doesn't count as a handshake. You grabbed me like a thief. Xu Lingqu walked away with the students from Simi without looking back. You were the one who used the word thief. Jean Fong Tai Bai pondered. Did Mo Xie choose this person as the commander simply because she is adept at provoking others? As he responded to the barrage of messages from Lim Yi on his cognitive interface, he followed Xu Lingqu to exit the ship. Once aboard the starship, he confidently nestled beside her, his gaze fixed upon her throughout the journey. Xu Lingqu remained composed, allowing him to stare until they arrived at their destination. When the starship docked, she strategically walked close by, causing Jean Fong Tai Bai, who was engrossed in watching her, to collide with the door, ending up crouched on the ground, dazed and disoriented. This time, Yuheng had refurbished a previously smaller, now decommissioned military base for accommodating students from other military academies. This venue featured specialized training grounds ample enough for the 800 students to ensure fairness. Upon their arrival, Mo says students would also relocate here. However, the students from Dornston disagreed, insisting their supervising teacher could arrange lodging at Yuheng's finest hotel. Their request was denied by the organizers, and they ultimately had to comply, choosing to delay their arrival until the day before the competition. Lieutenant General Jadley had alternative arrangements for accommodation, as Suli took her elsewhere. The students from Thorn Rose were escorted by another supervising teacher to their designated dormitory. Jean Fong Tai Bai, who had clandestinely snuck away from Du Yi, followed Xu Lingqu into the infirmary, covering his nose in embarrassment. Orlif, upon catching sight of him, widened his eyes in shock and asked Xu Lingqu, "Did you hit him?" Li Haisha looked up, and Xu Lingqu waved her hand dismissively. "Not my doing." He walked into the starship door on his own. Jean Fong Tai Bai covered his nose, gritting his teeth in frustration, unable to retort since it was indeed his own fault. How could one be so careless as to walk into a door? The sudden appearance of a red-haired individual startled them. Jean, observing the blood seeping through Jean Fong Tai Bai's fingers, exclaimed, "Look at the severity of your injury. You must not have been paying attention. Why are all of Mo Xie's students so infuriating?" Jean Fong Tai Bai thought of protesting against the red-haired boy, but before he could, Orlif had already dragged him away to have the medical robot attend to his wound. "That you've moved in so quickly?" Xu Lingqu inquired of Jean as they exited the infirmary, heading towards Mo Xie's dormitory. "We moved directly after finishing our training. Su Shichen brought your belongings, and your dog insisted on accompanying us. So we let Lu Zheng carry it, completely ignoring me." As they reached the dormitory entrance, they encountered 3 individuals waiting in the shade. "Sister," Su Shichen waved happily. "How are the students from Thornrose? Are they easy to get along with?" Xu Lingqu recalled her earlier interaction with Yun Yao, who had held her hand tightly, replying, "They seem all right." The overall demeanor was pleasant, but the probing undertones made her uneasy. Coupled with Yun Yao's remark, "You are quite famous," it seemed she was attempting to gauge Xu Lingqiu's character, whether she was resilient or weak, devoid of any malicious intent. Jean interjected, "There is also a student with a rather unfortunate hair color, resembling burnt caramel, named Jean Fong Tai Bai, who is a hacker from Du. He came too, nursing a nosebleed, sent to the infirmary by our commander." Su Shichen displayed a puzzled expression. What caused his nosebleed? What happened to him? Jean shrugged, believing that despite Xu Lingqiu's insistence on her innocence, it was likely related to her in some way. Otherwise, Jean Fong Tai Bai's gaze wouldn't be so filled with resentment. Reminiscent of his own experience of being reprimanded by Xu Lingqiu upon their first encounter, he walked into a door. "What a fool," Xu Lingqiu stated succinctly. Shun Sholi, who had been vigilant since Jean began speaking, finally relaxed, relieved that Xu Lingqiu despised foolishness. Chapter 90. Is there something you need? Mo Xie's newly appointed commander, Xu Lingqiu, was not one to be trifled with. Jean Fong Tai Bai's nosebleed finally ceased, prompting him to send a message to Lim. His relentless stare at Xu Lingqiu had been a psychological tactic. Generally, individuals under such scrutiny would quickly become agitated. Those with poorer composure might sulk in silence, while those with a bit more spirit would directly confront the gazer. That a lack of reaction could indicate either dullness or extraordinary mental fortitude, which are often difficult to distinguish. However, after Xu Lingqiu had deliberately allowed him to collide with the door, Jean Fong Tai Bai swiftly realized her mental resilience had escalated to the point of retaliating against him. How utterly vexing. Not to mention, she is certainly formidable. I need backup. After sending this message, he began devising strategies to breach the MOCS system. Determined to acquire more information regarding Xu Lingqu. Haisha, seated nearby, sneezed while amending some of Xu Lingqu's data reports. After discussions with instructor Chen, Su Li, and Kun, they unanimously decided that the matter of her exceptional physique must remain confidential, lest it become a subject of speculation. She deemed it prudent to document the information in the most straightforward manner and enlisted her hapless colleague, Orlif, to assist her. As the days progressed, other military academies arrived in succession. Kun insisted Xu Lingqu meet everyone on the fourth day before the competition. Xu Lingqu welcomed the individuals from CITIC and Xie, who were cordial with no incidents on the third day before the competition. The students from Du Yi finally appeared at Jin Fong Taibai's behest. Lim Yi had been frantic searching for this ancestral analyst, nearly losing his mind on the day they left. Jin Fong Taibai lay in bed, scrutinizing Xu Lingqu's training records. Her marksmanship is impeccable. Get down from there, Lim Yi shouted, hurling a pillow at him in surprise that, Alida, you finally made it. Jin Fong Taibai nearly wept, having endured a miserable time at MOCS alone these past few days. A nonconformist red-haired boy named Jin had mocked the color of his hair, while the infamous Shun Sholi became irritable at the mere sight of him. Jin Fong Taibai almost felt as though he owed him money. Most infuriating was Xu Lingqu, who treated him as though he were invisible. After all, I am an S-class analyst. How could she not be curious about me? Perhaps it is precisely due to your status as an S-class that she disregards you. Lim Yi retorted, exasperated. It was evident that she held a considerable wariness towards him, and he warned, if you continue to address me in such a nauseating manner, I will never advocate for you to Teacher Tuesday. Before Teacher 2 from Du Yi arrived, he had ominously stated his intent to thoroughly reprimand Jin Fong Taibai for his lack of discipline and organization. Hearing this, Jin Fong Taibai immediately adopted a compliant demeanor. Pointing to the data on the cognitive interface, look at Xu Lingqu's exceptional performance during shooting training, and her foundational training scores are skyrocketing. Lim Yi found Jin Fong Taibai's antics absurd. Xu Lingqu had been perfectly normal when she came to collect them, albeit slightly more taciturn than usual. That it seemed he was nursing a grudge simply because she had not given him the attention he desired. With a perfunctory acknowledgement, Lim Yi handed Jin Fong Taibai over to Teacher Tuesday. The proficient Xu Lingqu had just finished collecting the students from Du Yi when she received another group. The students from Longyuan and Shaji arrived simultaneously, while Dornston delayed their arrival until the following day. Xu Lingqu stood idly behind Su Li, having brought along Su Shichen, Lu Zheng, Jin, and Shun Sholi, under the pretext that many hands make light work. Particularly, bringing Shun Sholi in S-class was essential for maintaining appearances as the student from Longyuan and Shaji approached. Their uniforms of white and gold contrasted with those of black and gold, creating an unexpectedly harmonious and imposing spectacle. Leading the Longyuan contingent was a tall student with deep blue hair and dark eyes, likely Gu Tingji, who stood around 187 centimeters. He approached Xu Lingqu directly. Xu Lingqu, greetings. I am Gu Tingji from Longyuan. Xu Lingqu nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Gu Tingji was about to continue speaking, a commotion nearby drew their attention. The student leading the Shaji group strode purposefully toward Shinsholi, wearing a provocatively smug expression that rivaled Jin's. Upon reaching Shinsholi, he began to loudly taunt, Shinsholi, your performance at MOCS has been dismal. You couldn't even secure the position of commander. The newcomer was Guan Chuanjun, the newly appointed commander from Shaji, boasting an S-level mental capacity and flaunting several highlights in his hair. Accustomed to provoking Shinsholi, he had been eager to confront him ever since learning that they were both privileged offspring of high-ranking military families. Shinsholi with a grandfather who was a general, and Guan Chuanjun with a general as a maternal grandfather. They had been compared side by side before their mental abilities were activated, but after that, although Guan Chuanjun was also an S-class, he had been overshadowed by Shinsholi's S ranking. Initially rivals, the dynamic shifted as Shinsholi basked in the limelight of military prestige, leaving Guan Chuanjun feeling resentful and frustrated. Hearing that Shinsholi had gone to MOCS only fueled his amusement. However, he did not expect Shinsholi to respond his taunts this time. That why commander forbids me from conversing with fools, Shinsholi retorted, blinking his light brown eyes devoid of anger or disdain. Delivering a subtle yet piercing insult to Guan Chuanjun. Though not particularly clever, The remark infuriated Guan Chuanjun. It is evident that Shen Sholi is merely evading him, even employing their beloved commander as a diversion. Who does he think he is looking down upon? Where is your commander? Guan Chuanjun's voice rose in volume. After Guan Chuanjun arrived, Jin, who had been trying to remain silent to avoid exposure, could barely contain himself. Almost revealing the identity of the third prince, he felt compelled to silence this individual. But it was Shen Sholi who cast him a glance, urging him to hold back, that if you insist on causing a scene today, I shall gladly accompany you to the arena. Shen Sholi suddenly stepped forward, pushing Guan Chuanjun, causing him to stumble backward. Guan Chuanjun, taken by surprise, was shocked by this unexpected aggression. It was the first time Shen Sholi had reacted so intensely to his provocation, as he usually tended to ignore him. Moreover, this young man, who was notoriously fastidious, must have felt an overwhelming desire to disinfect himself after the contact. Before Guan Chuanjun could respond, a voice interjected, I am their commander. What is it you seek? Xu Lingqu's gaze sliced through the air like a frosty blade. Guan Chuanjun had seen Xu Lingqu's photograph, the one uploaded by Mo Xia, depicting her as though she had just been roused from slumber. Her expression drowsy as she gazed at the camera, resembling a languorous cat. However, the real Xu Lingqu before him now donned a purple combat training uniform, her fair skin contrasting with her dark hair. Her high nose accentuating a piercing gaze that held a concealed menace, akin to a sword half drawn from its sheath. Guan Chuanjun, who prided himself on his ability to recognize beauty, felt as if he had been cut when he beheld her. He had encountered countless alluring figures in Capital Star, yet none had left him feeling so unexpectedly captivated. How curious it was. She possessed a sharpness that was utterly enchanting. For the first time, Guan Chuanjun found himself at a loss for words to describe someone's appearance. Swallowing hard, he instinctively moved towards Xu Lingqu. However, Shen Sholi swiftly intervened, tripping him unexpectedly, almost leading him to fall in a most embarrassing manner. Fortunately, Guan Chuanjun's reflexes were quite agile, allowing him to recover. Though the entire scene resembled a comically flailing goose, Su Shijin and Jin wasted no time in mocking him, while Lu Zheng shook her head, suggesting he would have been better off falling to Xu Lingqu. Observing the spectacle, found Shen Sholi's actions all too familiar. Shen Sholi, having deliberately pulled Guan Chuanjun back, leaned in to whisper, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. Keep your distance from her. Shen Sholi was well aware of what kind of person Guan Chuanjun was. He had previously deemed him unworthy of even a glance. Yet if Guan Chuanjun insisted on applying his flirtatious demeanor towards Xu Lingqu, Shen Sholi was more than willing to demonstrate the genuine disparity between them. You. Guan Chuanjun was momentarily taken aback by Shen Sholi's unexpected outburst. Was he truly losing his mind today? Before he could further react, Winters, the instructor leading the team from Sandthorn, hurriedly stepped forward, pulling the embarrassed commander back and awkwardly smiling at Su Li and Pu, the instructor leading Long Yuan. Let us move to our accommodations quickly. The sudden outburst from this young master of the Guo family was utterly unforeseen. Rather than engaging with Dolinston and Long Yuan, he had chosen to confront Sandthorn, despite not even being part of the command department. Having attained his position solely through his mental prowess and family connections, if he didn't possess some real talent, who would deign to serve this young master? The bizarre little episode finally subsided as Xu Lingqu turned to exit, with Gu Tingji walking alongside her. Your mental strength truly only be level? This question was quite abrupt and presumptuous. Gu Tingji continued. There's no point in beating around the bush. I might as well ask directly. Right? He had begun to form a rough sketch of Xu Lingqu's character. Initially, upon seeing her command position despite being classified as B-level on the Skynet, Gu Tingji had been merely surprised and curious. However, encountering Xu Lingqu in person transformed his perception. The way the others positioned themselves around her, consciously forming a circle with Xu Lingqu at the center, was a clear manifestation of her leadership, which included the S and S-level Shen Sholi and Lu Zheng. They genuinely acknowledged her authority, which was truly formidable. This question really of significance? Xu Lingqu replied coolly, Isn't the first match about to begin? Let's see the truth unfold on the battlefield. Indeed, she possessed both confidence and capability, far removed from the chaotic speculations circulating on the Skynet. Gu Tingji shifted the subject. Have you encountered Jin Fangdabai? Xu Lingqu nodded that he must have been quite persistent in bothering you, hasn't he? He is rather difficult to fend off. Through their brief conversation, Gu Tingji concluded that if anyone could extract meaningful information from Xu Lingqu, it would undoubtedly be Jin Fangdabai, as he was notoriously challenging. Initially, the situation had been somewhat troublesome, but after Xu Lingqu had led him to crash into the starship door, leaving him bloodied, Jin Fangdabai now regarded her with heightened caution. Presently, as they reached the Yu Hung League base, Jin Fangdabai was lurking behind a tree, peering at Xu Lingqu like a thief in the night. That Jiu Tingji was surprised by his hesitance to approach directly until Xu Lingqu walked away, prompting him to finally advance. "You sly brute. You finally arrived?" Jin Fangdabai fixated on Gu Tingji, lamenting why Xu Lingqu didn't allow him to experience the same door-crashing incident he had endured. "That is hardly fair." As the students from Longyuan and Sandthorn collectively headed toward their dormitories, the two shifted to a more secluded spot near the Dui Gate. "You seem quite afraid of Xu Lingqu. Why is that?" Gu Tingji had never expected anyone could intimidate Jin Fangdabai that on his own territory. Jin Fangdabai declared boldly, "Who's afraid of her? Who's afraid of her?" After his proclamation, he glanced around nervously, adding, "Regardless, that woman is truly terrifying in every aspect." They exchanged knowing glances, feeling a shared sentiment. Though their perspectives diverged, Kayan was unaware that his decision to send Xu Lingqu to fetch individuals had inadvertently resulted in her encountering several hidden powerhouses in the eyes of prestigious academies. At that moment, he sat in his office, observing Su Li, who was expressionless as she incessantly called Feng Hui, who was on vacation. Tomorrow, Dolinston would arrive, and this group was undoubtedly troublesome, as Su Li had no intention of bearing this burden. She instructed Feng Hui to take her son, Feng Bu, along. Our principal Feng Isnt, the one who got himself into such a glorious predicament, Kayan scratched his head. Instructor Chen shot him a glance. "I am pouring tea, not concocting a biochemical agent." Feng Hui, embarrassed and unwilling to face anyone, was granted a reprieve. By rights, he should have been thanking Kayan. Kayan recalled the bitter taste of the incident and muttered softly, "It is pretty much the same." Feng Hui was well aware that fetching Dolinston was no easy task. Initially, he had resolved to play dead, but his son, Feng Bu, insisted on accompanying him. "Father, Dolinston is the strongest military academy in the Empire right now. It is beneficial to familiarize ourselves with them, and I also wish to meet the Skynet heiress." Feng Bu had researched extensively about Jia Xiangying and aspired to make a good impression on her. Feng Hui realized that his son was once again chasing unrealistic dreams, yet he was unable to dissuade him and could only accompany him on this journey. The following day, at the Yu Hung Star Rail Station, when Jia Xiangying completely ignored Feng Bu's outstretched hand, Feng Hui sighed inwardly in resignation. Jia Xiangying scanned the MOC group with a sullen expression. Shen Sholi had not come, nor had Lu Zheng, and even that benevolent Xu Lingqu had failed to appear, sending merely a bug in her stead. Wasn't this a blatant display of contempt toward her? Chapter 92. Declaration of War. All 8 schools have arrived at the Yu Hung League base, and tomorrow marks the commencement of the Military Academy League. Tensions among the students from the 8 military academies have begun to simmer. Guanchuan Jun purchased a bouquet of flowers to present to Xu Lingqu, having carefully mulled over Shen Sholi's earlier outburst, which had revealed a glimpse of his feelings. Previously in Capital Star, Guanchuan Jun had perceived Shen Sholi as merely putting on a facade of aloofness, pretending to be disinterested in women and acting like a flower on a high peak. He had waited for Shen Sholi to slip up, never anticipating he would be caught in the act during the Military Academy League. His interest in Xu Lingqu had already been piqued, but now that he had discovered Shen Sholi's secret, his enthusiasm soared. If he could steal Xu Lingqu away from Shen Sholi, it would be a glorious redemption of his past grievances. Guanchuan Jun was brimming with confidence, believing that Shen Sholi could not possibly understand women better than he did, especially given his delicate appearance that paled in comparison to Guanchuan Jun's own rugged charm. As he strode confidently toward the MOC camp, Jin Fangdabai had already arrived before him. Xu Lingqu sat on the training grounds while he, from a distance of several dozen meters, used a loudspeaker to declare his challenge. "Xu Lingqu, listen carefully. If Dui faces MOC in tomorrow's Military Academy League, I will lead Dui to defeat you." Lim Yi, standing beside him, was nearly in disbelief. After spending the past few days analyzing Xu Lingqu's data, Jin Fangdabai had declared her the strongest opponent in the league and insisted on this embarrassing display, citing it as psychological warfare that he truly could not comprehend what made Xu Lingqu so terrifying. Xu Lingqu remained unfazed, sipping water after her practice, her throat parched from exertion, pleasantly surprised to have a little entertainment during her rest. Nearby, Jean handed his training weapon to Lu Zheng, remarking, "Is this within your sniping range?" Lu Zheng raised the gun, poised to fire, but Su Shizhen intervened. "You cannot shoot him." Su Shizhen insisted earnestly, pondering the potential consequences if her sister were to become entangled with this individual. Ever since he had collided with the door, he had been muttering nonsense to Xu Lingqu, and a shot would only escalate the situation. Although the bullet would inflict no real harm, merely a sensation of pain, Jean Fangtabai would undoubtedly exaggerate the incident. With the league competition looming tomorrow, any disruption was unacceptable. After delivering his declaration of war, Jean Fangtabai felt as if he had been imbued with the spirit of courage, swelling with pride as he handed the microphone to the bystander. "Gu Tingji, you join too." Gu Tingji, merely there to enjoy the spectacle, turned to glance at the onlookers, Yun Yao and Yi Yu, and asked, "Ladies first?" Yun Yao retorted succinctly, "Get lost," with no choice but to comply. Gu Tingji looked at the determined Jean Fangtabai and accepted the microphone. "Xu Lingqu, how about we meet again in the finals this year?" The cunning braggart had a way with words, and Jean Fangtabai immediately regretted allowing him to speak. He snatched the microphone back, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Gu Tingji shrugged. "What can I say? We made it to the finals on your backs last year. We still aspire for it this year." With Gu Tingji's example, Yin Yao grew enthusiastic and reached for the microphone. Jean Fangtabai adamantly refused to relinquish it. After all, he did not want to offend Xu Lingqu in the end. Looking around, he spotted Guan Chuanjun, who had just arrived with a bouquet, observing the scene. Jean Fangtabai narrowed his eyes and approached him. "What are you doing here?" Guan Chuanjun, taken aback by the commotion, awkwardly attempted to hide the flowers behind him. His presence seemed oddly out of place in the current scenario. However, Jean Fangtabai, with his keen eye, swiftly snatched the bouquet from behind him. "Are you here to confess?" Jean Fangtabai's quick-witted mind recalled the previous day's conversation with Gu Tingji, and it dawned on him what Guan Chuanjun's intentions were, and who the target was. That he stared at Guan Chuanjun in shock, as if he had discovered a new celestial body, leaving Guan Chuanjun wishing for a hole to hide in. He grasped Guan Chuanjun's hand and pulled him back to his previous position, handing him the microphone. "A true warrior has arrived." Harboring murderous intent towards Xu Lingqu was only human, but to entertain romantic notions was sheer audacity. For the first time in his life, Guan Chuanjun felt bashful, standing awkwardly as he glanced at Xu Lingqu, hesitating to speak. Suddenly, a bullet zipped through the air, striking the microphone with precision, silencing whatever he had intended to say. Jean Fangtabai remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, you owe me a new one." He looked up at Guan Chuanjun. Meanwhile, Su Shizhen was equally astonished. She had just been contemplating having Lu Zheng deal with Guan Chuanjun. Living in the capital star and belonging to the aristocratic circle, she knew well of his reputation, and it was utterly shameless for him to pursue her sister. However, before she could instruct Lu Zheng to take action, Shen Sholi acted first. He fired a shot, originally aiming for the head, but considering Guan Chuanjun's audacity, he opted to eliminate the tool of his mischief once and for all. If only there were a legitimate reason to rid the world of this person entirely. Having observed the unfolding drama, Xu Lingqu prepared to depart for the infirmary when a figure clad in a pink and white uniform stormed in, with gray hair and pink eyes. Jia Xiangying, the heiress of Tianwang, approached Xu Lingqu with determination. "Why didn't you come to pick anyone up today?" Frowning, Jia Xiangying pointed at Xu Lingqu, then at Shen Sholi and Lu Zheng. "And you all?" Her accusation stemmed from not receiving a pickup, as if she were a child questioning an adult about why her candy was a different color from everyone else's. "Why should we pick anyone up?" Xu Lingqu found the situation amusing. Jia Xiangying was taken aback by Xu Lingqiu's calm demeanor under her interrogation, momentarily at a loss for words. Typically, others of her stature would have cowered and admitted fault. How could someone as unyielding as Xu Lingqiu exist? After scrutinizing Xu Lingqiu for a moment, she declared on the competition field, "You will regret your rudeness today. Just wait and see." With that, the young lady departed with an air of urgency. Xu Lingqiu watched her fiery exit before turning to Shen Sholi. "She resembles you quite a bit." Both exuded a perplexing charm and a propensity to flee in frustration. Shen Sholi retorted, "I do not resemble her." These farcical incidents had no effect on Xu Lingqiu. She observed them as one would watch a series of comedic performances, then resumed her path to the infirmary with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, the other competitors from Moxie stood in stunned silence, pondering what had compelled the commanders of several prestigious schools to declare war on Moxie in quick succession. Gu Tingji from Longyuan even solemnly proclaimed, "See you in the finals." What? Are we meeting Moxie in the finals? They wondered, were they not merely meant to serve as cannon fodder? How could this be?